absolute brawl breaking out here.
1 KO, they're looking for more. They finally go down. They got it! They got it! Now just getting worked on by T2, and they clutch it out. They have the ability to score. Oh, big push.
For now, here comes the heroic move. No!
Whoa.
Couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop it.
They eke it out in the final moment.
The best of the best. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the May finals for the EU region, and we have North America coming up right after this. The action is going to be intense today, but before we get into that, I have to introduce myself. Hello everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Ayeehaw, and I am joined by the one, the only Doob Snacks. Hello Doob Snacks.
Spraggles, I am excited to be here. May finals, tons of CP on the line. It's going to set really the stage for what's going to happen in the regional finals, who has the opportunity to qualify for Worlds, and who needs to spike that big event at the end of the season.
That's right. Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule right here. We're about halfway through our season. Here's our road to Worlds right here, Doob Snacks. This is how you qualify to make it to the World Championships. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, top regional CP earner. That's why I'm saying these championship points matter. That's the easiest and cleanest way to do it throughout the season, right? The other way, spike that regional finals that's happening here in June. That's a big time win, tons of money on the line, tons of CP on the line, but of course, that express lane to Yokohama.
That's right. Yokohama, Japan coming up very soon here. There we are, the May finals right now. Regional finals coming up next month, June 10th and 11th. And then the live regional finals for North America at NAIC, June 30th, July 1st. We take a little bit of a pause, the Snorlax in July, and then finally August, Yokohama, Japan, the World Championships. Let's take a look at our championship points right now. As Doob Snacks was mentioning here, they are extremely important, and the EU region is incredibly close. Tally Bobo Believers, 6,200 CP, the top spot, but Nouns Esports nipping at their heels, and then the rest of EU is so incredibly close. It's like Doob Snacks and I in a police lineup. I mean, you can barely see a difference here. These teams are all fighting for that number 3 spot. We need to bring our analysts in here to break some of this down, break down some of the action from last month here too. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, welcome in. Zoinks, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic, and how could I not be? We have so many incredible games to watch today. May Cup finals, it is seriously so important that these teams get some CP on the board, and the race is on, and I cannot wait.
Wonder Chef, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited for the new Pokemon we're going to see today. I'm super excited for how these teams are going to do towards the end of the season. I'm super excited that Doob Stacks managed to get the Whaler printed on time.
That's right. A lot of behind the scenes drama with Doob Snacks trying to put a pin on a jacket, but some big drama happened last month as Nouns Esports finally able to take down Tally Bobo Believers this season.
Yeah, they finally take that top spot for the first time this season in a long time. And of course, they did it in a convincing fashion, beating Tally Bobo Believers 2-1 in the winners finals. And then as soon as Tally Bobo made it back into the grand finals, they snuffed them out 2-1 yet again to keep that bracket reset from happening. A good convincing win from Nouns in April.
And that does mean that these teams are now settled at 12-12 wins apiece against each other. The line has been drawn and is super close. And on top of that, they're going to have some more chances to battle it out today.
This rivalry has been amazing. 12-12, like you mentioned, Chef, obviously back and forth, but Tally Bobo Believers has been coming away with the titles so far. I'm wondering if Nouns Esports can do it a second time or Tally Bobo Believers is back. Either way, I'm really excited for it, and Spraggles and Doob Snacks, we will have you back very shortly to cast these games, but for now, we're gonna leave it up to Chef and I to really break this stuff down.
That's right. We have the format for today. We've got the top 8 teams. We're down to the final 4 in this double elimination bracket. They will be playing best of 3 the entire way through, so they've got plenty of chances to make it back.
That is true. And what are these teams competing for? Well, of course, it is the championship points for this May Finals event. That first spot earning you 1,500 CP. Obviously, these leaderboards are going to be moving and shaking constantly, and these teams want to get as much as they can before that regional final.
They do. We're nearing the end of the season here. We're nearing the roster locks as well, which is a pretty gigantic deal. I'm very excited for that. But we've also got some new Pokemon coming into the game, which I think I may be the most excited for this time around. I think I mentioned that we might have the most Pokemon kind of jumping into the meta for the first time that we've had maybe since the start of the season. I don't know if that's true. Somebody fact check me, but it's definitely close, as we're going to have a lot of new Pokemon, both kind of coming out of, some buffs and some new Pokemon.
Yeah, and the new Pokemon I'm so excited to break down. Let's do that right now, Wonder Chef. The first one is going to be Chandelure, a new attacker added to the game of Pokemon Unite. It is a fantastic damage dealer, has some incredibly high firepower attacking moves, namely in Overheat, and then just right there on your screen, you can see the Imprison move at work, locking down opponents, making it so they can't use their moves. It's a great counter to Pokemon who have high mobility style moves, like I'm a champ that's pictured, or even in Urshifu's trying to dash into your face. You just imprison them, and all of a sudden they are locked right in that spot.
Oh, that is a scary spot to be in. Chandelure, one of my favorite Pokemon, actually, in the entirety of Pokemon, aside from Unite itself, but I'm so glad that it had such a strong release. That's one of the classic sets that you can see right there with Overheat, Imprison, etc. The double glasses and the spoon, as we tend to see on most of these really strong special attackers. I've been playing a good amount of Chandelure. I've been having so much fun. But there's another Pokemon on the horizon for us today that we may see, or at least may see in some bans, and that's going to be Lapras, one of the newest defenders added to Pokemon Unite. And I'm also a gigantic Lapras fan. I know, of course, got a lot of those players that love those Gen 1 Pokemon, but myself is included within that. Lapras being an extremely strong defender, it's got great AoE damage. It can support itself for so long. The sustainability in this Pokemon is just absolutely ridiculous. It is a powerhouse of a Pokemon. Sometimes you can end up seeing it high up in the damage, high up in the healing, and high up in the damage taken. And of course, the most important thing, you can carry those other Pokemon on your back, which is always one of the most fun Unite moves in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras really is a triple threat, like you just mentioned. That is our recommended build of Focus Band, Experience Share, and that Slick Spoon, of course, the special attack damage dealer. I think we're going to see a lot of Lapras on screen today in this tournament, and I cannot wait. But let's take a look at our bracket that we have. So we're joining the May Finals kind of midway through. Our winners finals, Tally Popo Believers, announce esports, and our losers semis is going to be Wolf Wolf versus Giga Chad Gaming. Wonder Chef, thoughts on how this bracket is played out?
Well, it's exciting to see. We were talking about the rivalry of Tally Bobo Believers and Nouns. Neither of them has lost a game, making it all the way to winners finals to continue that rivalry. And then on the bottom side, we have Giga Chad making a pretty sick upset against Time to Shine. I'm a big Giga Chad fan, but Woof Woof as well, trying to confirm those points to guarantee themselves that spot for Worlds. But we're actually going into, as you can see here, from the very first and bottom round of the winners bracket, a rematch between Woof Woof and Giga Chad Gaming.
Yeah, you said Giga Chad Gaming with that upset win. Well, they have another tough opponent right in front of them. It's going to be Woof Woof, a really strong roster. You can see it here. Caligula, Marv, Potato, Human, and Ikelis newly joining this roster. So Woof Woof getting a bit of a new look in the attacker player. Ikelis, a really strong competitor. In for Lundgren, who was just recently on the squad. Ikelis boasts an amazing Gardevoir, Delphox, even Alolan Ninetales, which might be a specific call-up for this tournament.
Oh, we've got a lot of special attackers potentially coming in here. I'm very excited to see this roster change. And like I mentioned earlier, this is nearing the end where the rosters will be locked. So anything here is pretty close to permanent. We do have a tweet here from Ikelis. Officially proud to be a member of Woof Woof. Proud to become a dog. That's a great line to say in general. But you can just tell that there's an aura of thankfulness around here. Just happiness to be able to play with this team. So hopefully this is going to be one that fits for the rest of this season. And clearly already it's fit pretty well, making it into the top 4 today.
Yeah, Ikelis looking amazing, and we're going to be heading into the game very soon. Of course, Giga Chad, their opponents, so I will not delay any longer. Spraggles and Doob Snacks, take us away as we head into our first game of the May Cup Finals.
All right, here we go, Doob Snacks, into our draft mode already. The EU May Finals are underway. Woof Woof, Giga Chad Gaming. I mean, who do you got for this first game? I gotta say, Woof Woof is playing some amazing Pokemon Unite.
It's really tough to bet against Woof Woof here. I mean, Giga Chad Gaming on their side, Look, they've got a lot to prove, but a good place to start was time to shine. But if you're asking me where the advantage bar lies for me in this moment, got to give it to Woof Woof.
Let's take a look here at what they decide to ban out. So many more Pokemon available this month, and there's that Lapras getting banned out right away by GigaChad Gaming. They don't want to go into this new amazing defender inside the game, but that gives so many choices over to Woof Woof. I mean, what are they going to grab first? Or Shifu, Dodrio, and it's the Slowbro, the top defender inside Unite.
Yeah, that's an easy pick for them, and Marv is great on that Pokemon. Also the shot caller for Woof Woof and their tank player as well. Rocket and Defender. Clefable, you getting locked in. This lets Woof Woof get Urshifu. And Ao's Cup taught us anything is you cannot have Caligula smooth as silk on that Urshifu, securing every objective and doing it in the face of the best teams. I mean, that's a great pickup for them, and they go immediately to it.
Here we go, Caligula on that Zoroark, and we've got the Urshifu locked in for human. I actually was watching Caligula play this Zoroark earlier. I wonder if they're going to be on this Pokemon as Blastoise locked in for GigaChad Gaming. There really are no bad Pokemon to pick right now. I mean, so many things are amazing inside Unite. So many Pokemon are unlocked for this month. We've got Ikelis sitting here on this Chandelure. Let's see if they lock that in or if they go with this Alolan Ninetales that they've been playing for most of the day.
Yeah, Alolan Ninetales has looked great, especially with the Avalanche Blizzard build. Of course, they switch back off of it, maybe bringing the new Chandelure. No, A9 is locked in, and it's looked phenomenal today. GigaChad Gaming with the last pick, and they have an opportunity to make some counters here. They might go a double defender setup, Spraggles.
Yeah, Defender's so incredibly powerful here, and Blastoise sort of works as a defender and a damage dealer here. So now we've got this Snorlax coming in to help deal even more damage, but give it a bigger, tankier presence to the side of GigaChad Gaming. If you've been living under a rock, first of all, don't do that. Second, Alolan Ninetales is really back inside of Pokemon Unite. It got some really nice changes recently, and the Blizzard Avalanche build is chef kissing their fingers, Dupes next.
Without a doubt, and there's not a lot of like CC prevention on the side of GigaChad Gaming here, so they're gonna have to kind of dance around the Alolan Ninetales quite literally to not get absolutely isolated, locked down by that moveset. And of course, on the other side, you know, you have Cali on Zoroark. That's where they went up, and that's gonna let Potato be in the top path all day long. And Human on Eldegoss, a Pokemon they've literally played since day one of releasing this game. Woof Woof has a lot of pocket picks here, and they're looking to be strong.
We saw Laura there locking in that Sylveon, and I saw a muscle band on it, I believe, which would lead me to believe that we have a Mystical Fire Sylveon on the side of GigaChad Gaming. That Pokemon obviously known for bouncing around a fight very well, dealing tons and tons of damage, and just being something really hard to lock down. One of the tankiest attacker type Pokemon inside the game. And of course, the Eevee Festival is going on right now in Pokemon Unite, so it's no surprise that we get ourselves an Eevee inside this game.
Yeah, why not? Get it done early, get it done the right way. And I mean, all the EVs are incredibly strong that are in the game and available right now. You know, so you can't really miss, to be quite honest with you, Spraggles. We're underway here, though.
That's right. Woof Woof, GigaChad Gaming, your first game here on broadcast for the May finals for the EU region. We can see them handing this red buff over to the Eldegoss on the side of Woof Woof, as we got a little fighting here from GigaChad Gaming and Woof Woof in the bottom path over some of this experience.
Already getting a little icy down there in the bottom path. That Alolan Vulpix able to pressure pretty well. Normally a Snorlax can play deep, but GigaChad Gaming forced to peel there.
Here we go. We see a nice little score there from Caligula as they are peeling back here, trying to just secure some of these wild Pokemon. They get another one there, stolen, but are they able to make it home? They're in a lot of trouble right now as they're getting pushed around by this water gun. Here comes Laura to try to stop them. Caligula's in a lot of trouble, able to score, running back now and finally getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, them getting taken down is fair. At least they got another stack in, which is worth the time. I'm surprised that Human made it out, to be honest. They were caught in the middle of 3 players. Just enough time, though, for Potato to come back up and get into the mix. And this Sylveon is getting beat up on. The engage keeps going, and they're going deep. That poor Clefairy does not have Moonlight to pick up the Sylveon. They make it back, but that opens up all of those birds in the middle to go straight to Caligula. Human still putting on the pressure, though. Holding on to that red buff is critical in these early stages of this game.
I think a fun little behind the scenes note, not only that your pin is absolutely massive and you had trouble with it, but it's that Caligula really scolded us for pronouncing his name wrong. And you know what? We're trying not to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, he also gave us the cheat code of saying Cali if we want to, so we can always go there and not have to sweat about it too much.
That's right. Here we are back up in this top half. Finally, we've got the Clefable with the Moonlight, and that is just so difficult to deal with. Massive Solar Beam, nice boost to trying to push Marv and Ikelis back here in this bottom path. That's a level 6 Alola Ninetales, which means it's got the Blizzard. Nice big catch right there. Blizzard right into Avalanche for that quick combo, setting up that area where your opponents are getting frozen and tons of damage are being taken.
Yeah, especially with that Surf follow-up. I mean, you can lock players down, even big ones like Snorlax, and keep them from going anywhere, so you can take them out. Cali darting in back and forth, but it's Potato that goes for the deep engage. Clefable's all over them. Let's see if poor Erzaron can hang tight here. They're going to try to as the War Turtle. Great drip in the Hollow Air, but they're getting beat up. Solar Beam from Mew comes through, and that's going to be enough to pressure out Woof Woof for now.
They are pushing them back right here, but let's take a look at our score really quick. 112-0. Woof Woof extremely aggressive, putting tons of points on the board and also stopping Giga Chad from doing anything. If Giga Chad's spending all their time defending Woof Woof, they're spending no time trying to score.
Yeah, and that's why you see a big old donut up on the score line there. What I've been impressed is how much work Marv has been able to do in the face of Toby, this Snorlax. Snorlax is great early in the game, but they really mitigated that quickly and let Ikelis get in charge here. But now it's a 4-on-2. We're going to see if they can make some magic happen. That's a big Surf catching 3 right off the bat. We see the little snowflakes over the heads of the players on Giga Chad Gaming. 3 of them are sitting there. Marv is going in, but we keep the pressure on. We're coming through, and that's a little bit of a Regirock support, allowing that KO Streak of 2 to happen for Ikelis, and now it's just Solani getting bullied out big time, and the Regirock goes easily to Woof Woof after that big stomping.
Look at that here. Caligola putting some more points in. The math not exactly perfect there. Marv was able to score 15. If they could have waited for just a second there, they would have got that in. Then again, it's still 144-0. Woof Woof absolutely dominating this match so far. We've saw some big plays from Ikelis. That Alola Ninetales is just so amazing right now. Feels like it really has taken the spot of Espeon for most of these teams.
Yeah, and it's looked obviously amazing here. Potato is the Rapid Strike version of that Urshifu, but a quick gravity locks them down. The pressure continues, forces out the Sylveon Unite. Mew takes the Regieleki in the face of 3 players from Woof Woof. They're going to keep the pressure on. The Unite move has been used by Potato. They're going to see if they can get it. 25 hits, 26 hits. Can they get any more? No, Potato's coming on the backside. They do close out the goal zone. Mew used their Unite. They're on the chase. At least get Potato is what they say. They do. Cash it in. Woof Woof 2 players down, but they made some real magic happen, taking out that goal zone. But now the scores might start flowing the other way. Spraggles, heavy slamming a big block. Can they isolate Cali for a KO? But Cali's still schmoving, Spraggles. The thing is real out here. Regieleki hits. I'm out of breath. Take it over. It's just chaos.
Unbelievable fighting back and forth. Giga Chad with the huge push, but Woof Woof pushing right back, getting some huge KOs as well. And here comes Giga Chad. Big rapid spin, big Unite move as they're continuing this push. We have Marv going down. That's the slow bro. Potato's in some trouble right here, needing to use those rapid strikes to actually get away, but they can't as the Clefable picks up a double KO. Giga Chad right back in this thing. 20 seconds now until our bottom Reggie spawns, and Giga Chad is ready to fight for it.
They came back in a big way. Woof Woof maybe overstanding their welcome, but really Toby doing a good job. The heavy slam and that block feeding 2 players from Woof Woof back into Giga Chad Gaming, allowing them to get more KOs. Marv was on the chopping block in that particular. Oh, the draining kiss is coming in. Let's see if the Sylveon can leverage that into these teams. Another heavy slam. A block doesn't really catch anybody. Marv separates him with the Surf. Allows Ikelis to start working on the Registeel. And here comes the Blastoise. Are we going to make a Clefable just racking up KOs here as the Zoroark goes down. Blastoise gets credit for another one. Can they get into the middle, though? Alola Ninetales caught out. Ikelis goes down. Sylveon shelling out draining kisses. So nasty. Just the nastiest game of Spin the Bottle happening out here with that Sylveon as the Eldegoss comes back the other way. Human getting credit for it. And ultimately, Woof Woof and Potato take down that Registeel despite Giga Chad Gaming having a pretty decent fight there.
Yeah, really great fight from Giga Chad, but Woof Woof able to get that big secure. Potato somehow staying inside the mix there. I thought they were going down so many times. The Ninetales Unite move didn't seem to have the impact they wanted it to, but Woof Woof still able to take a big win in that fight. This match is so incredibly close, though. Look at this. The score line's incredibly close. The levels are getting incredibly close. This is a great first game here for our May finals.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at here is the wild Pokemon on the side of Woof Woof. They can let that thing go in and buy tons of time to just get their wild experience and get their levels up, whereas Giga Chad Gaming has nothing left on their side, and they have to deal with this objective here.
Yeah, they need to take down this Regieleki. They need to do something about it. But it looks like, you know, with the full squad here, they're able to shut that down pretty quickly. And if you look around the map, not a single yellow dot to be found. Those are wild Pokemon. These teams are playing some Pac-Man out here, getting every little bit of experience that they can.
Here comes Giga Chad Gaming. Ursaron leaving the charge. They do have Indigo in their pocket to get some heals, but finally they peel back. We're under 3 minutes here. We know Rayquaza is right on the horizon. You don't want to do anything too silly in these final moments.
You know, something interesting, Doobsnacks. I feel like the meta inside this game with so many good Pokemon, it's easy to forget that Mew is absolutely insane. Every time you see it, the Solar Beams, the Electro Balls, the Secures this thing is able to get, somehow it's one of the best Pokemon in the game, but I feel like it's so easy to overlook.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, that's what's great about having this ban system too. You really have to isolate and force teams into not only knowing a bunch of different Pokemon, but since a bunch of them are strong, you can cobble together good strategies in the face of those bans. We've got a Basement Reggie hitting, and it looks like Woof Woof is the only team interested.
Yeah, Woof Woof taking this down right here. As you can see, Giga Chad Gaming, if you look up at your map right here, they are just completely positioned around this central area, ready for this fight. They're looking to take this. They know exactly where Woof Woof is because they saw them get that secure. As these teams are just getting ready for this, possibly moving in here. Snorlax getting a little bit caught, using block to back out right now. And the question is, who is going to start this fight? Clefable with the heals. Ninetales just throwing some damage back and forth with the Solar Beams here. Caligola looking to move in right here. Is this the fight? Looks like it's happening.
They're going straight in. We're going to see what they can do. Gravity's in the middle. Hydro Typhoon comes out. Human takes out the Sylveon, and quickly Rapid Spin Water Spout all over Ikelis gets buckled. So does just absolutely instantly the Mew that you said was so good. And look at that. The Urshifu gets blocked up. Potato used their Unite move. They're only getting 7 hits. Finally, they turn on the switch here, and they start to get KO. Clefable's down. 3 players down to Giga Chad Gaming. They're flipping the switch right here. The chase is on. Toby's like, I have 1 ounce of HP left, and the chase goes to them. They're going to babysit them out, but Woof Woof is all over this Rayquaza. We're going to need Giga Chad Gaming to make a heck of a play, and it comes on the back of this Sylveon. The Surf tries to chip them up. They come in. No. Callie locks it up for the team, and of course, they're going to go for scoring, and they're going to start eating good, because you know what time it is, Spraggles. Burger time.
It's Hondo Burger time as the scores are looking to rein in here for Woof Woof. What an incredible final fight from them. It looks like they controlled it from top to bottom right there, getting the entire team of Giga Chad together and just KOing them one by one. Now 576 to 142. Giga Chad Gaming in a lot of trouble as another 56 points reign in right here. Caligola maybe not making it home, but you know what? They might not even need to. Look at the jukes right here. Look at the Unite moves. Just putting on a little bit of a show as we've got 30 seconds left and they're up by hundreds and hundreds of points. Oh my gosh, Potato looking to make a sneaky score.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to wait till all of Giga Chad Gaming leaves their base, and they're just going to get a couple, just another 100 points in. Why not? As Woof Woof just has to make a reasonable defense here in the last 10 seconds, and it should be easy work.
Woof Woof looking incredible here at the start of our May finals. And, let's face it, Woof Woof is the team that has not won a finals yet. It's been the Tally Bobo Noun story, but look at how good this team is, how well they are performing here today. Could be Woof Woof's month.
Yeah, and they've been firmly in 3rd place in this region for the entire season, Spraggles. This would be a great opportunity for them to level up, get into those grand finals, and carry that momentum into the biggest pre-Worlds tournament of the year, that regional finals.
Take a look at this here. Caligola with the 6 KOs. We had 5 on the side of Giga Chad from the Mew. You can see the score line very, very close, but that final fight really sent it over the edge for Woof Woof. They were able to take down every single member of Giga Chad and get that Rayquaza.
Yeah, you can actually see exactly where that changed, and it was that in that overextension onto the first Regieleki where Woof Woof got caught out. Toby made that great heavy slam block play to isolate Marv and Callie, put them back into the side of Giga Chad Gaming. They were able to get some key KOs and really rally back into the game.
Take a look at this here. We're just talking about this Mew from Solani right here. 85,000 even damage. Get a few zeros in there. Unbelievable. I feel like I never see even. That's incredible. Caligola, 78,000. Ikelis, we've been talking about this Alolan Ninetales as well. 75,000. Lots of damage, a lot of fighting here in our first game.
Yeah, and you got to highlight the support players here, both Human and Indigo doing a great job. Not only did Indigo get a bunch of KOs, but almost eclipsing 100k damage healed. If they weren't putting up those numbers, this thing would have been much more one-sided than what we saw.
Now, of course, the question is, how are these teams going to adjust to this first game? Let's take a look at some of the biggest moments here from game one of our EU finals here in May. Nice big Unite move there from Alolan Ninetales, picking up the double KO. We have the Solar Beam looking to get the secure, but a little too early.
Yeah, and that was a great early win by Woof Woof, but here's where Giga Chad Gaming kind of comes back, and there's the heavy slam and the push I was talking about, and that was just the beginning of their comeback. Of course, a couple good KOs back the other way as that fight raged on. The longest one that we saw all game was this one, and man, did they make it happen, especially Indigo getting 2 KOs for themselves and another one right there.
This was an amazing fight here too for Woof Woof. I mean, somehow they're able to hold on here as Potato makes it back into this fight, picks up a few big KOs, and then of course we have the big final moments right here.
Yeah, and a great fight that broke out, forcing out a weird Mew Unite to get onto Iclus, but then everything started falling like dominoes the other way. Woof Woof able to flip the script here. Of course, we had the deep engage by Potato and Callie. They start raining in the KOs. They send the Blastoise, the Snorlax scrambling, and then it's all about just taking the Rayquaza at that point. It's pretty easy when the other team isn't there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just such a great fight here from Woof Woof. You have Caligula on that Zoroark, and it's such an amazing counter, I think, to Mew. Mew is incredible, but this is a Pokemon that can really get into the back line and take it down. We see the build here: weakness, policy, attack, weight, Razor Claw. We got a ton of damage, and you saw it stacking up that attack weight early and often in this match, and that's why it did so incredibly well.
Yeah, Feint Attack on Zoroark too, just the movement that provides is amazing. We saw Callie literally darting all over the map to cash in those KOs. They looked great. They looked good early. They got some stacks early, and it's no surprise to me that they're our player of the game.
Yeah, no question. Some amazing stuff here. And now, of course, what is going to happen with the picks and bans here moving into our next game? Woof Woof needs one more win here. They just want to shut this thing down and move on through the losers bracket to face whichever big name team is coming at them next.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, since like you said, there's so many good Pokemon in the game, it really becomes either you're trying to isolate a very specific pick from the other team, right? For example, you want to get, Megu off of Slowbro, for example, right? So you target ban that. Or we even saw the target ban at Eos Cup of Bruv. Hey, we need to get them off this Trevenant because they're playing out of their gourd. After that, it's what Pokemon do I want to deal with the least? And we've talked about this a lot. Hoopa's a great one. Just the mobility it provides across the map. I would be surprised, I wouldn't be surprised if Woof Woof goes back into that well and says, you know what, we just don't want to mess with a Hoopa today. We've got stop gaps for everything else. Just to take that one off the list.
Yeah, Hoopa's ability to move the team around the map, the macro plays that it can make are obviously unparalleled. And then, of course, we also saw Lapras banned out in our first game. This Pokemon is brutal. The damage is huge. The tankiness of this thing is incredible. It feels like it can self-sustain, and if it has a supporter around it, it's one of the most difficult Pokemon in the game to take down. I'm excited to see it today. I'm also excited to see some Chandelure. I hope some of these teams pick up some Shandy because it is a really exciting Pokemon to watch.
Yeah, Chandelure is exciting, but let's focus on Lapras, the first Pokemon you brought up, because it was banned out this game. So definitely it's got a high ban priority today. Its ability, Bubble Beam and the Water Pulse, is a nasty combination. And it actually, just by it existing, has raised the stock of Pokemon like Clefable, which is, sometimes a second or third supporter choice. But the fact that Lapras is so big, can lock down players with that Bubble Beam, can do great AoE damage, and of course just sit in the middle of a Moonlight to just keep that combination going is incredibly impressive. And that's something I'm looking forward to here. I'd love to see Lapras hit the map.
Absolutely, as we head into our next draft phase here. Woof Woof up one game on Giga Chad Gaming right now. Giga Chad actually doing extremely well throughout most of that match, especially a great comeback around the 5-minute mark. However, that final fight really went the way of Woof Woof. We're gonna have to see if Giga Chad Gaming wants to change anything up here, heading into what could possibly be their last game of the May finals, as we have Lapras and Hoopa banned once again.
Yeah, so GigaChad Gaming clearly not wanting to play against Lapras, and unsurprisingly, Wolf says, Hoopa, get it out of here. Now, I'll tell you what, we've seen Marv on an absolutely nasty Snorlax, so that's a great place for them to go if they want it. Taking a look across the board, they are really prioritizing this Zoroark highly.
Yeah, this Zoroark is a huge pick for them. Maybe even grabbing this Trevenant kind of early. No, I mean, we had Potato on this Urshifu, and it was unbelievable. But Caligula, I would be so worried to face this Zoroark. It is so incredibly mean, as we have the Clefable. Mew picked up once again. Feels like everyone's saying, you know what, let's head right back in there. Let's dance this thing out once more.
Yeah, Marv, unsurprisingly, locking in that Snorlax. That's where I expect them to go, because their Snorlax is strong. Making sure that they can get Eldegoss for human off the rip, saying, hey, look, if we don't get A9 here for Ikelis, we're not too concerned. They've got some other picks that they're willing to flex onto, so let's put the pressure on GigaChad Gaming, and maybe we can get a good counter pick here in the gutter.
Once again, looking at this Blastoise possible double defender setup right here, and we may have Glaceon making their way into the roster. It is on the side of GigaChad Gaming. I'm telling you, it's the EV Festival. You've got to see them all today.
And we have a Chandelure in the mix as well. I'm excited, Spraggles. We just talked about wanting to see one of these new Pokemon, and Chandelure immediately locked in for us, so we're going to get to see it go to work.
Shandy is dandy, my friend. I cannot wait to see Ikelis on this. The Alola Ninetales was unbelievably brutal. This Pokemon looks to be very, very similar. Of course, in a different play style. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing the Overheat build from this Pokemon, which is just amazing, lobbing huge amounts of special attack damage with these giant fireballs at their opponents. It's really exciting. And then, of course, that Unite move, shutting down the vision of the enemy team, could be massive in some of these big fights.
Yeah, that Unite move would be great if all it did was shut down the vision, right? But the fact that it has this absolutely massive fire cannon laser beam thing with the follow-up makes it just nasty business.
Here we have GigaChad Gaming versus Woof. GigaChad needs this. It's a must win or they're heading home. Woof wants to shut this thing down, as we've mentioned. Move forward here and see what they can do against one of the big teams that they'll be facing off against.
Credit to Woof here. They sustained on the rally back of GigaChad Gaming in the middle of that middle of game one, and able to make sure that they get themselves a convincing win with a solid final team fight. If I'm Woof though, you don't want to give any team a chance to come back into the game. Come on, let's make sure we have sticking pedal to the metal here, and we don't let them rally back at any point.
That's right. Momentum is everything, and Woof is looking to keep that going here into game number 2 of our losers semi-finals. Ikelis Marv down here in this bottom path looking to get a secure, but no, it is the Electro Ball there from the Mew.
Yeah, Solanese Mew has looked great. Good little cutoff by Ikelis. The little Litwick to make sure that Marv stays standing as they try to make it back here. Good work by Woof securing as many of these as they can. I say good work by Woof. GigaChad Gaming took everything. What am I saying, Spraggles? What am I saying?
I think we all know that Woof's doing a good job. I mean, we want to give them a good job, but GigaChad just doing an amazing job right here. And I have a question for you, Doomstacks. Do you prefer Woof or Woof?
Hilarious. Woof. Let's do it. You know what? Don't confuse me with more words, Spraggles. You know how English is my second language.
Fair enough. Here we go up in this top path, looking to get this very, very close to our war turtle right here. As we can see, Potato hiding in this tall grass. I think GigaChad knows at this point that that's where they are. They don't want to move too far forward right here because it could be very bad as they start to move in.
And Potato had no interest in the Altaria Swablu. They were going straight for the body with Human and Callie in tow. They've got an opportunity to make some magic happen, or at least get some points, and it looks like that's where to go with. Laura gets right back into the middle here. Their HP is getting dwindled, and guess what, Spraggles? It's gone, and so is Clefairy's, as they're both sent back to the spawn point. Good push by Woof.
And we can see the same thing happening in the bottom path here, though, just the other way around for GigaChad Gaming, as they sent their central area Pokemon Glaceon down here to this bottom path. But now we have a fight breaking out in the center right here. Multiple members of GigaChad and Woof standing in the central area here, as that red buff was stolen away by Caligula, moving on in for this blue buff as well, seeing if they can take it, and they do.
Just taking everything under the sun from Woof. You know, Woof might be winning of an average of 30 points, but but they certainly made that gap huge in game one. They're going to see if they can keep that rolling here. Good 4-person dive. It's just Potatoes hanging out up top. Tons of points are going in. 35 left. Let's get another stack. Potato going to get all the Swablu and Alteri in the middle for free, as GigaChat Gaming is just kind of scrambling around the map.
Yeah, it feels like Woof Woof is really dictating what's happening inside this match right now. And I can tell you, this Zoroark getting all of those attack weight stacks early is so incredibly powerful. And it feels even more powerful early inside the match when you wouldn't have this massive spike otherwise. And you can see it here just with all of these huge KOs.
Oh, without a doubt. And now Woof Woof is unimpeded in that top path to get more stacks in, to keep that work going. And honestly, able to maintain the bottom goal zone with all that pressure is impressive in and of itself.
You can see Ikelis here on the Overheat Imprison build, so it's going to be able to shut its opponents down from using moves, a very, very common setup that a lot of these pro players are using, as this Registeel is getting incredibly low and secured there, it looks like by, yes, the Chandelure.
I actually think that Reggie was collateral damage because Ikelis was going for the body. They were going in. They were lighting him up and hanging him from the ceiling just as a candelabra would. And the pressures continue, but Potato is unimpeded in the top path. And if they get plus 35 up top with just for free, that just spells a nightmare for GigaChat Gaming.
Yeah, GigaChat in a lot of trouble right here. This could be a big catch for them, though. Caligula in trouble. We've got the Mew Unite move looking to pick up this KO. Nice little escape there, however. Human maybe possibly going down. Yes, they do. But still, they were not able to get the Zoroark, which was the big target.
Yeah, but looks like they're collapsing around Potato here. Potato's got a ton of players in front of him, and that's a quick KO on top of them. 3 versus 1. Ride it in stone. That's an easy KO to get. Finally, they're collapsing on this Regieleki, but the first goal zone is still standing, so Woof Woof just has to do either a tepid defense here, and they'll be in decent shape.
Yeah, they also maybe will decide to just let this in if they want some extra experience. Most teams obviously don't want to give up the score advantage right here, especially if they could pick up some big KOs. And it looks like they are going to go for a quick defense of this Regieleki. Just when I thought GigaChat Gaming was in a ton of trouble after that bottom Reggie fight, they come back with a few nice big pickups.
Yeah, mainly that's Woof Woof handing it over to him, right? Potato just getting caught out really in the middle of nowhere, had 40 points, wasn't stacking, wasn't trying to put it in, and just got dusted for no real reason. Well, now the next objective is about to hit the map here in less than 30 seconds. We're going to see if Woof Woof prioritizes that. It looks like they are.
Yeah, it looks like both teams possibly heading down here. We still have Potato up in this top path, so they're going to have 4 members of Woof Woof down in this bottom path. Nice little block just to Pokemon say, like, hey, I'm here. I'm going to block. I'm going to push you away. I'm heading back to my squad.
Ikelis with great range damage on this Chandelure. We're going to see if they can have another little session in the bottom path over the basement Reggie. Everybody's there. A nice little block onto the Slowbro, keeping them pinned to the wall. Toby's playing pretty far deep. Big Surf Hydro Typhoon combination with the light screen blocking off Regirock, and Woof Woof's getting smothered on the backside. Slowbro does go down, but that opened up the door for GigaChat Gaming to flip on the Regirock. But guess who's here? It's Potato using their Unite move. Let's see if they can pick up another one. 2 players down for Woof Woof, and there goes Callie. The 7 hits is not going to be enough. Not in the face of Urzaron, not in the face of Indigo, as they're shelling in more damage. Screw this Regirock. We're going to let it reset. We're taking the bodies here. We know how to press our buttons too. Potato needs to get back in there. Going to see if they can make a hero play. Marv is low on HP, but again, GigaChat Gaming pivots on top of them. They can rip this thing off the map right now, and Woof Woof looking real sad.
Yeah, Woof Woof looking very sad right here. Just when you think GigaChat Gaming is out, they pull us right back in. Incredible fight there from GigaChat, keeping that Glaceon happy and healthy, able to put out an insane amount of damage. Also, nice big catch on that Chandelure early, taking it out of the fight.
Yeah, Ikelis is, of course, supposed to sit in that back line, remain protected, and shelled just tons of damage in at a distance. But then GigaChat Gaming able to pivot and smother them quickly. Well, that was pivotal there in that fight and allowed them to have a real opportunity here in this game. Woof Woof getting a good consolation Regieleki here, but they would have much rather not lost that fight big time in the bottom path.
I wonder if they're actually going to try to move in with this a little bit. I think Caligula knew exactly where they were hiding in that tall grass, baiting out that Unite move from the Blastoise. But the Blastoise says, hey, I'll have it back in time for Ray. If we could have caught you, it would have been great, as this Regieleki goes down.
Both teams respecting their tank players, their defender players so much, able to collapse, take care of these Regielekis 4-on-1 essentially, and letting just the tank players defend a whole path by themselves. And both Marv and Toby have looked great doing it.
Mew in a little bit of trouble right here, getting finally taken down. The Snorlax with the heavy slam, picking up that KO. 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. This could be the last 2 minutes 45 seconds GigaChad Gaming sees in the May finals if they don't take a big win right here. We've got the bottom Reggie spawning, and there's going to be a little bit of time to take it right here. It's going to be cutting it close, but a team could definitely secure that, give themselves a big advantage moving into this final fight. The question is, do they want to commit the resources to it? Woof Woof looks like they may be in a position to do so.
Woof Woof is definitely interested in taking it. Now that they're up by big time on the score sheet, right? It's way different than in game one. But look at GigaChad Gaming. They're already positioning. Marv kind of sussing it out almost, just feeling like that's where they were, forcing GigaChad Gaming to actually leave. But now Woof Woof is coming to the middle, understanding that they need to get some positional advantage.
Yeah, moving towards this central area right here around Rayquaza, they decide not to take this bottom Reggie. Instead, they want to make sure that they can see what GigaChad Gaming is up to. They have goals open in the top and bottom path, as it looks like Potato has found multiple members of GigaChad moving up to this top goal zone as they decide to pull back right here, not start the final fight yet. We've got some damage being thrown down on Rayquaza, just generating some of those icicle crystals around Glaceon right here, as both teams being very careful about when they start this fight.
Yeah, Callie looking for the backdoor, see if they have a pincer maneuver on top of these 5 players from GigaChad Gaming that are grouped up very closely, but they can't really punish them for it as they have a lot of individual engaging Pokemon on Woof Woof. So GigaChad Gaming moving solid as a unit, and this is going to be an opportunity here. Ike's playing pretty far forward. I'd get a little scared if I was them. Finally, Rayquaza gets chipped on. Potato goes in. They use their Ignite move. They're going to see if they can rack up some hits. Can they? No, they get stunned down and taken out immediately. Are you kidding me? The pressure's on. GigaChad Gaming is flipping on top of Woof Woof. They're smothering him. Callie's nowhere to be found. They're not even with the team. 1 player down for Woof Woof, and they're looking to get a ton more if you're GigaChad Gaming. Callie Golda trying to isolate Urzaron. They're going to see if they can get that happen. Lore comes up for the cutoff. Ikelis is getting low. Zoroark finally takes out Glaceon, and that's going to be maybe the beginning of the end for GigaChad Gaming. Can they flip on it? Woof Woof is trying to hold down, but it's the Slowbro getting it done. That's why it's a strong defender. 3 down for Woof Woof, and Toby's just bullying them out right in the middle. Is this their opportunity for Rayquaza? I don't think they have a better chance, Spraggles.
Here's the problem, Doobs, next, is they just don't have a ton of damage here. They're trying to take this down, but multiple members of Woof Woof are now back as they're jumping into this Rayquaza pit. The secure can really go to anyone right here, as it's Caligola somehow snatching that in the middle of that massive fight.
Darts right into the middle. We've seen Callie secure every objective under the sun with Urshifu, and they say, today I'm doing it with Zoroark. They seal it up for Woof Woof, and now it's a scramble score scenario. But I don't think they have that many shields, but doesn't matter. They already have such a huge lead. Marge gets kind of chunked on, and now they're just defending their goal zones. Woof Woof getting it done in May.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Woof Woof in that final fight. You know, GigaChad had an amazing moment. They took their opportunity to seize Rayquaza. They just did not have the damage output with all of those defenders. Such a close game, 155 to 207, as Woof Woof takes out another team, moves forward here in our losers semi-finals.
A great fight by GigaChad Gaming in that central area, but like you said, once they were to pivot on Rayquaza, they did not have Urzaron there to shell in the damage with them and couldn't quite rip it down, giving Callie the opportunity to be the hero on Woof Woof for the dogs getting it done.
Incredible stuff there by Callie, and I also have to say, you notice some big moments right there. Callie extremely patient in that final battle, just looking for the moment that it could jump in, get that sneak attack on that Glaceon and pick up a massive KO. Let's take a look at our battle data right here. Whoa, the candle, 110,000 damage.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good showing by a new Pokemon. We were excited to see Chandelure, and Ikelis certainly showed out with that Pokemon. Again, got to highlight Indigo's recovery efforts for the squad. If they aren't there with that Moonlight, these battles go way, way differently in terms of GigaChad Gaming. Ultimately, though, Woof Woof getting it done.
All right, let's take a look at some more stuff here, of course, with the best analysts in the game, Zoinks, Wonder Chef. Come on in, gentlemen. I gotta hear what you thought about this incredible series.
Spraggles, Daggles, and Tube Snacks bringing down the action again in an amazing start to our Makeup Finals. And Wonder Chef, I'm excited to talk with you about this game because for me, it really felt like two schools of thought battling up against each other in Woof Woof and Giga Chad Gaming. One composition all towards that tanky sustainability and defensive. The other end, some big power spikes of damage and high mobility. But here's that final fight in game number 2. Wonder Chef, talk to me about this one.
Oh, this was gigantic. This was entirely a fight of positioning, right? We can see right here, Potato going for that engage. Not very many people to follow up. There was some Unite's move to even counter that, and that just started things off so well for Giga Chad Gaming. And so much of this was about who was there for the team when they needed it. They managed to fight in here. They took quite a bit of damage, but they did manage to clean up quite well. However, the issue was, once they managed to do this, they just did not have the damage to be able to burn down that Ray. They just didn't have the ability to get that before at least some of these first players came back, especially the fact that they managed to get that pick on Potato so quickly. Potato was, of course, the first one back in, which did mean everything in the end, as, of course, they ended up they got the steal. You can call it a steal, the flip. They got the flip, the secure, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're flipping against Clefable and a Slowbro, I don't think it's too difficult to secure that one. Of course, Caligula doing it perfectly. And honestly, I think Caligula, the MVP of this matchup, if you were watching them on the mini-map, just roaming completely outside of the Rayquaza pit, start to finish, and looking for those moments pivotal, because Giga Chad Gaming's composition, again, so tanky, such high HP bars, very difficult for a Zoroark to deal with. So instead of trying to engage in a, early fight that would have kind of gone haphazardly, said you wait on the outside. But who's softening up those targets for Woof Woof? Of course, it is Ikelis on this Chandelure. 110,000 damage. That is going to happen when there's a Blastoise, a Slowbro, a Clefable on the other side. That's a lot of damage to work through, and the special defense, ignoring that Chandelure gets to do in combination with the Slick Spoon as well, it does work.
Oh, it certainly works. You can see just with the damage here. But I'm really glad that we got a chance to see the Chandelure come out. And not only that, we got to see almost every new addition that we expected to see today, except for the Lapras, which of course we did end up getting to see as one of the bans, which does mean that it affects the game in general. So a lot of new stuff, and that does mean that Woof Woof will be moving forward into that top 3 spot in the losers finals. As I believe now our top 3 is the top 3 of CP. They're going to be fighting the loser of Talibobo Believers and Nouns Esports, which is going to be such an exciting match.
The Clash of EU continues on, and I cannot wait. But we talked about a lot of new Pokemon on the broadcast already that we've gotten to see. However, in the game of Pokemon Unite that is ever evolving, we have more Pokemon being added to the game, and there is a new one on the horizon for competitive play, but it's in the game right now, and you can try it out, and that is Umbreon.
Oh, Umbreon. I know a lot of people are excited for every single evolution that joins the game, but this is, of course, Umbreon. I actually don't know how many we have now altogether. I mean, 5 in general. This is the 4th, I guess. So this is a defender. It is coming into the game very strong. I know a lot of people are really excited for it to kind of enter that competitive meta. Not only, of course, is it extremely cute, which is always the most important thing for a Pokemon, but it's got some really, really strong crowd control. It's got the ability to actually heal a ton. It's one of the highest, I think, healing defenders overall. It can almost be used basically as a support. So I know that a lot of people are excited to play it, and you can play it right now. It's not in the competitive meta yet. It will be soon. Of course, it just released before we got to this top 8. So go and try it out for sure. I'm having a lot of fun with it personally.
I cannot wait, and I cannot wait for the next matchup we have in the winners finals. We'll be right back with more competitive Unite Championship Series action. Welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. The May Cup finals are well underway. My name is Zoinks, joined, of course, by Wonder Chef. We saw one incredible game, and we have another one teed up. We got Nouns Esports versus Tally Bobo Believers in our winners finals.
Oh, I feel like this is the headline match. This is the one that everybody wants to see. Of course, it was a match that everybody's wanted to see throughout the entire season, but just especially with how things are set up, they now are even as far as scores, and now it's which of these just titans of the region will come out on top.
Well, let's take a look at our first squad in the Tally Bobo Believers. Zervis, Klaus, Utah, Megu, and Toon Slim. I mean, an incredible roster. Obviously, we have seen their incredible achievements all year long already, but it's pretty much an MVP level player in every single role across the board. And honestly, sometimes it just feels like the mechanical prowess is what puts this team above world caliber players across the board. Wonder Chef, talk to me about Nouns.
Well, I mean, they've got the mechanical skill as well, but the history of this team together is just so strong. Of course, they are just one of the most storied teams in the entirety of the UCS. It's weird because when you look at these two teams together, you can almost say the Tally Bobo Believers are the rookie team, which you basically can't say at this point. But this is basically new to this season versus, of course, one of the oldest competing teams in the game.
Well, I cannot wait to watch this matchup, and I know our casters can't either, so Spraggles and Dupes next, take it away with our winners finals.
All right, here we are. The draft is underway. Dupes next, Tally Bobo Believers, Nouns Esports. Have these teams ever faced off before?
You know what? Let me check the history books. Yes, it's on every single page, Spraggles. These teams square up all the time. But here we are again. Tally Bobo Believers, Nouns Esports, another winners finals, and another opportunity for Nouns Esports to prove how they earned that April's finals win.
Without question. I mean, these are the teams to watch. Everybody wants to see this matchup. Tally Bobo and Nouns always delivers here. Tally Bobo banning out this Dodrio. They do not want to see Got lose Dodrio. Lapras banned from Nouns Esports with that first pick, going over to Megu on the Slowbro, possibly the best Slowbro player in the world.
Yeah, you know, if you keep giving them the best Pokemon, the best defender for the best player, you're going to keep picking it, of course. Zoroark getting locked in, a really high priority this month, and it's about time, Spraggles. You and I have talked about it ad nauseum. Zoroark looking great, and of course, Giz on Hoopa is no slouch. So good, in fact, that it was getting banned out in the last matchup.
You know what I love about watching these two teams? I'm just watching Zervis right here, hovering this Eldegoss. And I was just saying Megu, possibly the best Slowbro. This has got to be like the premier Eldegoss player in the world. Unbelievably impactful on this Pokemon.
Without a doubt. And you want to talk about the numbers they put up in recovery. I mean, they're Blissey, Clefable numbers. And normally, out of an Eldegoss, you don't expect that kind of numbers, right? It's a little bit more utility with the shields, things of that nature. But Zervis really breaking the mold with this Pokemon and elevating it to a whole other level. Now, A9 really roaring back. Bruv going to be able to stitch some walls in there on that Mr. Mime. Another player that elevates a Pokemon to a different stratosphere, we'll say. And of course, Toon locking in. Are we going to get another Chandelure? Big question.
We might get another Chandelure here. You know, it's funny. I'm almost positive I saw a Utah tweet the other day. They were asking who is the best Chandelure player in the world, and I don't think Utah got mentioned enough, and they tweeted, I need to start playing some Chandelure then. So now we're going to see it on broadcast right here. Are we going to see the new best Chandelure player in the world? It's definitely up for debate as a Desu locking in that amazing Decidueye. I mean, the plays that you see from a Desu on this bird are bananas.
I mean, absolutely. We see a lot of favorites across these two teams. You know, you look at Bruv on that Mime, Zervis on the Eldegoss. I mean, Klaus is really coming to their own with the Urshifu. Now, Utah try to prove that they're the best Chandelure on the planet. We're going to get after it here, Spraggles. This is the winners finals and the May finals. Time to get it done.
Absolutely getting ready for our first matchup between these two teams. Of course, whoever wins this heads to our grand finals, but you wouldn't be surprised if you saw the loser of this head right back up to the grand finals, do the losers bracket to face off again. Really, the story of EU is Tally Bobo and Nouns going at it head to head every single month to prove who is the best.
Yeah, it sounds like Nouns Esports have really gotten the feel for Talibobo Believers. It took them a couple months, but able to win in April is huge. Now they don't want to relinquish that because now it's information that flows back the other way. Talibobo Believers has an opportunity to learn, grow, and better themselves. And I have to highlight some trainer cards here. You know, we like to talk about it. Utah Megu, love that they're always matching, of course. And Geese, a lot of good color palettes across their card as well.
Moving into game number 1, Talibobo Nouns Esports. Here we go. Once again, the two titans of EU meeting in the winners finals.
And they're doing with some of their favorite Pokemon, as we mentioned. I'm keeping my eye out on this Chandelure. Utah trying to prove something today, and I want to see it. Electro Ball not only takes that wild Pokemon, but of course deals tons of damage in the face of Nouns Esports. Zervis picking up the red buff. We're starting to see that become a more traditional approach here with this Eldegoss, as they're putting tons of pressure onto the Rowlet. Goes down to the Battlegoss, getting it done, and of course, just trying to stack up was a Daisu.
He's in a little bit of trouble right here if they continue this push. Obviously, Utah looking for this experience. It needs its level 5 so that it can evolve and get that first move. Could be Flamethrower, could be Overheat. Most players picking up Overheat right now. It's just so incredible. That's what we saw just a match ago from Woof Woof.
We see a single strike Urshifu out of Klaus, and they went through the central, so they're level 5, ready to do some real damage with the Wicked Blow. And they've got a good opportunity, but here comes Gatlu, charged up as well, level 5. They're going straight for the body. The feint attack engages deep. The birds are absolutely eviscerated and gone. Gatlu hits the quick reset, or they can come back through. They do, but that's really just to get some position down into the middle of the map here.
Still looking for that level 5 on their Chandelures. Gatlu making their way into the central area right now, actually picking up a KO on the Chandelure on the backside right there. Was so fast we couldn't even see it. The Wicked Blow able to secure this red buff. However, Gatlu taking this hyperspace portal home. However, healing, heading right back in, and it looks like, it could be once more onto this Candle, looking to pick up that blue buff, and now moving in for a possible KO. Actually turning into a little bit of a Candle themselves, running away, saying, no, I'm you. I'm you.
I'm running away. Good support by Toonslim with the Solar Beam to actually prevent Gatlu from being able to follow up on the Litwick for the chase. Utah able to stand another day here. Zervis needs this to evolve, and they don't quite get it. Klaus is getting low as well. I'll tell you what, Zervis is good on Eldegoss, but a heck of a lot different if you're playing as Gossifleur for most of the game. Finally, Talibobo Believers pulling up. Utah is a Lampin. Toonslim looking to pivot here. Light Screen doesn't actually isolate Gatlu at all. They get a KO on Utah quickly. Electro Ball comes through. Toonslim's in a ton of trouble. They're getting going deep. Gatlu getting 2. Zorark looking good. Blizzard Avalanche combo. Now Megu's retreating, and now Esports is looking strong.
Gatlu, maybe, yeah, actually diving a little too deep. Amazing illusion right there just to miss some of that damage, but not enough. It missed its combo, and it does go down. Sixties surviving on just a sliver, almost getting knocked out right there. And we can see Bruv on the Barrier Confusion Mime. The interesting thing about this combo is it's going to combo with their Alolan Ninetales, setting up these walls that the Blizzard can run into. So if they don't even have Avalanche up, they're able to set up these amazing combos between the two of them. Confusion, Barrier, Avalanche, Blizzard, incredible stuff here from Nouns Esports.
Well, Nouns Esports is on the Registeel, and all of these walls and Avalanche and snow is a nightmare, and Nadesu locks it up, and now they're going to pivot for the fight. A good, here comes the knock-knock arrow. They're going to shell in some damage. Can they convert? Gatlu's all over Megu. Megu tries to surf out. The pressure continues. That's who they want. That's who they get. They're all over this goal zone. Pressure continues here, but it's the Nouns show, and Talibobo Believers are just trying to hold on for dear life. Geese pops back through. They stun down Klaus. The Spear Shackle goes wide, and a big-time surf from Toonslim tries to pivot them off the goal zone, but they're continuing. And Daizu's going to land a 40-banger, 32 points. They get it in. Finally, Utah pulls out for the smoke, and they're putting them down. Can they convert onto Bruv as well? The pressure continues. KO streak of 2. That is a summer shandy right there, and I ain't talking about Line and Kugels. The pressure continues. Talibobo Believers finding an opportunity. They're just lobbing it in, and now Esports and Daisu finally showing up with some Spirit Shackles. They're getting KO streak of 2. Spraggles, where is this fighting that's going on today? May Finals, May Scraps going for it. Donnybrook time.
That's right. What an incredible back and forth there. Talibobo coming in to clean up Nouns. Nouns running right back in, picking up massive KOs. Gatlu just dancing in the top path up here. And this is an exciting match. And of course it is. This is what you expect from these two teams. Incredible move right there. Gatlu now going to be able to score 40 in this top path goal. They're giving as much time as possible right here so that they do not let Talibobo. Oh, wait a minute.
They blinked. out before they scored?
No!
What? They tried to time it so they could score and then reset, but they missed it by just a fraction of a second, Sprinkles. They reset and they couldn't close it out. That could be a devastating error.
Wow, I blame that on the dance. I mean, I hate to blame something on dance because I feel like I do every broadcast, but I blame that on the dance.
They quite literally danced because they wanted to and left their friends behind.
Yeah, well, you can do that. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Galu trying to prove it right now as they're looking to score here in this top path. Utah trying to push them out, and we get a weaker score than we would have otherwise, but 29 points into this top path. Still not bad as we have Hoopa bringing Nouns Esports down into this fight. Massive solar beam in the secure there by Gatlu.
Gatlu getting the secure is huge, but they went down early. Just showtime from the Mr. Mime trying to shell in some damage. Klaus is down. Knock Knock arrow comes through. They're kind of pinned in a box, and that's 4 players down. Nouns Esports is looking good. Utah, you might be the best Shandy going or trying to prove it today, but if you don't show up to the fight, you ain't getting any KOs. Nouns Esports taking it all.
Nouns Esports looking incredible right here. They may not have a candle, but they're absolutely on fire this match, taking just about every big fight. Tally Bobo with a few huge moments as well, but Nouns feels like they have total control over these fights right here as they are in position here for Reggie Alecki. We do have 2 members of Tally Bobo making their way to this top path.
I mean, already having a Desu level 13 and 2 level 12s is massive. They're going to seal up. Another one is Gatlu. Turn into a little chandelier action as they put the pressure on 60s is mad low. They need to get a reset. They get sneezed on by Utah. Just a quick little big flick of the flame, getting them a KO short order. And now Megu's forced into space. Big surf by Toon isolates Brub. Brub with a wall that doesn't quite isolate the way they thought. And they're going to be able to catch a reset from Geese. Geese is literally everywhere on this map. Sometimes so efficient with the hyperspace hole. They're sending people packing that don't even want to leave. We finally get an engage popped up. Wicked Blow follow up as a KO on a Desu. Great experience for Klaus. They're going to see if they can find Brub. The wall goes up. That pins him for Gatlu. Now Gatlu's going in. Feint attacks all over the place. Shadow Claw goes a little wide. Can they convert on the KO? Pulling up for the supports and Zervis. They want to keep this team going. Klaus is still standing, but not for long. It's Mr. Mime coming through. Brub gets credit for 1. And these teams are going after it. I haven't seen Tally and Nouns fight like this in a long time.
That's right. Just incredible. I mean, massive brawls every single point of the map. We've got an objective spawning here. 8 seconds now for this bottom Reggie. Tally Bobo down by over 100 points. They're looking to make something happen right here as Adesu is just trying to see if they can find anybody with these arrows flying from a million miles away. Nice barrier confusion there by Mime. You can see all 5 members of Tally Bobo in that narrow alley right there. That might not be good as soon as this Alola Ninetales gets in and is able to hit with that blizzard.
Listen, Gatlu isn't there, but just between 60s and Brub, they were able to completely isolate Tally Bobo believers from entering in the sphere of that basement Reggie, and they take that one for themselves.
Here we go. 2 minutes, 9 seconds. Rayquaza about to hit the map as Nouns Esports taking some aggressive positioning here with Mr. Mime and just using these spirit shackles to find exactly where members of Tally Bobo are. Is it's possible that they are starting this thing right here, just chipping up some damage. Nice little Unite moves. They are moving in.
They're moving in. Zora quickly serves out Zervis. Knock Knock arrow pinned between the walls and the avalanche, and they get a KO. Slowbro Megu wants one for themselves. They get a big one. How low is the Desu? The burn gets them on the backside. The Chandelure getting them out is huge. This might be an opportunity. 2 players down on each side and tons of damage dealers going. Geese is unbound. They've got an opportunity to pull the team through. They're trying to stun it down, but 60s is low as well. There's tons of opportunities for KO still on the board for if you're Tally Bobo believers. Finally, everybody's catching some resets here. We're back in the mix. Geese is low. The pressure continues. Big Wicked Blow hits 2, gets a KO, of course. And now it's Klaus pivoting onto the Rayquaza. Nouns Esports is trying to find their way in. It's going to be on the back of Brub and 60s. They try to isolate Megu. They do. Spirit Checker comes through. It's Toon. Big surf by Toon. Chips up Gatlu. Catches him on the backside. Megu cleans it up with a surf. And the pressure continues as Tally Bobo's trying to find their way in. Megu's all over Brub. Rayquaza whirlwinds them all up. Adesu gets low again, and so is Brub. That's forcing Nouns Esports to retreat. Finally, Tally looks like they're tired of this. They're jumping on the Rayquaza. Everybody's shelling in damage. It's at 50%. It's getting smothered right now. Who's going to make a hero play for Nouns? They're coming in to try and figure it out. Big Spirit Check goes through. It's too early. Tally Bobo believers takes it. Klaus seals it up, and they've got the shields. They got to scramble and score.
Unbelievable. 35 seconds left. Bruv moving to score in the top path. Toon moving to score in the bottom path. There's 100 for Tally Bobo. They're trying to score in this tier 1, and they do. Utah puts the points in 295. 308. Gatlu trying to stop this shield. Is he able to do it? He is. He stops the shield. This is incredibly close. 339. Mew just scores. Oh, Tally Bobo 365 to 324. This match is still anyone's game. 402 for Nouns Esports is a huge 100 points. Rain in there for Tally Bobo. Incredible stuff as Tally Bobo takes it in the last seconds of this match.
A quick 74 from Geese went in, followed up by maybe a 14 for Mr. Mime, 14 back the other way by Mew. This thing is still pretty razor thin. Those last 10 seconds, tons of points were going in. I think you're right, Spriggles. I think Tally gets it done here, but it is close. There you go, 537, 410. Wow, what a game 1 in our winners finals.
Unbelievable match right there, and you saw that final fight. I mean, it was just going on forever. I thought you were going to need an oxygen tank there for a moment, Doob Snacks, as you were calling that action. Incredible stuff right here. Utah with that MVP performance, looking to be the best Chandelure in the world. Incredible game there by Nouns Esports, but just not able to shut it down in those final moments. Look at that. Even after taking Rayquaza, you still see Nouns Esports scoring a ton of points right here. And then finally, Tally Bobo just sealing it up with 537.
You said it. That is one thing that Nouns Esports is incredibly good at. They may have lost a big-time fight on the Rayquaza. I mean, it wasn't a big-time fight. It was an incredibly close fight. But them being able to pivot and score and understand that they still have an opportunity and forcing Tally to beat them is huge. And they kept this thing way closer than a lot of other teams would have in that same scenario. I'm talking a lot. Let's look at the numbers.
Yeah, take a look at this. Adesu with the 80,000 damage, 60s with 78,000. Toon Slim really turning on in that final fight. I felt like Toon was just unbelievable in those final moments there. Of course, some big pickups by Klaus as well. Megu with a really nice slow beam Unite move onto Gatlu right here. We are going to take a look at, of course, the biggest moment from that match. We're just going to watch that huge fight back because it was insane. We can see here, minute 22 seconds on the clock. Nice big KO as Hoopa goes down. The barriers of confusion pushing in, and this is when Tally Bobo decides that they are going to start this Rayquaza.
Yeah, but the engagement goes deep. Gatlu's all the way on the backside. They're trying to feint attack through. They get stunned up. Mew Unite comes out, and Megu gets the KO on them, and that is pivotal. That's their opportunity to flip the script. A big-time Whirlwind actually works out great for Tally, forces the Desu to scramble and Bruv as well. So they're using that to collapse onto the Rayquaza because the Whirlwind chipped them all up.
And you can see right here, Rayquaza getting extremely low. Adesu just early with this Spirit Shackle, not able to get the secure, as the secure is there by Klaus. They're able to take a couple KOs here as well as they all run to score. This match still so incredibly close here as these teams are just raining the points in. We see Adesu getting caught right there, and that may be one of the biggest moments. If Adesu is able to land a few Spirit Shackles and break some shields, this match could have gone the other way.
Yeah, but Klaus sussed it out, as you mentioned. They're able to dart through, get a key KO back the other way on Gatlu there. Utah in the support. They still have their shield. They're getting some points in, but most importantly was Klaus with their shield broken, able to get their Hundo Burger in.
Look at Bruv right here, using the Unite move, getting another 4 in. I mean, just doing everything they can to try to even up this score. Tally Bobo, however, taking the big team fight, taking the big win. Utah, the MVP on that Chandelure, 7 KOs, 58,000 damage, 194 points scored.
They looked good. They looked good. When they stepped into the fight and were ready to brawl, they looked good. We saw a basement Reggie KO streak of 2. We saw how impactful they were getting that quick KO on Gatlu out of the gate there with that, or excuse me, it was a Desu with that flame tick that got the Decidueye down in the Rayquaza pit. I mean, Utah really showed up, showed out in those last 2 minutes.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Utah. I don't know if he's the best Chandelure player in the world, but he's without question one of the best players in the world on one of the best teams in the world. That first match already so incredibly close, just right there, right about. If you can see, there's almost no space between my fingers, Doob Snacks. That's because that match was so incredibly close.
It was incredibly close. It was incredibly close. Just like the weight of this Wailord pin dislocating my shoulder, that's how close I am to that right now. But you sacrifice it all, you put it all on the line for the love of the game. What does Tally Bobo and Nouns adjust to here in game 2? That first one was an absolute barn burner. Where do you go from here?
I honestly, I don't know. Would you change it up? Both of these teams played so incredibly well. I think they both went, no, this is just an absolute slugfest. We have to outplay our opponents because we can't outdraft them. All of these players can play the best. They can play any Pokemon. We've got a player playing Mr. Mime, which has completely fallen out of competitive play, except you've got Bruv, who can play really any defender on the entire roster. I mean, you can't outdraft. You can barely outplay because it's so close. I can't wait to see game 2.
I can't wait either. I want to see where these bans go. It looks like Lapras is definitely public enemy number 1 in this particular weekend, but not today. We might actually see it hit the map, Spraggles.
Here we go. We've got a ban of this Zoroark right here and Dodrio. First pick over to Nouns, and there's that Lapras. They want it right away. Slick Spoon, Focus Band, EXP Share, the build that we've been seeing a lot of these top teams run, as Hoopa and Slowbro quickly snapped up on the side of Tally Bobo, it looks like.
Yeah, if you're gonna have Lapras on the sides of Nouns, you gotta lock up Slowbro for Megu, but a quick switch to Urshifu is going to be a unique opportunity for Nouns. They can get the Hoopa again if they'd like it.
This is really interesting. I feel like Nouns is going to take this Hoopa right here. Of course, there's another great choice, which is Eldegoss, and Tally Bobo knows this. They're taking the Hoopa. They're grabbing the Ninetales right here. Tally Bobo looking to lock in a few more Pokemon. I'm wondering, what is Toon going to play? What is Utah going to play? They're, your big carry players on the side of Tally Bobo, and it's always exciting to see what they're bringing to the table. We got ourselves a Sylveon, and of course, Zervis on that Eldegoss.
I like Toon Sylveon. It's looked great the times we've seen it this year, and it's definitely a pick that's in their wheelhouse with comfort. Gatlu has been playing a lot of Blastoise as well. I love seeing Gardevoir, Spraggles. It is so much fun to watch.
Take a look at the side of Nouns Esports right here. All special attackers. I mean, the Slick Spoon really is making things happen inside of Pokemon Unite. Utah now bringing in the Delphox. This is a Pokemon that I feel like we don't see as much. I mean, Delphox is just holding a candle, essentially. I think more people are trying to be a candle these days.
I personally love Chandelure. I'm with Wonder Chef. It is one of my, top of Pokemon, ghost types specifically. Shout out to Zoinks, who loves ghost types as well. And I would be remiss to say if I wasn't sad we weren't seeing Utah keep on their best Chandelure on the planet arc.
I do want to see them on their arc right here, but of course, Delphox, an amazing choice, especially into multiple big-time tanky Pokemon, and one like Lapras that recovers HP like crazy between its boosted attack, between getting the shield from its Bubble Beam. I mean, this Pokemon is just able to survive forever in some of these big fights, and hopefully, from Utah's side, he's able to stop that with that Unite move.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity for some high damage numbers on the Tally Bobo believers with how robust the Nouns Esports squad is looking going into game 2 here.
Yeah, the question is, what can Nouns Esports do to shut down Tally Bobo? It felt like they had a lot of control inside of game 1, just not able to take them down in those final moments. And of course, if you lose in those final moments, you can often lose the match of Pokemon Unite. Rayquaza being such a big deciding factor in these games as we head into game number 2 here. If Tally Bobo wins this, they're heading to our grand finals. Nouns Esports needs this one to stay up in our winners bracket.
They sure do, and they've got a great Pokemon to do it with, the newly released, or recently released, shall I say, Lapras.
Yeah, Lapras finally seeing some competitive play right here as they are pushing into the faces of Tally Bobo right now, looking to possibly take this away from them. No, not able to secure that, as Bruv is just going to have to run away here for a sec.
Yeah, I mean, this Alolan Vulpix 60s is putting tons of pressure on back the other way, allowing Bruv to retreat there. Not getting KO'd is obviously a key component to the early stages of the game, but look at Geese going to bully Klaus in this central. We know that Cubfu struggles early, which is why they give the central area over to them, and Geese might actually get this KO here. Zervis coming in with the support, finally cut off the pressure.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. They give that red buff over to the Hoopa, and then they just send it on a mission to shut down this Kubfu. Kubfu is so weak compared to Urshifu. It's crazy. Adesu in a lot of trouble right here. Toon on the chase, using that X speed, seeing if they can get something right there. Not able to do it. However, they do pick up that Hoopa, and they are going to continue this push right here. Adesu with the big Psyshocks trying to secure some of these objective Pokemon.
Yeah, big Wicked Blow just misses Gatlu, who uses the headbutt dive to get out of the way, and in good chance, because that would have been a KO for sure. 60s and Bruv sticking in the pocket, putting tons of pressure on Megu, who's looking like a professor out there, but they got a lesson to learn if you're doing that to Lapras, because they get blocked up and KO'd in short order.
Yeah, the professor getting frozen right there. Getting taken down. Maybe they need to see a few more Ender notes. They need to figure out what happened there. Here we go. Toon Slim moving forward right now, trying to take some of this experience. Gee's actually moving on in there. Nice Astonish to shut that down with the hyperspace hole, sending their team home. Bruv here in this top pass, as Adesu is the only one at this central area fight right now. Utah making it in, the Mystical Fire possibly securing it right there.
Yeah, I think they did a good job cutting off all the experience for just going to Adesu for free, but the pressure continues. Tally's doing pretty good, 2 in the face of 3 right now, actually forcing Nouns Esports to go back and take that hyperspace highway that's open into the bottom path, because things are going a little sideways there too. Megu and Utah able to hold it down there.
Yeah, it looks like Megu the only one down here in this bottom path right now. Klaus coming up to see if they can help stop this. We do have 60s on this level 6 here, which is a massive power spike for Alola Ninetales, as it does unlock Blizzard, and you can see this combo being used pretty effectively here in this bottom path.
Yeah, very effectively, and that's going to be crucial. If they can isolate Utah with one of those and just collapse on top of them, that's going to be their key to victory here. Take them out of the equation early. However, they still have a secure machine in Klaus with that single strike Urshifu build.
Right there, moving in for this fight. Bruv trying to get some position for the team, being their big tanky Pokemon here. Adesu raining in some damage. These teams are getting ready for this Regice.
Getting ready indeed. They are scrapping it out early. Regice is down to about 50%. Megu with the surf right on top of the hyperspace hole to make sure that they can't reset. 60s is forced to peel. Geese is low. So is Adesu. Darts through. They try to cut that off, but it's sealed up by Klaus. Now Bruv is caught on the backside of a nightmare. They're catching everything, and everything is a KO right there as Talibobo. It's only 30-0, not a scoreline we're used to seeing out of these teams, but they have an opportunity to actually make this thing a heck of a lot more. Utah gets shut down, a good counter push by Nouns, and hopefully they don't get caught out. Megu laying their body on the line for the team. They're going to peel back, and if they get KO'd, that is definitely worth it, because Utah and Klaus stand tall.
Take a look at this here. Nouns just pushing them back. Not able to win that fight, but an incredible defense from Nouns as they are still moving forward right here. 2 Unite moves going in. Adesu picking up a big KO. Well, getting KO'd, I should say, as Talibobo moving forward right here. Regieleki now being started by Nouns Esports. Toon trying to stop them a little bit here in this top path. We're going to see who is able to get this secure, as here comes the Blizzard Avalanche. And no, it goes over to the side of Talibobo.
You can't leave Toon unimpeded. KO streak of 2, draining kiss. I mean, nasty game of spin the bottle. Everybody's getting some up there in the top path as Regieleki hits, and they've got a great opportunity for an overcap as long as they don't have a little bit of a blunder like Nouns did in game 1.
And here we go. Toon Slim has 40 points right now, so if they want to, they can let that rain in. They also could have Klaus score right here and continue to stack up. We're not sure where they are with their attack weight, and it looks like that's actually what they're planning to do. No, completely shut down. Great move there by Nouns, as here comes a huge Unite move. Toon Slim getting KO'd. Zervis having to Unite to escape right here. 5 members of Nouns pushing on this top goal. Utah coming right back in with a Unite move to push the team away, trying to stop them from scoring. Big Mystical Fire takes out 60s as they push them back. The hyperspace hole resetting Nouns Esports, and they are not coming back for that action.
It's amazing how good Fanciful Fireworks out of Delphox is not only sieging goal zones, but defending goal zones. It is great in that aspect of the game, and Utah just barely covering a corner of that goal zone with the Fanciful Fireworks was enough to send 4 players from Nouns scrambling away from an Eldegoss.
Here we go. Tally Bobo just expertly set up here in this bottom path. I want you to take a look at this scoreboard right here, because this is something that you never see. Nouns Esports with the big old goose egg. 0 points right now to Tally Bobo's 233. This is a very different game from game number 1.
Yeah, they're bullying pretty hard here. A courtesy KO back the other way, taking care of Megu, but Megu already slow-beamed Geese and got the KO there, which allowed Tally to get a good advantage in that fight. Now Bruv is pushing forward here. We're going to see if anybody's going to hop on a ride. They don't have their Unite move. We're not taking anybody for a ride, but they're eyeing down Klaus right here. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of 3 players. Geese gets KO'd on Urshifu, but it gets KO'd right back. Hydro Typhoon out of Gatlu comes through, and now the pressure continues. They were able to seal it up with that. Tally Bobo going to have to hold it down, though, but there's not enough HP on the side of Nouns to make an actual effort at this thing, as Sixties is screening the team away. And yes, they took the objective, but no points to show for it.
Yeah, nothing to show for it, but at least a little bit of maybe a morale boost, a little victory there for Nouns as they finally are able to secure something with that objective in this bottom path. Again, they're so far behind on points at this point in the match that it looks like it's just going to have to be Rayquaza or nothing for Nouns Esports unless they can make a little bit of a miracle happen in the next minute.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, this Regieleki would have been a good place to start. It's right at the 3-minute mark. Oh, Lapras taking him for a ride. We're going to drag him across the map. We'll get on the Magic School Bus, ride it around Miss Frizzle. Let's see if they can make some magic happen. They collapse on top of U-Town, get a KO in short order. This is an opportunity for Bruv to score. You want to get points on the board. They get chipped out by the Eldegoss. Are you kidding me? Megu comes through the surf. The defense is going, but Sixties is shelling in damage. Megu goes down. They're trying to get points in desperately. Tally Bobo is trying to fend it off. Sixties is actually catching fire. Icy hot, if you will. They're all over this Tally Bobo Believers team, and now it's Toon Slim showing the pressure the other way. That Sylveon is nasty, and they're showing what they can do. The power of pink is happening. The push is going, and it's Klaus all over Bruv, who's desperately trying to get these 12 points in. Caught between Toon and Klaus is Bruv. They get punched out of the hyperspace hole and KO'd.
What a fight there. What a play by Nouns Esports riding the Magic School Bus. I don't remember the Magic School Bus being that brutal. I don't remember it having that many KOs, that many knockouts, but fair enough. What a play there from Nouns as they are now recharging their Unite moves, getting ready for Rayquaza. They were trying to make some big scores happen before the 2-minute mark, but at this point, I think it's all down to Rayquaza. Tally Bobo knows this, and they're starting the fight right now. They want to end this thing, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, and they're getting a quick back half score. Hundaburger goes in. Fanciful Fireworks are sitting on top. Megu's trying to surf through it, and they're trying to fight through it. Gatlu getting a KO on top of Megu, but that's fine. Tally Bobo actually got another hundo banger in. They're up by exactly 300. They're in a great position here, and the fact that Nouns can't even get to Rayquaza is a huge opportunity for them. 2 players down, just coming off a respawn is Geese. They're going to get back into the mix in short order. They do have their Unite move, though, and that's going to be an opportunity for them to make something happen here. Oh, look at Sixties coming through in tandem with Gatlu. They're smothering on top of this Tally Bobo Believers team. The rings are unbound, and the Hoopla is unbound as well. The pressure continues. Megu's trying to get in there. Zervis is keeping everybody topped off here. Nobody from Tally's down yet. The Rayquaza goes down very quickly, and of course Gatlu gets it like absolute hero plays, but can they actually get points in? There's 3 points from the Tally Bobo, 3 players for the Tally Bobo Believers down, and now they need to play the meanest game of defense they've ever seen.
Here we go. Gatlu putting in 100. When you've got a Lapras and a Blastoise with this Rayquaza shield, they're very difficult to take down. Toon knows this, though. They're pushing forward. They're trying to break this scoring shield right here, and they do. That's one more shield that cannot score, but look at this. Bruv has the shield. Bruv has 50 AOS energy. The match is 2 points between these two teams as the Magic School Bus rides once again. The Lapras Express heading straight into the main goal there of Tally Bobo. Another big old hundo burger, but if Tally Bobo is able to score a full pocket of points, they are back in this lead right here. 25 seconds left, Dupe Stacks, as they are pushing onto this tier 2.
98 points separate these two teams. The pockets are very light for Tally Bobo Believers. Fanciful Fireworks, I said they can siege a goal zone with it. Let's see if they can make it happen. Gatlu's spinning in the middle. Can anybody get their points in? Nobody can even touch it as more points have gone in for Nouns Esports, but they need to start pressing the action. They need to start getting these dunks in. No, Gatlu gets a KO, and now Desu's coming alive, getting KOs back, and I think Nouns just held off with the biggest round of defense back the other way possible.
Unbelievable stuff here. I mean, these are why these are the titans of EU. Nouns Esports, Tally Bobo Believers. I feel like this is just the story of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series in the EU. These two teams are unbelievable. Nouns taking game 2.
I mean, Tally was up by 300 points, Spraggles, and Nouns Esports finding a way. Gatlu getting into the middle, sealing it up for Nouns. How many times have they been an absolute hero for this team, giving them an opportunity when everything else looks bleak? And you can see the Rayquaza was the difference maker. Look at that point spike.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. And of course, you look at the scoreboard throughout this match. I mean, Nouns was shut down so hard. However, having a big moment in that final fight was able to turn things around for them. You're going to have to wonder if Tally Bobo is maybe deciding that they should not have put in so much pressure on that Rayquaza and instead just continued to fight Nouns Esports.
Let's take a look at this damage dealt. I mean, if you're looking down Tally Bobo believers, those are not numbers we're used to seeing out of some of those players. I'm being brutally honest here. Klaus, 37K. We're used to seeing that be about 50K, maybe 60. Of course, Megu, Zervis, we're not looking at the damage numbers there. Great healing out of them. On the other side, though, still Toon Slim shining out everybody, but guess who? The beefed up Alolan Ninetales 60s.
Yeah, the Alolan Ninetales is such a star inside of Pokemon Unite right now. Really incredible stuff. You know, one thing that Tally Bobo did extremely well, not only holding down Nouns for most of that match, but they really stopped Adesu most of that game. We're going to take a look at this last big moment right here, Doob Snacks, as Nouns Esports moves in for this fight. There's the rapid spin, big Unite move there from Zervis, trying to make something happen. 2 sent back through this portal, and they actually take this portal back through the Hoopa Unite move, and here comes everyone throwing their damage down. The Wicked Blow not able to secure it. It's that big boosted attack from Gatlu.
Yeah, Gatlu actually KOing Klaus right in that same moment that they secured Rayquaza for themselves. And because Bruv is that big tanky Lapras with tons of maneuverability with that Unite move, they're able to cruise around the map and get over 200 points in for the squad and ultimately a win.
Yeah, this is a nice moment here from Tally Bobo as they need to break this shield here for Gatlu. They do break it, so now that they know Gatlu can't make this happen. However, they don't know exactly where Lapras is. I think they have a pretty good idea that it is filling their pockets and heading towards their main base. They know they need to make a counter push because it's going to be almost impossible to stop this thing from scoring. They can't, as it looks like Bruv is just continuing to grab points here. Adesu running back towards this tier 2 goal because they know they're going to need to put on one heck of a defense.
And this is where they were able to do so. Adesu really coming alive. I don't want to say a non-factor, but not as impactful as we've seen them in early parts of this game. Fanciful Fireworks right back the other way. They thought that was their opportunity, but Gatlu just absolutely ripcording through the middle of the team in tandem with this Adesu Psyshock action. Tons of KOs start swimming into the hands of Nouns, and they keep that defense intact.
Incredible stuff there. Bruv, the MVP with the Lapras. Beautiful plays all game. You know, as we talked about, our newest defender available for competition here in the Championship Series, and Lapras is just, I mean, it's a game-changing Pokemon in the right hands.
It absolutely is. And if you want to flex onto defenders, onto any player, Bruv HD can show you how to get it done with these Pokemon, and Lapras is, of course, no exception.
Yeah, Bruv can play just about anything, I would say. Anything you put Bruv on, they are unbelievable on. Lapras, no exception right here. I wonder if we're going to see it banned out in our next game. A lot of teams banning out this Pokemon because, I mean, you just saw it. It's so incredibly powerful. And look at the play it was able to make by bringing Gatlu down to that bottom tier 1 goal right before Rayquaza. Incredible stuff. I'm being told by production it wasn't clear enough how close these teams were using my fingers earlier, so I just want to make it a little more clear. They're that close.
I don't have the motor skills to do that with you. So that being said, let's give it to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break this thing down.
Zoinks and Wonder Chef taking a look at this right here. Although we have one more game between these two teams. I don't know if we've got the boys coming back just yet.
I think
we're going to be heading into our third game here.
I am forever lost, as it turns out, Spraggles. I was so frazzled by how close those games were that I lost where we were. This is a rip roaring. We're going to game 3. We're going to game 3.
Here we are heading in here to game number 3. But I understand when the matches are this close, it's easy to believe that either team won that exchange. Also, you have a massive chip on your shoulder. No, I'm sorry, a massive Whale Lord on your shoulder right now, and it is weighing you down. It's confusing you. you. I can tell this is happening.
Well, really, you'd think it's the pressure of the broadcast that's getting me all jumbled up, but really it's the pressure of this pin on my chest that's really just stifling me right now.
And the funny thing is, this is all by your own doing. No one has forced you to do this. In fact, I feel like many people were telling you not to do it.
Some of them may have said that, but I did not hear them because I didn't have my headphones in because I was too busy trying to put the pin on. Here we go. The draft is going to be coming along right here. Let's go to it so I can take this pin off my shoulder. Band phase, 24 seconds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tally doesn't want to let this Lapras be on the field again.
Yeah, that's a Pokemon you might want to ban out pretty early. Of course, the question is, what is Nouns Esports going to ban? Interestingly enough, we've seen a lot of Dodrio banned out. Both teams incredible on Dodrio, but I think they really don't want Gotlu on that little Roadrunner bird.
Yeah, so Tally gonna ban Dodrio, no Lapras. Both teams don't want Lapras on the map, which means if Tally goes to Slowbro here, to give it to Megu out of the gate, then Nouns Esports is going to be unleashed onto the Dodrio.
And you have to wonder, is Nouns Esports actually going to pick the Dodrio, or is this something that they've been practicing without because it gets banned out so often? Possibly instead going with the Zoroark, not even worried about the Dodrio. They want Hoopa, they want Zoroark instead. Maybe the new Premier Speedster here in EU.
Great opportunity for Tally as well. I mean, we've seen Toons Dodrio absolutely take over games. Looks like Klaus might lock it up early for the team. Service on Eldegoss is also no surprise, but they're going Urshifu. They're keeping things as is. The thing about Dodrio, a phenomenal Pokemon, but there are also great Pokemon that can counter it specifically.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we get locked in here on the side of Nouns Esports. Possibly bringing the Mime here, maybe also bringing a Mew. They do not have their beautiful Alolan Ninetales that's been working out so well for them. We do have the Mime, we do have the Mew. Bruv deciding not to play a Pokemon like Trevenant, Goodra, instead using the Mime as their sort of tanky defender choice, even though it is a supporter.
Yeah, and it's a shade to, hey, if you want to take Dodrio, we've got a way to shut down the alleys, and of course Electro Ball to hunt down the Dodrio as well. So this was kind of a preemptive counter pick with just good Pokemon that they're used to playing anyways. Zervis, of course, we said taking Eldegoss, no surprise there, but you know, Dodrio hitting the map for the first time today, I'm excited to see where it actually ends up.
Adesu picking up this Gardevoir once again. Obviously, we saw some big moments from Adesu late into the match right here. I don't know about Gardevoir into that Dodrio, though. I feel like Dodrio eats Gardevoirs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's got 3 heads, so it can do 1 for each meal.
Yeah, exactly. And there's typically 3 meals in a day, of course, unless you do like 5 micro meals. But let's not talk about that right now. What we need to talk about is how they're going to insulate Adesu from Utah specifically. And I think a lot of that weight is going to be on Geese always being in the right spot, ready to go with the hyperspace hole. And of course, Bruv cutting down obvious paths to the back line with those barriers.
Of course, we're going to have to see what this bird can do. And without question, there are other ways of eating. It could be on some sort of intermittent fast right now. We are not sure. We're going to have to find out after the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if you're intermittent fasting, the timetable changes, but the volume of meals you can have doesn't necessarily. So, yeah, a fun fact for those of you at home. Tally Bobo Believers, Nouns Esports. Tons of names you're familiar with across the board here, and I'm expecting another banger showdown. Game 3 in the winners finals. These teams have been delivering.
Isn't it funny, Doob Snacks, that we talked earlier on the broadcast how these teams were tied 12 wins to 12 wins, and now they are tied 13 wins to 13 wins. This is so incredibly close. I wish there was a way to illustrate it even better using just my fingers.
Yeah, well, it is close indeed, and we showed it well last time, but it's game 3, winners finals. The winner of this one punches their ticket to the grand finals, and the loser, well, they got a lot of work to do in the losers bracket. Nouns Esports not looking to let that happen, neither is Tally. Let's see where they end up.
I cannot wait to see how this game turns out. Honestly, these two teams are just one of my favorite things in Pokemon Unite, period, is watching these two teams go at it. It's so incredibly good here. Looks like that was secured onto the side of Tally Bobo right there as they picked up a lot of that experience.
Yeah, fun fact, if both teams have won the same amount of games, their win rate against each other remains 50%. Thanks, stat team, for that one. We're out here doing quick maths as Nouns Esports gets a lot of pressure on here. Getting some good KOs is Gatlu on those wild Pokemon, sitting at 15 AOS energy. Not going to be easy to stack, but good for their experience part of this game.
And here we can see them just getting ready to take this experience back here, trying to get Gatlu. They're level 5, very, very close. Not going to have it for this fight. Obviously, it would be a big difference maker. Utah also not evolved here as we get ready for this big wicked blow come in, and damage just raining down right here. Gatlu does evolve from that, tries to push in, but not able to land the combo.
Yeah, they really wanted to get on top of Doduo, really try and get that key KO early, but Gatlu not able to get that range in. Ultimately, we got Toon, we got Megu fighting in the face of Bruv and Sixies. That Electro Ball keeps finding a mark, so does Boosted Auto, forcing Megu to retreat.
Yeah, Mega retreats right there. They also get its focus band. So if you don't know exactly what that means at home, that would be, it has a held item, a focus band that allows it to recover a ton of HP, but it's on a pretty big cooldown. Once your HP gets low enough, that item activates. They're able to take that away from Slowbro right there. So they could look for a big KO.
Good little tri-attack setup here from this Do Trio. That's going to be a good opportunity and a way to close the gap to the backline without physically having to be there necessarily, right? You can just have that long-range tri-attack chip in once you're topped off on top speeds. Quick reset by Geese. We're going to see if they get in the mix. Utah's working through the middle. They slash through. They get a ton of that experience. Don't even care about the Altaria in the middle. They're just wanting to go put work in the top path.
Yeah, heading up to that top path right there. They have that tri-attack right now, and I feel like that tri-attack is just a laser sight onto that Gardevoir. A bird after my own heart, I would say. I love playing tri-attack into some of these squishier mage-like Pokemon in the game. These special attackers that just rain damage. They don't often have a lot of mobility, and Dodrio can really punish them with this build.
Desu getting 2 KOs downstairs on Toon and Megu is absolutely massive. Nouns Esports going to be able to get some points in here, and it looks like they're making a pretty decent push in the face of 2 here. Klaus and Zervis trying to get Gatlu back on a leash, but they're going absolutely hog wild, getting 2 KOs for themselves in tandem with Geese, and now they have an opportunity to get some points in, and of course some more stacks. In the meantime, Basement Reggie shows up, and guess who didn't? Tally Bobo Believers. This one's free for Nouns, and they look strong in the first three minutes of this one.
Nouns looking incredible here. I mean, taking a big fight and win in the bottom path, taking a big fight and win here in this top path. Gatlu level 9 right now. Adesu level 9. Got a few Unite moves on the side of Nouns Esports. No Unite moves yet on the side of Tally Bobo.
Yeah, the good engage source out Geese quickly. That was a good in tandem of Toon and Megu again to just get a quick KO. But this Regieleki does not have the value that the Basement Reggie does, simply because these tier 1 goal zones still stand. They're going to chunk through. Dacer's going to try and make a hero play. Megu gets it for the team. And if I'm Tally, I'm peeling back, and I am not getting into the action right now.
Yeah, looks like maybe Utah doesn't want to take your advice. However, moving in for this fight, trying to pick up a KO, looking for a Desu. However, it's actually Geese that ends up getting taken down right here. It does end up going in. A nice big overcap for Tally Bobo.
Egg on my face. They calculated that perfectly. Utah wanted to go in with the tri-attack and the boosted auto, and they actually did it through the surf, so they couldn't collapse on top of Utah. Quick KO there by Megu, and there the whole fight changes. They're able to close out that goal zone in a big way.
Ooh, looked like Gatlu might have been in some trouble right there, but picking up a big combo right there with Feint Attack. Moving on in again for another one. Yes, they pick up a nice double KO. Now they maybe need to get out of there, actually. I feel like Gatlu was always just on the razor's edge of getting KO'd right there, but that's what it means to be one of the top players in the world.
Absolutely. I was going to say Tally Bobo overstaying their welcome, but they were sitting in their own living room there. Nouns Esports taking it straight to them. Yes, Tally Bobo is up on the scoreboard, but Nouns Esports really seems to have the momentum here.
They absolutely do. Nouns possibly getting ready for this fight right here. We have 4 members of Nouns heading to the top path, and the reason we have that instead of to the bottom path, of course, they have Hoopa, they have the Unite move, they know that they can be brought down at any moment for this fight. They want to try to score and then head down, and it looks like that's what they're going to go ahead and do. Points raining in. They are continuing to score, as it looks like Tally Bobo gets an easy secure here in the bottom path. Nouns expected that. They score 49 points on the tier 2 in the top path.
Yeah, Nouns Esports had a great plan here, and they executed perfectly. Unfortunately, Klaus is there to dial it in, but we have a quick Adesu Unite. Fairy Singularity on top of the goal zone gets them a KO streak of 2 in tandem with the big 60 Solar Beam. And now Nouns Esports, not only they get a ton of points, and they didn't get the Basement Reggie, but they got tons of pressure. Zervis is caught on the backside here, and it's going to be easy work for Nouns Esports. 242, 156.
That might be one of the meanest Gardevoir Unites I've seen. Just waiting in that tall grass, waiting for the ambush play to make that happen. And look at this. Gotlu breaking some ankles out here. It looks like Utah's going to have to unite. We actually had Utah and another come down to stop them from getting that KO right there. Pretty impressive stuff, but he does get shut down.
Yeah, Gatlu at least forcing 2 players to commit there really opens up other stages in the map, keeps Tally from being able to try and even up the score. So all in all, a decent effort.
Yeah, very good effort right here, as we can see them just cleaning up some wild Pokemon experience right here, trying to take that away from Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports up by a little under 100 points. Reggie Alecki getting taken down by Tally Bobo. Can Nouns do anything to secure it? No, they cannot, as that is going to walk towards the tier 2 of Nouns Esports. We got about a minute until Rayquaza hits the map. Gotlu, I mean, he maybe is just saying, I kind of need to hide right here. There's a lot of Tally Bobo believers.
Yeah, they had an opportunity to jump on top of Toonslim, and that's who they're going to go for through. A couple feint attacks coming through. I think a Snow Globe might have just come out there at the 3-minute mark. The pressure continues. They did get Gatlu quickly. A nice pivot by Tally Bobo, but Nouns is looking to defend this goal zone. Mega gets chipped back by Geese, and now they're stuck in between 2 players. Bruv's wall actually goes a little short, and there's no light screen from 60s to follow up, and Megu's going to make it out.
Once again, we see Megu, not going down in this fight, but they do lose their focus band, something that they won't have right at the start of Rayquaza right now. And these are the moments where you're actually able to KO a Slowbro for a minute right here, as these teams get ready for this. Regice going down to the Wicked. No, not the Wicked. It's the Eldegoss.
Zervis, team captain, getting it done with the battle cost in the face of a ton of flack. I mean, Gatlu committed deep. They really wanted that. Fortunately, that hits their respawn timer, and they're going to make it back for Rayquaza.
And now we can see both of these teams getting ready right here. Nouns up on the scoreboard, but it's still incredibly close. Either team winning a huge fight right here will definitely shift the match. Adesu waiting in this tall grass, possibly seeing if they can find Megu. They do find it there with that Solar Beam. Both teams just getting ready for this fight. No one wanting to commit to anything right now, as we're seeing if we can possibly maybe make a score happen in this top path, or look for a sneaky KO as Bruv moves up to check this tall grass.
Well, that's the thing, right? Anywhere they try to engage, if Bruv just chunks up a wall that really stymies that in short order. Adesu hasn't really been found yet. Quick wall by Megu doesn't allow them to cheeky surf in the middle, but doesn't allow them to get hit by a Solar Beam by 60s.
We see the Dodrio Utah moving for a score here in the top path. Gotlu is there to stop it, however. Dodrio having to run right now as these two get into a little 1v1 skirmish up in the top path. Megu now just getting chipped up by a lot of special attack damage. Big Unite move here from Utah, but it looks like they just used it to escape.
Yeah, they had to use it to escape, and the Urshifu just lost theirs as well. Did they convert into the KOs? No, there's everybody standing from Nouns Esports. The pressure's on, the rings unbound. Hoopa's trying to stun him down, and Bruv is trying to find some space. They're on the retreat, though. They pivot back upstairs. They get caught on the Zoroark, and Alolan Ninetales. Toonslim takes out Gatlu. Bruv is there for the follow-up on top of Utah, and now Tally has one player down, and so does Nouns. Can they collapse on top? Megu's spacing out wonderfully. The Fairy Singularity in the middle didn't hit anybody, and now that's just wasted. Adesu doesn't have anything in the tank. Tally Bobo has an opportunity on Rayquaza. The prayer move comes in. 60s, can they make it happen? No. The secure from Klaus. Tally Bobo believers got a real opportunity here. The goal zones are unlocked. They've got some shields, but they gotta score, Spraggles. They gotta score.
They need to score. We only have 25 seconds left. One shield broken right here as points rain in, but it's not yet enough. 256 to 282. They're moving to score here in the top path as well. Zervis has its shield not broken yet, but it's on a sliver as the top path fight is continuing. The scoreboard is so close. I don't know if any points have went in the top path.
Zork's
they were able to start
Zork's going in.
Dodrio scores. Gatlu scores. What? I don't know who won. I have no idea who just won that game.
I have no clue either, dude. Oh, man. I wish we had the split screen to see everybody's reactions like we did the AOS Cup, but this is another close one, Spraggles.
No way! 306 to 304. Are you kidding me? 2 points separates Tally Bobo from Nouns Esports as they win this game. Holy!
This is absolute banana lands out here. That's what they need to rename the Thea Sky Ruins when these two teams are playing. Banana lands on Aos Island, because these games are silly. 306, 304. We had back cap action both ways. Gatlu trying to make the prayer play. You called Utah's score, and Utah's score ended up being the difference maker there. Spraggles doesn't get any closer than that.
What an incredible match here from both of these teams. And this is exactly what you expect when Tally Bobo goes up against Nouns Esports. Taking a look at that scoreboard right there, you can barely see a difference between those two numbers. Let's see if I can get my fingers in a position.
Yeah, can they get us back on camera for the finger thing? Maybe not, maybe not. All right,
production's telling me it's unnecessary. People hate the fingers bit. Interesting.
All right, well then Zoinks and Wonder Chef are gonna have to go ahead and maybe carry that torch for us. Let's take a look at these numbers here real quick.
Yeah, our battle data right here. We can see Adesu putting in some work, 60s as well. Tons of damage on the side of Nouns Esports. However, Tally Bobo able to set up, a big secure on Rayquaza. That is why you bring that single strike or Shifu onto the map. Obviously, they knew that, and they were able to set up a real big moment and a big win by only 2 points.
By only 2 points. One of the slimmest margins, if you will. I am getting cleared that I can finally throw to Zoinks and Wonder Chef. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, and don't forget to do that really close finger thing that we've been working on.
Thank you so much. I think it was about this close. Did I do it right? I think I did. An incredibly close game, of course. All the distance, not even in that final best of 3 matchup, but in the games 1 and 2, of course, back and forth gameplay. What do we expect? I mean, these are the two best teams within the region. They always make it look amazing. Strong arguments for best teams in the world as well. I mean, Wonder Chef, what did we just witness?
We witnessed a set. Let's take a look back, because honestly, this is one of those sets you could look back at forever. An unbelievable set. It felt like this was a grand finals, including a reset. That's how long this all went. But we can just take a look here at the end of that final game, where we got to see this gigantic fight that, of course, led into that huge scramble for all the points. I don't know. There was so much going on. What are your thoughts on this?
Honestly, I want to give a lot of big shout outs to Megu. Just previously, a great slow beam. They are not afraid to use that Unite move extremely early in these team fights, but then the isolation here, taking aggro from 3 members to give enough room for Toon, Zervis, and Klaus to get enough damage onto the Rayquaza to put it in pole position for a Wicked Blow target. And amazing work by Klaus to secure it down, but the fight was not over at this point. A score scramble ensues. Nouns Esports putting up a legendary defense. Gatlu trying to work down as much of Zervis's shield as they possibly could. They get some good damage in, but then they have to pivot away. The damage too much to deal with. But throwback to before this 10 minutes even started, Tally Bobo Believers drafts a Dodrio into this game. No one, and I mean no Pokemon in this entire game, is better at scoring than the Dodrio, and Utah making it work. Yeah, 43,000 damage, whatever. I'm looking at that 109 because it was a 2-point game. The Dodrio scoring absolutely on point. Amazing work from Utah to secure this game for Tally Bobo. I mean, the most ice in veins moment we have had in a minute, Chef.
That was... It's just actually unbelievable. I wish I could do the little finger thing, but actually my camera is like 4 feet from me and my arms are just simply not that long, so it's not going to work. But the Dodrio even coming out was, again, a huge reason for that was that we got to see double Lapras span. So once again, the meta is changing and it's amazing to see. But now we can take a look at how we are going to play out the rest of this top 3, as it is going to be Tally Bobo Believers with one of the smallest leads of all time, making it to that grand finals winner's side. And Nouns Esport is moving down to take on Woof Woof.
Yeah, well, Tally Bobo Believers holding that spot in Grand Final. Nouns still looking amazing. I do not count them out quite yet. And we actually saw the newest Pokemon of the Lapras being involved in Nouns Esports. And we're going to have another look at this incredible defender Pokemon that has been added to the game of Pokemon Unite. Lapras has just been phenomenal. And of course, it has also been paired with the Chandelure attacker as well. But let's jump back to the Lapras.
Oh yeah, both of them together. We've seen so much throughout today, but it's so cool. We got to see every single reason why Lapras is strong in that last set. We got to see it using its mobility for the score. We got to see how much damage it can potentially do. We saw it for the very first time, of course, in the UCS for these broadcasts right here. And I've been doing a lot of the casting with Curly Q recently. I know she's excited to see this, I'm sure, finally come back. But again, I gotta mention, we got to see it banned, double banned in that final game of that set, which allowed certain picks like Dodrio to come back out. And then, of course, the scoring and the damage and being able to find that backline just meant everything. So many things about Lapras are shaping the meta right now. I think it is maybe the key Pokemon.
Yeah, before the match starts in the draft phase, and of course, if it enters into the battlefield, the 10 minutes are impacted by this new defender Pokemon. A lot of incredible gameplay that we have witnessed so far, but we have even more coming up right after this break.
Pro Tiki, mas aqui o S-Fake segurou bem.
O time da Zeus investiu muito numa grande luta, mas não tem muito sucesso. Ele vem, tenta, pressiona, mas ele é nocauteado antes. E olha o espaço que o Caduzeira tem. Vai ser matchup, se ele conseguir garantir esse buff, já evoluiu.
Já evoluiu e ó, Caduzeira foi maduro, sabe por quê? Não pegou o golpe cruzado. Pegou o corpo a corpo porque percebeu que poderia não chegar no nível 13. Ele vem na troca, o Ferzeira consegue o nocaute, apesar do nocaute aqui também do Ice Fail, né? Ele vem trocando, olha o Eevee ali, vai tentar sniper alguém, consegue. Doeu, hein, Tio?
Ardeu.
Nossa, mas
meia vida, uma flechada, tá bom pra você?
Vou voltar pro portal na hora, né? E voltou. Vem aqui, eles querem isso, eles querem isso. Olha só, tem o Machamp tá ali, tá querendo achar. Quem garante é o Tiki. O Bobo vai batendo no Tiki, vem na troca, mas ele é nocauteado. Do outro lado, o Bobo consegue o nocaute também. Que sequência de socos, não, meu amigo?
Eu diria que é uma sequência impactante aqui.
Muito impactante.
No Machamp. Olha, ele vem, utiliza sua sequência impactante, mas né, não tem grandes resultados, né? Perderam o objetivo, garantiram aí 2, 3 nocautes, pelo menos nesse sentido, pagou, né? Ah, não, desculpa.
Conseguiram o objetivo também.
Mas a Caduzeira já foi.
Cara, a flecha do I tá ardendo, tá doendo, tá machucando um pouquinho essa flecha aqui, ó. E vai pra cima mesmo, né? Olha só que índio flecheiro diferenciado, rapaz. O cara não tem medo, não. Eu sou papel, mas eu dou dano.
Exato, é aquela coisa, né? O nocaute é o maior controle de grupo do jogo. Manda direto pra base. E ó, a Caduzeira segurando aqui a rota inferior.
Vai segurando aqui. Meus amigos, olha o que o Ferzeira faz. A Ômega vai punindo essa tentativa de pontuar no segundo gol da Zeus, que apesar disso tá 177-88 pra eles.
Exato, mas olha, a Zeus foi muito cobrada, ele quis fazer uma pontuação sem necessidade, perde 3 jogadores muito importantes, dá muita experiência. Olha o roubo do Tiki.
Meu Deus! Tiki! Roubou! Regileque, equipe Rocket tá do lado da Omega Sports. Vem na troca, tem que usar o seu Night Move, saraivada de flecha sem parar do Eevee. Vai trocando bem, atinge Zeus luta bem. O dano vem pro lado, Tiki mais uma vez, vem com sol psíquico. A pontuação cai, mas agora vai correr, vai ter que correr. Vai ser nocauteado o Bubble. Não é... Uou, meus amigos, olha o que o Bubble faz. Garante ali um nocaute, mas é nocauteado logo em seguida.
Brunão, aqui o time da Zeus teve um ótimo começo de jogo, mas não soube aproveitar. Deu muita experiência pra Ômega, deu muito espaço e agora a Ômega tá 20 pontos na frente. Olha o nível.
Big heavy slam Snorlax combo to the Unite. Get a KO, 2 players down for down.
Damage, but Martin still struggling to defend it, and Regilecki finds purchase.
Garchomp shreds it down, and now they're going to move through the players of time to shine.
Whoa! We are back here at the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Oh my gosh, am I joined by the one and only Smart Doob Snacks?
Activated. I couldn't be off screen because apparently it messed up the key lighting or my jacket or whatever. So I couldn't be part of the cool bit, so I had to put on the glasses, Spraggles.
All right, then I'll do
Waylord!
Waylord is messed up. We're both smart now, though, which is incredible because Wonder Chef and Zoinks are going to be taking this game, which should be an amazing one. We just saw Nouns Esports and Talibobo go at it, which was insane. And now Nouns has to follow that up by facing off against Woof Woof.
I'll tell you what, I've never felt smarter than in this moment right now, Spraggles. Nouns Esports, they've been your top 2 teams all season long for the EU region. Geese, Gatlu, Adesu, Bruv, and Sixies. No surprises there, but on the other side, come on, Spraggles. We got Woof Woof, and they're looking to shine for themselves. Time to prove it here. They've always been the 3rd team. Can they break into the top 2?
That's right. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, or what's after the bridesmaid. Just always someone invited to the wedding, but they don't seem to make the bridal party. Woof Woof obviously looking for a big win right here. Here is Nouns Esports, of course, going up against Talibobo. These matches are always so incredible right here. After Nouns loses to Talibobo, though, you have to wonder, is their confidence shaken a little? Is it time for Woof Woof to pounce on that?
Well, I will say that Talibobo is up 1 game historically against Nouns Esports now in UCS Season 2. But like you said, Woof Woof played great in their Losers Decider match, and they're looking to bounce back here. Callie, Marv, Potato Human, and Ikelis. Ikelis, the newest addition from Zephyr Esports, and really looking to earn their spot on this team.
Yeah, and here we can take a look at Woof Woof versus Giga Chad Gaming earlier. There is Caligula making some plays in that central area here as Woof Woof just put on a real dominant performance against Giga Chad.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the strength of the new Alolan Ninetales right there in the hands of Woof Woof, able to collapse completely and eviscerate through a Snorlax, typically one of the best early game Pokemon that there is available. And of course, this was a big time battle for Woof Woof, able to just take it to Giga Chad Gaming after giving up 1 KO and just collapsing on them. Woof Woof is on one right now. They look good, and if they have an opportunity to take down Nouns, this is certainly it.
Yeah, and we have an opportunity to watch a couple of brilliant casters cast a game. This is that opportunity as Zoinks and Wonder Chef are going to take this one. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Spraggles and Tube Snacks, for teeing this one up. Is what I'm sure is going to be an incredible Losers Finals. Chef, we have 2 such strong teams. We're headed into the draft phase already. Anything you're expecting to see out the gate?
Well, one thing that I think teams are really starting to look out for more is this Zoroark. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see a ban or not, but that has been so important in so many of these games we've seen so far today.
Oh yeah, if Zoroark makes it to the 2nd round of picks, I will be shocked because both of these teams have been dedicating a lot to it. Woof Woof, in fact, drafting a lot of the time the Zoroark and the Urshifu, going for that double engage brawl tactics, and it's worked out pretty well so far. And now it's Esports picking up the Lapras actually opens up Woof Woof to that opportunity if they want to grab it. I mean, you know the Slowbros probably, it's already banned away, so you know the other tanks that you have available are probably going to happen later on, but a Comfey and an Urshifu going to be running that up. Oh, last minute swap to... All right, I called it. I had a couple other calls, but I did call it first. Let's put that out there.
The players, they always love to switch in that very last moment just to make it more difficult for us specifically. You know, they're not deciding, they're just trying to troll us. No, I'm just kidding. Of course they're deciding. And you mentioned that exactly so perfectly, that they love to pick that exactly that set of 2 Pokemon up. But on the other side, I mean, the fact that we see Lapras and now we're going to see the Alolan Ninetales together, I feel like that is already a really scary duo. Of course, along with Geese playing that unbelievable Hoopa, just one of the best players. That is going to be already a really terrifying comp.
Yeah, we might have 2 of the best Hoopa players in the region within this lobby right now. I think Human also really has an incredible Hoopa under their belt. But going with the Eldegoss instead, and Marv picking up this iconic Snorlax. So it's going to be a lot of onus on the Snorlax from Marv to really set up some big engages for Potato and Caligula to really capitalize upon. Both of these Pokemon need a bit of that setup work before they can come in and get the sweeping done. Gatlu, Trevenant, a Desu Gardevoir is a very, very strong duo. Basically, the Lapras, Alolan Ninetales, and Trevenant, all of their jobs are going to make sure that it makes it tough for Caligula to get in towards a Desu.
Oh yeah, protect the VIP right there. And honestly, they're going to do quite a bit of damage themselves, but the pick on the other side is going to be that Delphox, and that is going to, of course, try to prevent some of that healing from a lot of these very, very sustainable Pokemon on the side of Nouns Esports, and of course, just be a great, strong special attacker in general. So, I think you mentioned it before that I totally agree. So much of this is going to be on Marv to really create the right situations for Woof Woof, but I mean, we know that it's definitely happened before, and it can definitely happen again. I love seeing huge Snorlax plays. One of my favorite things to see.
Yeah, Marv's been a top-tier Snorlax ever since we've seen them make this roll swap to the defender spot, and I think they are making it look incredibly good. The last thing we didn't really talk about too much on the Woof Woof is Ikelis with that swap over to the Delphox in this game. So not running the Chandelure, and I think that is mostly because of that double defender setup on the other side. Delphox has such incredible anti-heal options, of course, within their Unite move, the Fanciful Fireworks, but just the cooldown resets that you have available on multitudes of their moves play great into both the Trevenant and the Lapras. If you can use the movement-based abilities like Flame Charge to dash around and stay out of range while dishing out incredible artillery-based attack damage, you are going to be in a good spot.
All right, well, here we go. Game 1 of Losers Finals here for the May Cup. And we are going to have Nouns Esports and Woof Woof fight it off. We're going to start off with how they're splitting up, and it does look like it's going to be pretty strong, actually. This can be a really scary lane in bottom on the side of Nouns Esports. I fought against that lane personally a few times, and even casually, that is a terrifying lane.
Oh, it's so hard to deal with. Now, what I'm actually pretty surprised about is that Geese is not doing an invade this game around. So Hoopa, one of the best Pokemon at doing so, because they have a great get back to home base card within their hyperspace hole. You see that reset happen quite often, but not going to be the option here today. Instead, Gatlu getting first on the board, a K opener, as we started to call them, with the Trevenant.
Oh, trying to get away, but even a Snorlax, okay, just barely getting away. Yeah, especially as soon as this hits level 4, like I was mentioning, the Alolan Ninetales combo with the Lapras is just so hard to get away from. It prevents you from running away. It keeps you within that AoE damage, and it can just be dominating. But wow, Gatlu just barely staying up here against 3. The power of Trevenant to stay up, but I don't know if they're going to be able to secure any of these Altaria. Looks like maybe 1, but if so, it was only 1. They are managing to do quite a bit of damage. Human's just going to barely escape, but the fight is happening a little bit lower. A nice escape on both sides. Somehow, with all that damage dealt, nobody getting KO'd.
Yeah, Wolf actually struggling extremely hard in this first moments. I mean, not having the Zoroark leveled up yet. Oh, finally hitting that level 4 Eldegoss breakpoint. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, and Nouns Esports winning very hard in both paths right now. You mentioned how strong this lane is. Lapras' upfront damage sustainability alongside Alolan Ninetales, wicked damage and crowd control. It is a iconic duo already, and Nouns Esports looks like they are well practiced with this combination.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, kind of either of these Pokemon currently is extremely strong in lane, but okay, hold on a minute. There's a little bit of a meeting in the center here. We're going to see if we can get the Corellia stealing any of that farm. I'm not sure if exactly any of it did manage to go over to that side, but with 3 people from Woof Woof in the middle going for those Altaria, probably majority to them. However, this has been a pretty safe game overall. I have to say, you know, we saw a ton of brawls in that winners finals match, but this one so far, it's been like, just, okay, we're going to try to get a pick, but there's a pick. There we go. The start of a brawl, and that's going to be with 3 stacking on bottom.
And what a get-off-me tool that a Blizzard plus Avalanche is, isn't it? I mean, immediately Caligula dives in. They are caught in a storm front of ice and snow, and it's just too much for them to deal with. And the slow effects of poor Braxton not getting to that level 6 evolution point, no mobility option, and Desu just capitalizes almost at level 9 at your 7-minute mark. I mean, they have been getting full rotations through the central area. They are on the fast track to having a Unite move. And there we go, level 9 already at the Regirock. Woof Woof has to abandon the basement Reggie.
Yeah, this is going to be 100%, of course, 2 nouns, but the big story here is that up top, there's a little bit of a brawl, and we're going to see if there, it does look like the nouns team of 2 there is fighting pretty well into that. Oh, it's a team of 3, I think, actually, but no, just a team of 2, and they were going against 3, and they managed to win that fight from underneath the goal, it looked like, and then managed to actually get a pick on top of that. That is a huge turnaround, considering the fact that Woof Woof had to abandon, like you mentioned, that bottom Reggie, and then try to commit to that. The fact that they couldn't get either speaks to how well Nouns is doing in this early game.
Yeah, an admirable attempt at a mystical fire seal onto the Regieleki, but not going to happen this time around. Eichel's just coming up a little short on that engagement. Gatlu does get a triple hit on their Unite move, opens up the space for the Regieleki to hit the goal zone, and with 40 points in pocket, leaving that goal zone at just 5, that is a pretty good spot for an overdunk to happen. Nouns Esports playing that one extremely well. They wanted Wolf to come in close because they have those Unite moves when Wolf doesn't. If you get one free use of your Unite move when there's no opposition to come back against, it is a great use of that economy.
Ooh, that is a really aggressive chase down on this Lapras, but it looks like, especially with that berry, there's going to be at least, I was going to say Lapras there for a little bit longer, but everybody coming down all at once through the hyperspace highway out of nowhere. All you had to do was just stay up long enough to let the rest of your team come in, and that's exactly what they did. Looks like Gatlu can't quite get the score right there, or that will be a gigantic overdunk, waiting for 60s to do it instead. Or I'm sorry, it would not be a gigantic overdunk, a minimum overdunk. 60s doing it instead, getting huge overdunks on both of the tier 1s for the side of Wolf. Nouns ahead by a gigantic margin going into this 5-minute mark.
Yeah, Wolf with a coordinated dive there to try to get on the scoreboard, but the Hoopa portal's just making that so tough. I mean, defend the goal zone with you and what army, and Bruv just looks over their shoulder as they see the entire squad of Nouns coming in and say, well, this one. And they completely defend that goal zone immaculately. Bruv utilizing the Lapras Unite move to actually get an escape route and even a knock-up on a Keligola. They are caught in a dangerous position, and Gatlu capitalizes. Great chase down. And again, Nouns Esports just reading the plays of Wolf every single time. And let's face it, Wolf making a few desperate ones to try to get a comeback in this game.
Exactly like you mentioned earlier, that Zoroark is going to have a really tough time getting past the double defender plus the Alola Ninetales to get back into that backline of the side of Nouns Esports, and it's been that story kind of so far. We got to see this one huge moment, but here we go. Hoop Unbound is coming out and going to chunk the entire team with actually both moves, but is there enough of a follow-up? 2 people coming through the portal, but it might have been a little bit too late. It does look like the damage overall does go to the side of Nouns Esports. That got a little bit sketchy, but honestly, most of that damage just came from Hoopa itself. Hoop Unbound does so much damage.
Just another hard read by Nouns Esports. They saw that play call coming up, and Geese takes an aggressive position in front of their goal zone and drops the Hoops Unbound immediately after. Even reading out the Snorlax Unite move on top of the goal zone, well, that basically just countered against the Delphox damage, and it ended up being a bit of an even swing. Nouns Esports with another great play call, and they are holding on to a iron grip on this lead right now.
They've got such good forward positioning. You can see how far back Wolf has to be to safely just even exist at this point. Nouns still has both of their tier 1s. Slight, I don't want to say invading, but, kind of holding this forward positioning in the center area, managing to get a few picks here and there. Not of Pokemon, but, enemy Pokemon, but of the wild Pokemon in there, just getting that extra experience. But here we go. An engagement in the center area. And we're going to see the wall just to try and just stay up, maybe take a little bit less damage. That is going to be a disengage. Nobody really wants to commit to that fight, but of course the juiciest thing there is the experience from the Altaria, and that is mostly going to go to Nouns once again.
And look at Bruv's HP bar. I don't think it's gone down past 70% in maybe 5 minutes. It's ridiculous how strong this Lapras can be, and with a Regice buff at that time as well, normally one that we don't talk about too often doesn't have that much impact. On Lapras, it kind of does. You have that much HP recovery on that Pokemon, it looks amazing, and Bruv's able to utilize that to gain extra space in that central area and even play forward for vision so they can read the rotations of Wolf and know where they're going to be before they even get there. See how far Bruv is playing forward? They know Potato's in that tall grass now. They know the Urshifu won't be here at the immediate start of this basement Reggie fight.
I don't even know if they're going to be able to get there quite in time. Okay, it does look like Nouns is going to back up a little bit and say, okay, hold on. We're not going to get caught out. We're not going to play unsafe here. And that's definitely one thing you don't want to do. When you have a lead like this, you do not want to commit to something that's going to come back to bite you pretty immediately, especially, of course, with this 2-minute mark popping. Now, we do see 2 members of Wolf, both kind of on the opposite sides of the map here, not directly ready to fight for this Ray, but Nouns isn't going to be starting and burning it down. They do have a huge forward positioning. An attempt to engage right there is completely stopped by a wall, literally walled off, but here we go. Finally, going to be jumping down into this bottom right corner, and that's going to be the Delphox caught by itself. It does manage to get away with that extra mobility, but just Lapras and Hoopa alone sometimes are all you need, chasing it down. But On the other side, the Zoroark is kind of just hidden. Okay, it managed to hide and go back. I think wanted to get a little bit of a back score. Didn't manage to get that. This is a weird fight. They've already wasted 45 seconds of these final 2 minutes, and nobody's really done all that much.
And look how aggressive Nouns Esports could be there when they knew that there was a back cap potential from either side. It's okay. You still have the Hoopa. The Hoopa can bring the squad back down or immediately just pivot to Rayquaza if Wolf throws too many resources that direction. Snorlax eats up way too much damage, and 60 finds the knockout. Already the fight is swinging in Nouns Esports' favor as they have won, and Geese has dropped the Hoops Unbound, blocking off that corridor completely as Iclus is just trying to get in position to lay down a bit of damage, and Rayquaza is their first target.
Oh my God, she's just getting so much mileage out of that Hoopa. Quick prediction, I'm gonna guess 60,000 damage at least. That's okay. Later, but here we go. They're in a space to try to fight for the raid. There's only 30 seconds left. They have to commit to something. If Wolf does not commit to something, they are just going to lose. And it looks like they're going to start by taking down G, speaking of it. And they're going to be burning this. They are going for the flip. They have the Urshifu, but it's going to go the side of Nouns with that. Alolan Ninetales getting that secure. 14 seconds left. We're at least going to see 100 go into this tier 2 on bottom, and that means I don't think there's going to be any chance for Wolf to make this back.
Nouns Esports starting off this losers finals with an incredibly dominant game number 1. Even that final team fight, Wolf was finally able to rally back. A solid attempt at a fight with maybe 30 seconds left in the matchup, but Gatlu with a nice Horn Leech, a jet button into Woodhammer, bit of a flex combo, and they get a great shutdown, actually taking away the MVP award in this matchup. Nouns Esports looking just so good, and again, I just think it was the play reads constantly.
Yeah, normally when I see a team that loses and then immediately has to play, their next match in the losers finals, I think, okay, maybe they might need a moment to kind of fight back. But the way that the winners finals went, now it seems like they were just going from on fire to continuing to be on fire, like almost like they didn't lose. That was just their game in control for, I would say, essentially the entire time. Not to say that it was like a dominant game. Wolf was fighting from just barely behind extremely well. It's just they just weren't quite able to make it. Oh, I was almost right. I was close. I was close.
Oh, I really wanted you to be right there, Chef, but unfortunately, not even one member of Nouns Esports breaking that 60,000 damage dealt portion, but Wolf also really struggling in that one. Caligula with only 17,000 damage on the Zoroark. Now, normally, the numbers will be a little bit lower on those speedster-style Pokemon. They're going for those last hit secures on the enemy Pokemon, not really the big damage numbers, but still, Wolf was struggling to find any target in this matchup. Nouns Esports just shutting them down. A great draft into Wolf, especially when you know that the Zoroark and Urshifu are going to be the immediate start for them. Let's take another look back at our game number 1.
Oh, and it was honestly a great game. We got to see so many of these bottom Reggies going the side of Nouns, and I mean, I do think that that's not necessarily like a bad thing for Wolf. They realized that they were not going to be winning the fights for those, or they weren't in position, that they just didn't not want to commit to it. Now, they didn't manage to get everything that they wanted by not committing to it, but again, making that decision and then not kind of second guessing yourself is always going to be a strong choice. But overall, it just came down to so many of these team fights, right? These coordinated fights. There's so much crowd control on the side of Nouns. You can see it was difficult, even with so much space, to get away from this team. And then the damage, of course, from the back line itself was so strong, including the Hoopa. Of course, this was the moment where we saw the gigantic, like, quad hits on both of the special moves from the Hoopa. You just love to see it.
Chef, I could write a dissertation on where you should put your Hoopa Unite portals. I think it is so important, and Geese is truly the master of it. Very aggressive positioning when they need to be, safe and sound in other spots. But yeah, Wolf at that point, even if they did flip that Rayquaza at that moment, I don't think Nouns Esports is losing this game. They had great positioning, 4 or 5 members up at the time, and the damage numbers were ready to go. Gatlu with the Player of the Game award, Attack Weight Floatstone, and the Focus Band. Trevenant really just being one of those multi-class Pokemon. You can make it work as a damage dealer, make it work as a defender-style Pokemon in combination with Brove. It looked great, and I'm really, really impressed with Gatlu's Trevenant play in game number 1.
Right, and just being able to, of course, protect the rest of the team from so many of these kind of scary, like, backliners or attempts to invade the backline. Trevenant is always going to be really strong. But honestly, it's almost hard to give an MVP or like a player of the game, I feel, to them in this particular game. Like you mentioned, everybody was kind of within that 50 to 60k damage range. Everybody played so well as a team there that nobody got that really huge, I think, pop-off moment. But regardless, I mean, I think it's a great choice for sure. That comp was scary. That comp was so terrifying.
And I think it gets worse with the composition that Wolf drafted too, right? I mean, it plays so well into what Wolf was trying to accomplish at that draft screen, and now it's just kind of threw the book at them. They completely understand what was about to happen, and they just drafted around it, which leads me to believe that we're going to need to see a little bit of a rework when it comes to Wolf in our draft for game number 2. They're going to be flipping sides, so it will be Wolf with that first pick. Now, I'm expecting a Lapras ban on their side. We haven't seen Wolf picking up this Pokemon as of yet, but if they ban away the Lapras, odds are they probably get the Slowbro, or if maybe they get the Zoroark. That's sort of how I am picturing this going down in my mind, but that's one of the big switches I think that Wolf is going to need to make, is get that Lapras off, but maybe we need to play away from those two. Bring out the Potato Buzzwole. That is something that I personally think might be one angle they need to take. Potato's Buzzwole, just absolutely incredible. But, Chef, how about you? What do you think we're going to see differences within the draft mode in game number 2?
Ooh, I got to think about that. So in the meantime, I do believe we actually have a chance to check in on the OCE region, because honestly, I got to think about that. Drafting is too difficult right now.
Sure.
But, we can see how things placed in their May finals. Again, of course, Kilo brought us, Kilosaurus, the action for all of these matches. I got to watch a lot of them last night. There were some cool roster changes. ExoClan, though, coming out on top once again. They are looking to be a really strong, dominant team for that region.
Oh yeah, I mean, OCE has been a really fascinating region to watch, and of course they are going to get a couple of slots for the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan later this year. So make sure you are trying, if you're a fan of Pokemon Unite, try to follow as many regions as you possibly can, because these names are going to become reality very soon, just in August, a couple of months away, when these teams start competing for the World Championships. And of course, that is happening right here as well in the European region. We are seeing some big numbers, and Europe getting 4 slots for the World Championships. So a lot of these teams are well within contention. Wolf trying to prove that they belong on that same stage as Nouns and Talibobo.
Oh, yeah. And, you asked me what I thought was going to happen in this current draft. Well, we're going to get to it real soon. And my answer, honestly, we got to deal with the Hoopa. We got to deal with the Hoopa at this point.
Interesting.
That Hoopa,
okay.
I think, was everything. But it's tough. It's tough. It is impossible to read these drafts, I think, as far as just even like bans, because there's so many targets, right?
Yes.
Earlier last time I said I think the Zoroark needs to be dealt with, and it wasn't, of course, dealt with in a ban. It was dealt with just as far as like a team comp from Nouns. So I just think in some way the Hoopa has to be dealt with. It got too much mileage in that last game.
That's true. And if you're newer to watching competitive Pokemon Unite, and draft is a little bit confusing, and you're like, oh, well, who should they ban? What did they pick? A lot of it comes down to is what Pokemon are actually strategy-defining choices. Hoopa definitely at the top of that list, and you called it out perfectly, Chef. Wolf going to be banning that one away and first picking the Slowbro, which I think is an incredible choice. You are probably giving Nouns Esports the Zoroark now, if they so desire, but I do think first picking Slowbro is a fantastic choice.
I agree. Oh, is this okay? They constantly hover over Pokemon that I'm like, oh wait, are they going to the Zoroark? Exactly like you said. Great call. We see a little bit of the Umbreon on the screen again. Umbreon just released, not legal, of course. Please go play it. It's very, very fun. But the Zoroark it's really interesting because now it's so effortlessly, it looked effortless, it was not effortless, but so expertly dealt with it in the last game. Now they're the ones to use it. On the other side, we're going to see the Blissey come out. I don't think we've seen very much Blissey so far. I'm excited for that.
I think that Blissey pick right in that position is so smart. Yes, they would love to grab Potato their Garchomp there, but picking the Blissey prevents Bro from grabbing it, and Nouns playing sort of this double support, double defender style of play, which would really put Wolf in a bad position. So great preemptive selection from Wolf to grab the Blissey. Now they need to round out their top path core as well as whatever the attacker in the bottom path is going to need to bring. You're going to be going up against an Espeon whose biggest brag is how amazing their last hit secure is. Mew, a great answer, and one that we have seen most common.
Oh, and the Garchomp. This is really interesting. I'm very excited to see what this Garchomp can end up doing. We've seen Garchomps attempted, and sometimes they work, but I think I would have to say a lot of times they do fall a little bit short. It just happens to go that way on broadcast. But when a Garchomp works, it works. It melts entire teams. So I'm really excited to see that. On the other side, we do have the return to the Gardevoir, and so there's going to be a lot of special attack damage, quite a bit of damage just in general on the side of Nouns Esports, but I still think I'm focusing on this Garchomp pick. That's cool.
I am very curious if Human is going to dare to go Helping Hand. I don't know if that move will be selected. Of course, the other ones are normally the most common. You got the Soft Boiled or whatever there in that option. But Helping Hand to boost up the auto attack speed on Garchomp, who already has incredible basic attacks with the Rapid Fire Scarf as well. It's a lot of eggs in one basket. But I don't know if it's going to be a great option. We're going to have to see where Human decides to go. It's a gamble, but when you're in the losers finals against a team the caliber of Nouns Esports, you really got to pull out all the stops.
I totally agree with you. I really want to see it. When you see Helping Hand with the Garchomp, like if it pops up, right? If it gets the experience that it needs, and it keeps going, it's like watching like a monster from a horror movie. Like it's running at you and you can't stop it, and you know that it's just gonna go like ha 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 ha, just auto you in like 3 seconds. You're like, you just gotta run away. That's all you can do. But here we go. Nouns Esports up 1 game. If they win 1 more, they make it back for their rematch in Grand Finals. But we're here in Losers Finals game number 2. We're going to see the Urshifu in the center, and we're going to see the Zoroark, and of course, the taking of the red buff from the support on Nouns.
Nouns Esports boasting a 76% win rate throughout the entire season. Of course, very incredible, only being beaten out by the 80% that Tally Bobo has, so extremely close there. Bruv utilizing the Potion, Focus Band, and a ton of other healing options that little Phantup has available, and they're going to get an early score to stack.
Wow, yeah, I'm surprised that they managed to stay quite healthy for that entire time and long enough. Okay, now, of course, as soon as we switch off of them, that's when they finally go down. But it gave a lot of time for 60s to become that Espeon, which even after some nerfs is still an absolute beast, especially at this level 4. Power Spike can turn lanes around completely. But I mean, the stacks happen, which is the most important thing probably, and building a little bit of space. So that's all you can really ask for.
A little bit of less range, a little bit less damage, but Espeon still filling out that role as big burst damage early on in the game is doing just fine with that. Caligula just throwing all of their damage towards the Altaria, and Swablu's trying to help out the little Pokemon that are still within the path. Poor Potato and Human still sitting at that first tier evolution, and a huge side shock call out into the tall grass there. Marv does get a surf onto a couple of them, but Ikelis just doesn't quite have the damage numbers to make a big difference. And, well, Gatlu, that's not your central area, but you're sure making it look like it is.
Yeah, that's one of the values that you can get so well from the Zoroark, which we're continuing to see as there's 2 chasing all the way back. That's a little far. That's a little far. How greedy are you? And the answer is quite greedy, but that's a great feat from Caligula. And I don't know if Gatlu can escape. Oh, just barely making it out. If that surf had managed to get off, that would have probably been it. But managing to get in, delay a lot of the members of Woof Woof by quite a bit, and then, of course, steal a lot of their experience. That is gigantic, while, of course, escaping, preventing them from getting literally anything out of that exchange. Zoroark can be quite the annoying Pokemon.
I mean, how often have we seen an Urshifu have to recall to base in the tall grass right outside of their home base? You know, that is the danger that Gatlu provides on this Zoroark, and since they've been so fed so early, the damage numbers they have are just ridiculous here at the start of the game. Caligula already brought down to about 1/3 of their HP. They just can't hang in this team fight currently, and Potato is one of the biggest damage dealers they have, which at only level 6, not a lot going for them.
Right, that is not, I mean, it's so much about if you can feed them the correct experience, right? You need the like massive amount of experience to be able to pop off with that Garchomp, and currently it's not even, of course, a Garchomp, as we're starting to see the other side get close to their level 9s, or in fact, we've seen the Gardevoir already get to the level 9s, so they need to find a way to kind of fight back for that experience. It does look like there's going to be a couple coming in to try and challenge this Registeel. The Mew is going to get kind of grabbed here by some of the CC from the Trevenant, and this entire time they're actually not going to fight down Registeel. They're just trying to get both picks here, and they're going to have to escape. There might be an attempt to steal, but no, a little bit out of range. Extremely well fought from Nouns.
Yeah, and Wolf Wolf, let's face it, had threw 2 of their members there for a bit of a consolation prize if they could find it, because they did knock out the Regieleki. And when Wolf Wolf is playing this Garchomp and Potato has done it, we have a lot of tape on this team with the Garchomp. They will dedicate so many resources early towards getting them up to that level 9, and they still haven't been able to do it, but they will punch those bottom Regi fights to allow Potato to get some early scores in, which will help pace them to that level 9 as quickly as possible. They're not running stacking items, but still, you need to get that Garchomp breakpoint if you're going to invest this many resources in it, especially within the draft.
Right, yeah, we expect the early game for sure to go the side of Nouns, just by the basis of how this team comp works, but we gotta see, you know, once this finally happens, what kind of how it ends up swinging in these team fights, because especially the fact that we've got a few kind of closer range Pokemon on the side of Nouns, they could end up melting, but here's a huge push all the way into the goal, but wow, what a snipe right there. That's a huge turnaround. That's a lot of reverse EXP as well, and now we're gonna see Bruv get pretty low. 60's gonna have to back up just to be safe, and a lot of the members of Wolf Wolf are coming down here to try and challenge Nouns.
One of the things I'm most impressed about there is how fast Ikelos had the Unite move up again. They used it in the basement Regi engagement, but they used it again right there, and one of Mew's passive abilities is as often as you switch moves, you actually gain back Unite move charge quicker and quicker, so when you are swapping between those moves, it's a tough thing to try to balance, but it's a great scaling item, and now Gatlu brought down to 0 HP as Kelly has the chase down. One quick auto attack finishes the job, and all of a sudden Wolf Wolf finding a few angles on the comeback.
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, getting launched so high. It's always funny seeing that with a Unite, but we are going to see a Desu get challenged here by the bear, and you're gonna have to deal with it, otherwise you're not gonna be able to get as much damage as you want in the back, but it's not gonna matter. Gatlu coming back in and turning things back around for the side of Nouns. Just one more trying to escape, but it looks like probably it's gonna be the Blissey going down. Wow, is that 40 actually gonna go in right there? No, just barely stopped. Very nice. And the pick going off on the Espeon. Extremely strong from Marv. That would have been a pretty big overdunk, and instead it's just all EXP to them. They're gonna have this big advantage for this Registeel.
Yeah, maybe a bit greedy on the side of 60s, but it did allow a Desu to put 40 in within the top hat. But now, bro, trying to just gain a little bit more experience and try to get their Unite move up for when this engagement does start around this goal zone. 60 starting this off with a ton of damage, though. Potato stunned up by that one. They need to retreat all the way back to the goal zone and, of course, just get fed as much as they possibly can. Electro Ball does work alongside that boosted auto attack, but Nouns Esports just resetting and healing up as quickly as possible.
That was more damage than I expected to see, but this has been a great past, like, maybe minute and a half for Wolf Wolf. It looks like they really fought their way back in. They were down by maybe a level and a half overall, and then they managed to get a few really strong picks. A lot of it maybe was a little bit of greed on the side of Nouns Esports, or maybe just a few misjudgments as to, like, kind of some power spikes being hit on the side of Wolf Wolf, but they're really fighting their way back in. They weren't able to challenge this Regieleki at all, but they will probably, I mean, almost definitely have the defense here to be able to melt it down. Just a Garchomp alone solo can take this thing down quite quickly, and on top of that, only a Desu, and actually looks like we see Gatlu up there as well, or kind of hiding. I'm not sure if they're going to want to engage on that, though.
I'm pretty shocked they didn't take this fight a little bit sooner. Wolf Wolf having the Registeel passive buff is so massive, especially for a Pokemon like Garchomp. You even just saw a little skirmish between Potato and Gatlu in the central area for a second, and the auto attacks are just doing so much damage with that extra little bit of attack and special attack damage that Registeel provides. So Wolf Wolf taking it a little bit more passive, but I guess they were forced into it with the Regieleki headed down their direction. But it looks like bottom path is where we are going to be going up next, as Brub is getting some, passive positioning as Gatlu gets a little bit of damage poke, but Nouns Esports playing this one quite safe. They don't want to give up any more comeback experience that they already have.
Right, they definitely realized at a point they're like, wait a minute, hold on, we have to come back into this, and they've stopped playing. I don't want to say they were playing greedy, but they've stopped, kind of letting those few comebacks happen. Oh, that's huge! Oh, is that an escape? Wow, managed to get away from the side shock as well. That Garchomp just getting in there like, oh, that looks so juicy. You want to go in there, but you don't have any HP. But that could have been like 3 autos, and all 4 of those members of Nouns could have gone down. That's just the fear of Garchomp. But here we go into the 2-minute mark. Yeah, you did not definitely want to risk that. That could have been game winning, but it for sure could have been game losing more than likely. And we do have Wolf Wolf pretty split up here as we're getting to this potential raid fight.
Yeah, great call up by Uglos with that 3-player score. They did the surf, and they're down already. The burst damage too much to deal with. 60s with a fantastic shot. They land that skill shot, and now Rayquaza is next up. Cali getting a knockout onto Gatlu, though, and they have a 16-second respawn timer. Potato just doing potato things, and auto attacking the Ray as it's brought down, and now Esports grabs it. Geese drops in with the Cotton Cloud Crash and absolutely destroys that main objective. Now Esports now with a 131-0 lead, and they have the Ray buff.
131-0. I didn't even look at the score, honestly. I didn't realize it was a 0, but yeah, that is just going to increase that lead. There's still so many points in the pockets of Nouns Esports as well. That was a huge flip. I mean, both teams just absolutely went for it right there, but geez, honestly, might be my MVP of the entire set, whether it be on the Hoopa or, you know, hey, you ban out the Hoopa and it's still going to be on the Eldegoss. Look at that. They're getting a little bit of revenge. Like, you took a Ray. We needed that, and you were the reason we didn't get it, but overall, this is going to be, I think, maybe an insurmountable lead. There are some paths to score for Wolf, but they still don't have anything in.
Yeah, Caligola on the single strike Urshifu means that the Rip is a potential option for Wolf to take. Allow Potato to get the auto attack damage and bring that thing nice and low and secure it with the Wicked Blow, but instead Geese with the clutch factor on the Eldegoss Unite move. It's a great option for Secure as well. It's pretty hard for Slowbro to shut you down when you are flying mid-air on a support Pokemon like that. A great defense mounted here in these final moments by Nouns Esports yet again, and they hold on to this one as they are going to be going for the salty run back in the grand finals as they have taken down Wolf 2-0.
A great showing, but honestly, a great showing from Wolf as well. Both of those games in this set, I feel, were 100% competitive, not dominant games at all. It just came down to, of course, kind of how they ended. And Wolf, I do love the fact that they kind of went for this different comp at the end, going with the Garchomp. I mean, Garchomp being attempted to play this far in a monthly finals is gigantic. I feel like it did work, but regardless of the fact that it worked, there just weren't any of the team fights that were necessary to really make it happen, right? We saw the final team fight, it was a little bit split up, and then we saw, instead of maybe just fight to fight, it ended up being a flip for Rain. So that's just how it goes. I feel like it works well, but in the end, it just, of course, comes down to who gets that Ray hit.
Yeah, it's how they drew it up for sure, but obviously the result being a different degree. But Nouns Esports just winning the early and mid game so hard that it made it tough for Wolf to execute any kind of game plan in those final moments. This one feeling a bit quieter in terms of damage numbers, but Adesu, Gatlu, and 60s rounding out some pretty solid numbers across the board. Wolf is going home, but I know this is not the last we've seen of this team. Cannot wait to see them again. We are going to throw it back to Sabragos and Doobs next to break this game down.
Yeah, what an incredible game right here. And I have to say, a very funny moment. You know, we get, as analysts, the ability to look at a clip that we thought was incredible inside that match that we want to break down. Same time, Doob Snacks and I say, we got to talk about that catch on Mew in that final fight. It feels like everything came down to that. And I also want to talk a little bit about a flip here. So break this down here, Doob Snacks.
Well, to be quite frankly, it was just Ickless caught out. Marv could not get any spacing, and Nouns Esports saw blood in the water. They jumped right on it like a shark to chum. They gobbled up Ickless, and that Mew was gone. After that, Wolf was forced into a flip situation. You saw the Garchomp Unite come out by Potato. They tried to make it happen, but as Zoinks pointed out, the Eldegoss Geese coming through with that Unite move, the Cotton Cloud Crash, sealing it up, getting a good amount of damage out onto Wolf players, and Nouns Esports really just kind of kept steamrolling.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the idea of a flip here, because what Nouns did was definitely take this Rayquaza in the face of Woof, but they shut down one of their biggest secure tools and damage dealers in Ickless. So already, you know, that lets it be more than just a flip. It's no longer a coin flip 50-50 who's going to get this. They have one player down. Also, they're the aggressive team. They're way up on points. They're up an entire match. They can take this opportunity, and let's say they have a 60-70% chance to get it. They have a 60-70% chance to win this whole thing right now. I think a lot of the times teams think about a flip as sort of like, they're just throwing some damage at Rayquaza. Let's see who gets it. I think there's a big calculated play there by Nouns Esports, and I think it was fantastic.
Yeah, and of course, that final fight facilitated and dove on, of course, Gatlu on the Mew early. There was 4 players there, but I think everybody got a little bit of credit. Score 100 points, a clean hundo burger for Gatlu on the score line, but that damage is huge. 81k with 6 KOs. They were out there and they were moving with the Zoroark.
Yeah, they were moving and they were invading a lot. It felt like they were extremely aggressive. Gatlu plays this Pokemon where I think it's always going to get KO'd. It's always right there, but it's so incredibly aggressive. Let's take a look at our bracket right here, Doob Snacks, and see where we're at.
Well, grand finals time, my friend, and right around the corner, a tale as old as time, something that we have seen etched in the history books over and over and over again in UCS Season 2. We got Tally Bobo Believers, Nouns Esports, squaring off in the grand finals. This time around, though, it's Nouns fighting from the losers bracket.
That's right. I mean, if you take a look at this bracket, it looks similar to many months before it. Nouns coming back up to the grand finals, trying to take down Tally Bobo. We had an insane winners final. So even though I love Woof Woof, selfishly, I'm very happy to see Nouns and Tally Bobo go back at it because those games are absolute barn burners. Speaking of something that burns down barns, I've got to assume Chandelure just hit Eos Island and it is available for play. And that Pokemon has been so exciting.
It looks great. You can build a living room, you lock down some of the players, bumping them into furniture, stubbing your toe. You've stepped on a Lego before, Spreggles. You got a kid, you know how bad that hurts. So put them in the room. Chandelure has been awesome. It's been fun to watch today, and its damage that it can deal is awesome. Big fan of Overheat myself. I think that's a great attack here. Now we're seeing the Unite move where you can put the opposition into essentially a cone of blind and then a big laser beam to the core.
I know everybody loves Imprison. The ability to shut down enemy Pokemon from using their moves is incredible. But the other move, Poltergeist, it is floating furniture, right. A room of floating furniture that deals damage. If you don't use that, something is wrong. Something's broken in you spiritually, I would say.
I would say so too, especially between Crustle Rock Tomb, right? Mime Wall, light screen barrier, put some furniture in it, you've got yourself a house.
All right, we're going to be right back here very soon with more hot Pokemon Unite action. Do not go anywhere or I will be mad at you. Yes, I am watching the chat. I know who leaves.
I will also be mad at you, for the record.
Okay. I love this Pokemon, but I would go with Bench, honestly.
I would go Bench too.
Yeah, we could go with Bench.
Yeah.
If you had to play it in a final, it would be like very good. So.
Yes.
I would take play
Hooper, yeah, that's not a problem.
So it's a good Pokemon to main.
James, the Cinderace.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think we're going with main.
What is it?
Wigglytuff.
Bench.
Bench.
Whoa. You don't want me singing in the finals.
Dragonite.
Well, play.
Then play.
Let's bait other teams.
Okay.
Okay.
Play.
Play. Play by far.
Bench. I feel like this is a bench angle.
Bench.
I'm happy with this.
Yeah, definitely main Blastoise.
Is this Charizard? I would bench it.
I would play it.
I would play it.
Imagine the next one is like Sebai. I don't like it.
I would play it. I would main it.
Oh no! Actually, human's perfect main. Like he always wants to main this Pokemon.
They never let me play as Sableye.
You need to play around it.
Yeah.
It's bench.
It's rough because Icles played it a lot in the first season.
Then I think we go with play.
Play, yes.
Okay, nice.
Okay,
it's very good. Okay, that's the main.
It's my favorite Pokemon actually.
I can give you the card.
Yeah, it's for you, bro.
I feel like bench or play, no, not main.
Play.
I vote play.
Yeah, play.
Play, okay.
I'm a Mew one trick. We have to main it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Dragon Pult.
That's completely fine. We just bench it, no?
Yeah.
Gengar.
Bench.
I think it's bench.
I also.
I think it's play.
Yeah, play. No, it's play.
Reluctantly play Aldegos, I think.
Yeah, play too.
Very fun character. I guess we're maining D-Note.
That might have to be a bench.
That's probably a bench.
I would say play, right?
Yeah, I play.
Play?
Yeah.
Because we are one game type thing.
Not a main. One game,
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. Main.
We actually lined up.
One more to take. There we go. Smooching coming through. We have a penalty and one usage away.
That's another hundo banger in. Can they get somebody's points in? That goes in. That goes in.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Makeup Finals for the European region. It's grand finals time, Wonder Chef. I cannot wait.
Me neither, and this may be the rivalry of the season in my eyes. It's getting there, and the way they performed today is certainly setting it up. This is going to be Tally Bobo Believers against Nouns Esports, currently 14-13 as far as wins against each other, with Tally Bobo Believers starting out in the winner's bracket.
And Tally Bobo Believers in that winners finals looked truly amazing. Some of the players on this squad have made arguments for best in the entire world at those spots, and I mean, I think they have been looking fantastic. One player I wanted to call out, and we got to see it in action in the winners finals, was Utah on the Dodrio or whatever, and even the Chandelure. I think they looked amazing in our winners finals.
Oh, what a set of Pokemon in general. But yes, honestly, everybody on every team looked amazing in the winners finals. If anybody did not see the winners finals, you have to go back and watch that set. It ended up game 3 with 2 points in the favor of Tally Bobo Believers. But of course, the other team that we are going to see is Nouns. Today has been a huge day for anybody who wants to watch a lot of Nouns matches. They have been on a lot of these broadcast matches, and they had just come off of a great set against Wolf, a 2-0, and I think that that's given them some time to probably rethink what's going to happen, how they want to approach Tally Bobo Believers in grand finals.
And how about that flexibility from Gatlu, right? Playing Pokemon like the Zoroark or even Dodrio with these high damage numbers, and then rotating over to the Trevenant and being just as dominant. Nouns Esports is definitely not done yet, and they are going to make this grand finals an exciting one. I cannot wait, so let's not wait. Spraggles and Dupes next, take us away for the grand finals.
All right, here we go, getting ready for our grand finals. Tally Bobo Believers coming from the winners bracket. Nouns Esports coming from the losers bracket. Facing off again here. Are you surprised? I'm sure you're not.
I am not, Spraggles. I'm not at all. I was hoping that this would be the month that Wolf would break through that glass ceiling, but that is not the case. So what do we got? We got Tally Bobo and Nouns Esports squaring it off for that first prize. And we got some bans happening here. I wouldn't be surprised if Lapras was gone again.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Lapras and now Urshifu gone. I think Nouns is noticing that Tally Bobo is actually making great use of this Pokemon. We're going to have to see what they want to use in response. Obviously, first picking that Slowbro Megu. It's their comfort pick, and it's just one of the best Pokemon in the game.
Absolutely. It's clear that that's part of their strategy. That is a building block. They don't switch off of that if they don't have to. I love Gatlu locking in Dodrio early here, and a Sylveon. That is very unique. We rarely see a Sylveon picked at the top.
Yeah, interesting to see it looking like a first pick essentially on the side of Nouns Esports. Adesu, a bit of a monster on this Pokemon. We'll have to see what their plan is, as we do have Tally Bobo locking in Hoopa and locking in the Zoroark. Now Geese responding with the Eldegoss. Look, if you're one of the support players here, these range supporters, Eldegoss, Hoopa, both of them top choices here. Bruv, possibly bringing in the Snorlax. We've seen a lot of Mime today, a little bit of Trevenant, now we see the Snorlax.
Yeah, Bruv Snorlax is nothing to scoff at. They've gotten tons of mileage on that Pokemon, and we've seen them use it time and time again. They've kind of been forced down the defender tier list, air quotes, but man, do they make that Snorlax look like an S tier Pokemon.
Absolutely. Utah bringing in the Glaceon. We almost have all of the evolutions inside one match. Will Sixies make it happen, or will they pick this Delphox? We're going to find out here in just a second. We actually saw them on the Espeon a little earlier. It looks like they're going to be locking in the Fox right now for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I really like where Tally ended up. I mean, you forced Nouns into the Dodrio pick early, and you were able to get Mew and Glaceon, the Icy Wind Glaceon and Electro Ball from Mew, great into that Pokemon.
Yeah, Zoroark, not too bad either. I mean, you can really dance around it pretty well. But of course, you know, Dodrio is Dodrio, an incredible force inside the game, all over the map, and great into some of these squishy Pokemon at times. If you can get, you know, into the back line near that Mew, near that Glaceon, you're going to force out Unite moves that they don't want to use. It could be a big play for Nouns Esports.
Some folks forget from time to time, and until it becomes crystal clear, there's a good spacing tool with Mew in that light screen as well to really kind of say, get off me, right? And buy some time to fade back, maybe let Megu jump in and cut off any deep pressure into the back line. So I'm going to be looking into a lot of clever uses of that light screen out of Toon Slim, and of course Megu there to pick them up and support to make sure that, you know, Toon can do their job and hurl tons of damage in from a distance.
Here we go, Doob Snacks, Tally Bobo believers, Nouns Esports, your grand finals here for the EU region in the May finals. I mean, these two teams back and forth every month. Nouns would need to beat Tally Bobo in 2 sets here. They need to get a bracket reset because they're coming from the losers bracket, and then they need to beat them again.
Tally Bobo believers in front of them is just one best of 3 to crown themselves the May finals champions, and you know they don't want to leave everything up to luck. And look at this, we've got Bruv going across the map, gonna go and try and harass that little Eevee in short order here, and they're able to nab the blue buff from Utah, and now the pressure is on.
Yeah, here we go. Just looking to secure some of these wild Pokemon. Looks like they were able to get that one right there. They are now level 4. Just taking a little bit of a nap. Feels like a weird time to do it, but recovering HP, pushing back in right here. And even if they get KO'd in this moment, you have to realize they are wasting so much time and energy from the side of Tally Bobo. Enough time that a Desu is now in here trying to pick up a KO of their own.
Yeah, they committed to trying to take out Bruv, but that let a Desu actually move across the map, take the red buff for themselves, and then move down and put the pressure on and force Tally Bobo to scramble. Great amount of pressure out of Nouns early here and getting tons of real estate for both their top and bottom paths.
Now Bruv heading back down to this bottom path right here where we see Sixies is level 4, trying to get their level 5 here very soon, just being pushed back.
Yeah, absolutely. Megu just kind of eyeing down their defender counterpart here. Toon Slim there for the support. We got Klaus going to see if they can jump onto a Desu. They kind of have them pinched between Zervis and themselves. Can they do the damage? Mystical Fire comes in. There is the portal that comes through, and they both blink out just in time. They come back through for the reset. Dart through, nabbing that bundle, be out from under Nouns Esports. And now Klaus is on the retreat, popping through a berry, using that impersonation to kind of get that iframe there so they didn't get chunked by a Desu. And I'll tell you what, Klaus is moving really well across this map.
Yeah, that's right. That illusion right there gives you just a moment of iframe, as Doobsnax talked about right there, a moment of invulnerability where a move will not hit you. And you can see a lot of these top players use that very well.
Yeah, Utah have gotten full stacks up on that Icy Wind. You can see those shards all around them. They'll be able to launch and damage, and they choose a Desu for that target. Can they get another one going as they're dancing around here? Toon Slim pulls up for the support. Nice little Solar Beam goes through, but now Z-Force is on the retreat here. We see the Mystic Frog comes through, but they get kind of chunked up, and they get eyed down as they get mowed down. Spraggles, Glaceon taking care of their Eevee counterpart, Sylvia.
Also, take a look at this right here. Already a Unite move on the side of Tally Bobo believers, and it's their Mew, a level 8 already, highest level in the match, almost level 9.
Yeah, despite that early invade by Nouns Esports, Tally Bobo believers have adjusted very well. I mean, even Megu's tipping on the scales of hitting level 7, just do right there. And I mean, we're just now hitting basement Reggie time.
Yeah, the Reggies are here. We got this big drill pack here in the top path, as it looks like we may have a little bit of a fight down in the bottom path. Tally Bobo just pushing them away from this objective. No one from Nouns is here anymore. This should be a free Reggie steal unless a Desu can do something about it.
Yeah, it looks like Megu's gonna just jump on top of a Desu, make sure they can't get in the mix and keep that thing easy breezy for the Tally Bobo believers. However, on the other side of the map, Nouns Esports is putting pressure in the top path, but Klaus is there to shut that shenanigans down. Gies is forced to retreat their half HP, but they already took care of Gatlu on the Dodrio, and now let's see if they can get some points in for themselves. Bruv pulls up for the smoke. They try to go for the heavy slam. They just miss Klaus. Can Klaus make it back to the portal? Blinked out of existence just in time. Comes right back through though. Picks up a little cotton puff as as they're retreating back to their side of the team. Here comes UTAU for the cutoff. Nice Glaceon Unite. However, Bruv goes in deep, still gets a KO.
Beautiful stuff here. We can see Geese playing Eldegoss, but on a more aggressive build than we've seen today, using this Cotton Spore to deal damage to their opponents and knock them up if they are in range of that. Oftentimes we see Cotton Guard to provide the team big shields, but they're looking to be very aggressive, and we can see that from all of the plays that Nouns Esports has made so far. Just extremely aggressive, in-your-face plays from Nouns. However, Tally Bobo has been able to counter it, it seems, at every turn except for that first volley into that central area.
Yeah, shout out to Toon. They're moving very well. Despite the heavy slam and all the Swablu and Altaria, Toonslim took every single one of them with a big surf back towards their goal zone here. And now Tally Bobo Believers are able to put some scoring pressure. Gatlu's going to have to go in, but Megu, they're big time slow beam. They're going to be able to rip this Dodrio apart. Can they close the door? They jump back onto the goal pad to pick a little bit of the shield. You cannot let Gatlu get off the hook, and thank Arceus they didn't. They're moving back through. Adesu pulls up their half HP. They're trying to leech with the Mystical Fire Drain Kids. They're trying to get it done. And now finally Megu has to bail.
Yeah, Megu's trying to run here at Desu using that jump pad. The chase is on right now. We've got the Draining Kiss, the Mystical Fire. Megu using all of the tall grass they can find, and they actually are able to make it out of there. As this Glaceon's in a ton of trouble right now. UTAU goes down right there to the Snorlax. Bruv picking up some big KOs on the Snorlax today.
Yeah, now the engagement on them is happening, but the rest of the team shows up. Sixies and Gatlu able to cut that pressure off, but that was a huge pounce on top of UTAU to shut them down. The Mew Unite is out, but what is it actually going to be used for? It's going to be used for a reset. Regirock is here, and guess who's the only one showing up? Zervis. They're going to see if they can use their Unite and pull the squad through.
Yeah, once again, Tally Bobo in a very good position here for this bottom objective. Nouns Esports, not so much. They are moving in right now, seeing if they can get something done. Galu just getting stunned down and knocked out here. Bruv trying to keep a decent wall between the enemy team and Sixies, but we're not seeing if they're able to actually get something done. No, once again, Tally Bobo takes this.
I mean, what an attempt, though. Sixies at the long range used the fanciful fireworks and really gave Nouns and Esports a chance to poach that. Couldn't quite get it done. Of course, Zoroark in there to cut that off, but them being able to pounce on Galu early, huge.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm rooting for the Dodrio. It's got the correct amount of hats. If you're playing along at home, that is 3. However, it's been getting shut down a lot in this match, and I really think the superstar of this game so far has been Toon on that Mew. Just unbelievable plays top to bottom, out-leveling everyone in the match. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, if I'm Zervis here, I wouldn't even have come out of the tall grass. I think I would have just hit a natural base back home, because there's nothing they're going to do to stop that goal zone. Here's Toon, though, getting a quick 10 in. If they're stacking, they're certainly topped off. That's without a doubt. Little surf to retreat here. Tally Bobo Believers looking really good.
You know, when you watch a top Mew play, it is a thing of beauty. They just float around the battle, surf out, you know, massive solar beams that hit 8 members of the enemy team. Somehow 3 more members pop on the board just to get hit by them. It's really incredible to watch.
It really is. And the Electro Ball work that Toon does as well. Great in tandem with the Unite move. Oh, big Dodrio Drill Peck comes through, kind of shutting down on Megu. Bruv was there for the support, but they couldn't get the KO. And now the Regieleki is right into the face of Nouns. They have to focus on that, but Tally Bobo Believers are hanging on. They're ready to put some pressure. The surf comes through. Fanciful Fireworks is going to help that defense. They try to get the reset. They poach back through the line. Is Megu going to come back through? They do. Can they get some spacing? Surf, can this Regieleki hit? Oh, it's going to hit, and this is a great opportunity for an overdunk. 35 points and a KO Shrika-Do. The Klaus show has just turned on.
That's right. Incredible stuff here from Tally Bobo. Feels like they're really in control of game number 1, taking some incredible fights. Nouns Esports tricking them up at the start of the match here, but Tally Bobo reacting perfectly as we have Rayquaza hitting the board here for the first time in our grand finals. Right now, we just have members of Nouns Esports trying to make their way towards this Rayquaza pit as Tally Bobo is getting some expert positioning here around this fight.
Yeah, Nouns Esports not slouching either, though. Megu unable to suss out where anyone from Tally is, or excuse me, from Nouns is, and now they got a pretty good idea as Toon's going to get a hundo burger in for free, and look where Klaus is. As soon as that goes in, they're going to go for theirs. They get their 68. Now this lead is huge. They're going to be pulled through by the Hoopa and Rings Unbound. Big time stun gets on top of all 5 players. We're going to see if they can collapse. Megu's already down. The stuns are coming out. Glaceon Unite as well. 3 players down for Nouns Esports. Tally Bobo Believers at all about that action. Bruv goes down. It's just Geese left. Holy smokes. Talibobo Believers going Shinigami mode. They're writing everybody's name down in that notebook. And now this Rayquaza is theirs for free, Spraggles.
Incredible stuff. Talibobo controlling most every moment of this match, controlling that final fight, sending two members away to score or back cap, if you will. They are able to score and at the same time use that Hoopa Unite, bring the squad in and win in commanding fashion right here. Nouns Esports just did not have a strategy to win in those final moments.
No, not to mention they haven't even used their Rayquaza shields to go score. They're going to see if they can get anything else in here. Toon's going to work through, going to use that surf offensively really as a maneuver to try and get these points, and their shield is eviscerated and it's kept down. So listen, Talibobo Believers did get Rayquaza in a big time convincing team fight, but they have not supplanted that with any follow-up scores.
Yeah, they don't even need to. It's 423, 178, and they're using the fact that these Rayquaza shields also give you a nice damage bonus to just push members of Nouns Esports away and take a commanding victory here in game number 1. Talibobo Believers trying to let everybody know that last month was a fluke. This is Talibobo Believers. We're on top.
I can't believe they got another ace just to close this thing out. Talibobo Believers with a statement here in game 1 of our grand finals.
There we go. Talibobo, big win, 8 KOs on the Zoroark, 5 on the Mew, 7 on Glaceon. You can see on the Nouns Esports side, they really were not able to pick up much at all.
No, not at all. There was nothing going on there. Now, Nouns Esports, they had some real moves. I think Bruv was playing up and above the level, really giving their team a shot there. But ultimately, I mean, Talibobo Believers was just on one.
And here we go. We take a look at the score right here. Talibobo really ahead for the entire match right there. And you can even see before Rayquaza was taken, they were way ahead with those two members of Talibobo peeling off to make those final scores.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great look by them, understanding exactly a way to keep the pressure on without actually having to leverage Rayquaza. And look at Klaus, 69-69-1, nice, getting it done. Tons of KOs for them too. Utah right behind them, 68K. Come on, too easy.
Take a look at Sixies right here. I mean, this Delphox was clearly a powerful choice for them. 89,000 damage coming out from this Pokemon. However, Gotlu on the Dodrio, it feels like a very unusual performance for this player. Obviously shut down by Talibobo Believers because he's one of the best Dodrio players in the world.
Yeah, they had a good look on top of that one of what was going on. Let's take a look at how Talibobo Believers got it done here in game 1, Spraggles.
Yeah, up here in the top path right now, Bruv with a really amazing heavy slam to pick up that KO. But look at that solar beam just ripping apart Nouns Esports, coming in with a very aggressive Mew Unite move to pick up a KO on Dodrio.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you've got the other two players down there, clutch slow beam, on top of Gatlu, and in tandem with the pressure that Klaus was able to put on, that's a quick KO, and that was on a big time target.
Here we go, Reggie Rock here. Big fight happening in this bottom path. We have the Delphox trying to put down its Unite move. Maybe a little too late in this fight as Talibobo secures that as well. Another fight here that felt like it was going to go Noun's way, but Talibobo able to push through.
Absolutely. And then, you know, with the Fanciful Fireworks, despite that, they were able to buy the space they need to get a KO streak or two. And there we go. We're seeing where this thing ends up.
And here we go. Big fight. The Hoopa Portal bringing the whole squad in. You can hear the Avengers music playing on your left as they take down every single member of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, a quick ace, of course. They did have two key players down in Klaus and Megu, but they had tons of damage remaining to get this thing sorted out. And like we said, they didn't need to score much after they took that. They just needed to hold on.
And there we go. The MVP of the game, Klaus on the Zoroark. Not surprised. I mean, some incredible plays. And it feels like when you see a top player on this, they are just juking everybody, breaking ankles, knocking them out, making huge plays.
Without a doubt. I mean, Klaus has really elevated their game since the Aos Cup to today. Whether it's the Garchomp, whether it's the Zoroark now, whether it's the Urshifu, they are getting it done for Tally. And look at them, they're one game away from another finals win.
And they definitely want this one. They are not happy about what happened last month. They need to reassert their dominance as the best in the region, possibly the best in the world. You know, I got to say, one really exciting thing about watching a series like this, Dube Snacks, is not only are we watching the best in EU, we are possibly watching two of the best, if not the best teams in the world who may be competing in Yokohama very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 4 available slots for the EU region, which is why when we show you the CP breakdowns, we show you the top 3 teams. Because if one of those teams in the top 3 wins the regional finals, that 4th spot team with the CP, they're the ones that get the invite there. So you're looking at teams like Time to Shine, Tilted Deviant that are right outside of that top 3 that really want to fight for one of those 3rd, 4th spot, because you really have a chance here depending on how and who wins the regional finals. So all of this matters quite a bit, Spraggles, because there are a lot of spots in Yokohama on the line for the EU region.
Absolutely. And you got to feel pretty good. If you're EU right now, you have to feel like you may have the best region in the world with 2 of possibly the best teams in the world. It would not shock me if we go to the grand finals in Yokohama and somehow you are watching Nouns Esports and Tally Bobo go. I honestly would not be shocked at all. These teams are playing that good.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to bookend their storyline, if you will, right? You start with them in February and you end with these 2 teams at the World Championships. I mean, that almost writes itself. That's a Hollywood script. You need to pay Spraggles and Snacks for that one. But if that's actually what happens, don't color me surprised.
Honestly, I would not be that shocked, and that would, of course, be incredible. It's so fun watching all of these finals, seeing these teams react to all the different Pokemon that are thrown into the game, but still seeing the high level of play from these 2 teams. Now, something interesting to note, we talked a little bit about regionals as well. If one of these top 3 teams that we see right now, Tally Bobo, Nouns, Woof Woof, don't win, you could have a team that just forms, win regionals, and make their way to Worlds. You still have that wild card spot that can make it to the World Championships. However, it's going to be really tough for it not to be one of these 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, real quick, doesn't matter where you are on the CP chart, the regional finals is not where you want to relax because there's a ton of money on the line in that event too. And it's always good to have a little spending money if you're flying out to Japan.
Absolutely, here as we get ready for our next draft. Nouns Esports, once again, they have come from our losers bracket. They were dispatched by Tally Bobo Believers earlier in the winners finals. They have to win 2 in a row just to reset this thing, and then they have another bracket to beat Tally Bobo in. Tally Bobo looking to shut it down right now, 2-0 this thing, and win the May finals.
There's one thing I've noticed out of Tally Bobo Believers is they really respect Bruv's ability to play this game. They are one of the teams that bans out defenders from Nouns Esports more than any other one. Lapras being a key component here, but we've seen them, you know, at the AOS Cup specifically target Bruv with that Trevenant as well. So Tally Bobo Believers knows if they can keep Bruv on some sort of leash, that they've got a real shot, and they employ that strategy yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you look at some of these support and defender players and you recognize how valuable they are to the team. I think a lot of us are out here looking at the lead singers, our carry Pokemon, but when you've got a player like Bruv, I mean, this is a drummer that carries the whole thing. They've got a Travis Barker on the side of Nouns Esports for sure, and you definitely ban against them. But take a look at what Nouns did right here. Nouns actually stole away the Slowbro from Megu.
Yeah, not only the Slowbro from Megu, they've got the Eldegoss out from under Zervis as well. And Sixies is taking Mr. Mime, so we're going to see a double tank composition on the side of Nouns Esports. I'd be shocked if that Mr. Mime didn't go in the hands of Bruv, but hey, I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. I want to see how Tally closes this thing out, and it looks like Sylveon is the recipe for success here.
This is going to be really interesting. So if they do switch the Mime, I have to assume we're going to see Sixies playing the Slowbro, but in that Scald fashion is what I would guess, really focusing on damage. It has the Slick Spoon, it has the Wise Glasses, so I'm guessing that's what we're going to see. Gotlu once again on the Dodrio, trying to prove something here, as it really did not show up last match.
Yeah, I mean, it was shut down well. I think it's, Gatlu was doing what the Gatlu things. I think Talibobo Believers just adjusted very well to having seen the Gatlu Dodrio multiple times over and over again. And Tally also bans Dodrio out from Nouns if they don't have or aren't ready to counter it. But when they let it through, they have a strategy locked in to deal with it, because otherwise Gatlu becomes a problem.
Here we are getting ready for possibly our last match of these grand finals. Talibobo Believers looking to send Nouns Esports home right now. They just need to win one more. Nouns Esports needs to win 4 more to stay in this thing and win this whole thing.
That is considerably more than what Talibobo Believers have to do. But if there's one team that doesn't want their Saturday to end early, better believe it's Nouns Esports. No question about it.
I'm hearing from production that Tally needs to win once, Nouns needs to win 4 times. That's almost 5 times as many wins.
That
almost.
We are awesome at math, as it turns out. Grand Finals, Game 2. Let's get into it. Talibobo Believers up by 1. Nouns Esports need to win 2 on the hop just to keep their hopes alive.
I gotta say, I miss seeing the amazing invasion strategy from Nouns Esports last game, and it looks like they're playing a little more back to the basics here in this bottom path. What a crazy bottom path to fight into, by the way. A slow bro and a mime, as Gatlu is actually being chased away from the top path right here, needing to run to make sure it doesn't get KO'd.
Yeah, great just amount of pressure and ability to scamper that Doduo out of their just field of vision here and protect the Kubfu. Ultimately, that was the goal, and they got it done.
And we do have 60s playing that Scald build that we thought earlier might be coming out here. And we see Yuto actually on the Hyper Voice Sylveon. I love seeing so many choices where these Pokemon can really go either way. That eject button was massive, by the way, from Adesu, keeping themselves safe. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, and getting the KO back the other way, good experience for them. And they need Adesu to get big if they really want this Gardevoir to take over the game. We know when Adesu gets big, they can do that. But we've also seen it where it's lacked a little bit behind and it hasn't really been able to have that impact. Klaus blinking out of existence so they come back through. They are, but just for the retreat, as we're at 8:30 as Spraggles, and these teams are pretty even.
Yeah, they're pretty even. And look at this, like Gatlu just looking for any piece of experience on the map that they could find. They need their level 5. Bruv in a lot of trouble right here, having to run. We're going to see if Ninetales can pick up a KO. No, nothing yet. And there is that Scald bro, putting out tons of hot water, tons of damage for the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, but Gatlu getting a KO back on Sylveon, of course, that's huge. But that was after the Sylveon got a KO for themselves on the Curlia back the other way. Nouns Esports going to have to hold this thing down. Gatlu getting big, has 3 hats, evolved, ready to go. Zervis peeling back towards Klaus. Big Wicked Blow comes through with a little bit of auto attack follow-up. Toon's A9 is also at level 6 too, Spraggles. I mean, Talibobo Believers are silently getting a lot of experience here on this map.
Talibobo Believers having to run away from that, using that eject button there to get out of a bad situation as we pick up a nice blizzard into the wall there. If it hits any wall, that blizzard turns into this area effect damage that you're seeing right there.
Yeah, and it looks good. That's why it works so well in tandem with Mr. Mime when we've seen Nouns Esports use that.
Here we go, just looking to secure some of this right here. It looks like a lot of it goes the way of Nouns Esports. 15 seconds right now till the Reggie spawn in the bottom path. Still have 2 members of both teams up in this top path. Hoopa able to send them down very easily, however, while we see teams just getting ready for this first big fight. This is often where we see the first fireworks of the match.
Yeah, and they're collapsing on top of Megu. 60s is right in the mix as well. They might be Scald Bro, but they're taking a ton of damage. Gatlu getting on top of Toon Slim early, and Adesu clicking over to Gardevoir at the right time. This Raijais is getting absolutely melted, but here comes the Wicked Blow. It's lined up, but I think it's a little too early. Can they pivot on top of it? They can't. Gatlu takes it, and now they have pressure back into Talibobo Believers. There's 2 players down. Megu's on the retreat. Here comes Toon to try and stem up this defense. They are trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at him, but there is too much, Spraggles. These points are going in, and this goal zone is gone.
That goal zone is gone. Big KOs right there. Gatlu's got the correct amount of hats, and it looks like he's got the correct plays this match as they're able to take that down. Talibobo Believers sending Regieleki towards that tier 1 goal, and it does walk in. A little bit of a consolation prize, but maybe not exactly what you're looking for if you're Talibobo Believers.
No, that's a great call out as well. Utah able to take care of the Regieleki. Again, a good consolation prize, but they don't have that much ALS energy in their pockets to really make this bank cash in worth it.
And here we go. They're trying to push them out so Toon can possibly get in. Use the eject button. Huge blizzard right there as they are able to score. What an amazing score. 25 right into a 40. The coordination right there, unbelievable. Gotlu deciding to punish them for it, though. 2 big KOs. The jump kick comes through. Big drill peck. That's 3. Push it right back into the faces of Tally Bobo as we see nice score there from Nouns. They say, yeah, we know how to overcap as well.
Yeah, Fairy Singularity. Hyperspace Hole comes out by Zervis. They're trying to save their Urshifu. They're trying to save Utao. Everybody goes to it, but that's right where a Drill Peck came in and actually KO'd Zervis while they were trying to catch that reset as well. Snow Globe comes out from Toon. They're putting the pressure on. They blast Galu, but they can't lock it down. Megu can't pin them behind the wall, but guess who Bruv does? Guess what Bruv does? Cuts them off with a wall of their own. That barrier is looking crisp.
Megu heading down to the bottom path right now. We have teams getting ready for this next objective. Obviously, we've got Hoopa on the side of Tally Bobo. It has its Unite move, so it can bring the squad in. You can see them sending Urshifu to the top path right here, trying to make a score. Nouns trying to counter that with Dodrio, as 2 members of Tally Bobo are not present, but they can be there in an instant with this Hoopa Unite.
Yeah, Gatlu's babysitting there, and this Hoopa Unite's going to have to come out if they want it. Bruv knows it's coming, and there it is. Let's see who rolls through. Can they get some scores? They have Gatlu out of the equation here, so this is an opportunity for them to take this thing. Hoopa is unbound. The laser beam comes through, but Adeso seals it up for Nouns Esports. But they can keep putting the pressure on as Urshifu went down almost immediately, Spraggles. And look at 60s putting the pressure. Scald comes through in tandem with Geese. They get a KO themselves. Zervis trying to bop back through and get back to their point and to try and pick up some shields, because Nouns Esports now is moving across the map with a lot of energy.
Yeah, Nouns doing a great job right here. They might be getting caught in that central area a little bit, but it gives the team plenty of time for Gotlu to secure Reggie Alecki for free right now. Bruv just running, trying to see if it can get home somehow. The block pushing it back in towards this main base. It's in every kind of flux zone you can find. I think Bruv's not sure exactly. Is that my base? Is that the enemy base? Oh yeah, this is going to be very bad for me, as Bruv is just biding as much time as they can. Nouns Esports taking advantage of this, looking to make a score happen.
Another Snow Globe out of Toon just to try and defend this goal zone. And meanwhile, Utah gets a carry streak or 2 for themselves. So a lot of experiences in hemorrhage right back into the hands of Tally Bobo Believers. And this score line is not wide, Spraggles. Just 51 points between these 2 teams with just about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, very, very close. Nouns was trying to make a score happen. However, it did not work out. And because of that, like you said, giving a lot of experience over to the other side. However, if those points do rain in, it puts them in a commanding position here. Both of our experience share Pokemon moving over to level 11 right now, as it looks like we're getting ready for just a little bit of a hi, hello in the bottom path.
Yeah, no sense in getting too squirrely right now. There's going to be a very contested basement Reggie opportunity here. It's going to populate on the map and have over 20 seconds to be taken down. So we're going to see if this is going to be one of those opportunities. You know how sometimes we see the basement Reggie kind of translate into the Rayquaza fight? This could be one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so close to it that at any moment, if it just gets closer and closer to that 2-minute mark, you can see people start to throw their Unite moves. We actually have a little bit of action happening right near that Snorlax, obviously, the Regirock, hanging out all by their lonesome as the damage was flying back and forth at the top of your screen right there. 60's in a little bit of trouble being pushed back by the block right here. Big Snorlax Unite move, and you're right, this could be the fight.
Well, Snorlax Unite kind of flopping back through the hyperspace hole comes through, but Adesu just picked up the Regirock and Rayquaza hits the map. 60's is kind of getting locked down by Toonslim. They peel back. Meanwhile, Utah and the Sylveon is trying to find a different position here. That block is happening to the right there. Telekinesis pulls Zervis to the front line here, but they're able to blink back out. Taking a look here, Tally Bobo Believers is just missing that Snorlax Unite, but 2 Unites down for Nouns on their side. Quickly, Utah's going for a back cap score. We're going to see if Gatlu can cut them off. Is it going to go in time? Yes, it does. Big Hundo Burger goes in, and now Tally Bobo has the lead. Does Nouns Esports know that? That's the big time question, Spraggles.
I think Nouns Esports is probably sure that it's at least close enough that they're going to need to make a play right here. Bruv putting some damage on, but no, they are not able to go home. Gets knocked up, and Snorlax goes down here. The A9 Unite comes out, and they are fighting right now. 3 members of Tally Bobo are down, 2 members of Nouns.
Nouns.
Adesu is down. Excuse me. Adesu and Geese are down here. So Talibobo believers really need to kind of get off these respawns and protect these goal zones. Finally, Zervis comes through, but Bruv puts them on the chase just like he did last time. Getting a little rope-a-dope bait and switch. Nobody's in the middle fighting Rayquaza right now, Spraggles, but this goal line is still 49 points different. Megu needs to play some defense. They need to make sure Gatlu does not get any of these points in.
Yeah, the question is, what does Nouns want to do here? Because they need to make a decision very, very soon. Talibobo believers moving towards the center of this map right here. They may be looking to take this Rayquaza, as Nouns is possibly looking to do the same thing. They can peel off and score, but while this is happening, we have Toon scoring in the bottom path right now, putting Talibobo up even further. No, it's actually coming up for the fight right here.
Utao gets snuffed out after a big wicked blow hit though Drio and Gatlu to get that kicked off. 2 players down for Talibobo believers, and it's on Klaus to make some magic happen. They get caught in the telekinesis. They get blown against the wall by a confusion blast. Service tries to catch their hoop home, but they can't. They're too early on it. Klaus pivots back to the middle. There's only 8 seconds left. The Dodrio's scoring some points. It's trying to anyways. 4 seconds left. Who's scrambling to score now? Everybody is. Is anybody going to get any of these points? And time is up, Spraggles, and I don't know where this score line stands.
If I looked at that right, it looks like Gatlu was able to break the bottom goal and score enough in the main that they are up right now, but I'm also not sure. Yes, they are able to take that. Nouns Esports taking game number 2, tying this thing up in the grand finals. An absolute nail biter.
Absolute nail biter indeed, and that's the strength of a Dodrio on the map. We've seen Tally do it, now we've seen Nouns do it back the other way. Get those 3 heads sorted out because they are looking to score, and man, can they score quickly and easily.
Gatlu really showing what they can do with Dodrio here in game number 2. You could see they were up most of that game. Very good score there by Talibobo believers to put them up, put the pressure on Nouns Esports in those final moments. Not only was Nouns Esports able to score, they were also able to take that Rayquaza in that final fight. Great match. Once again, these 2 teams never disappoint.
No, they really don't. They kept that close all the way to the end. Look at Toon, 85K. Again, just really stressing the buffs that A9 got. That Blizzard Avalanche combination is something to be feared, and it looked good. Couldn't quite achieve it, couldn't quite get it done in this particular game, but that is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of the big moments throughout that match. I can't wait to see that final fight again because it was just so incredibly close right here. Nouns Esports, Talibobo believers. We have that moment with the amazing eject button right there so the Psyshock can pick up the KO. Down here for this fight in the bottom path, we saw this happen time and time again. Nouns Esports shutting down the Urshifu so that it can win these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, a decent defense out of Tally here. They tried to anyways, but that goal zone was not long for this world. They absolutely collapsed on it. Nouns Esports wanted it. Nouns Esports got it.
Here we go. Nice big drill peck. Somehow makes its way into hitting 2. Throw the Unite move. Continue the fight. Grabbing another big triple KO. 1 for each hat.
1 for each hat because each one deserved 1. Coming back through here, Klaus is on the retreat, but this is just another convincing fight that we just saw, you know, just to stress how important it was that those 3 KOs came through for each hat.
I gotta be honest, I wish we saw that 3 times. I'm very disappointed that we didn't see that 3 times for each hat. In fact, I'm quitting the broadcast in protest.
Okay, well, good luck. I'll ride it solo then. I ain't going anywhere. We see this final fight that you wanted to talk about, and that was just a good wall and a stun down by Zervis, actually able to hold it down in the face of the rest of this team. They're able to clutch out this Rayquaza kind of at the last moment. Is Nouns, Adesu's able to seal it up, but that wasn't even the difference maker here, Spraggles. It was actually just Gatlu on the backside getting all those points in.
Incredible stuff. I want to apologize to everyone. I'm not quitting. I just got a little crazy. I'm sorry about that. Gatlu, the MVP, obviously.
I think it is like their 3rd time getting it in a row, if that helps your, you know, your number 3 type of scenario here. But when you get 10 KOs, score 240 points, yeah, you're looking to get player of the game.
Yeah, they made so many incredible plays. Obviously, you know, it takes a village, as they say. You have the whole team setting up moments like this, but they're really setting up moments that Gatlu can perform in some incredible fights.
Without a doubt. I mean, we've gone to the drawing board on both of these teams to kind of say, what do they need to do to take down the big win? And it seems like both of these teams have figured each other out, and now they just like tick up once and get an advantage. Tick up once and get an advantage. Now, to be honest with you, Spraggles, Tally Bobo, they kind of struggled a little bit through the back half of that one. They looked incredibly strong in the last 2 minutes. They kind of looked a little spread across the map. Is that a product of Dodrio specifically, or was Nouns just throwing something new and unique at them?
I mean, they definitely had an interesting strategy. I think one of the biggest things, honestly, to shut down Tally Bobo is to shut down Megu. Megu on Slowbro is one of the most phenomenal players in the game. Their other defender choices are great, but I think you could see a difference between having a Slowbro game and not having a Slowbro game for Tally Bobo. It's one of the biggest deciding factors. Also, no Zoroark, which was huge.
That is incredibly huge. You mentioned how impressive Slowbro is. Let's take a look at some top Pokemon, the top defenders in the EU region for May. Lapras, unsurprisingly, on top there. I mean, takes a ton of damage. Look at the damage it's dealing out here. That is a metric ton.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how this is set up. It looks like it's set up based on damage dealt, but also if you look at damage taken, take a look at our slowest bro down there in 5th place. It's really interesting because to me, if I look at this list, the top and bottom, those are the top defenders inside the game. It's the Lapras Slowbro right now. Of course, Blastoise, Goodra, Trevenant all have their place, but those for me are the big two.
I couldn't agree more. You take a look at Trevenant and Blastoise, and we've definitely had our UCS arcs where they have become way more prevalent than I think anybody could have imagined. Trevenant actually falling a hair out of favor because of the addition to Lapras, whereas Trevenant used to kind of be the backup defender pick. It was either Slowbro or Trevenant, and you were just kind of good with that. From there, you had to kind of flex to Snorlax, and we've seen Goodra once maybe on broadcast, but this Lapras ad shaking things up without a doubt.
Yeah, Goodra is in an interesting position in the game because it feels like, yes, it's a defender, but it's almost played in this sort of all-roundery brawler type role. When you're thinking of more a defender, when you're thinking more of like the tank Pokemon for a team, I don't think you're as often looking to Goodra. Goodra reminds me a lot of a Buzzwole pick or something like that, you know? It sits in the top path, it gets a ton of experience. Inside of battles, it's very... It does a lot, but at the same time, it doesn't only do the job of a defender.
Yeah, I think Blastoise can be slotted into a similar realm there. We've actually seen Blastoise used specifically for its offensive prowess, not necessarily its defensive capabilities or protecting capabilities of the backline. So when we're thinking, in my mind, true defenders, you know, Slowbro, Snorlax are the ones in my mind that really lock down that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see what they want to do here heading into game number 3. I really think Nouns stealing away that Slowbro was massive. I wonder if they try to ban it out. Then again, they banned out Zoroark, and that was huge.
I mean, it was all huge, right? You're chipping away at Tally Bobo Believer's key components. No worries about that. So if I'm Nouns Esports, I either need to ban the Slowbro or be ready to contest against it, because you know Tally, if they've got the chance, they're locking it down.
Yeah, without question. And it looks like we've got the Dodrio and the Zoroark banned out. This is going to be a first pick onto the Slowbro here for Tally Bobo. I would be shocked if it wasn't. Just such a valuable choice for them, and there it is.
Yep, I mean, that's a tale as old as time, much like this matchup. Sixie's looking to get Lapras. I mean, that's a strong Pokemon. I wouldn't be surprised that they would take this. It's been banned so much against them before. Maybe this is the opportunity for Bruv to really flex the carrier or the fairy Pokemon.
Yeah, we can see what they want to do here, as we do see Mime and we see Urshifu. I understand the Urshifu pick. Why prioritize Mime? I don't feel like there's any reality where Tally Bobo tries to steal Mime away from you, and now they get Lapras. I don't know. This feels like a bit of a... I don't know. I don't love this choice by Nouns.
Maybe they're setting up Tally Bobo Believers to kind of paint themselves into a corner, I guess. But look at that Lapras, though. It's got the special attack specs. It's got the cookie. It's going to be stacking, and it's looking to play some offense today. So Megu's on their clutch pick. I mean, Klaus locking in Lapras for Tally Bobo Believers. That was my biggest fear. If you don't pick Lapras, it's an easy pick for Tally.
Let's take a look at what Tally wants to lock in for their final choices. We got Toon on the Sylveon, Yutao taking that Gardevoir. Finally, Sixies gets this last choice here for Nouns Esports. Alolan Ninetale's been so incredibly popular today. We'll see what they end up bringing to the table. Looks like they might be bringing out the bird here. No. Are we seeing a Dragapult?
That is, come on.
Hey,
Nouns
I love
Esports
this.
Putting it all out there.
I don't know what Nouns is doing with this draft. This is either they're playing 4D chess or they forgot that they were playing Pokemon Unite right now, because the draft on the side of Tally Bobo looks monstrous. There are some big pickups for Nouns, but I gotta say I'm a little worried when I see this draft.
Yeah, like you said, Mime definitely wouldn't have gotten picked in that second carriage by Tally. I mean, literally, Mime is pretty much safe in the hands of Nouns whenever they want it, because Bruv is that much better at a skill level on it than anyone else that nobody else can really measure up or take it as like a counter pick, because it just doesn't do anything in their hands. So taking a look at this, you know, we've seen some goofier things happen, but Tally Bobo believers on paper, to me, have the better lineup.
I think so too, but you know, in the immortal words of the Pokemon Unite community, I think it's time that we let them cook. So let's see what Nouns Esports can do with this, because this is going to be really interesting. If they have some big pop-off moments with this Dragapult, no matter which build they go with, Dragon Dance or the Phantom Force build, I think some incredible stuff could happen if they get put in the right positions.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big pop-off moment, to your point. If you're going to bring Dragapult, wow, does it need to look good. But it's all on the line here. Nouns Esports, Tally Bobo believers, Game 3 in the Grand Finals. Let's do it.
Let's go. Game number 3. Nouns Esports needs this one badly to get a bracket reset and have another bite at the apple to take down Tally Bobo. If Tally Bobo wins here, they win the whole shebang and they win our May finals for the EU region.
Well, one thing's for sure, Bruv knows how to put pressure with this Mr. Mime early. Just getting in the face of Megu. Overstayed their welcome, big question mark. Of course not. They're throwing up walls. Spraggles, they can get out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Adesu up in this top path, putting some damage in. You know, you don't see a lot of these attack damage carry Pokemon here, but they are brutal with a rapid fire Scarf, Muscle Band, Scope Lens. The damage is relentless from range. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and they're going to need to get them online. Gatlu actually going to tick over to their Urshifu. That is the single strike version, so we're going to be seeing some wicked blows to secure some objectives, of course. But taking a look, it looks like Tally wants to collapse in the bottom path with just 2 players, leaving Lapras and the Hoopa just upstairs by themselves, taking everything in the middle, and there actually could be a hyperspace highway for them to pour through and start attacking here. Zervis sets up a reset. Klaus is trying to play some defense, able to get all over Gatlu. Gatlu has to dart out. Finally evolving is the Dreepy. Moving forward here at Desu, everybody's chunked, everybody's low, but they make it back to their goal zone. And if I'm Tally Bobo, I just need to peel back. You don't want to give them any experience here.
That's right. As we see the Dragapult move down to the central area, it's going to be grabbing that red buff. We do have a Dragon Dance Dragapult. Every time it gets a KO, it will reset the cooldown of Dragon Dance, so you can see some incredible stuff happen where it dances around the battlefield. However, if it's shut down by Tally Bobo and that dance ends a little early, it's in a very tough spot because it is a squishy little dragon.
Yeah, one slow beam sorts that out real quick. Spraggle's big wicked blow comes through. Gatlu going to get a tons of experience. They're getting chunked down, but Toonslim can't get the follow-up because guess who's there but Bruv with a nice little wall, Confusion Blast, and buying all the space in the world.
Yeah, there we go. Bruv on the Mime. You can't ban out against Bruv. He can play everything, and sometimes he chooses to play the Mr. Mime. Such an incredible Pokemon in the hands of this player.
That's without a doubt. Little Surf, Megu using the wall so they don't actually go with the Surf and engage deep here. 7 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Nouns Esports Tally positioning for these Swablu and Altaria here.
Yeah, here we go. Looking to get a big secure here. I think a lot of that went the way of Nouns with that massive confusion right there. We have a level 7 on the Delphox. Big break point for this Pokemon as it now has both of its moves. Desu also level 7 up in our top path. Just continuing to get some experience. Get ready for this fight. Looks like they might leave it top to continue to generate XP, while Tally Bobo has multiple members ready for this fight in the bottom path, but they have to watch out for this wicked blow.
Yeah, that's going to be able to take this objective right out from under. under him. Gatlu's looking for their position, trying to get in there. Big Surf comes through. Everybody catches a reset. Sylveon gets a KO. That's Toon getting a KO on Bruv. They're putting the pressure on, and they know that Urshifu is going to be a problem, so they're getting on top of Gatlu in short order. Megu is spacing out very well. So is Zervis, and really they need to keep track of that. Just enough time was bought. Toon Slim locks down the Regice, and let's see if they make a move to this goal zone. Big time pressure being put on here. Hyper Voice buys tons of space. Megu, can they get a Surf going? Can they get their score in? No, but they're on the backside and they're getting pinged down. They're going to get KO'd so the rest of the team can get out of here.
Yeah, nice fight there from Talibobo. Incredible spacing, allowing them to get that objective, but it looks like Nouns wants to punish them a little bit. Huge Delphox Unite move thrown onto this goal as they are pushing towards this tier 1, and you can see them now trying to chase out this Sylveon. It's just been so incredibly difficult for them to deal with. Raining damage in. Toon finally going down here, close to the goal of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, but think of what that did. Nouns Esports forced to pivot and deal with Toon and couldn't even take advantage of the fanciful fireworks on the goal zone, Spriggle. So no points really went in there. Talibobo Believers uniquely protecting their goal zone there by sacrificing one of their top players, and I like that move.
Yeah, I have to totally agree with you there. It's such an incredible play. As we see the Lapras Unite move coming on down, they're trying to stop something from happening here. Here it comes, the massive waves here, picking up a big KO, punishing Geese as well as they are going down right here. However, that was once again another very good sacrifice by a team. They were able to score because of that, put them up on the scoreboard here, and still we can see in the top path, no one is touching Regieleki.
No, not at all. Finally, Toon seems to put some focus there. The hyperspace highway is open, and Megu's going to have to do the babysitting job here. And look at that work in Tana. Fanciful Fireworks comes out, as well as a wall to try and sandwich this in. We see a little Dragon Dance coming through. Zervis gets buckled very quickly, but the Regieleki has already been taken by Talibobos. This is an opportunity to push. They're going for a little pincer maneuver on the backside. Megu's getting tons of pressure on. I can't believe they're still standing, Spraggles. They had the Fanciful Fireworks land right on top of them in tandem with the barriers, and they couldn't get it done. Finally, they go down. But again, how much time was purchased as Klaus is all over a Desu. Bubble Beam comes through. Haven't seen one that strong since Misty in red version. Are you kidding me? They're going to be able to let this Regieleki hit, get the KO, and score some points.
Somehow that Regieleki makes it in. Almost no HP, but Talibobo gets to put a ton of points into this top path as Nouns is getting ready for the fight here in the bottom path. Hoopa Unite bringing the squad in. Here comes Lapras with a Unite move, trying to get some damage here as Registeel is incredibly close to going down, and it looks like it's secured by Nouns Esports. I think that was the mystical fire from the Delphox. Yes, it was.
Yeah, but they are catching bodies on the backside. Gatlu came out, used their Unite move on the Hoopa Unbound, and there was a perfect slow beam by Megu to sort them out. Showtime right in the face, and a bad Fanciful Fireworks follow-up. This is their opportunity to put some pressure on Zervis, and Klaus are dusted absolutely immediately. Tons of pressure keeps going on. Toon Slim's trying to hit the right note, but they are falling on deaf ears as Bruv gets a KO streak of 2. Nouns Esports getting 4 KOs collectively, and Nouns Esports heating up in game 3.
Yeah, looking incredible right here. Gatlu hiding in the tall grass, looking for a possible ambush in that central area. Also just getting some great vision for the team so they can figure out where Talibobo is going. Now running down to the bottom path, and this is an opportunity for them to stack and get some attack weight, bonus attack for their Pokemon right now. If they weren't able to get it earlier, they're going to have to make some sneaky plays to get it now.
Yeah, Desu's working through. Klaus is trying to find more Bubble Beam targets, and they're right in the middle of them all. They actually catch up a Bunnelby, but that's not who you're looking for here. They're able to get a KO, and the pressure continues. That's a very singularity, a little bit in the middle there. Did it catch anybody? Maybe not. No, Klaus is getting tons of pressure on, and that continues. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of the goal zone to protect it. Service comes back through, blinks out of existence. No way, they roll back through that portal. No shot. Talibobo Believers push is stymied.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Nouns, and we were seeing Adesu. It has been staying in the top path. Adesu has just been getting as much experience as they can. They're already level 12 right now, looking very good. The higher level, the better, because all of those auto attacks do so much damage here. Not to mention the secure capability and the KO capability of its Unite move.
Yeah, Gatlu, look at them charging in, looking for an opportunity. Wicked Blows charge up, doesn't hit anybody. They find a Hyper Voice, though. Can't get back through the hole, of course, as Dedesu tries to Dragon Dance around the hyperspace hole, try to catch somebody. Zervis pops back through. Another Hyper Voice getting there. I think I've said hyper 1,000 times in the last 2 phrases there, Spraggles.
Somehow this battle has just been going on forever to the point where we are now at Rayquaza, the last Rayquaza of this series. And if Nouns Esports loses right here, the last one of this tournament for EU, they need a win right here, Doob Snacks. If they cannot pull it out right now, Tally Bobo is going to take this thing in game 3.
Look at where Klaus is playing that Lapras. They're sitting on top of that bottom goal zone. They're looking for an opportunity. Megu playing in the middle alone, really maybe feigning some pressure here, feigning some strength as they surf and face check that bush. We're still looking for an opportunity here. I've said it, middle school dance type energy. Everybody's on the opposite sides of the gym waiting for the first person to get onto the dance floor. Doesn't look like anybody's willing to dance just yet.
Here we go. Tally Bobo possibly looking for a sneaky score. Adesu watching this goal right here. The game is close, but Nouns has to know that they are behind right now. It feels like they should know that the scoreboard doesn't look good for them. However, in 10 seconds, they are going to find out when the announcer tells them right here. Pushing towards this top goal, and it looks like we have a possible fight. Lapras still looking to sneak some points in.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw the Mr. Mime unite there to try and make something happen on that goal zone, but it didn't really turn into anything. Nice little surf by Megu, and more spacing happens. Nobody has put any points in. And now we're under a minute, and something needs to happen. Somebody needs to make a move here. Who is going to be the first one to blink? Toon goes for the score. They're cut off by Gatlu up top. Is this the opportunity? Megu can't make it to the hole. Wool just uses the search chunks off the wall. Hayu brings her unbound. Zervis is looking for the bodies here. They get a stun on Geese, or excuse me, the Eldegoss. Back the other way. That is Geese. 60s comes through. Fanciful Fireworks on top of Rayquaza. They're spinning around. Gatlu's looking for a Tiger. Hyperspace Voice back onto Geese. 3 players down for Nouns Esports. Tally Bobo Believers are absolutely flipping on it. Dragon Dance into the middle of Dasu's trying to make it happen. They're caught in the surf, and they isolate them down. The whole team is aced. The whole team is scrubbed. Nouns Esports buckled and folded like laundry. Tally Bobo Believers scramble to score. It's ducket time. They have a slight lead. Can they make it any bigger?
Yeah, looks like they're going to, as the points are raining in, and this tournament slips away from Nouns Esports. Tally Bobo Believers wiping them off the map, sending them home, reasserting their dominance as the best team in EU.
What a look by Tally Bobo there against Nouns. I mean, look at those numbers across the board. Utah's Gardevoir coming alive, but I like that Toon Slim has that crown because they were in the mix on every single engagement, making this thing look easy.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Tally Bobo, and they really put Nouns in such a bad position. As soon as that Mr. Mime went down, they just went after Nouns Esports, picking up KO after KO after KO, and now picking up another Grand Finals victory against their rival Nouns Esports.
What a look by Tally Bobo. Back on top, May Finals champions here. Tons of momentum picked up going into the regional finals, which is a big time event for this region. Not only money, but CP as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these numbers right here. 60s, Adesu putting in some big time damage, but they just really weren't able to secure any big KOs here. Tally Bobo also doing a great job. We talked about Toon Slim. I felt like that Sylveon was a real playmaker for the side of Tally Bobo. And of course, they got themselves a Lapras.
Yeah, a Lapras indeed. And Klaus was all over the map. They're making some good moves with that Pokemon. And the fact that they're able to kind of do a unique strategy because of it, by having 4 people pivot down to the bottom path and leave the Lapras upstairs alone in the early parts of the game, you know, right at Regieleki type timing. I mean, that was great for them. And we can really see the strength of that Pokemon on the defensive unit here and still dealing some pretty good damage as well.
Absolutely. I can't wait to hear what Zoinks and Chef have to say about this series. Let's throw it back on over to our analysts right now.
Just when you think Tally Bobo Believers can't get any better, they do yet again. What a phenomenal game from them. A huge grand finals win, and seriously, they are looking better than ever.
They are. I mean, this was the moment, right? We talked about this before. This was the moment to really solidify who has the heads up in the rivalry. And one of the best ways to see that is how this final fight played out. I think so much of this was the fact that Nouns they were waiting for a moment. They were kind of moving around. Nothing was really happening on both sides. And it took until Tally Bobo Believers found this perfect engagement. There was a little bit of a split up on the side of Nouns. They knew that they could get those first picks, then they just collapsed, absolutely collapsed on them. This is one of the first fights that we've seen today where it ended up with a full team wipe, and that was maybe the most unfortunate moment of the entire fight, where the Dragon Dance did end up going a little bit too far and getting into the Ray pit. Very unfortunate, but I mean, the best they could have hoped for in that situation was a steal anyway. So just an amazing engagement from Talibobo Believers.
One of the biggest things that separates good teams from the best teams is target priority, and Talibobo Believers knows exactly who to shut down there. As soon as Bruv's Mr. Mime is eliminated from the battlefield, you can feel great about moving around because there's no one to trap you and shut down your rotations. But Toon Slim Sylveon really being the end-all be-all trap for Talibobo as they pushed everybody from Nouns around the top of that Rayquaza pit and into the Screamion path. That Hyper Voice is a tough thing to meet at the end of the road, and I mean, Toon Slim played this Pokemon so well. This game, it was the Hyper Voice. Games previous, I was singing their praises of the Mystical Fire. The special attack reduction was so strong in a couple of those drafts. I'm so happy that Toon has been able to showcase how powerful this specific evolution really is.
Right, and you were actually just mentioning in Meet a Private how the Dragapult would be quite good at avoiding a lot of the attacks that were on this side, on the side of Talibobo Believers, including, of course, Hyper Voice. I mean, hey, I personally struggle to hit Hyper Voice on a walking target, let alone one that is flying through the air. But they managed to make the Hyper Voice just do so much damage to everybody in the entire team. They chose targets correctly. They weren't like, okay, well, we're gonna have to target down somebody that's doing a lot of damage. And in the end, it was just a lot of really great coordination. But yeah, Toon Slim, very well earned for sure. I mean, strong on just maybe too many Pokemon.
I mean, Toon's MVP level performances across so many tournaments have been a reason why everybody in the world is watching this player. I mean, let's say it, like Talibobo Believers, their record might not be spotless, but it's pretty darn close. So many monthly final victories, and now adding yet another one to the trophy shelf, and Makeup looked amazing. Nouns was real close, but this was such an amazing win, and we get to talk to one of the players right now. We got the captain Zervis on the line, so let's go to an interview with Zervis himself. What's up, Zervis? Congratulations on the Makeup Finals win.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
Hello, and Zervis, you had such an amazing game. This time you didn't just have to play the Eldegoss All Tournament. I know that was one of your complaints in AO's Cup, but now you got to play the Hoopa and you made it look fantastic. That final game was exceptionally close. Talibobo Believers making it look good, but in grand finals, Talibobo Believers just look to be so strong. How's the practice been these last few weeks? I mean, Talibobo Believers looks better than ever.
It was actually not great at all. So okay. I think a lot of people know it, but I've been gone for like 4 weeks in the army.
Okay.
So I could barely play at all. I could do like 1 or 2 scrims a week. And this is also part of the reason why I didn't perform that well in April Cup. But I've been back for like 1 week now, and we did a few scrims this week, and we felt pretty confident for today. So go us.
All right, well, I'm really curious. So I think we've seen one of the biggest meta shakeups that we've seen in a while for this tournament. Do you think there's anything that you as a team valued highly that really like pushed you ahead, or maybe like chose not to value that other teams are valuing highly? Just strategy in general, just as we've seen such a huge shakeup.
I think that we value Slowbro probably like the highest from all of the teams. And we value some of the, let's say, broken speedsters as well, Dojo, and especially Zorak, because we have just such amazing mechanical players on them, so we can swap that up pretty well.
Yeah, the flexibility that your team has really is one of the biggest strengths. So that has been awesome to watch. I mean, Talibobo Believers is looking so amazing. You've won every single tournament except for one. I cannot wait to see you guys again. We're going to close out the interview there, though, and we're going to take a look at the final bracket. Thank you so much, Zervis. Congrats on another big win.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
All right, we are going to be taking a look at that bracket of you. Look back at what has happened today. Talibobo Believers on a crazy good run. Of course, bringing home that grand finals win, 2-1 over Nouns Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, double 2-1s over Nouns in close games. This is definitely Tally Bobo believers saying, hey, we are still up ahead of the pack, but Nouns is just right there still as well. It's not like last time was a fluke that they managed to win. They are just right on that precipice of taking any of those games as well. But hugely amazing job to all of our teams that played in Europe today. Of course, that's going to be Woof Woof taking the 3rd place spot, and that's GigaChad Gaming taking the 4th place spot, till Deviant and Time to Shine both taking the 5th tie, and the 7th tie going to Night Raid. And I'm not going to try the name. I feel like I'm going to fail completely.
All good. Let's see what these teams won, though, within this tournament. Of course, we're collecting the championship points, which are so important as we get closer to the regional finals. Tally Bobo believers earning 1,500 championship points, and Nouns coming in close behind with 1,200. And of course, you can see it cascade from there.
And now, of course, the most important thing that I'm excited for, the current CP standings after everything has been added up. Where will these teams be standing? And it is still our top 3. In the top 3, they are so far ahead. Tally Bobo believers, Nouns, and Nouns and Woof Woof. They, of course, are just gigantic in the lead. Woof Woof still within the grasp of Time to Shine and Tilted Deviant. But the biggest thing here, look at that. There is a 122 point difference between Time to Shine and Tilted Deviant that is going to potentially decide a world spot based on who wins regionals.
It is going to be so incredibly close, like it already is. You mentioned that, Chef, but let's bring in the entire crew as we talk about the European region. Spraggles and Doobsnacks, thanks for guiding us through such an incredible grand finals. So fun to watch. Spraggles, any thoughts on the European region as a whole?
I mean, I think at this point, the story of EU is Nouns Esports, Tally Bobo believers. They are the 1 and 2 teams, and I don't think many teams are particularly close. I think those teams are locking in their spots for Worlds right now. They have their eyes on Yokohama, and the question is who is coming with them. However, a lot can change at the regional finals. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, likewise, Doobsnacks, any thoughts echoing the same as Spraggles or something new?
Yeah, I mean, nothing new to say. I really was hoping today would be Woof Woof's against kind of leveling up of that team. Always been in 3rd, have had some real strong opportunities, today being one of them, but finding themselves in the bronze slot yet again. So like Spragle said, this is really the Nouns and Tally Bobo show, and we'll see who else joins them in Yokohama.
That's true. And up next, we're going to have North America very soon, Wonder Chef. I mean, we have been watching some amazing stuff all day within our tournament in Europe, but North America around the corner. We've been breaking down a lot of stuff. What are you excited to see from North America?
Well, I don't know. I know these two have been busy yelling about this incredible grand finals, but there are some upsets that have been happening in that North American bracket that are kind of unbelievable. And if any of you all out there in the chat, of course, haven't seen the bracket as well, I think you're all in it for a surprise. This is going to be one of the weeks of North America, I think.
Yeah, one of the best tournaments we have ever seen for sure, as I got a sneak peek of what we're going to be looking at, and it already looks amazing. But let's pivot towards talking about this North America tournament that we are about to cast. Spraggles, why don't you talk to me about the broadcast schedule for the entire season?
Let's take a look at it. EU is done. Half of our broadcast for today, but we are here in NA now for the May finals, the regional finals coming up June 10th through 11th. We've got the live regional finals for North America at NAIC, June 30th through July 1st. We take a little bit of a pause in July, just a bit of a breather so we can get ready for the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Doobsnacks, how does somebody make their way to the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan?
Well, it's a long, winding, dusty road, cowboy, so let's talk about it. One way to do it, top regional CP earner. EU and NA, they get 4 slots, regional finals winner, and then the top 3 CP earners, which is why we keep showing you the top 3. That's so important. And of course, the other way, doesn't matter if you're top 3, bottom of the barrel in CP, you can spike that regional finals and qualify in a big, flashy fashion like that.
Now let's take a look at our current championship point standings. Zoinks, I know EU is one story, but NA, very, very different.
Oh, completely. We have someone standing at the top in a firm lead of Amaterasu. And they're in an interesting spot in our bracket for today's tournament, but still they are holding strong to a championship points lead. And it's going to be very important as these tournaments move forward after May and into regionals where these teams stand. And Luminosity and TTV are the other two members holding that podium spot.
Now, I gotta say, I'm so excited to talk about what is happening right now in NA. Truly a region that every single month you could not predict how it's going to go. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in April as Luminosity finally gets back on top. They were signed by the biggest org out there, and they've struggled for a few months, Doob Snacks, but it seems like they have found their footing.
Well, we say that until we take a look at the bracket for today, right? They beat Amaterasu 2-0 in the winners finals, and then again in the grand finals, preventing a reset. A real strong show of dominance, a great statement by them. But like I just mentioned, May finals are turning out to be a bit of a calamity. Tons and tons of upsets.
Yeah, really incredible stuff here from Luminosity last month, but this month is a very different story. Some of the most, if you look at this bracket, you could have never predicted it. We have a busted bracket for every single person who may have been guessing how this was going to go. Let's take a look at it right here before you and I have to take a pause, Doob Snacks. I mean, Team YouTube right now taking down TTV, okay? The battle of the platforms. Then they go up against Luminosity and they are able to take them down as well. This is something I say all the time. Team YouTube on any given day can beat the best teams in the world, and it looks like that day might be today. Then you look at the top of our bracket, Amaterasu beating Spinal. You may have expected that. It's Amaterasu. They're one of the best. GT takes down Rogue, but now GT somehow takes out the top CP team in NA, Amaterasu, and our winners finals, GT versus Team YouTube. How? I don't know, but I cannot wait to see this.
I mean, it's pure chaos out here. You look, either Luminosity, Amaterasu, or TTV, one of those top teams is not making it to top 4. Much like Time to Shine in EU, we've got a similar scenario here in NA. However, Time to Shine is 4th, and these teams are 1 through 3. It is crazy out here. But that being said, I mean, I'm going to pitch it over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef because we need to bow out and gear up for the first one in NA.
Yeah, thank you so much, you two. We'll get you in just a second for these casted games coming up. But I mean, this bracket has been absolutely wild. We've been talking about it so much just in our preamble, Wonder Chef, but a lot of big shakeups. Amaterasu and TTV happening right now as we speak. A lot of crazy games, but that is not going to be our first matchup. We're going to be starting with our winners finals today.
Oh, and that is going to be GT taking on Team YT. That is, I mean, that's so wild. Again, I know at some point we got to just stop being shocked, right? That we're getting these matches. But I mean, we saw earlier how close all of the championship point rankings are, and they're going to be even closer after today, almost undoubtedly. But we can take a look. Last time these two teams played was in the March finals, and we have a little bit of footage of that. I feel like that was almost so long ago that these teams have both done extremely well since then. I mean, I do remember there a time where GT took down Luminosity as well in the AOS Cup finals. Both of these teams have gigantic upset potential. It's just whether or not I feel they can stay consistent with it.
Right. Well, I think to GT's credit, that is something that they have been improving with all season. I think GT has been on a steady upwards climb tournament by tournament. Team YouTube, on the other hand, definitely is a bit a day of what is this team's form looking like. And obviously in the May Cup finals, they have been looking absolutely exceptional, taking down incredibly strong teams. Obviously Luminosity, maybe the biggest name that we can think of that they have knocked down to the losers bracket. But I mean, Team GT, a tough opponent in their own right. I think the damage core of Lakoding, Black, and Stockings is so strong. And then they got Espo and Egnu backing them up. I mean, GT is another star-studded talent roster, and I can't wait to watch them play today.
I haven't had a chance to see too many GT games since the most recent patches. I feel like the current meta might really benefit them. I feel like a lot of the, like you mentioned, that core of attackers might be really good at using kind of what the current meta is, or maybe having more of those Pokemon available. Like, for example, again, to go back to the Eos Cup, we saw Stalking doing extremely well on the Dodrio, but then a lot of the time the Dodrio was hard answered, right? Because that was just kind of how the meta was back then. But now that we're seeing so many different answers for example, a lot of the defenders, we might see a lot more available for a lot of these current players. I feel like hey, there's a reason why they're currently sitting here one game away from grand finals, and I'm really excited to see it, to be 100% honest.
Yeah, I mean, the flexibility they have is nothing to scoff at, but their opponents also of an incredible caliber. Team YT is facing off against GT in our winners finals, and we gotta talk about this squad. Akilo, Fui, So Sad Sam, Phil Umis, and Chaotic. Now, a lot of great players on this roster that we could discuss. I think that we have talked about this player a lot, but I need to bring him back up again. So Sad Sam on the special attack damage damage dealers from Rage. I know the name, iconic, S tier, some would say. So Sad Sam has been absolutely incredible, and now when this meta opens up a little bit for things like Chandelure or Alola Ninetales, I don't know, this meta feels just right for So Sad Sam.
That's true. It might be one of those things where both these teams are doing extremely well just because of where the meta is sitting right now. And that's one of the things that you love to see is sometimes a team is just kind of poised to take the reins when some things change that just end up being in their favor, or there's a particular Pokemon that they are maybe not great at dealing with, or they don't have the players that play the Pokemon that are answers to that very well, and suddenly things just end up working out really well for them. But I'm also excited to see just what North America can bring as far as a different meta than Europe.
Yeah, that's true. Pokemon selection aside will be interesting, but let's take a look at what they've already brought. Let's bring up that bracket one more time. Sprinkles and Doobsnacks got to talk about it. Now it's our turn to talk about it, Wonder Chef. Absolutely wild stuff. I mean, Rogue winning a close one, 2-1 against Spinal. Those teams are close in contest, and they're going to be going up against Luminosity soon. GT and Rogue, two of those teams that are incredibly close in championship points, are racing to try to get to that top 3 spot as fast as they can.
Right. If Amaterasu does go out in 5th, that might be one of the lowest placements they've ever had. Luckily, they are just, I mean, they have so many points. They have a ridiculous amount of points. So luckily, they're not going to be stressing as hard as they possibly could. And again, this is a great time, especially for the teams that are so far ahead, to try to test things out right before the regional finals end up happening, as this is going to be kind of your last, I definitely don't want to say low impact tournament, but you're not regional impact and then world's impact tournament. So this is kind of your last chance to try things out without basically ruining your entire world's run if you're already that far ahead.
Sure. Is it a warning sign? Is it a good omen? We'll have to see. Let's take one look at the CP standings for this region, because like I said, it is so important for some of these teams. Of course, one team who wins the regional finals gets that world championship slot, and if it's one of those top 3 teams, they are removed from the running of championship point qualification, which means sometimes that 4th spot could be very important in CP race, and Rogue and GT are absolutely so close. Ignorance as well coming in close, and with U2's performance today, they are going to be climbing the ranks.
Right, there's a world where we could potentially see, I think if TTV goes out now and GT was to win the entire tournament, there might be a world where we see GT take over the 3rd place spot. Maybe not quite though, because it still is going to be some points to TTV. Regardless, they are going to be extremely close. Same thing with Team YouTube. They are everybody's going to be extremely close here. And we can see basically every single team here. Is this our exact top 8? This is our exact top 8, right?
This is our exact top 8. However, that is true. However, the unexpected thing is all 3 shiny names on there, the rank 1, 2, and 3, are currently in our losers bracket, Wonder Chef, are currently within the losers. So 1 game away from being disqualified and sent home in this incredible May Cup tournament that has already been so interesting. And we just saw EU, and you were specifically wondering if there's going to be any big meta differences between these 2 regions. Previously in the past, I'd say the biggest difference was the lack of Zoroark in EU and the overabundance of Zoroark in North America. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case anymore, as EU has picked that Pokemon up in a major way. But I'm excited to see what North America is bringing to the table today, and we get to watch GT, who is always cooking. I've seen Laconing on an Aegislash before, so I'm excited to see.
Yeah, we can take one more look at those teams here, and yeah, they are always cooking. You're right. You know, we were talking about the level of flexibility that we can see from them, and honestly, from both sides of these teams, I'm really excited to see it. Let's send it over to Spreggles and Doob Snacks. They can take it away as we're getting ready for our first match of North America.
Here we go, Doob Snacks, Team YouTube versus Team GT. Could you have expected it in the winners finals? Well, of course not, but these are two amazing teams, and they have clawed their way up a very difficult bracket.
That's without a doubt. Team YouTube specifically, just icing two top teams in the NA region to find themselves in the winners finals here. One of these teams is going to their first grand finals of the season. Let's see who steps up.
I cannot wait. This is amazing for these two teams, two incredible teams in North America. And unlike EU that we watched earlier that feels like it's dominated by two major forces, it feels like North America's region is back and forth the whole time. Team YouTube getting the quick pickup on Slowbro right there, obviously. The Lapras is banned out. This is a highly prioritized defender inside the game. That's going to head on over to Phil Yumas, one of the best defender players out there, and one of Team YouTube's big playmakers.
Listen, a first pick lock-in Chandelure, Stocking, locking that in. Black taking the Urshifu. We saw them play that last month a little bit here. But man, that is what I like to see. We are shaking things up in May, and there we have the buffed up A9 getting locked in quickly as well. Spreggles, we've got a good show on our hands.
This is going to be very exciting. Looks like North America reacting very quickly to some of the balance changes right here with a first lock of Chandelure. Obviously the ban of the Lapras. We possibly have, I was going to say, even a Goodra making its way in here. Buzzwole on the side of Team YouTube is they're now locking in their final two choices here. Got to get some support for the team. It looks like they're bringing that out in the form of Clefable, and finally locking in Gardevoir. Ooh. Are we changing it up? Oh, we got ourselves a Blissey.
Okay, look, why not? Why not at this point? And I can't believe Dodrio is still on the menu. I mean, I think that's an easy one to queue up here. Great Pokemon, strong opportunity. We've seen it do some real damage in the last moments of the game by scoring, and it looks like GT thinks the same thing. Let's get some stacks going. Let's get a three-headed bird going.
I gotta say, I love this final pick from GT, not only because I love Dodrio, but also because I think it plays pretty well into Ninetales and Gardevoir. I think you can punish those Pokemon very well with the Dodrio. However, if you keep that Slowbro around and keep that Buzzwole around, they're really able to shut something like that Dodrio down. I'm also really interested to see what kind of Urshifu we've got. Looking at the items right here, that leads me to believe that we are seeing a Water Bear, that rapid strike style, because we got that big critical hit focus.
Yeah, that's a great call out there, Spreggles, as well. I'm taking a look, Stocking first, picking Chandelure, locking in Chandelure, and that is going to be my player to watch here in this game. One, because it's a brand new Pokemon, and two, if you can get Stocking off of that Mew, that Pokemon that they're so good on when they have the opportunity to nab it, and they go Chandelure, that's something worth paying attention to.
Yeah, obviously Stockings, she's just one of the best Mew players out there, but you know, when you're playing these characters at range, you start to pick up different ones that work very well. Chandelure is now legal, ready to be played in the tournaments, and we see a lot of teams trying it out here. I'm really interested to see what kind of play style we see from Stocking here as we head into the most unexpected game one of winners finals of all time in North America. I gotta say, I love how these brackets shake up in NA.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. Doduo going to be rolling up top. It looks like Espo's going to be on the support. They're going to take this red buff with them. They're going to let that little Cubfu Black get up there before they take that buff, and they commit to the top path here. Lakota scrambling around, trying to get their stacks in, of course, and a little skirmish downstairs over that contestable Pokemon.
Yeah, chaotic now evolving right here, and we've got a little interesting information. GT and Team YouTube faced off once before. GT won 2-0.
All right, well, they're looking to do a repeat performance here because that means a grand finals opportunity for them. They are collapsing on top of Phil, who just takes a little nap in the tall grass. Agnew pivots their attention, and now we're up top.
Yeah, nice plays there from GT. They're heading back right here, getting some experience right now as we prepare for this fight here in the center. Lakoding not going to be able to get his 5 in time. Espo also not getting their level 4 so that they can evolve. See what happens in the top path. We do have a Kilo evolved with this Blissey as they are not pushing forward here. Fui ticking over to level 5 so they can unlock their big first move for this Buzzwole.
Yeah, but most importantly, they made sure GT got none of that. We still have a Gossifleur, we still have a Doduo, and that's going to be a big time problem for GT if they don't get those online. Phil still putting tons of pressure on Egnu, who hasn't evolved either. Wicked Blow comes through, tons of damage on the Slowbro, but not enough follow-up to really make it matter.
I thought I might see a rapid strike here, but it looks like everyone is back to playing the single strike or Shifu. You gotta love a Pokemon with so much variety that either build you see is good, and you have to account for it either way. Big pickup right there, quite literally. And now it looks like we do have the Dodrio evolving right here with, I mean, a headband, not even a single hat.
Yeah.
How disappointing.
Yeah, just a headband, not going to get it done in terms of the cranial accessory department. However, we do have Stocking turned into a Lampent there. They've evolved up, but poor Egg Noob getting tons of pressure put on them, and they cannot find their level 5, and they need it in a bad way.
Here comes Stocking. This is the overheat build. This is without question the premier build for this Pokemon, as we have it hit level 7. We do have an evolution right here. That's the Tri-Attack Dodrio. Not surprising at all. Very good at single target damage, able to jump in and take down those squishier special attack type Pokemon. The bottom path here, we actually have what looks like a little bit of a fight possibly breaking out right here. Here in the top path, we have 2 Pokemon fighting over these birds. Bottom path, everything just disappears in a sea of special attack.
Yeah, everybody was tuned into that bottom path here as the Buzzwole and Dodrio just hang out up top to see what they can do there. We have about 5 seconds until Basement Reggie populates, and we're going to have ourselves a brawl. It looks like Phil going to play far forward, catching the Wood Hammer, stun down Blizzard Avalanche combo right out of Chaotic, and in tandem with So Sad Sam, they get a quick time KO. Regice is absolutely menacing. Stockings gets in there, tries to make some magic happen, but no, it's taken by Team YouTube. They level up across the board. KO streak, a 2 for So Sad Sam. Ain't nothing sad about that. Is Team YouTube taking a quick experience lead here in game 1 of our winners finals.
And Team YouTube right here, I think making a very, very smart decision to not try to push this advantage. They got the objective. They realized they couldn't fight into this tier 1 goal, and they actually pull off and don't give up a ton of experience to the side of GT. Very, very smart decision by YouTube. You see less experienced teams obviously make a bad play like that more often, where they will just throw all of their lead away into the enemy goal zone.
Good little cutoff with the Surf on Egg Noob. They can't follow up on the KO, but tons of damage is shelled in there. Team YouTube looking good. I think they're bullying very well and holding their own and not giving up too much. So looking good in the first 4 minutes without a doubt.
We've got GT possibly looking to make a play here in the bottom path. Phil staying in the bottom path, making sure that they do not make this push. But here they go. 4 members of GT pushing onto this tier 1 goal. Big Unite move. Chaotic goes down. Sam goes down as well. They are sieging.
They're doing great, and that was all about getting Black into the back line, and they got them there immediately. A quick little push there by the Trevenant gets the goal zone open for GT to rain in some points, and now it's the Stocking show. Lobbing in fireballs in tandem with the Dodrio. Going in there, and Slow Beam comes through at least to get a KO on the backside. The Wicked Blow comes through, gets a KO on Chandelure. Chandelure gets a KO on Slowbro, and we are all sorts of mayhem in the bottom path. GT showing signs of life.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from GT. What a great push. And now the scoreboard, as you can see, really leaning heavily in their favor. However, we did have a nice couple plays there by Team YouTube, staying around long enough for Chaotic to come back and pick up a couple KOs of their own. So experience-wise, the match is still incredibly close. However, GT with a score advantage right now and a positional advantage for this next bottom Reggie. Reggie Steele hits the board right here, and it looks like Stocking is just going to hit it, hopefully have it walk towards them, and possibly walk back and leash, if you will, so all of its HP starts to recover.
Yeah, but now Phil caught on the backside. They tried to surf to bet some spacing, but they're getting collapsed on. Finally, Lakoding comes back, chunks in some damage as well. Stocking gets credit for that. Fairy Simulator goes through. They're going to put it. Trevenant Unite on top, right on top of Black CH. Can they convert on it? They need to. 3 players now for Team YouTube. They didn't convert nothing, Spraggles. We're out here making it happen. And holy smokes, Egg Noob took a while to get to that Trevenant, but they have certainly come alive in the bottom path. And the second Reggie goes to GT.
That's right, GT taking control of this game. In the top path, we see the Buzzwole decided to stay for Team YouTube. Fui on that Buzzwole, continuing to score in the top path, actually without breaking a goal. They're still very close right here, and level-wise, that Buzzwole is now level 12 here. Level-wise, Team YouTube is up, even though it looks like they are losing these fights.
Yeah, but again, you mentioned Fui hasn't been in those fights, and that might be the difference maker. They've given him some time to level up, and now they need to leverage that difference. A big Unite move comes out straight into the slow beam. Sick combination by Phil. They get caught, but 2 players down immediately. As soon as the Buzzwole jumps in, they get squashed like the bug they are. We got a Hornleech pushing 2 out. Now GT's taking care of another goal zone. And more points going in. Espo gets their points, and Black is getting low. KO Shrika 2 for Stockings. Come on. It is looking nice out here for GT as they're coming on and coming up and get it big. And now a quick pivot to the Regieleki.
As we said before, GT beat Team YouTube 2-0 the last time these teams faced off. And right now, I think we're seeing why that is. They are taking all of these fights in a commanding fashion. And I have to say, if they are going to snuff out GT, they're going to have to dim the light of that candle somehow, because the damage that thing is raining in is unbelievable. GT with a dominant performance here in the second half of this match.
Yeah, I mean, and they're letting Stocking just operate untouched, and that's a lot of credit to the front line here. I mean, Eggnoob is doing tons of work, and so is Black, making sure that they've got the highlighter vest on, and all the attention from Team YouTube goes to them, and that allows Stockings to rain shots unimpeded from the back line. Good look and a good strategy by GT.
Here we go, 9 seconds until we have a bottom objective here. And the question is, does Team YouTube even want to fight for this? They have not done too well at the past few. Big catch right there. Trevenant goes down. This is not good for GT. YouTube gets to make a lot of decisions right now of how they want this match to go. They may push for a goal. They may just straight push in towards this Rayquaza.
That just shows how strong Surf into Blizzard Avalanche combo is. I mean, they splintered that wood immediately. But now it's Rayquaza time. Team YouTube's here, and they're going for a rip and flip strategy. GT needs to pull up. Everybody's throwing in the kitchen sink. We need to shell out our Unite move. Slow Globe comes out. I have Fairy Singularity as well. Everybody's on top of it. Are you kidding me? Lakoding gets it out from GT. 1 player down from Team YouTube. Nobody down for GT. Now they're going for the scramble score. We're trying to shell down some shields. That's what we're trying to do, but the scores are already going in. Spraggles, the burgers are on the menu, and it's ducket time for the first game of North America.
GT raining those points in, stopping YouTube from a full-on flip at that fight. I think YouTube's plan right there was, hey, we are not winning these team fights. The best thing we can do right now is take this, player advantage at Rayquaza and see if we can steal this in front of GT. Dodrio not letting it happen. GT now up by hundreds and hundreds of points. This is going to be nigh impossible for YouTube to come back from here in game 1.
I mean, that middle was pure chaos. Props to GT realizing what YouTube was trying to do and get right into the mix. I mean, we saw the Fairy Singularity come out, and despite that, the Dodrio moving through with a little bit of agility, able to clutch it out for GT, and they are still looking to score here as they still have shields to do it. 661 to 97.
Yeah, and that is going to be the game here for GT. We've got 35 seconds left, but there's really nothing that Team YouTube can do right now except spend the next 30 seconds discussing everything that went wrong in the second half of that match right there. Team YouTube looking good early on in this, but GT really taking over as this match continued.
Just a Chandelure Unite move, getting another KO. I mean, you're putting him in a dark room and you're hitting him with that nightlight, and that nightlight is strong. Stockings on this Chandelure, something different, and I loved that they just showed out with that Pokemon.
Absolutely, and I think you're going to see some pretty crazy damage numbers come from this Chandelure because they really put in some work there in game number 1. GT 1 game away from their first grand finals this season.
I mean, they've been leveling up month after month, it seems like, and today was no different. Look at that. Up a game, but up a game in a big way. Despite Team YouTube really being the first one out of the blocks in the track race here, GT caught up quickly, overtook them, and man, did they not give up that lead once they took it.
Yeah, it really felt like the match was very close, and you can even see it here score-wise. It felt like up until about the 4 minutes into the match or so, about the 6-minute mark of the match, this was a close game. about the halfway point, it felt like GT just started to pull ahead in every metric, taking all the big fights, taking all the big objectives.
Yeah, I mean, you see it right there. They took the Regieleki, they followed right into the Rayquaza, and then scored a bunch of points. Did the easy defense, and that was it. Shout out to Team YouTube, though. We mentioned it. They took the real opportunity that they had on the table, and that was flipping Rayquaza to the best of their ability. And you called it, Spraggles. Stockings. Look at that number.
Yeah, 97,000 damage. You could take 2 members of Team YouTube. They're 2 carry Pokemon, and they don't equal that damage number right there. So you can see how impactful it was. And Team YouTube just did not have a good strategy to get into that back line and shut that Pokemon down. Like you said, they took the opportunity that they have. I understand why they made that play, but GT was able to answer right back here and beat Team YouTube commanding fashion in Game 1.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. Let's take a look at how GT got it done here in Game 1 of the winners finals of the NA region. This is a little siege here, and this is when Black went deep, was able to get some big time KOs. Woodhammer follow-up. Stocking, I think, got a KO streak of 2. Absolutely sieged this goal zone in a big way, and that's really what to me was like, okay, GT's here to game.
Yeah, this was the big start of the match for GT. They felt a little shaky before this, but now they make this huge siege, couple big plays. They do give up some KOs for it, but after that, it felt like it was the GT show. They were just catching members of Team YouTube. Unite move goes wide, not able to make anything happen right there. GT just pushing, getting KO after KO, objective after objective.
Yep, and this one was no exception. Registeel, the second one of the game, going straight into the hands of GT. And this was another amazing push made possible by Stocking's damage and Eggnoob's great frontline play. Look at that Horn Leech pushing 2 players off. Gardevoir, A9 can't even get into the mix, and by the time they step up for the smokes, they found out they got baby lungs. They couldn't handle it, and now we're into the Rayquaza fight. GT with a big lead.
And here we go. We see the secure there. It looks like, I believe that was Dodrio with a boosted attack right there. I mean, it happened so fast. I think we could, analyze that footage for a while just to see how exactly that all went down. But regardless, it was GT. They took it. We've got the MVP, Eggnoob, on the Trevenant.
Yeah, I was just mentioning their frontline play in that, tier 1 goal zone siege we saw, and they're able to Horn Leech push forward, big time Woodhammers getting some stuns. I mean, good amount of damage there, but I'm really looking at that score line and that damage taken because they were taking all the damage, so Stockings didn't have to.
Absolutely, and that's something that you need to notice. These Pokemon by themselves, especially something like a Chandelure that is not mobile at all, you need a tough defender standing in front of them, making sure that they can block the enemies that are coming in, setting up big plays. That's exactly what we saw from Eggnoob. GT right now 1 game away from heading to these grand finals. Such an exciting month for them.
Yeah, I mean, and they want it in a big way. They keep, again, seeing progress. This is the next natural step for where they've been to where they're going. And what a time to be catching fire than in the May finals straight into the regional finals for your bid to go to Japan.
Yeah, NA is just wild right now. I mean, it's the Wild West out here. I'd yeehaw again if I was allowed to, but I only have so many in my contract. It's just every team in North America is so incredibly close. I have no accurate way of showing it with my fingers. They're just very, very close. Any month, it's anyone's game, it seems like. As we mentioned before, Amaterasu, TTV, and Luminosity all in our losers bracket right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the wildest game of rock, paper, scissors, Spock, or whatever that is from Big Bang Theory, where it's like 9 different ways and each one is an advantage on someone else, and they keep kind of eating each other across the board. And yes, we've had some repeat winners, but man, does the top 4 kind of seem to look different month in, month out. And this is no exception here, as Team YouTube and GT are scrapping it out in the winners finals.
And we're going to see how Team YouTube wants to react to that game. GT 1 game up. They could do something a little wild, or they could go right back in there with what they just had and try to win this thing. We're going to see our first bans here. I don't really think you can ban out Chandelure, but at the same time, it was so impactful. I got to see what Team YouTube wants to do about it.
Yeah, I don't think you go there for the ban, but you better find a way to get to that back line. And look at this. We've got the 2 defenders banned out. No Slowbro, no Lapras. We're doing this old school. And look at the queued up character. I thought Espo might have locked in that Comfey. We've seen them have some legendary plays on that Pokemon, but they ultimately go with the ever powerful Hoopa.
Yeah, Hoopa, just an incredible choice, really, in any lineup. It works perfectly. Team YouTube bringing possibly this Buzzwole back, and it looks like they are grabbing Trevenant right here, putting GT in a position to maybe play with a defender they're not as excited about. But that does give Stalking the chance to grab the Chandelure.
You also have the opportunity now to put kind of on the old school pseudo defender in Blissey and having that be a little bit of your damage sponge there and maybe a follow-up on top of that. But nope, they're going pure high octane here. Stalking on the Chandelure again. Lakoding picking back up to Dodrio.
Now we have Team YouTube locking in Alolan Ninetales, and it looks like their support is going to be the Eldegoss, extremely popular support Pokemon. And GT looking for their tanky Pokemon. What do they bring into the match right here? We're gonna have to see what Eggnoob wants to play with what's left available. Snorlax is still there. Goodra's been picked up by some teams. Let's see what they lock in.
Yes.
Mamoswine, let's go.
So if you remember, back in the AOS Cup, we actually saw Eggnoob play this Mamoswine with Earthquake to be able to break Eevee passives, and if So Sad Sam picks up Espeon, that's going to play right into their hands.
Wow, really exciting stuff. Not only could they do it at range with Icicle Crash, they also could do it with Earthquake. And like you were saying, that passive that Espeon has is sort of a get out of jail free card to make sure that a big stun or knock up or something like that does not shut this Pokemon down. And it looks like GT is set up a strategy to deal with that here. Also, they've got themselves a Mew. I mean, look at the ranged damage from GT. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, Eggnoob's really going to have to bully up front. Just because of that, maybe they will go with the more traditional, like Icicle Crash, high horsepower to kind of have it, we call it that get off me tool, right? Get out of my back line and be able to shove players of Team YouTube out. So that might be an angle here. But either way, I'm just excited to see Mamoswine on the map.
Absolutely, me too. The first one we've seen today, and if GT wins this thing, maybe not the last one. Definitely not a popular Pokemon choice at all, even though I think as a defender, it still has a ton of merit. Just there are so many powerful defenders inside the game right now. Then again, 2 of them banned out right away.
Yeah, the thing it really has going against it is it kind of starts off as that fuzzy Roomba, the Swinub, and it takes a while to get up to the Piloswine and then actually to the Mamoswine, whereas a lot of the other defenders scale much earlier.
All right, here we go. Game number 2 between GT and Team YouTube in our winners finals here. Whichever team loses this stays in this tournament. They head down to our losers bracket, but the winners head straight to the grand finals with an advantage over whatever team comes up to fight them. Interesting stat here, Dubstacks. GT's win rate for the season, 68%. YouTube's 64%.
Both really good high win rates, right? You want that over 50% ideally to show that you're making progress and doing well. But look where we've got this Phantom bullying on the side of GT. Team YouTube going in there here, and now Espo's getting bullied as they're collapsing with 3 players. So Team YouTube really pulling out a unique strategy here, throwing a unique look at GT, and it seems to have worked in the early stages.
Yeah, it seems like they really were able to set up some wild stuff there in that central area as they take down the Trevenant, and we see their Espeon actually playing the stored power build. Recently, Psyshock, Espeon's sort of signature move, got a nerf, and now people are playing stored power, especially into Dodrios, and it's working very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Stalking getting in there, tons of experience evolving to Lamp, and so does Lakoding. So a good exchange for GT there, getting just enough experience that they needed to really level up and evolve up, which is the most important.
Looks like something happening in the bottom path as Team YouTube takes down the Mamoswine, and they are raining points in. We've got the Hoopa portal sending members of GT down to the bottom path. Lakoding looking to make something sneaky happen, but gets caught here, gets KO'd. I think the Hoopa is going to be going down as well in that top path. As we head down to the bottom path right now, we've got the level 6 on that Alolan Ninetales, so it does have Blizzard as well, as we can see points raining into this top goal right now for Team YouTube.
Without a doubt. I mean, Team YouTube putting tons of pressure on, and they are putting pressure on in the central area of the opposing side. They know they can't let Stocking get to level 7. They can't let them evolve into Chandelure too early, and they're putting pressure uniquely to fend that off. Specifically, the Trevenant going crosstown shootout and battling on the opposite side of the map. Poor Eggnoob again, slow to evolve, and they still got another evolution after their next one. They get bullied out hard.
Yeah, this is not good for the side of GT as Team YouTube is crushing this match right now. 90 points to 4, and look at the level difference here. I mean, they still have a little Swinub on the side of GT.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get whole Eggnoob up to the Mamoswine. Yes, Mamoswine is a lot of fun, but you got to get that before the 5-minute mark, at least somewhere around there, because now Team YouTube is able to really contest anything on the map and really have the advantage when doing so.
Let's take a look at this as Team YouTube gets ready for this bottom Reggie. Nice big solar beam right there, but the shields from that goal ate up most of it as we see Phil pushing forward right here, putting the pain split down onto that Mamoswine as they get ready to start taking this Regirock. They don't have an amazing secure tool here, which is why the Trevenant is so far forward in the face of these special attackers here as they are ripping down Regirock.
Well, and for their effort, they get KO'd. Eggnoob coming through, getting the KO there. Stored power, Espeon getting that Unite move, chips up too. And now the Piloswine Eggnoob gets caught and they get KO'd very quickly. I think that's Chaotic on the A9 getting credit for that. However, GT putting a lot of pressure on Stockings, got kind of topped off on HP, so they're ready to scrap a little bit, forcing Team YouTube all the way back to their own goal zone. And although taking the objective, they were unable to get really any points in.
Team YouTube looking great here at the start of this match. Let's not forget, however, this is about the moment last match where GT started to turn everything around. So we're going to have to see if they're able to do the same thing here again. However, Team YouTube looking even better than game 1 here at the start. I mean, level-wise, they're just doing incredible.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. Dodrio using their Unite move to come through, see if they can put some pressure on. They want Chaotic. They're going to chase him down. Fweeze fighting on the backside, and they get a KO themselves. Dodrio goes down, and they're still fighting this Buzzwole. Finally, Stocking shows up and puts an end to that shenanigans. And now just holding down the goal zone are those GT players. Espo's on the chase. Phil looking to score.
Yeah, and here we go. Phil pushing towards this goal. They've got the pain split onto that Hoopa. It's a really interesting move, pain split. If your opponent's HP is higher than you, you're healing yourself the entire time. Not only that, all the damage that gets thrown to you, a percentage of it gets reflected to the enemy that you are splitting with.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite moves out of Trevenant specifically. I know.
Whoa.
Big time 39-point overdunk there by Team YouTube. And this Regieleki might hit the second goal zone. It does. Nobody's there, and they're going to be able to put a quick 50 into that as well. Team YouTube's lead is getting massive.
Yeah, this is a dominant performance here from Team YouTube. We still have not seen the GT from game 1 at all right now. We have 8 seconds until our bottom Reggie spawns right here. Team YouTube is just absolutely dominating GT in this match.
Yep, Stocking gets plucked up, ripped from the ceiling, and smashed on the ground. No Chandelure giving any light in this matchup, as now the Hoop's unbound. Espo's trying to fight it through. There's 2 players down for GT. If they step through that portal, they are going to get eviscerated, and yet nobody does because all those points are going in. Finally, the Mamoswine shows up. They use their Unite move. They're jumping on top of all the players that they can. 2 players from YouTube are down, but spiked up and slammed down by the Buzzwole is Eggnoob. Fwee wants to keep putting that pressure on, but they're forced to finally bail out. Pain split a little bit by Phil, leashing GT towards that Registeel.
Yeah, GT now moving towards Registeel right here. It looks like they're in a good position to secure it. YouTube moving down here, though. We have the Buzzwole trying to get some positioning. Dodrio coming in here with a big Unite move secured by GT. Also picking up a KO on Buzzwole and Espeon, seeing if they can get another on Eldegoss. Here comes the Ninetales with a big Unite move, trying to push them off goal. But GT is still doing just fine here. They do decide to peel back.
They do peel back, and in good order here, good conscious as well, as Eggnoob stalking pour back through the portal to see if there's anything left. There's too many wild Pokemon on the map. My anxiety is going through the roof, Spraggles. These folks need to start getting the easy experience instead of battling this thing out right now.
Wow, if you have anxiety when there are wild Pokemon out there, you are not one of my solo queue teammates, because let me tell you, they do not seem to care. But you're right, they need to pick up all of this experience right now. GT evening things up a bit right here, as the Dodrio's in a lot of trouble, having to run out, barely getting away.
Yeah, and of course, Espo putting down the hyperspace hole kind of as a bait, thinking that they might stick there. Of course, Team YouTube's on the chase. They're sitting on that goal zone, but it is pretty weak with only 8 points remaining there.
Yeah, it sets up a really nice score here from Team YouTube whenever they want to take it. They're already up by over 100 points as well. Reggie Alecki moving towards this tier 2 goal zone of Team YouTube, something that they'll be able to wipe off the map pretty easily, however. And again, they always have this tier 1 to score in if they would like.
Yeah, without a doubt. GT doing the responsible thing here, just getting the wild Pokemon on their side of the map. Looks like we've got 25 seconds left until Rayquaza comes, and there's no other objective that matters now. Nice little siege here with 20 seconds left. This might be one of those transfers into the fights. Chaotic comes through, tons of damage, stalking, burns down Phil Umis. Trees allergic to fire as it turns out, and it proves it there.
It looks like Team YouTube is going to have to peel back here. GT doing the same thing. Obviously, they would love to put some points in right now, but I don't know if they want this to be their fight. YouTube taking some positioning around this pit. GT doing the same thing, getting some resets. Everyone making sure that they have full health. We have Unite moves for every single member of both of these teams right here, as Team YouTube is ahead on score, so GT needs to make the play.
They do. They do. GT's trying to find an opportunity, but Eggnoob getting locked up by Chaotic would not have been a good start if they could have converted onto that KO. We're watching Eggnoob not playing any frontline action right here, as they're trying to get topped off with HP. They don't want to take this thing on without a healthy Mamoswine in their pocket. We're looking for it. Phil picks up the little pollen puff from their team. Espo unleashes the hoops unbound. Trevenant comes out, just catches Eggnoob. The pressure is on. We're moving through. Who's going to get into the middle? Rayquaza the 10%. We keep putting the pressure on. Everybody's throwing everything at Kitchen Sink. Is the stored power. Espeon right into the Espeon Unite move to shred out the Dodrio. 3 players down for GT. Can they get a couple more? They do. Fui Unite move takes out Mamoswine. We keep the pressure on, they say. And now, duck it time, Spraggles. Everybody's eating good for Team YouTube.
Beautiful stuff from YouTube. A basic reversal from game number 1 as Team YouTube lets the points rain in. It's raining points. Hallelujah, it's raining points. Team YouTube must be feeling pretty good here as they even it up in our winners finals. 42 seconds left, but that's just more time for YouTube to celebrate right now as they're up by 600 points.
Yeah, this didn't even look like the same team that stepped onto this map, despite choosing a bunch of the same characters, a bunch of the same Pokemon. I mean, Fui's Buzzwole looks leagues different than it did in game 1, and they were able to really help out the squad here in game 2 to push this thing to a game 3 to see who goes to the grand finals.
I mean, these matches are so incredible right here. Got to give it up to GT for, of course, still putting in the effort, trying to make something happen in these final moments. But I think they're also very aware that this is very much over right now, as we have our Trevenant chasing down another little KO right there. Just padding the stats, as we say.
Yeah, padding the stats indeed, and that damage stats were the numbers that were getting padded there at the end. Let's see exactly the final score where we ended up. Of course, Team YouTube up big, couldn't hit the 4-digit number there, but 923 to 292. They'll take that every day of the week.
Looking incredible right here. I have to wonder what GT is feeling like was the missing link inside that match. It doesn't seem like they were able to get much done with Mamoswine at all. In fact, I'm sure you remember that it was a swin up for a very long time. Took it a long time to evolve here. Taking a look at the KOs, Fui really showing up big 6 KOs on the Buzzwole.
Yeah, big 6 KOs. So the big difference between this game and the first game, Fui actually made an impact, and Chaotic, when they Blizzard Avalanched and locked targets down, they were actually KO'd instead of squeezing just out with a sliver of HP. So that was the big key change from game 1 to game 2 for me, Spraggles.
Yeah, and take a look at our scoreboard right here. We talked about last match where GT turned everything around at about that 4-minute mark on the graph. This time that did not happen. YouTube stayed ahead the whole time, kept themselves ahead, secured Rayquaza, won the match.
Yeah, convincing team fights. At the end there by Team YouTube as well. Looking at this damage, I mean, no crazy numbers on the side of Team YouTube. They were just efficient. Efficiency was the name of the game here. They would stun down Pokemon on the opposite side, and they would take them out of the equation. And you don't need to deal tons of damage if it's all pointed at the single character you're trying to take out.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of incredibly back and forth battles throughout that. Very strategic battles by both teams, it seemed like. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here that are bringing us to a Game 3, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great opportunity here for GT to get an objective, but instead, Espeon getting it done. I mean, we've said that multiple times before. So sad Sam on those special attackers like Zoinks called out, right into it and getting Team YouTube a big time lead.
Yeah, and it's interesting seeing, you know, Espeon on that stored power build becoming more and more popular after the Psyshock nerfs. It's really strong, especially into Pokemon that are hard to track down, like a Dodrio.
Yeah, without a doubt. We see the Hoops Unbound coming through. Everybody from GT was showing up for that fight, but they didn't know that there's 4 players of Team YouTube on the doorstep, and man, did they sort them out quickly.
Yeah, and here we go. Reggie Steele going down right here. This was a nice play by GT, taking down Fui, continuing to push right here. And now we see GT somewhat starting this fight. Looks like they're putting a lot of damage onto Rayquaza right here. Team YouTube notices this, comes right in to put a lot of damage of it on their own. And once again, just like game 1, seemed to kind of come down to a full-on, you know, flip. Everyone just throw all the damage they can at this thing.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket. We've talked about it a little bit, but of course, GT and Team YouTube stand at 1 game apiece, and we have our losers semis set. Amaterasu out of the top 4 for the first time this year. Luminosity and TTV are going to be squaring off in our losers semis.
I gotta tell you, I've really wanted to see Luminosity and TTV go at each other here in some of these big games. I'm shocked that Amaterasu is taken down to the losers and sent home, but then again, they went up against GT, who is crushing it right now, and then once again against TTV, who just won the AOS Cup. The thing about North America is there are so many teams that are so close to each other in skill level.
Absolutely. However, one team that seems to have TTV's number is Luminosity. They are 6-0 against that TTV squad, and as it turns out, that's a 100% win rate.
I think we're gonna have to check the math on that, of course, but that is a pretty huge statistic. And if there's something that TTV can do to beat Luminosity right now, they would really put themselves on the stage as one of the best, if not the best teams in North America. Feels like TTV is sort of turning things around for them, especially with what's happening with them near the AOS Cup. And now we see 2 teams that are really making a splash. GT, YouTube, heading to game 3 in our winners finals.
Absolutely. I mean, real quick to touch on TTV, they were definitely the NA darlings of season 1 and have really had a tumultuous time.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Yes.
I was the NA darling of season 1. I'm sure of that.
Well, if we keep doing that Beauty and the Beast analogy from the EU region, you are definitely the beauty, and I will be the beast in that particular scenario. So don't rest assured you can be the darling and the beauty and all the cool stuff, and I'll be the troglodyte in the corner. No worries.
Thank
TTV,
you so much.
Back to my point.
TTV, you're 100% right though.
NA darlings and UCSC, but they have really had a tough time of finding that same level of consistency, that same level of success. And Luminosity has definitely been their Achilles heel this year, keeping them down. And what an opportunity, again, to build some of that momentum going into the regional finals by taking out Luminosity now, sending them home, sending them packing, and giving yourself the opportunity at the grand finals.
Speaking of one of the top teams, let's take a look at one of the top Pokemon in the attack category. Chandelure making waves here, which is ironic because it's got all the fire, right? Number 1 damage dealt Pokemon here in the May finals, followed by Glaceon, Mew, Venusaur, and finally Delphox rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, these are all average numbers here from the May finals, May Cup, May finals across the board. Glaceon really surprised it's not in the top spot because Icy Wind Glaceon's very, very good. And so is Mew. People seem to think Mew has fallen off when in reality, it's always in the mix. But on a personal level, I love seeing Chandelure top these charts because that is a fun Pokemon to watch and to play.
I always love seeing a new Pokemon come into the game and really shake things up, and Chandelure has done just that. It's often described as a glass cannon, meaning a ton of damage output, but very, very frail. And that's why you're seeing such big numbers on this Pokemon. But if a team is smart, they'll do everything they can to get into that back line, find that Chandelure, and shut it down. Snuff out its light.
Yeah, we can actually see the big difference, specifically if we're talking about YouTube GT, right? GT between game 1 and game 2. Stockings was on that Chandelure both games, but the big difference was Eggnoob could not get it going and protect Stockings, so they could do that 90+K damage in that game 2. They had so much issue getting up to the Mamoswine, getting into the mix, protecting Stockings, that really was the reason a lot of the tides in these fights was turned. So if Stockings wants to pick up Chandelure, I think they need to have a little conversation with Eggnoob and saying, all right, let's get some of that game 1 Eggnoob and forget whatever that game 2 Eggnoob was.
Well, you know, one difficult thing about some of the defender picks inside Pokemon Unite, when you're a Pokemon like Mamoswine, you need to evolve twice. And when you're a Pokemon like, let's say, Lapras, you don't get level gated, you don't get stuck at all, you don't have to evolve. And they were able to keep that Pokemon unevolved for so long, keep it away from its second Evo, its third Evo, and that's a difficult thing to deal with. We see a lot of Blastoise players outside of the top competitive players have trouble with this too. You'll see a Wartortle running around the map still at 5 minutes. It's a very difficult thing to deal with for sure. Let's take a look here, Doob Snacks, at our broadcast schedule, where we are, where we're going.
Well, where we are is the May finals. You see it highlighted there. A bunch of months in gray. Those have been left behind. May finals, we're trying to sort that out for NA right now. But what's important here, regional finals is coming up in June. A lot of money on the line, a lot of CP on the line, and we're going to start figuring out who's going to the World Championships then. Big time showdown, though, is the NA regional finals that are going to be at NAIC in Columbus, Ohio. You like to say it, we're going to take a quick snooze in July, Snorlax style, and then the World Championships in Japan in August.
All right, and I know that these two teams right here, GT and YouTube, they can taste it, especially heading to the winners finals right now. They want to head to Japan. If they keep performing like this, they might just do it. Game number 3, YouTube versus GT. We are heading into our ban phase.
Heading into our ban phase, and I'll tell you what, if I'm Team YouTube, I'm looking to ban another defender here. Make GT take something big off the chopping block or give you something big in return. So maybe you ban Slowbro or Lapras here and see where GT goes, because I think you'd like either one of those Pokemon, and bang. This is exactly where Team YouTube wanted to be, just like they were in Game 2.
Yeah, I think right now it looks like they're stealing away the Hoopa. I don't even know. It might have been a smarter decision to grab Trevenant right here, because I think GT is going to pick that up immediately alongside of Chandelure. We'll see what they end up doing right now. I know that the defender roster on the side of Team YouTube is actually deep, and you know what? No, they decide to grab the Dodrio, leaving that defender spot open for Team YouTube to possibly take it away from them, and it looks like they do.
Yeah, what we really see going on here, Spraggles, is defaulting to comfort picks because they know this is a big game and they don't want to let a performance angle be the reason it doesn't happen. They'd rather have a Pokemon that's strongest in their hands, not particularly the strongest in any necessary matchup, knowing that this is giving us the best opportunity to win. That being said, Eggnoob locking in Snorlax is exactly where I want to see them.
And we could see So Sad Sam back on that Espeon. Really dominant performance last match. I think that stored power was very, very strong here. We see Phil locking in the Alolan. Ninetales going to switch that over with Chaotic right here. I think Team YouTube's got to feel good about this draft, but GT should feel pretty good as well. Like you said, a lot of comfort picks. They get themselves the Dodrio, and a Dodrio with 3 heads in the hand is better than a Trevenant in the bush that's not on Team YouTube. Is that how the saying goes? That can't be it.
No, that's bang on. 100% right. No questions asked.
Oh,
don't,
yep, I
don't
looked
look
it up. That's it.
I was just gonna say, don't look it up because you're 100% right. You gotta believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, Spraggles. Believe
That's
in
true.
yourself.
I do need that. Why'd I even look it up? I knew I was right.
There you go. Taking a look here, GT's lineup. Black CH is going to have to do a ton of damage here, and they need to make sure that they're protected. There's 2 big-time targets for Team YouTube to collapse onto, and they need to really protect both of them to make this magic happen. Stocking and Black, Eggnoob needs to be on one this game.
Here we go, loading into our final match here of these winners finals. One of these 2 teams are going to taste the grand finals from the winners bracket for the first time this season.
Yeah, and they both look in each respective game. Game 1 when GT won and game 2 when YouTube won, the teams looked good. They looked dominant, but it's a matter of finding that consistency, and it's who can hit that stride early. GT, you really need to get Eggnoob unlocked, but since they're not evolving this game, I think they've got a heck of a chance.
And here we go. We have the Dodrio and Eldegoss heading to the top path. Black CH, Eggnoob heading down to the bottom path. It looks like Phil is going to be here all by their lonesome as they are splitting this central area right here, handing some of it over to Chaotic, handing some of it over to So Sad Sam. Eggnoob coming on down here towards this goal and seeing if they can stop Phil from stealing away some of this experience.
Looks like they did. Braxican evolving down there in that path, so GT achieving their goals early here. Team YouTube needs to sustain, and Phil, they've got the responsibility of evolving now. Eggnoob's just looking to bully.
And here we go. Fui getting pushed back right here by Espo. It's possible that they want to start a little bit of a fight. We don't know if GT knows that this Espeon is up in the top path. Now they're pushing down here, and we actually have this sneaky Chandelure coming on down, looking to pick up a KO on Phil. Misses it right there, gives away the information that they are here, so Team YouTube can play this a little more passively.
Yeah, but they're in a good spot to get tons of experience, just shelling in damage, and almost all of that went to GT there, so that was a positive exchange for them. Team YouTube not really able to put too much pressure in the face, and Stonking's jumping right on top of Chaotic in that A9, and now, I mean, Phil clicking over to 4, but they were still level 3 a minute and a half into this game. That is not where you want to be.
It looks like top path going pretty well for Team YouTube, though, as the points are raining in up there. They are pushing towards this goal. The question is, how are they going to divvy up this central area right now? No one from YouTube is going back to it yet. Sam heading there now. It looks like the Alolan Ninetales Chaotic did take that blue buff, but this is very valuable experience that they need to be on a lot faster here, as we have Hoopa trying to shut down Black CH in this central area.
Yeah, and doing a pretty decent job of slowing down Black's progress here. I'm glad to see Lakoding also evolving into Dodrio. They were having a rough time of it in that top path in the face of Fui. And it looks like GT has an opportunity here to find some parity and make something happen for themselves. Nice little heavy slam by Eggnoob, gonna leave with some experience, and Team YouTube couldn't do much about it there.
Now, right now, Eggnoob not on a Pokemon that needs to evolve at all. Something I was talking about before. They're on Snorlax. It's already level 5. Finally, Phil is able to evolve and get their Trevenant over to level 5 as well. The Hoopa possibly sending multiple members of Team YouTube up. Looks like just Trevenant as Buzzwole sneaks down to the bottom path.
It sure does, and I don't know if they know it's there, but Fui's looking for an engage. Who are they going to pick up? Eggnoob actually slowly walking back, so they were going to be the frontline target if Fui did want to go in, and they would have been able to convert, but not the case.
And right now we see both teams just being very patient in this moment. We have 4 seconds until the Reggie spawns here in this bottom path. 4 members of GT, 3 members of Team YouTube down at this Regice.
Yeah, Regice getting leashed a little bit, meaning it's moving towards GT, and they're going to let it walk back to try and reset its HP. Chaotic getting some good damage in. We're moving forward, and we're just scrambling over some wild Pokemon, Spraggles.
Yeah, looks like we've got the Dodrio from GT moving into the central area here of Team YouTube. 4 members of YouTube bottom, and now we have the Chandelure coming back down. Again, very patient from both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, the fight to break out, the opportunity was maybe missed by YouTube, as now it's a 4-on-4 scenario. Regice about half HP. We've got a fire spin Delphox on our hands, Spraggles. Let's go. Regice getting chunked, but kind of all the attention's in bizarre places. Everybody's chucking everything in the kitchen sink at it, and Black does seal it up for the team. Is this an opportunity to convert? Nice heavy slam as soon as the kilo comes through. Espeon Unite catches a couple, but they're not able to convert on anyone. Yes, the Eldegoss is down, but that's not a really good prize when you missed on that Reggie.
Yeah, they missed the Reggie. They only pick up 1 KO. Without question, a much better exchange there for GT. The scoreboard incredibly close. We actually have a fight breaking out here right in this central area. Lakoding getting very, very low, looking to pick up a KO, not able to make it happen. They are jumping in on a Alolan Ninetales, who unites in response, trying to push them back right here, and GT now having to run out.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting chunked for tons of damage here. Espo looking for an opportunity. Stockings shelling in some damage. Chaotic sees an opportunity. The Blizzard Avalanche tandem falls just shy. Is anybody getting it backdoored here? No. All of GT is scrambling, but look where YouTube is. They've got free reign in the top path here because GT's going for a big time push, and Block is a way to start it. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of it. Hyperspace Highway's open. Who's going to pour through from YouTube to try and stem this tide? We keep the pressure on. Dodrio's in the back line, but Chandelure gets credit for the Espeon KO. There's 2 more that are down. Chandelure is on absolute fire, and guess what? They're a candle. Those burn, and they burn hot. Stockings KO streak of 3, and GT is looking solid all of a sudden.
Yeah, GT looking great in that exchange. YouTube not sending their Buzzwole down, instead deciding to break this top goal. And it looks like they're going to try to take this Reggie Alecki right here and make sure that they can send that towards GT. Great play by GT. Even though YouTube had the ability to come down through that hyperspace highway that was set up between those goals, if they did, they would land right into a Delphox Unite move. It was really, they were in no, they were in a no-win situation, Doopsnacks.
No, exactly. There's no way they're going to pour through that. I mean, in good conscience, you just got to let your team know, like, I have this up as a bait. Please don't take it. It is going rough down here. They did get the courtesy Reggie Alecki, but that bought them time to get some wild Pokemon as well.
Now you can see they're moving around the map right here, just continuing to get experience, actually looking to have a fight break out in the top path. They know Hoopa could bring them down, but they catch this Dodrio right here, possibly get the KO. No, Snorlax jumping in with a big Unite move of its own, and they are continuing to push towards GT.
The Espeon Unite is out, and then the Buzzwole Unite on the Snorlax, but right into the Eggnoob Unite right back, so it wasn't able to find any purchase. Stockings uses their Unite move. Can they convert onto a KO? No, they don't. Team YouTube just kind of makes it out, and ultimately, which was a bunch of a flash in a pan, didn't really turn out cooking anything.
Yeah, nothing really happened there, as Team YouTube is now deciding when they want to come down for this Regice. Obviously, they have this Unite move from Hoopa. They can make the play here. Time is ticking down. They want to use this here pretty soon, so they have it up again for Rayquaza, and there it is, the Unite move from Team YouTube.
Yeah, minute 20 left until Rayquaza, so they may not have it actually. Oh, look at that Eggnoob, big block and a push, trying to sort out who can actually get to that Regice. Way forward is Phil, doing tons of great work on Stockings, and actually hits them with a wood hammer. Now it's Team YouTube all over this Regice. They might get this one. They sacrificed their Alolan Ninetales Chaotic, but they got the Regice just in time. Under 3 minutes left in this game, and now it's the Reggie Alecki that's going to populate on the map.
Here we go. Dodrio having to run away right here. Able to score some in the bottom path, though. 137 to 167. The scoreboard is incredibly close, as we have multiple members of Team YouTube now heading towards this top path. They have the positional advantage here at Reggie Alecki, but they don't have a lot of teammates there, as 2 of them are in that central area, possibly heading down towards that tier 1 goal. We're going to have to see who wants this more.
Well, it looks like GT wants it, as Eggnoob is playing forward. The nice little heavy slam. Oh, the fire spin comes out and it peels right back to the Reggie Alecki. Stocking seals it up, but GT needs to peel out of this. If they get caught here, their respawns back might not be in time for Rayquaza, and it looks like they do make it out.
And talking about time for Rayquaza, it's happening right now. The final Rayquaza of these winners finals. This match, it just feels like it has been a relentless fight back and forth. We're already at the 2-minute mark. GT is in an extremely aggressive position here towards the top path, as multiple members are hiding in the tall grass, and Rayquaza is all alone in this big moment.
Yeah, it looks like Phil might be the one to lead the charge and see where everyone is. Fui's also trying to suss somebody out, and they get caught out. They have to use their Unite move, but it's on top of the Snorlax. They're able to push back and block, pull, peel back. Phil Yumas catches it too with their Unite move on the other way. Trevenant comes through, and the Wood Hammers hit Black CH. Espeon Unite comes out, chips up a couple. They convert on the Dodrio. 2 players down for GT. Lacoding is down. Black is down. No damage left. Team YouTube's there, and it's all on Stockings now if they want to make some magic happen and get some KOs back the other way. The Hoopa is unbound. Aquilo was able to stun down and get some KOs, but Team YouTube hasn't converted on anything. Black is back, and in 4 seconds, so is Lacoding. They didn't do anything with it. This scoreline is only separated by 30 points. Stockings is looking for an opportunity. Egg Noob's on the peel. Fui wants it. They're on the chase. Fanciful Fireworks are out with the fire spin. Might catch them. Does it? Heavy slam into that. That's a KO. Eldegoss sorts it out. Who's going to pivot? But it's Team YouTube. They're shredding Rayquaza. GT needs to flip on top. It has 30%. Their chase is on, and they're trying to bully out Chaotic and So Sad Sam. They're doing a pretty good job. 4 players down. Can we get it? 10 Jack, Queen, King, Spraggles. That's an ace, baby. And GT, you're going to go to your grand finals. They take Rayquaza, and they just need to score those ducats.
GT, the points raining in. Team YouTube in that final fight making what I have to be honest, one of the most confusing splits I've seen in a long time. I don't think they were communicating where they were going with each other. They just completely split in a fight where they had the player advantage. GT took advantage of it. Part of Team YouTube was trying to take down Rayquaza. A very confusing end for Team YouTube as GT really takes advantage of a odd misplay and wins this fight.
Yeah, they rallied back. They saw that they were given a little bit of daylight, and they did not miss that opportunity to see the sun. They stepped right through it, took a convincing team fight when they had Black and Lacoding back, and holy smokes, did it look good. A quick ace, and they get it done. Winners in May, winners finals winners. What's that mean? Grand finals from the winner's side.
Amazing stuff here from GT, heading to your grand finals. Team YouTube heading down to the losers bracket, and they're going to face off possibly against the team that they have faced earlier. And actually, in fact, I think it has to be, right? Because they have faced off against both TTV and Luminosity.
I believe you are spot on, Spraggles. Holy smokes. Team YouTube's gonna have to find some of that early magic, and they're having to recover from this bounce back, but GT is looking formidable as they're gonna be sitting in the grand finals.
Yeah, GT must be feeling great right now, on their way to possibly winning their first finals here in North America. What a better time to do it than when Chandelure is here on Stockings. Just incredible plays from GT.
I mean, what an add to this squad, and they have completely ascended with Stockings on this roster. And like I said, you can literally track their progress as a team month in, month out since they added Stockings, and they are getting better and better. Obviously, May is no exception.
Here we go. Take a look at our battle data here. The damage goes to the side of GT. Once again, Stalking on that Chandelure is able to really output a ton of damage. YouTube, it feels like, was not able to make enough happen with their squad. They had a moment, but they were not able to seize it. GT takes this game, and we're going to hear from our analysts here, Dupes, next, because I want to hear them break down some of these moments from that game 3. Let's send it on over to Zoinks and Wondership.
Thank you so much, Spraggles. Yeah, I'm excited to break down a lot of those games. An exciting one for sure, but GT truly looking exceptional. Maybe in the best form we have ever seen them. I might be convinced.
I think almost undoubtedly, and what an amazing storyline too to see them make it this far. As they I think maybe just even a few months ago we're like, oh, I don't know, we're kind of on the line for making it into even like AOS Cup, and now look at them, winners side of grand finals. But break down this final fight for me, because this was wild, Zoinks.
Well, it all started with the early discovery of Fui, right? Buzzwole forced to use that Unite move in response, and Dojo going down here was so scary. That's why you pick Stored Power Espeon for those long range last hit potential. So fantastic work here, and GT has to rally back. Now, Team YouTube plays this very passive. They don't want to engage. They're worried thanks to the Espeon needs a reset. They don't have the damage numbers to actually win this team fight, and that plays well into GT's hands. They're not trying to win this fight right now. They are trying to buy time, and Egg Noob is on a mad dash escape route. But look at this, actually ups away from the Pollen Puff and re-engages. The absolute courage out of this Snorlax player. of Eggnoob to make that decision, and I think it pays off so well. Espo was trying to give the support, but instead you go to the teammate, and after this, it was just a little bit of dominoes falling in the direction of GT. They get a full 5 down and the Rayquaza knockout, and the entire time, Lakoting was still in this dojo to threaten score and pressure. I mean, GT just really played that so exceptionally well and put up an iron wall defense.
And that's the rudest moment of all time. Stalking going for the dance, getting slammed for it, but well-deserved dance there from Stalking. One of the most, I think, electric players that we have in this entire UCS season, really. Just absolutely destroying on all of these special attackers. We even saw him, like I said before, the flex to the Dodrio in previous tournaments, but very much this Chandelure is looking to be a new specialty coming out of Stalking. I am very impressed.
What Pokemon can't she play? I have no idea, but we are going to be seeing a lot more Pokemon in the very near future, and one of those, we're actually going to be taking a look at the bracket, my bad. Let's take a look at where our tournament is now. GT headed towards your grand finals, of course, and our losers semis we're going to have up next is going to be Luminosity versus TTV.
And I gotta point out, this may be the closest bracket I've ever seen in Pokemon Unite history. Like, this is 8 2-1s, 8 game 3s, and 3 2-0s. That is a ridiculous ratio. 8-3 as far as going to game 3s, and that is between all of the best teams in this region. It's actually really legitimately kind of unbelievable how close they all are. But like you mentioned, this is going to be Luminosity versus TTV for that next match. That's, I mean, you know, we have so much we could say about that. That's a classic match.
The competition is at an all-time high, like you just said, and the competition going forward is going to be amazing as well. We do have a really cool shout out that we want to give to a new Pokemon that has been added to Pokemon Unite and will soon be available for tournament play, and that is Umbreon, one of the newest defenders added to the game.
And it is looking to change up the meta quite a bit. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for the impact that it's going to end up having. It has the ability to honestly control the enemy Pokemon in so many different unique ways. It has some of the most healing of any of the defenders that we've seen. And honestly, I just love hearing it do the little meow in lane. That's probably got to be my my #1 favorite thing about Umbreon.
That's a great favorite thing. I like it a lot too. But we are going to be back with more Pokemon Unite action right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
place move there. Now Gatlu and Redmaw and Rubber all focusing on the Zapdos. Just starting to come off of respawn now. IX Gaming needs to win another team fight and another one after that. But this time it's from Overlord.
Steals it again.
Undefeated, the best team in the world.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series May Cup, and this time we're in North America. Welcome back, Wonder Chef. We're headed towards the losers semifinals, and there are titans down here in the losers bracket.
I know. What more can we even say about this match? This is one of the most classic matches of this season. The only thing is we're not used to seeing it fighting for getting past fourth place. We are not quite used to seeing this matchup this early in the losers bracket, but of course that is going to be Team LG versus Team TTV. That, again, this is such a huge upset of a bracket. Everything is just flipped on its head. The thing I'm most excited for, even almost more than these matches, is going to be what the championship point rankings are at the end of today. But we can take a look at the teams here. Luminosity versus TTV. Like I said, what more can we almost even say about them?
It's such a stacked team, and I cannot wait to see it in action. Let's let the casters take it away. Spraggles and Dupes next. Bring us through this next match.
Oh my goodness, here we are, Doomstacks. Luminosity TTV in the losers bracket right now. What a showdown.
I mean, this is a match you could have predicted to be our grand finals, right? But these teams are squaring off just to try and make it into the top 4 potentially, right? Like, this is where they're trying to get to see where they end up. Excuse me, top 3. This could go either way. I mean, a scorned Luminosity is a tough Luminosity, but TTV is forever trying to find their footing here, and it's the defenders on the chopping block yet again.
Yeah, we can see how much priority all these teams are giving to these really tanky, really disruptive defender Pokemon. First pick onto Luminosity grabs the Urshifu as TTV is moving through. It looks like they've got the Zoroark and they've got the Dodrio.
2 great Pokemon by TTV. Now LG needs to figure out what they're going to do to combat this. Curio's quickly highlighting the A9, and that Pokemon has looked really good all day long. Surprisingly enough, I think its win rate is pretty low, but it itself in those games has looked particularly good. And of course, they switch off of that in short order, locking in the Mew.
And here we go, TTV. We've got Ender on the Eldegoss, Zugrug on the Trevenant. It looks like right here might be deciding. Yes, gonna lock in the Trevenant. Ender on Eldegoss. I mean, shades of season 1 of Pokemon UNITE. Just one of the absolute most dominant support players out there.
Yeah, Slash gonna lock in Snorlax, of course, one of the other defender options here. And Overlord locks in the greedy Greedent, Spraggles.
Come on, the mean greeting. Let's go, Overlord. I am so proud of you, Overlord. I'm so happy for you. I believe in you. I believe in mean greeting. People have written this Pokemon off, but they're crazy, and you're not crazy, Overlord. You love to see it coming out here in our losers bracket. I can't wait to see what kind of greeting it's gonna be. Do we have Covet Belch? Do we have Bullet Seed?
I mean, at this point, it's anyone's guess. Overlord looks very, very poised to make this Pokemon be a standout without a doubt. Their skill level is just that high. And of course, it's an absolute nuisance that can work its way around Trevenant and get after Lutano and Celestial on the Zoroark and Dodrio.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup, obviously. 2 Titans in NA going at it right now. Luminosity versus TTV. Man, this is the kind of match that, honestly, no matter what the outcome is, 2-1, 2-0, either way, I would not be shocked. As we take a look at our trainer cards logging in, I won't say anything more about Lutano's trainer card. We all know how I feel. I'm writing him a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, and I will as well, and I will speak to it. Absolutely atrocious. As we take a look along the line, though, I'm going to be taking an eye on Elo for LG because their Hoopa play has been great. They've pretty much played it all season 1. They were playing it when they became the world champions. So Hoopa Elo is a match made in heaven, and it's going to be a key to success here for LG against TTV.
Game number 1, Luminosity, your purple team, TTV, your orange team, as we send Snorlax down to the bottom path right here. Otter on this Delphox heading down to the bottom path as well. Lutano in the top path with the Dodrio all alone against the mean Greedy.
And they are passing like ships in the night as they're going to get their stacks in both ways to Sunday here. A lot of pressure being put on. Slash taking a quick nap, and I like Slash on this Snorlax as well. Going to be able to bully and really put the stress on Zugrug to get to that Trevenant quickly.
Looks like Slash running past here, going to steal the berries, and now Overlord's up here in the top path in a little bit of trouble right now. That red buff on the Eldegoss makes it extremely difficult for him to get out. The boosted attack almost picks up a KO.
Overlord making it just out is just a signature of theirs, being able to push the limits without giving up a KO. But here comes Rin. They're charged up and they are all over Otter. Otter's not going to be able to escape this beatdown because they are rapid striking through. Is Celestial the next one up? Though Zugrog gets caught, are they going to get lined up and KO'd? No, there's no real follow-up with Slash, but Celestial's certainly getting chased, that's for sure. And Curios says, you've extended your welcome, my friend. You're getting KO'd as well.
Jeez, great plays here by Luminosity in this bottom path, really punishing TTV. And we see the newest player to make it to the Luminosity roster, Rin, on that Urshifu, just putting in a ton of work with the Rapid Strike Urshifu. We've seen a lot, actually, of the single strike Urshifu today, which was more rare after Rapid Strike got a buff recently.
Yeah, but glad to see on the Rapid Strike, Rin on the Rapid Strike to get that movement. And look at that, Curios getting poached immediately by TTV, a quick KO back the other way. Slash is trying to heavy slam their way to success here, but all those points have already gone in. A good 39, but there's Rin just in time to get some quick KOs, 2 of them in a row, 1 for Slash, 1 for Rin, and now it's Elo that has to blink out of existence to Fade getting KO themselves.
Really great play by TTV there, but a super impressive hyperspace wall, almost like they knew that was going to go very poorly for them. So they set up a way to get out. Here we have Overlord. It is on Covet and is trying to chase down Lutano right here. It's a really interesting move for Greedent. It sets up a situation where it's immune to hindrances, while at the same time it can knock opponents up as it bashes into them. It's a really cool move for Greedent, and I am very excited to see Greedent in this match.
Yeah, so am I. It's just shades of the past and always a good one to watch. LG's win rate this season, 81% compared to 75. Team YouTube's at 75, by the way. I'm assuming that's supposed to say TTV. Either way, it's more. That's where we're at, Spraggles. It's more.
Yeah, without question, it's at 75 right now. Lutano right here, seeing if they can make something happen. Almost picking up a nice little combo on Overlord there, but it is difficult to KO a Greedent as Slash is just sleeping while they're putting the damage on him.
Yeah, Curio's trying to follow up, but really what they were trying to do is bait TTV forward so Rin could jump on top of them and get some quick KOs. But that, I mean, this Registeel is here. We're going to see how they operate around it. Ender forced to fade a little bit. Rin putting some good pressure and decent spacing. TTV has an opportunity, though, as LG's kind of clumped around the Registeel. Rin buying space by being in your face as they're sitting on top of the goal zone. They're working through this Registeel, and ultimately it'll go uncontested.
Yeah, really nothing TTV could do there as Rin just decided to jump into the back line of TTV, the back line, the front line, all of it, push it all the way back to their tier 1 goal. It's level 10 right now, the highest level in the match. And you know, something that Rapid Strike Urshifu can do is just attack like that and really go unpunished.
Yeah, Celestial and TTV has actually quietly been able to keep track. They haven't really been in the fights, but they've been taking a lot of wild experience, able to keep that thing from going in, and they're all over Overlord. That's a KO in short order. Slash with the heavy slam, but the engage is happening on them. They block and kind of X speed out of there. The fire spin is not going to be able to catch up.
Here we go. Just the drill peck right up into this Regieleki. TTV ripping this off the map. No one from Luminosity is here, and it seems to be a little bit of poetry. It rhymes, as George Lucas would say. Bottom path taken by Luminosity, no one from TTV there. Top path taken by TTV, no one from Luminosity there.
Yeah, you know, now they're finally contesting, and it's Overlord stuck in the middle of a bunch of players. They're able to make it out yet again. That slippery green. We actually used the Dodrio Unite. Lutano wants that KO on Overlord. They're tired of this nonsense. They're getting on the backside, but now they're caught on the backside. Heavy slam goes wide. They can't get them. Luminosity has to take care of this Regieleki, and TTV ultimately didn't quite get done what they wanted to.
Yeah, and it looks like TTV is recognizing, you know what, they can come right down here. I don't think we're going to win a good fight right now. Ender in some trouble. I think Rin says, I think I saw you, buddy. I saw you head into that tall grass. You're going to need to run right now, and that is exactly what they are doing. Rin not able to steal away that buff. Actually in a lot of trouble right here, being zoned out here by the Eldegoss, but able to make it home through the portal.
Yeah, if there was any follow-up there by Otter by any means, that was an easy KO on Rin, but now they dump back through, and there's 3 players there that can catch all of the fists from this Rapid Strike Urshifu. They're going to blink out, and Zugrug can't keep them out of that hyperspace hole.
Now it looks like Rin deciding not to take this portal back, as we do have an objective here in the bottom path right now. Hoopa needing to unite actually gets home here in their unbound form, and it looks like they are coming back.
Well, tons of stuns and a big laser beam chunks Zugrug big. They go for the Horn Leech back the other way. Tons of HP racks back into their face. They're pushing on top, and Celestial's caught on the backside. Cotton Crash is going to pick them up, but it's slashed deep using that Snorlax Unite, chipping up a couple. Regirock is just getting punched by Rin, who actually used their Unite move. Can they flow into more hits? No, they just end it with 4. Lowest number we've seen in a while. Overlord takes the Regirock, and they're pivoting back despite the huge Trevenant Unite catching 4 players from Zugrug. They can't make any magic happen here, and TTV is forced to go all the way back to their tier 2 goal zone. Overlord might get KO'd, but that is great work by LG.
LG with an extremely impressive fight right there. Lutana right now trying to make something happen here in this central area, possibly pick up a KO on Curios. Curios using the eject button. That drill peck just barely misses it right there. And it feels like that was the most calm, perfect eject button I've seen in a long time. He just went right back to getting his experience.
Yeah, if there's one thing Curious is, it's pretty calm and collected when they're playing. We've seen some of the interviews that they've done, and they seem together when it comes to these high stress moments.
Absolutely. Luminosity looking good here. TTV looking good as well. The score is incredibly close between these two teams. Really no one up here from Luminosity to do anything about this. Overlord was there, but they decided to walk away. Otter throwing their Unite move. Look, they don't have really another opportunity until Rayquaza. They might as well take it. They'll have it back.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the score line is close, 197 to 171. Ender's getting chopped on here, getting belched on a little bit by the Greedent, who makes it out as well. Celestial, Ender, and Otter going to peel back. Really, there's an opportunity here for TTV to take a moment, get some experience, and get ready for Rayquaza.
Yeah, 30 seconds until Rayquaza. If you take a look at the levels across the board, it's pretty close, but we got 2 level 13s on the side of TTV. We don't yet have one, just ticked over. Rin, the Urshifu, on the side of Luminosity. The score line, about 20 so points separates these teams. The experience line, very, very close. Everyone's got a Unite move right now except Trevenant, and I assume that's going to be very close.
Yep, they get it as soon as you said that here. This is going to be a good old-fashioned dogfight here in the middle. This is going to be pure skill. Everybody with Unite moves, parity at levels at parity. So it's going to be the strategy and then the implementation. I'm watching to see where the Urshifu and Dodrio are. Fire Spun is slash. Big block coming through to protect Elo as we're chipping shots over. Almost get backdoored by Lutano. They're getting bullied away from the hyperspace hole. Slash hits the heavy slam right on the corner, able to get it. But look at Celestial caught on the backside. Mew Unite comes out. Can they Electro Ball them down? They're going to try. Boosted auto comes through and hits. Are you kidding me? Celestial goes down to the long range. Ender gets pivoted back. 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 16 seconds till Celestial can get back into it. Slash is playing very far forward. Luminosity is looking for an opportunity. Rayquaza is getting hit. Dodrio Unite comes to the backside. Lutano put touch pressure on. We're going to see where this goes. Trevenant Unite pops up on Rin. Is Rin going to get KO'd? No, they're in the mix and they're getting wood hammers all over the place. Finally, Luminosity looks at Rayquaza and says, oh, that we were working on that, but it's full HP. Back the other way. And now the Rin Unite comes out and they're working through Zugrug. They only have a couple hits, 8 hits total. Are they going to be able to collapse? Zell, Celestial's back and they're mad. They're going to look for an opportunity to convert. There's 1 player down, 2 players down. Otter and Celestial goes down again. The resets are there sitting for Luminosity. No players down quite yet. TTV is on the brink of collapse here in game 1. Can LG close the door on it? Lutano is flanking here, but what is LG going to do, Spraggles? They're scampering to score.
Lutano scoring right now, actually putting a lot of points on the board. It actually puts them up, but Luminosity, is peeling up towards the top path to put in 100 points. This will put them above TTV. Right now, they are up by 60 points right here with only 25 seconds left. Obviously, TTV knows they are behind and they need to make a play right now, but there is not much time left. They have to run. They don't have a choice, but it looks like there's really no angle for them to get more more points in as Overlord continues to score in their main goal.
Yeah, and here we go. We have the push by Otter trying to get on top of Elo. They score here. Heavy Slam comes through. The Mew is up top playing defense there. Nobody is able to get their points, and LG, baby, getting it done, and Rayquaza hangs out on the map.
Incredible stuff there from Luminosity. As soon as I saw that Hoopa go down to the Delphox, I audibly gasped because I thought, no way is Otter going to rain the points in here. Not able to. Luminosity holds TTV down. No Rayquaza necessary as they win game number 1.
Great look by LG, and they were able to just take convincing wins, individual targets down. Celestial clearly became a priority in the late stages of this game. They got them off the map early, and as soon as they came back into the mix, they KO'd them again. Ultimately, Overlord racking in tons of points. There was nothing flashy in this one, Spraggles, just some good old Pokemon Unite.
That's right. I mean, just an incredible fight by Luminosity. Very patient, able to take down multiple members of TTV. They knew they were ahead. As soon as TTV peels off to score, Luminosity can do the same thing, but with a player advantage, putting them in the lead and giving them the victory. Great plays by Luminosity. And if the stats from earlier were correct, this would be the 7th win for Luminosity against TTV. TTV still has not beat them here in one of our events.
That's correct. They are now up 7-0. These two teams are, I mean, just tons of great work by LG. And like I said, it kind of feels like they have TTV's number at this point.
Well, obviously TTV is going to need to change something up right here. The damage was looking pretty good here from TTV. Maybe not enough from their Dodrio, but Luminosity really showing up with Rin, just putting in a ton of work, especially early. And then Overlord, it seemed to be able to turn on as the match went on there with that Greedent.
Yeah, so, I mean, the damage output of Overlord on the Greedent might not be as much as Dodrio, historically, you know, just Pokemon for Pokemon comparison, but the fact that it can sustain itself and fill a similar role of being able to scramble and score, being slippery, being able to move around the map is a great secondary choice here, and ultimately ended up being a difference maker because of how just fat it was, just sitting in the middle of that team. They couldn't really take out Overlord.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these big moments here from game number 1 of our losers semifinals. We have Luminosity here. This is a moment where Slash was just really caught out, and every member of TTV decided to join in to pick up a nice KO there.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do that. And now we have the collapse on Regirock here, and it's Overlord just getting in the mix as the Greedent. Big Trevenant Unite from Zugrug from TTV, but I mean, they weren't able to really do anything with it. I think that might have been the perfect 5-person Trevenant Unite, but ultimately didn't really end up to anything.
Here we go. We see TTV in some trouble right here. Obviously, Celestial caught on the backside right there into the central area of Luminosity as multiple members of TTV were going down, and Luminosity just continued to juggle those KOs.
Yeah, quick, I want to highlight Slash's just awareness here, because Lutano actually peels to go score, and Slash is the one that chases them down and heavy slams to keep the full hundo banger from going in. I mean, I thought that was just impressive. Obviously, this fight is raging on here in this moment, but that's where Lutano goes for the score, and the heavy slam to keep that last little bit from going in, and Cheerio shows up and gets the KO. I think that ended up being a difference maker, Spraggles.
MVP of the game is Rin from LG. You know what? I'm not surprised. Really felt like they were playing some great Pokemon Unite in that match with this Rapid Strike Urshifu build. We've seen a ton of single strike today, but here is why that Water Bear is so incredibly powerful. Really dominant through most of the early game.
Yeah, the early game was the key component that I'm glad you highlighted, and they let Rin get huge. Like, they did not put any pressure on Rin at any axis in the first 5 minutes, and that just let them to outscale and really take over those early fights.
Yeah, you see a Pokemon like Urshifu, if you're looking at the single strike build, that's going to be something that's much more useful as the match goes on. You're able to secure objectives, get big KOs. If you're looking at this rapid strike build, you want to put a ton of pressure on your opponents early, and they did just that. Really impressive stuff here from LG. We're going to have to see what happens as we head here towards game 2. If TTV loses this thing, that means that they are going home, and Luminosity will have to face off against the team that sent them down to the losers bracket, Team YouTube.
Well, history is bound to repeat itself from time to time, but I certainly believe that looking at their crystal ball, TTV wants to shake that up a little bit. I'd be tired of losing to Luminosity if I was them. 7 is enough. Let's make number 8 and 9, 7, 8, 9. That's a joke somewhere in there, Spraggles. I'm sure you can figure it out, but let's make games 8 and 9 ours, and let's get back into the grand finals.
I can't figure it out.
Well,
I can't figure it out, Doomstacks.
I believe in you. I believe in you. I mean, TTV is used to being in the grand finals. They've had some big time wins this season, specifically AOS Cup being obviously a hallmark for this team. Fighting through the losers bracket and having to go to the losers finals and then the grand finals, that's a lot of work ahead of them. But if you can snuff out LG on your path to the grand finals, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah, we're getting ready for our draft right now between these two teams. I wonder if we're going to see anything different from either squad. Felt like Luminosity was playing great with what they had, and I have to assume we're going to be seeing a couple of these big-time defenders banned out once again. Lapras and Slowbro are public enemies number 1 and 2 for a lot of these teams.
When I'm a team that's looking at like an LG or maybe a Nouns, and they choose a character that no one else does, for example, like Greedon, and then you take an L to that, it's just got to put a pit in the middle of your stomach, right? Because you're used to all these top Pokemon all over the map being selected, and then if they're willing to throw you a big-time curveball and get the win, like that's got to put you on edge a little bit. Zoroark and Slowbro are banned, which means that's a snap Lapras for TTV.
TTV getting the Lapras right here. A lot of teams not able to pick it up here in this tournament. Obviously, it's often banned out. Otter now on the Mew, and Ender gets the Hoopa right away. I mean, of course, Overlord has the Dodrio, Rin back on the Urshifu. Big pickups across the board for these teams, but I gotta say, getting that Lapras early feels real good.
Oh, it's got to. Slash locking in the Pokemon that they helped LG win the World Championship with last year. Again, pseudo defender in this role here in Elo with a little bit of a pick-me-up. Luminosity is going to be a tough team to take down. Garchomp, we made it. Come on, Spraggles. I love where TTV's going with here. If we see a Wigglytuff lock, TTV is on one. I want to see this work.
Me too. We're gonna have to see what Curios wants to bring to this match right here. I think there are a lot of good options. They're thinking about Gardevoir. They're thinking about Alolan Ninetales. This is the first Comfey we've seen today. Comfey actually received a nice series of nerfs to this Pokemon. A lot of people thought it was a very, very strong supporter choice. But even with these nerfs, you put a Comfey on a Dodrio piloted by Overlord or an Urshifu piloted by Rin, this is going to be extremely difficult for TTV to deal with.
Absolutely. And again, you know, Comfey can say, hey, you just hit your ride and you press your buttons, but it is imperative to be hopping on and off Pokemon to make sure that the flowers that you get are topped off so you can really have the highest and maximum amount of healing provided to the teammate you're latching onto. And Elo has a lot of good movement with Comfey without putting themselves at risk while also making sure they're the most efficient healing Pokemon they can be.
I gotta say, you know, we're talking about Comfey, another Pokemon that we have not seen today. You don't see very often at all anymore. The incredible Wigglytuff, especially in the hands of Zugrug. Played a ton of it in Season 1. You don't see as much Wiggly anymore, and we're gonna have to see if it will be a difference maker here in game number 2. This is a must-win for TTV. If they lose this, they're going home.
Yeah, their backs against the wall, and Zugrug says, give me Wigglytuff. Zugrug is one of the most aggressive defender players in the game. They're willing to get up in front in your face, and that is great with a Pokemon like Wigglytuff with that big sing that it can put the opponents to sleep with.
We've got Lapras heading up to the top path right here. Dodrio and Comfey heading up to the top path for Luminosity as they are going to be handing that buff off to Comfey. We actually have the Hoopa Ender heading towards the central area of Luminosity. A little bit of a fight happening here in the bottom path that is secured by the Chansey there. Slash.
Yeah, taking a look though, usually we see Garchomp go into one of the paths, but instead it is all over that central area early to make sure that it can scale quickly in the face of Luminosity.
And here we go. We have Lutano pushing towards this Dodrio right here. All alone in this top path as its Hoopa is in this central area fighting with multiple members of Luminosity right now. And now we have Celestial coming down to this bottom path, scoring in the face of this Chansey, pulling this Cub Fu towards them as well. Are they going to be able to pick up a KO? We're going to find out here as Zugrug gets a big evolution.
Now, blinked out just in time, Ender with a nice hyperspace hole here. Look at that, poaching all of those Altarian Swablu for the squad. TTV getting great experience there, and they're able to keep poor Slash on that Chansey. No Blissey for them just yet.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from TTV in this bottom path right here, getting aggressive, pushing towards this Alolan Ninetales as we see Overlord, a level 6 now up in this top path. It's going to be very difficult to deal with this Pokemon when it gets a lot of experience here, and we do have the Tri-Attack Dodrio.
I love Tri-Attack. It's a great single focus target attack, of course, and it's going to need to find the right targets, and there's plenty of them on the side of TTV. Pushing forward here, Blizzard Avalanche combo. Zugrug is getting way low. Slash is there to top them off. Eats an Electro Ball on behalf of Curios. No questions asked there. That's my job. As they're moving very far forward, no fear out of Slash. Coalescing in the middle, though, is all this experience that Celestial's looking for, and a great hyperspace hole by Ender.
Yeah, heading back up into the top path now. We have a level 7 on this Garchomp. Like you said, we don't often see it in this central area, but they are feeding it a ton of experience as it looks like we got a fight happening in the top path. Ender, the Hoopa, caught out. Overlord pushing towards this goal right here. More points raining in. Jump kicking away. We got the jump kick Tri-Attack.
Listen, Overlord knows what they're doing. They're taking the skill sets that they want. Rin needs to get a little bit bigger, I think. Sitting at level 7 is not where they want to be. Certainly wasn't where they were in game 1. But they've got a real opportunity here in this skirmish in the middle. It's a 3-on-2, but it looks like LG's showing up with way more than that, just the way that shook out.
I mean, well, that was a great catch there with the Blizzard Avalanche combo by Curios, the Alolan Ninetales. We've got our objective here in the bottom path. We do have ourselves a level 9 Garchomp. We also have a level 9 Dodrio right here, almost getting caught by this Dragon Claw.
And ultimately, Comfy gets a KO on Zugrug, so Elo gets credit for that. They're moving forward. Nobody down for Luminosity. Overlord somehow able to sustain just there. Finally gets eaten up by Ender. One player down. But nobody's on this Registeel. It's getting leashed all the way down the block, and it's trying to find its way home. Finally, Celestial jumps on top of it. Dragon rushes in. They're trying to eviscerate it. Look at this. Curios carrying the Comfy now. They're going to see what they can do with the Blizzard Avalanche. Zugrug forced to retreat a little bit. It has, 6 Petal Ticks on top. Nice Egg Bomb to buy some spacing. They're going to see if they get Egg Bomb. No! Dragon Rush comes in, but it's Curios that gets it sealed right on her from the nose of the Garchomp, and the Garchomp gets KO'd for that effort. A nice Bliss assistance on Curios to keep this going. Mew Unite comes out as his Light Scream Electro Ball, and finally I think LG is going to back off of this.
Yeah, LG backing off right here, securing the objective in the face of TTV. They were seeing if they could catch it with that Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush combo. Not able to make it happen right here, as this Dodrio is already a level 11. It's becoming an absolute force of nature on Eos Island right now.
Yeah, and it's going to make it out here. Gets hit with an Electro Ball. That's a good start. Overlord is getting low here. It is carrying the Comfy. We're patching up to Rin up top here. A little bit of bubble beam caught as Ender has the higher. Good lord, we thought Overlord was going to get KO'd, and they turned into a KO streak of 2. Spraggles.
Incredible stuff, of course, from Overlord as they continue to push right here. That Comfy just setting up more and more situations where they cannot get KO'd, where they can continue to push and get really, really big boosted attacks here. Curios able to make it out there. Lutano not able to pick up the KO right here. The Blizzard pushes them out of the hyperspace hole. He's in a lot of trouble. He needs to run back right here, but we do have the Wigglytuff Sing actually pushing Luminosity back.
Yeah, that was a great read by Zugrug for the cutoff there to make sure LG couldn't push onto Lutano, that Lapras, and get that follow-up KO. That might have been an opportunity for them to collapse on top of the goal zone. So good work by Zug there.
Luminosity up by over 100 points, and they're the only ones that have any positioning for this Regieleki. We see Overlord moving across the map right here, looking to pick something up, fighting with the Garchomp right now. Celestial in a little bit of trouble. It's Otter and Celestial versus Overlord and Elo here in the central area as 5 members of TTV are collapsing on this Dodrio, and they finally catch it.
Yeah, that Electro Ball had a long way to track, but they finally got Overlord after Overlord took all of the buffs from that side of the map. Comfy goes down. That is predictable. Elo was not long for this world. Slash forced to peel now, and now it's just kind of Curios and Slash trying to hold it down until the rest of the team can show up. Rin's looking for an opportunity up top, but really TTV wants this basement Reggie. They needed this experience. Curios is trying to bubble out Zugrug a little bit. Celestial flips the script on there, uses their Unite move. Bliss Assistance right on top of Curios. They snow globe out. Can they get an opportunity? Dragon Rush on top of them. The pressure continues. Slash is there for the pickup. They're eating eggs, and they're eating good for breakfast in the afternoon. All Celestial peels back, though. This Regieleki's going to leash, and Luminosity's got another chance at it if they want it, because everybody on TTV is so low. They have to blink.
Here we go. Registeel getting very, very low right here. The Sing comes out from Wigglytuff, the Blizzard, and it is secured by the Wigglytuff. The Dazzling Gleam picks up the secure on that Registeel and a KO. Sleepy time. Wiggly putting the enemies to sleep with some big KOs as 40 points rated. Huge overcap, but take a look at the scoreboard right here. Well, look at what Rin's been able to do. 349 for Luminosity.
I mean, they've come completely untethered as this LG team. They are all over this map, and you got to think that Rayquaza, that was a 3-on-2, and it looked pretty even. You know what I mean? The LG was fighting well, which led Overlord and Elo to run across the map and Rin to do whatever they wanted. Finally, they're getting KOs the other way. The Electro Ball comes through, and we're just dashing some strikes here to get back to our goal zone. Everybody's hopping off to get topped off by the goal zone, get that shield as well, but LG is just making it happen all over this map.
That was a great pickup there by TTV. I mean, a level 14 Dodrio is a huge KO, but at the same time, we did use a Unite move here from Lapras to make that happen. So that means Lutano is going to need to try to get another Unite move back. All while, if they take this Regieleki Luminosity, that's going to walk towards the main base of TTV.
Yeah, so now TTV has to defend it, where normally they wouldn't really be interested in fighting this Regieleki because their tier 1 goal zone is up. But we see this. LG wants it, and they're going to fight for it, and they have a good opportunity and good position here. Electro Ball hits Overlord again. So, I mean, Otter's really been dialed in with those. Finally, everybody gives up and peels, but there's Rin to cut off Celestial. This might be our fight here as the sleep brings them back to the goal zone and resets. We're going to see where the pressure is. We're downstairs as the Bubble Beam catches Overlord. They're caught on the backside. Can Celestial convert on anything? They use their Unite move. They're scampering away. Comfy Unite comes out. Everybody's fighting in the tall grass. Snow Globe back the other way. Nobody's down just yet. We've got a lot of players low HP. Overlord is low. They have to Unite move to get out. No, they actually convert onto Otter. Are you kidding me? Bliss Assistance right into the middle. Can they make that happen? Rin is in a position of force here as Overlord gets KO streak at 2. They're all over Zugrug. That's another KO, and they're not even going to worry about Rayquaza. They're scrambling to go score.
They are running to score right now, continuing to put points on the board. They're at 477 points, and Rayquaza has not been taken. 80 points here for TTV. A minute 20 seconds left. It's definitely not over for TTV, but the point lead looks to be insurmountable without taking Rayquaza right now, and this is a level 15 Dodrio they have to deal with.
Yeah, it's ready to scrap here. You need to get it in a Bubble Beam in short order. That's what they have to do so they can buckle on top of it. But look at this. They're kind of split as TTV. LG's pincering on them, and Rin's on the backside on Zugrug. They're putting the pressure on Celestials down already. That is chaos, and Overlord is topped up. Tons of HP. 3 players down for TTV. They are Blizzard, Avalanche, Lutano. I thought you were an Ice type, but you're getting frozen to the ground. Doesn't matter if you got a Bubble Beam. You're getting absolutely smothered by Curios. I can't believe they're still standing. That just shows the strength of Lapras, but ultimately they get buckled, and can they get the ace? That's the big question, as Inder's just trying to make that not happen right now.
TTV, all of their members are down. More points raining in from Luminosity. Luminosity going to take this thing here in 2 games. Once again, they are undefeated against TTV. Incredible stuff from Luminosity. There really wasn't much TTV could do. I mean, the level advantage from this Dodrio. The Comfey keeping it happy, healthy, ready to fight. No Rayquaza needed.
No, I mean, that looked amazing. That was a show by Luminosity. We were in a little bit of garbage time there. We all knew it. Padding the stats, getting KOs, yada, 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 this, that, and the other. LG winning in a big time 2-0, 8-0 historically this season against TTV. I'm telling you, they've figured this TTV squad out. They're giving them whoever they want, whatever character they want, and they're still taking big time wins, playing stuff like Greedon. Come on.
Incredible stuff from Luminosity, the former world champions. They were the North American champions last year, the world champions last year in London, and they're looking to head back to the grand finals right now. But before that, they're gonna have to face off against the team that just beat them, Team YouTube. Let's take a look at some of these KO stats, Tubes, next.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats and break through here. I mean, tons of KOs obviously on the side of LG. They were all putting in work this game. I mean, really just putting their hand on the scale and tipping it in their direction, no questions asked. Tons of points out of Rin as well, as they pretty much dominated that entire top path the whole game by themselves.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Luminosity, and you always have to worry when you have a player that's just unbelievable and you put a Comfey on them. How are you going to shut them down? Well, the answer in this match was you cannot. Luminosity didn't take Rayquaza, and they are up to 553 points.
Yeah, they're just putting pressure on all over the map, but look at that. Curious, you cannot understate the A9 buffs, my friend. Almost hitting 90k with A9, and that's with Overlord, with Rin on your team. Overlord had the Comfey the whole time, didn't even match that number. Curios was in the thick of it, he was in the cut, and he was doing tons of damage. Shouts to them, propping up this Pokemon, propping up this team, and getting a big win.
Well, I've got to hear what Wonder Chef and Zoinks, our analysts, think of this match and this series between TTV and Luminosity. Gentlemen, take it away.
Luminosity looking out of control, Wonder Chef. What a crazy loser semi game from them. I mean, an amazing match across the board, but if you're asking me, at that moment, that second game, that was won at 4 minutes, personally.
I could see that as well. I'm just excited that we got a chance to see some picks again that we are not quite as used to seeing. I personally think that the pick of the Wigglytuff was really smart. I think that the Sing made a lot of like dives, for example, like if we were to see the Drill Peck from the Dodrio, or if we saw, of course, the Urshifu come in, I think that both of those were a lot more scary when you can be instantly sung and then just melted. But I love the fact that we saw the Tri-Attack Dodrio. That was a great like flex to potentially get away from that, or deal with the fact that there are just so many melee close combat Pokemon within this game. So I think there's some really cool things to see. Also, of course, I can't not say Comfey. I love seeing Comfey.
I mean, and the impact that Elo found on that Pokemon was huge. We got to sing a lot of praises of these support players, and Elo looking like one of the best. But there you have it. I mean, Luminosity, that was probably one of the 3 teamfight wins they had in that fight. It was looking amazing. But let's take a look at our player of the game. It is Overlord on the Dodrio. I mean, we said it before. Pick a Pokemon that Overlord wants to play, and they'll play it amazing. Tri-Attack, Jump Kick, definitely not the build we see too often. A lot of players opting into the agility selection instead of the Tri-Attack, but Jump Kick giving you a little bit of outplay potential sometimes. Dodge some big abilities, stun the enemies to counter a little bit. It looks really good. Let's take a look at our bracket though, Wonder Chef.
Let us take a look. We are now within our top 3 of North America for the May finals, and that is going to be, like everybody's basically said today, another rematch, one more rematch of Team YouTube against Luminosity. As you can see, that was earlier in the bracket, a 2-1 win on the side of YouTube. Many would consider that an upset, but now Luminosity has to fight all the way back from losers bracket, and I feel like they have a great chance to turn that score around.
Team YouTube versus Luminosity Gaming. That is the match we have on the horizon. I cannot wait. It's going to be an amazing losers finals to what's already been an incredible tournament. But we will be right back after a very short break with more Unite action.
Okay. I love this Pokemon, but I would go with Bench, honestly.
I would go bench too.
Yeah, we could go with bench.
Yeah.
If you had to play it in a final, it would be like very good. So.
Yes.
I would take
play Hooper.
Hooper, yeah, that's not a problem.
So it's a good Pokemon to main.
James, the Cinderace.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think we're doing this main.
What is it?
Wigglytuff.
Bench.
We bench.
Whoa. You don't want me singing in the finals.
Dragonite.
Well, play.
Then play.
Let's bait other teams.
Okay.
Okay.
Play.
Play. Play by far.
Bench. I feel like this is a bench angle.
Bench.
I'm happy with this.
Yeah, definitely main Blastoise.
Is this Charizard? I would bench it.
I would play it.
I would play it as a
Imagine the next one is like Sableye. I don't like it.
I would play it. I would main it.
Actually, human's perfect main. Like he always wants to main this Pokemon.
They never let me play as Sableye.
You need to play around it.
Yeah.
It's bench.
It's rough because Icles played it a lot in the first season.
Then I think we go with play.
Play, yes.
Okay, nice. Okay, it's very good.
Okay, that's the main.
It's my favorite Pokemon actually.
I can give you the card.
Yeah, it's for you, bro.
I feel like bench or play, no, not main. Play.
I vote play.
Yeah, play.
Play, okay.
I'm a Mew one trick. We have to main it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Dragon Point. That's completely fine. We just bench it, no?
Yeah.
Gengar.
Actually,
I think it's bench.
I Aldegoss.
I think it's play.
Yeah, play. No, it's play.
reluctantly play Aldegoss, I think.
Yeah, play too.
Very fun character. I guess we're maining D-Knight.
That might have to be a bench.
That's probably a bench.
I would say play, right?
Yeah, I play.
Play?
Yeah.
Because we are one game type thing.
Yeah,
not a main.
one game, yeah.
Oh
Yes,
my god.
Nice. Main.
We actually lined up.
The Hoopa Unites are out, they're pushing in, and that's the Trevenant Unite as well. That picks up now. They're coming through, and Esports takes it! They absolutely took it up the Dexter Unite, and now they're pushing forward.
They dive right back on into Slash, and in the meantime, Kirio finds 2 KOs!
Look, absolutely dominates the final fight.
We are back with the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here. We've got a very exciting game for you all. I am happy to be joined by the one, the only Smart Dubesnacks. Hello, Smart Dubesnacks.
Glad to be back. Glad to be back. Glad to be in the analyst seat. We've got ourselves a heck of a matchup here. Team YouTube and Luminosity. Team YouTube actually beat Luminosity earlier today.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy, right? I mean, Team YouTube, you would not expect them to take down the world champs, but they did it already, and now they're going to have to do it again if they want to head on over to these grand finals. Here we can see Team YouTube and GT from a little earlier right here. Obviously, Team YouTube playing some incredible games, brought it down to the wire all the way to a game 3, but GT able to send them down here to our losers bracket.
Yeah, we talked before broadcast that Team YouTube just seems to be the team that has that potential to take it down any day of the week. And this is certainly shaping up to be one of their best days to be playing, period. Yes, they got dispatched by GT, but they've made it this far, taking out 2 hallmarks of the NA scene, and they've got an opportunity to repeat that performance again.
Yeah, the question is, are they still on that upswing of momentum from taking down TTV, from taking down Luminosity? Or is it time for Luminosity to really show them who is boss? We just saw Luminosity take down TTV 2-0 in some pretty commanding games right here. So we're gonna have to see what Luminosity can do against Team YouTube. I'm curious to see what happened earlier. What is the Team YouTube that beat Luminosity?
It might be the Team YouTube that just flips Rayquaza on spawn and really puts the pressure of the other team to be there and then out secure them. And if that went in their direction, well, then you can see how that shaped out. Now, LG is not one to be caught with the same trick twice, and you know they'll be coming more prepared this time around. They're already making strategic switches to things like Credent, you know, that Zoinks pointed out off camera is great into Zoroark, and it looked great in the game that they played it. So LG has those adjustments, those micro adjustments it can make between games to really impact the whole of the game here. So Team YouTube, hopefully they have a couple more tricks up their sleeve.
Absolutely. You just have to wonder, I mean, is Team YouTube somehow Luminosity's kryptonite a little bit? You know, is Luminosity a grass type and TTV's a fire type? You really do see some interesting matchups where for some reason one team might not be the best in the world, but they can beat the best in the world. We're gonna have to see if YouTube can do that again today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, perfect example is the matchup we just watched, right? LG, for some reason, has TTV's number 8. No, TTV is no slouch, of course, right? So maybe we have that same sort of dichotomy kind of formulating between Team YouTube and LG, but this game is ready. So you know what that means, Spraggles? You and I got to take a bow because Zoinks and Wonder Chef are going to be taking over here. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snacks. I am excited to watch this game. Now, Chef, a lot of theory crafting about how Team YouTube was able to take down Luminosity previously in our bracket. Well, I want to throw in my 2 cents on my theory. I think it's the Chaotic revenge story. This is ancient history, but Chaotic was kind of kicked off this Luminosity squad in favor of another player and kind of lost out on their chance to maybe run it into Worlds. So I think every time Chaotic gets to go up against this squad, there's just a little bit extra to play for, and that's the spice I'm looking for.
Hey, you know, the emotional investment is always a big deal in these matches. Now, a little bit less theory crafting. I did get to watch one game. I watched the final game, as we're going to see Slowbro as the first pick. But I just want to mention this. Team YouTube did extremely well against Luminosity before with the Buzzwole. The Buzzwole was hunting down the back line, was diving Chandelures like 2 goal zones deep. So that's pretty much how I saw that final game go. And hey, speaking of it, Fui, that is the Buzzwole player. We're going to see it again. We're going to see if there's any counters this time.
If it ain't broke, just select it again. I like it a lot. Chaotic's been playing an amazing Alolan Ninetales on the day as well. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup within the bottom path, whatever Luminosity tries to line up. Blissey is going to make Buzzwole's job so much harder, though, Chef. That safeguard ability to completely remove the Smackdown or Superpower ability of Fui is going to make it a tough sledding for this Pokemon.
On the bright side, we do get to see the interaction of potentially the Buzzwole slamming the Unbound Hoopa once he uses Unite. That is my favorite thing to see in this game because it is so gigantic and it gets thrown around. But here we go. We're going to see the Eldegoss picked, one of the most commonly picked supports today. And then the Gardevoir, of course, pretty commonly picked as well on the side of Team YouTube. But, oh, we're going to see the Lucario.
And the days of old on this Lucario. To me, this is reading a lot like a power-up punch style build of Lucario. You could go extreme speed, but it's pretty tough to chase into an Alolan, Ninetales, and Slowbro. A lot of defensive pushing sort of tools is worried into Gardevoir, but hey, when Gardevoir drops that Fairy Singularity, you need an option to avoid getting stuck in that terrible Unite move, and Power Up Punch is one of those, right? Power Up Punch Plus is giving you that unstoppable keyword, allows you just to click that button for a second to completely avoid that high impact Unite move. I think Lucario last pick here is a really intelligent decision by LG.
This is one of the first times I've ever seen Lucario together with an Urshifu on the same team in competitive Unite, where they kind of have the similar choices to make as far as how they end up building themselves and similar playstyles-ish once they actually do build themselves out that way. So that's pretty cool to see, but the fact that they have both of them on one team is going to certainly be interesting, and this is not something that I think I've seen, just Lucario in general, for quite a while. We know that it's been a little bit more off the radar in recent times, but I do like to see it always, pretty much.
It looks fantastic when it is in place, especially when Overlord has their hands. I mean, the first Pokemon that I think this player truly mastered and became a household name upon. You see on their player card, they even got the homage to it, the Lucario with the crown above it. Let's see if they can earn a crown today as Luminosity is facing off against Team YouTube in our losers finals.
All right, first rematch here. And of course, that was close in the last one. I expect this set to be close as well, but we are going to have the Fennekin down at the bottom, and this is going to be a pretty safe, I think, little take right here. I don't think that, at least for a little bit, this is going to be a very aggressive path from either side. On the top, maybe a little bit more aggression as we're going to see this Lucario in here, and I'm kind of missing the early game Lucario. Again, it's not like we never see it, but it's more rare.
This bottom path reads so incredibly difficult to me. I mean, you're going against of course, a Alolan Vulpix at the moment, but also a Slowpoke, and you are running a Fennekin and a Chansey. That is not a lot of options for last hit secures. You see Luminosity even adapting to that by leaving one of the wild Pokemon within the path while they're rolling out, so they could contest that middle one just a little bit earlier, and it actually paid off for them. But now Rin is here. The single strike Wicked Blow is ready to go, and with that last hit, they get 2 level ups on the side of LG.
Oh, yeah, had to get out of there very, very quickly. That was pretty scary. As soon as that like path got to level 4, basically, for the side of Team YouTube, that is when you just immediately cannot try for basically anything. Between the Slowbro and the little Ninetales, it doesn't even matter if you're the one who's in the central area. You can get picked so easily. Look how scary this is. They are just doing an incredible amount of damage from a safe range as well. Even with them on their goal, they're not safe.
No, my word. I mean, you got to try to protect yourself, but it's tough when the Blizzard is coming through your front window here. Overlord getting the last hit and actually kicking over to level 5. A very important key spot for them, as now Elo and Overlord are the tandem within the top path. Akilo trying to slow down the enemy, both with boosted autos and a slow smoke, but it is the extreme speed. So we're opting in a Wicked Blow for Rin, which means the team fight potential is there for the Lucario, and Overlord go into that high maneuverability combination.
And it looks like every one of the birds going to the side of Team YouTube. And so said Sam on that Gardevoir is really going to appreciate that EXP. And that might be the end here of Rin. Oh, no, just barely escaping, making me wrong immediately. Great movement to just barely get out of that. That was pretty much certain doom for most players, I think, right there. But like I said, great escape. That is just an incredible amount of damage sitting down there on the bottom path. And so they're going to try to counter it with a bunch of damage on the top path.
Yeah, Superpower not taking them away in time, so the Portal able to retreat their own teammates. Ballistic going down to Gardevoir in the bottom path, so YouTube finding a little bit of forward motion in the bottom path, but Luminosity finding a lot of stacks here in the top path. I feel like we've had an entire match worth of team fights already, and we're just hitting the 7-minute mark. And, well, Team YouTube has all the positioning in the world. A goal zone broken, early tall grass positioning, and Team YouTube is as good as taking this Regice.
Oh yeah, pretty uncontested. And the interesting thing is, what exactly is Luminosity getting out of not even contesting that? Currently, it seems like they were kind of just moving into the central area, maybe trying to get a little bit of, steal, EXP, maybe trying to get a pick, but it doesn't seem like they managed to get all that much. There's still quite a few, you can see those big yellow dots for those wild Pokemon on the side of Team YouTube that they can get now.
And Luminosity with a pretty early top goal zone break because they want this Regieleki, and not just because of that. You have to look at their Pokemon selection, how this plays into their strategy. They have Delphox, one of the best Pokemon at sieging goal zones in the entire world. Just the fact that Curios is on this Pokemon means Team YouTube has to respond in some way, but a big engage by Rin knocks them up sky high, and that means that the Alolan Ninetales is down. Phil trying to hold out against 2v1 squad. Fui looking for the flank back up to defend the goal zone, and Phil able to outlast everything.
That was a huge fire spin. It just threw them in the exact perfect area, exactly what you wanted to see. But all right, here we're going to see exactly what this Lucario can do. At the very minimum, it's going to try to get out, and all the time was waiting. He was waiting. Flea sitting in the bush waiting. You're coming back to this. I know it. You're getting dunked. Amazing.
That is the most personality check I have ever seen in a team fight. Absolute soul read there for the Buzzwole. Hangs out by the glowing bone and immediately smackdowns. What a read from Fui. And this Buzzwole is already big. Level 10, double digits for this Pokemon. And I mean, Team YouTube is postured up. They've already got one Basement Reggie to their name. They're going to be looking for a second one as they're getting some early positioning, but Luminosity not done scoring yet. They're headed towards this top goal zone.
They've been playing very aggressively, especially towards this top path in general. But as you can see, they have built themselves a little bit of space to be able to try to steal a few of the wild Pokemon in that center area. But oh, this is a little bit scary. Yeah, they've got to get out of there if they still can. There's a lot of CC. But okay, actually, the Unite being used here on the bottom from the Hoopa. That's going to bring so many members of Luminosity all the way over here. And the Regirock is actually taken from the other side. Gardevoir getting that secure, but they are still on the back foot. No, nice. A turnaround with two quick little picks, or I'm sorry, one quick little pick, and then the run away here. That was a great usage of, I guess, just safety from Team YouTube. They managed to get, I would say, way more mileage without using that many more resources.
I mean, I think the call out there for Team YouTube is great playing to your outs. Phil jumps into the fray. They know they're at a huge disadvantage, so you may as well take away the best secure tool that Luminosity has. They slow beam onto the Urshifu and buy as much time as they possibly can. And of course, Sam is able to thread the needle and get the last hit with their Gardevoir. So really incredible play by Team YouTube. And now their experience game is going exceptionally well. 2 Basement Reggies to their name. Luminosity looking to add a second Regieleki to their squadron. But the early engage is going to start here with Rin.
Oh, Rin, no, not able to escape. Gets dunked, the first big pick, and you can see all of Team YouTube just going in after that. But we see the Unite coming out from the Delphox is going to be huge right here, but maybe not huge enough. Getting dunked again. Fui is absolutely popping off this game, going for a third, and that's what they're gonna find. Overlord's like, forget this. I don't want to deal with this. You don't want to be the 4th in a row. Although now within range for it. However, Fui kind of left alone. Nobody expecting the return of the Urshifu, and this fight is turned around in the favor of Luminosity. There wasn't enough people there to take that Regieleki yet.
I mean, Fui got 3 knockouts and 2 Unites out of the other side. I think all of that investment was worth it, right? They do go down, but in the end, Overlord has to go a little bit too far forward and ends up in the direct path of a chaotic Unite move. So that Snow Globe dealing with the Lucario, and now Team YouTube has got 3 to the 4 objectives that appeared so far. Amazing team fights, and Luminosity just, I think, disrespecting the damage numbers from YouTube a little bit. Ren with that early engage doesn't expect to get completely burst down, and the Bliss Assistance doesn't go onto the Urshifu to save them. So Team YouTube just finding great ways to do a ton of damage quickly.
Ooh, and this fight's going on here. Silver going down very quickly, but actually gets so much healing. That is just a ridiculous amount of healing, and that A9 is barely going to escape, but a nice chase down from Overlord on that Lucario, using that mobility, and that is going to be a few picks on top of getting, of course, that Reggie, which is huge, just a few seconds away from the 2-minute mark and the race spawn.
Whoever said defenders are the only class of Pokemon that can earn space? You know what I mean? Why not just extreme speed through the entire enemy squadron while the rest of the team just presses their B button to secure the Reggie? Looking good for Team Luminosity. They do have the defensive buff, and they are going to be well statured around this Rayquaza pit. Team YouTube has been held to this bottom left grass, which is not a great position for vision. They're going to have no sight lines around the top of the Rayquaza pit. Now that Phil's got this great rotation, though, they're earning themselves a little bit more information.
That is a scary positioning from Chaotic right there. Like one fire spin, you could be jumped on immediately. Oh no, the fire spin's going towards them. Exactly. I mean, there's a great retreat, of course, to not be fully punished for that. But that was just a little scary moment. It looks like there's a little bit of Pokemon Ray, but neither side fully committing yet. They're going to have to do something here. Buzzwole still a little bit kind of northwest here from this fight. And now we're starting to move in. Overlord's in the back line, immediately jumping on that A9. And it looks like the Slowbee may be not up to, but Overlord going down immediately. Same thing with Slowbro. The Unite from the Hoopa's doing in a ton of work, as it does tend to, but how many Pokemon is it going to take down Fui on this Buzzwole? 4 is the answer, and there are now not many attackers left on the side of Team YouTube. They've got to rally in, and this might be somewhat of a flip as Gardevoir and A9 U9 are back here and raise low.
Chaotic does have Unite move though, and they're in position to hit multiple targets, but it's too late as Curio secures the Rayquaza. Amazing target priority from Luminosity Gaming. You may not have a Unite move, but you do have Wicked Blow in a combination with Delphox's damage. That's enough for them to find this objective. Team YouTube needs to switch gears though and start the defense as they are still holding on to the points lead. However, that is not going to last long as there's only 30 seconds left in the game and Luminosity is taking the lead.
Ooh, Elo might go down here. The hyperspace hole already used. The shield's gone. And this might be another opportunity. What the? That was interesting. Oh, gonna make it all the way through. Decided not to take it. I mean, there is not that much of a lead here. We are, of course, near the end of the time, but that's probably going to be enough. It doesn't seem like anybody's within range to score within this amount of time. That must have been a lot of confidence still. I would have still been scared, but a great raid take by Luminosity.
Yeah, an incredible one and a solid defensive effort put up by Team YouTube, but Luminosity was able to hold on to their own goal zones as well. That is going to be a Luminosity first game number 1 win in our losers finals. Team YouTube just kind of caught out a little bit in those final moments. Fui having an insane pop-off on the Buzzwole in our matchup, but in the final Ray fight, it felt like they spent the majority of that gameplay inside of a fire spit.
Yeah, Fire Spin, such an incredibly good move. That is just, you see it and you're just like, oh no, I'm just gonna have to do this for a while. But yeah, such a great team fight from Luminosity to be able to control the key members of Team YouTube. And I think that is really what they needed. You can see right here, they took it all back in the final moments right after that raid fight. But honestly, that was still within like 1.5 good scores from Team YouTube. That's why I was so scared at the end, even seeing anybody go down even with 10 seconds left. I mean, that's just scary to me. So this was an extremely close game. It did feel to me like Team YouTube had the control with especially Fui popping off like that, but it always comes down to those big team fights.
Oh, of course it does. Let's take a look at the numbers for all you number nerds out there. That's right, 2 members on Luminosity getting over that 60,000 damage mark. Overlord on the Lucario picking that extreme speed. I said it was going to be tough for them to get up in the action. Well, not for Overlord, it seems, as they were able to get a ton. They did take 56,000 damage, so to my credit, it was difficult, but Overlord still overcame.
It's true, but honestly, this was a pretty low damage game, I have to say. Overall, there were some picks that happened on like individual Pokemon, but in the end, it didn't really come down to too many huge team fights, just it's kind of little skirmishes, I feel, and that's why we're seeing pretty much 60k maxing out on the damage here. But I mean, great job from every single person on Luminosity too, everybody contributing very, very well. I mean, really on both sides, that really just came down to that final fight, and Overlord did go down pretty quickly within that final fight. It was a really good targeting to jump on that A9, but Team YouTube reacted very quickly. However, in the end, it just wasn't quite enough. And like you mentioned, Fui getting targeted down and crowd control. We can actually see it right here.
Yeah, here we go. Phil had that early positioning, was able to surf in, got fire span around, but they are looking for a slow beam target this entire time. They grab the Lucario, but yes, it was the Urshifu. The Urshifu Unite move sends the Slowbro sky high and actually knocks Overlord free of the slow beam. What a crazy interaction in that team fight that allowed Overlord to, come back quickly and be a part of this fight yet again. Rayquaza the next target, or it was Overlord getting knocked out. One or the other, I'm not too sure. But as we break it down after this point, Luminosity just really shutting down target by target, and then the big burst damage onto the ring.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see that again, because I think when we were in the match, I was like, was that the slow beam being interrupted? And I just couldn't quite figure out what exactly happened. I saw it for a moment, and then it just disappeared, and still it's kind of hard to see what happened, but we definitely see at least that it came out on an attempted target. So it was just good stuff overall. There was a good team fight. There was great targeting, I think, on both sides, and it just came down to who ended up winning the entire things. And then this was, of course, hilarious to see the dunks over and over. But I think, again, this was 2-1 before. It might go to 2-1 again. Curios on the Delphox as the player of the game. And a lot of those fire spins were a big reason why.
Oh, absolutely. Admirable effort to earn the player of the game in this position as well. Reminder, Fennekin's early game is really, really tough to play out, especially when you just have a Blissey alongside of you in the path. So the fact that Curious was able to have such a big impact throughout this game, despite having a tough early look, is truly impressive. And it's what sets Curious away from the pack. I think is one of the best attacker players on the planet, in my opinion.
Right, not only that, but then we end up seeing the Gardevoir go down to the bottom path as well, and then you're in a path with A9, Slowbro, and Gardevoir. So if you are out of position like a single time, it is just over for you, and you can basically just go on to the next match. But that was a really, really great way to play, just safe enough to not get picked, get all of the experience that you needed, and then of course have a tremendous impact on the game later.
Absolutely. Well, Luminosity Gaming having a not too interesting draft in game number 1, but Lucario maybe a bit of a surprise. What has not been a surprise ever since Rin has joined this squadron of Luminosity is that Rin, in one way or another, will be playing the Urshifu unless told otherwise. And that has been a fantastic addition to this roster. Early game presence, of course, at that level 5 is so strong, and then you notice it in that final team fight around the Rayquaza. The Unite move from Urshifu can also be completely game-changing. And not to mention, Wicked Blow, it hits Ray pretty hard.
A little bit hard. It does a little bit of damage, but yeah, I mean, again, before this match started, we were kind of curious as to how the Lucario was kind of going to be built and played, and the fact that we did see, of course, like kind of the options from both technically between the Urshifu and the Lucario, the fact that we saw Wicked Blow there and then the extreme speed from the Lucario, when technically you could kind of go opposite with Water Bear and with the punch. It was interesting to see. I don't know if it's going to be repeated. We'll see.
That's true. We do have a bit of breaking news as well. LATAM South Regional May Cup has finished off, and this is the standing for this team. So Stamina Esports earning that first place position with 1,500 points. Odyssey close behind them with 1,200. Peru at 960.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, this is honestly, like, a lot of the other regions have been really, really showing up. Latin America, I got a chance to see and actually catch some of these teams in some grassroots tournaments, and I'm a really big fan of what I'm seeing. So always really great to see every other region, and I'm so excited to see what every region is going to be bringing to Worlds, of course, where the metas are going to, as we've seen before, they can be pretty different just based on where you live.
Honestly, it's a pretty big shock to me that Peru got 3rd place. I mean, that was formerly the Q-Lash team. They were just absolutely destroying tournament after tournament after tournament. So another couple teams doing really well. So we have the draft for game number 2 between Luminosity and Team YouTube. Let's take a look at it as soon as we got it ready. Here it is, game number 2 of our Losers Finals.
All right, time to see if we're going to see the Lucario again. I tend to feel like when Overlord picks something interesting, it's never 2 games in a row. I could be wrong on that. It's just kind of what I feel like we end up seeing. I'm not sure.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna DM Overlord real quick. tell them to play the Goodra. I have called them the Goo Guy in the past, but no, not this time. I am doubting it, but we'll have to see. Draft base and the bans immediately. The Buzzwole all out from Luminosity. That's crazy to me, actually, and that means that the Slowbro is gonna be first picked by Luminosity. Now, Team YouTube has the chance to take away the Urshifu in this pick. Do they do it?
It looks like maybe not, but real quick, I gotta say, do we have anybody on the stats team that can see, have we ever had a Buzzwole ban in UCS before? That is awesome. That is like the ultimate, I feel like, compliment to Fui, right? Like when it's like, okay, yes, you want to ban that out because of exactly what I did the past few games. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, now we're gonna have to see, of course, the flex around it, and the A9 coming out for Curious on the side of Luminosity.
I'm kind of surprised about the Alolan Ninetales pick, honestly, due to the fact that we have the Dodrio on the other side. I think a Mew would have been a really nice answer, but Alolan Ninetales' presence cannot be understated and how big of an impact it has had here on the May Finals. Delphox on the other side, Chaotic taking that one away from Curious.
Ooh, okay, all right. So it is, I don't know why it always is. It's always like just go back to like a little bit more of a normal thing after Overlord picks something cool. But seeing the Comfey and the Zorg and the what?
Sam likes the Pikachu. Here's the thing. My shock and my disbelief is true. It's there. However, Chaotic is going to be playing this Pikachu, and I think we're going to have to see if it is the answer to the Zoroark that they want it to be. Pikachu has, of course, the Electro Ball and the Volt Tackle. Overlord on this Zoroark is going to hate every second that they are stunned up by any kind of enemy maneuver, and Trevenant and Pikachu will be able to accomplish that. It's just, is it going to be enough of an impact against a player like Overlord?
That's true, especially if the Comfey ends up, you know, kind of sitting on Overlord for quite a while, which I would have to assume will happen a good amount of the time. I'm really curious if this is going to work. I mean, I know the one thing about Pikachu, regardless of whether it does well or not, nobody likes fighting a Pikachu because you can be just controlled for so long. It can be hard to lock it down. So I'm excited. I mean, we saw a Buzzwole ban into a Pikachu pick. So both of those, I don't know, and we're in the top 3 here. We're in the losers finals here for North America for this May Cup.
Shake and bake, chef, shake and bake. We're looking at some new looks, but the same old squadrons. I mean, Luminosity, and maybe we could say the newcomers Team YouTube, a consistent top 8 finisher, but I think brand new to the top 3 podium, and let's see if Team YouTube can push this Cinderella story even farther. They are your 7th seed in this tournament, and they are looking to impress, and so far, I definitely think that is the case.
Right, and we did see the EXP share on the Pikachu. It's going that somewhat supporty Pikachu, of course, is a little bit more common to see than like normal actually attacker Pikachu. I mean, it can control some stuff very, very well, so we'll see how well it works. But we do see a little bit of an invade, as we're going to see one member of Team YouTube in the Luminosity Central area already versus 2.
Yeah, and well, Team YouTube shutting that one down, but you're right, Phil, in the enemy central area as Akilo finds the K opener in this matchup. Great first one on the board, and now Team YouTube is doing quite well in the top path.
And down here on bottom, there's just, again, a little bit of patience. We do see a lone little Pikachu here, Chaotic, just saying, I'm going to try to get what I can as we wait for Phil to come back. And there we go. Finally, they are going to have that full path. But 3 versus 3 up here on top. Can I get this pick right off the bat? That would be huge. But they're going up. It doesn't even matter. They didn't get the pick. And on top of that, pretty much, I think, all the Altaria going to the side of Luminosity.
I ain't ever seen Fui pick try attack. I'll tell you that much right now. Drill peck till the end of time. Fui loves these high impact plays where they can push the enemy around. And when you're playing a Trevenant in those big team fights, look out for that combination. But look out for this one. Overlord having a huge knockout presence in the enemy central area. And they are looking to take both buffs if they can get them. But no one respecting the borders here. Everyone running over to enemy central area. So much invasion at the start of this game.
Ooh. All right, this is a little bit of a pick here, but not very much damage, to be 100% honest. We are going to see just a little bit more aggression still. Buzzwole ban rate 2.3% in the entirety of the UCS season. I think that maybe it wasn't even on broadcast, if even, but that is one of the lowest ban rates possible. And to get it banned out from a team like Luminosity, I feel like, again, that is just the ultimate compliment. There's literally nothing better you can say.
Well, let's see if it actually pays off for Luminosity. It's a big call out. They're going to need to have a capitalization upon it. Phil is cruising across the map with those roots, making him climb across quickly with that Starlight Berry. Overlord looking to deal a lot of damage here, but the moves of Phil have been pretty nice. They've been dodging a lot, but the hyperspace hole a little bit too far for them to reach, and yet another knockout for Luminosity. This early game has been going so well for them, match after match. Luminosity really making these first 3 or 4 minutes one of the most picture-perfect Unite tournaments that we've ever seen.
Yeah, those were some sweet jukes, though, I gotta say. I mean, to go and score, definitely to try and get stacks, but still at like 1 HP, and then be like, okay, well, maybe I'll still try to juke my way back. That's pretty bold. You like to see it. Now, we are going to have 3v3 here at the bottom for this first Reggie. The trio's on the way, but might not make it in time to have an impact, and that is going to be a secure from Rin. And now this is going to be a pick and another 3v3, but this is just Luminosity chasing down Team YouTube. They need to sit back back. They need to make sure they don't get picked, and they're going to try to get a reverse on Slash, but Slash is just so tanky, finally taking them down. At least going to get the 1-for-1, but losing Reggie.
Amazing mechanical prowess there from Fui, by the way, on the Dodro, utilizing that agility right when Rin would have been knocking them up into the air. So dodging that crowd control, because it gives them that unstoppable keyword. And if you're new to Unite, that is where you do not get affected by any stuns, pushes, or throws for just a short amount of time, and that move gives you access to that. Now Curios, though, is finding another way to have an impact in this game, and just the good old knockouts. Snow Globe from Curios brings them down to such a low amount of HP, but Phil, the hero tank of Team YouTube, is defending the squadron.
Phil is just like invincible. This is wild. I mean, even past the normal levels of invincible for Trevin. And of course, as I say that, immediately goes down. I'm gonna stop talking.
It's all right. Focus Band is a heck of an item. I will say that. Red buff stolen away by Overlord. The Electro Ball coming a little bit short. Chaotic couldn't grab it. They're gonna Volt Tackle Elo, but does it matter at all as Overlord? He's already almost at level 12 before 5 minutes. I mean, record-setting paces for Luminosity. They want this one in a major way, as Curios wins a 1v1 against Fui.
This is a gigantic EXP load across the board. Of course, you know, we can talk about Overlord, but yeah, just getting even more scores in. Just look at that, just the fearless behind enemy lines, basically saying, yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna take all of your EXP, and you're just gonna have to deal with that. Well, on the bottom side as well, it's not like they've been making a ton of, I guess, leeway on the side of Team YouTube. This Pikachu really hasn't had that much of an effect, and currently both EXP share Pokemon are on the bottom. Oh, actually, it's like 3 EXP share Pokemon just kind of battling it out down there. So all the XP is going very weird.
Yeah, passive is there. Slash with a slow beam onto the enemy goal zone, wanting to give their teammates as much time as possible to push that Reggie Alecki into the top path. And I think looking at the minimap, it looks like it worked out. Slash may go down, but the mission was accomplished, as now Luminosity has decided yet again to clear the enemy of their central area. How kind of them to offer to clean up.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary situation. Team YouTube is getting very, very close, especially the fact that they're down 2 goals. That's going to be the Reggie as well. But they are down 2 goals, and it's 2 of the same path. So they still can lose even more points on this bottom goal. It's barely been scored in. And at that point, they may be in a situation where, you know, even taking Ray, they might not be able to get back enough points. So they got to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, Luminosity earning themselves that freedom in those final moments, especially having 2 goal zones broken within that top pass. So that home goal zone that can eat up as many Aeos energies as you have to give is a really good spot for these end game moments. Phil able to withstand that damage yet again. We've called them immortal. It really seems like no one is unplanting this tree, as Phil's able to reset and come on back.
All right, but back for what, really? You know, they're just kind of sitting down there. They're just battling. I mean, it's true. Oh, actually, I mean, hold on. This is huge. There's Unite down on bottom here to try to push this down. They answered me very quickly. It's like 4-1. Oh, to try and aggressively take this goal zone. But let's see if Overlord can stay up. Huge healing from the Unite from the Comfey. And look at this. The Dodrio going down. Fui on that Pokemon. And we're going to see 2 players go back from Team YouTube. Let's see if they come back to re-engage. They will. Fill the 1v4 finally going down. They used all these resources and they just weren't able to take this goal zone. They tried their best. They managed to get a few picks. Hopefully that helps regulate some of the EXP, but they did use a lot for not a ton of point gain.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, no points gained, right? No goal zone scores whatsoever. Curios and company were able to mount a solid defense. Overlord did go down, so the comeback experience is certainly there for Team YouTube. And now this feels more like a Reggie Alecki that they desperately need to not have going to Luminosity, rather than one that they are specifically looking for. It will go down, though. LG not showing any interest towards this specific objective, and they're going to have to defend against this one while looking for impact on the bottom path. Rin looking to dunk an entire 50.
And going into these 2 minutes, there is at least a 1-level lead. And there we go. Finally, the first tier going down over there. But they are up by over 200 points. This Reggie Alecki finally going down just in time. And like I said, about a 1-level lead altogether on the side of Luminosity across the board. But Slash might go down here using that slow beam immediately off the bat just to stay up. Might get picked anyway. That's actually actually huge for Team YouTube. That's, I think, a great first pick and the usage of Unite that can help them bring this thing back.
Yeah, Ren and Phil having a bit of a 1v1 in the bottom pad, but that means Overlord is up here in the top, and Sam finds a way to get the knockout despite the Comfey being there for support. Sam gonna get a KO streak of 3 as this team fight has moved on, and Kyrios has also been eliminated. Fui with an amazing call out, and Luminosity being punished for their over-aggression. Now Team YouTube is focusing on the Rayquaza. They gotta deal with it quick though, because the respawn timers of Luminosity are counting down. Team YouTube is gonna get a full set of 5 Rayquaza shields, but they are down by quite a few points.
Oh, they've got to score here. The question is, how much can they actually score? That is going to be the full 100 in on that top. They're down only by about 30, and they are definitely going to be taking the lead with this, getting the extra 150 on the bottom, with neither of them having that full 50 points. That is a pretty gigantic lead now. 120, there's 1 minute left. Luminosity can absolutely do this. They do have the power, but they've got to make one great final push, and it's got to have to be on that bottom path because they've destroyed everything else. I don't know if they can make it back in time and actually score that much.
Well, they do have the Comfey Unite move, which may be one of the best options they have for just losing a little bit of vision and finding some big scores. Aquilo still has that Rayquaza shield though, which is so terrifying because Hoopa can head towards your central goal zone and maybe double the scoring impact that they would have had. It's going to be Overlord trying to defend this goal zone, but a Hundo Burger is going to go in for Chaotic, and the rest of the squad of Luminosity is going to try to push onto this tier number 1.
And it doesn't look like they're finding very much leeway themselves. They've got to score basically 2 100s. That's a few points in. That's actually a lot more points in. They're still not only down by about 120, but they don't even have that many points on their entire team. They need to take some players out and then score, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Team YouTube bringing this game back.
Yeah, another 46 in for Luminosity, but I don't think that is enough. Let's take a look at the final scoreline, but it looks to me like Team YouTube is able to hold on and keep themselves within this tournament.
Oh, they are. Wow, they were so far behind. I felt like this is the opposite, right? In game number 1, they were ahead the entire time and then lost to a great team fight. In game number 2, they were behind the entire time, won with a great team fight. And can't we just say we saw a support Pikachu win here on broadcast at UCS? But boy, what a set. I said I wouldn't be surprised if it went to game 3. I didn't expect it was going to go to game 3 in this way.
Not at all. Look at this scoreline. Luminosity just soaring ahead on points throughout the entire game. The one problem of that, though, they were lacking the Dodrio and Hoopa as a part of their team composition. So any bit of big end game back scoring on that home goal zone is tough to manage with a composition that doesn't have either of those pieces, and even tougher when going up against one that does. Team YouTube with such a great showing in this game. 67,000 for Fui, 73 for Sosat Sam.
They're great damage numbers just across the board. And I mean, to me, Phil, of course, was so impressive, just being basically immortal the entire time. But I mean, it's just wild. It was a wild final fight, and I think it was just executed extremely well, because it did, to me, still seem like Team YouTube was back the entire time. They were on the back foot. But Fui, once again, I mean, that's just so impressive to be like, okay, yeah, you're literally the Pokemon you've been destroying us with. We are solo banning that out with a 2% ban rate, and then you still do extremely well on another Pokemon.
Oh yeah, Fui's YouTube looking great, but no, Fui's Dodrio has been exceptional every single time we saw it. Let's take a look one more time at that game and how Team YouTube was able to take a losing situation into a major one. And I mean, let's face it, it definitely was the catch on Slash in those final moments. A Unite move used, Slash got out of position, Unite used, and still a knockout came the other direction.
There were so many interesting brawls throughout this entire game, and there was so much aggression, especially from the side of Overlord, right? We saw that Zoroark, especially with the Comfey on it, just managed to get so many picks throughout the entire game, and I think that's a huge reason why that early game went so one direction. But in the end, you know, things turned back around, and I mentioned there was about a 1 level deficit on the side of Team YouTube. They still managed to make it all the way back, and they got that levels back in the middle of the fight, to be 100% honest. But really, it all came down to, I think, the next fight that we're probably going to see, which is going to be the one that was right before the 2 minutes. That was huge.
Yeah, I love the call up by Phil to utilize the Unite move onto Slowbro. That is so impactful, and it gives them that little bit of a damage buff they need to take down a tanky Pokemon like Slowbro. What a great read, and then all 4 members are able to turn onto the one last offensive threat of Luminosity in Rin's Urshifu. Great shutdown, and then of course, a great game number 2 win.
Yeah, well, one of the biggest things too about that moment that we were looking at earlier was that you already saw that the slow beam came out, so you were super free to trade Unite for Unite and then get a pick with it. It's like, yeah, it's just so smart. But Fui, we mentioned it before, going on that Dodrio, and yeah, of course, not to say that Fui is like a one trick with the Buzzwole. Of course, that would be ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, we know that Fui has a great Dodrio, but just to be able to switch gears like that is always very impressive to me. And the Dodrios have been the name of the game, I think, for a lot of the actual matches that we've had today. Fui, just the name of the game for a lot of the games that we've had today, regardless of who they're playing.
It's true. And while Fui may not be the main shot caller of the team, they are a great communicator when you are able to watch this team from one of their point of views. Fui always with great callouts. If they're going to find a knockout, they're letting you know 2-3 seconds before so the team can find an advantage from that point on. So Fui looking good both in the server and outside of it. Very impressive game, and definitely earned that player of the game in our game number 2.
Right. Honestly, quite a few members of that team, though, again, doing really great. It's always so hard to choose any player to be a player of the game, but that was obviously hugely impactful. So game 3, I'm excited, and I'm really curious where the bans and picks are going to go, because we've seen some wildly different strategies and options and targets throughout the past 2 games, and now going to a third one, I feel like it's going to be different again.
Well, we've seen a lot of that from Luminosity. I think YouTube, we're just going to be seeing another Lapras ban. I doubt we have too much of a change there. YouTube looking pretty locked into that strategy. Phil not wanting to play that Pokemon, instead opting into a lot of other good defenders, which has really been the story of, I think, the Makeup Finals has been the defenders and how the drafting phase has completely revolved around them. If anyone wants to step outside of a defender ban, it's almost an immediate Slowbro lockup, unless, of course, the Lapras has been opened up, and then it's a Lapras grab.
Right, and we can actually take a look at some of the stats from the top defenders that we have in the May finals, and we can see, oh, this one's by damage taken, and of course that Slowbro's going to be on top. Slowbro with the crowd control and the damage taken, and its just ability to basically do everything, turn those fights around. But Greedent, I think Greedent is kind of the standout here, and I feel like it's basically just from one game from Overlord.
I think one of the stats I want to call in this one is actually that final column is the assist. So this is from May finals in North America, our average stats, and a Slowbro and a Lapras both netting themselves 6 assists average per game is really solid, and it just goes to show how much of an offensive threat both Slowbro and Lapras can be. They are as much a part of team fights as they are about supporting their carries, compared to a lot of these other defenders, whereas Snorlax and Trevenant still can have that same impact, but both Slowbro and Lapras are just much more considered a threat within the competitive community than maybe their other options.
Right, and of course with the sustain that both of those have as well, you need to focus them down if you're going to try to take them out at all. Otherwise, they're just going to basically heal back all that damage, especially Lapras. So there's a good reason why we're not seeing a whole lot of Lapras today. It's the Lapras ban pretty often, and I'm actually surprised that we got to see Lapras as much as we did. We've seen, I would say, what, like 4 games of Lapras throughout both EU and North America, which I thought there was a chance that we were going to see 0 or even 1 was a little bit surprising to me, but it's shown some great stuff. And actually, you mentioned earlier, you were talking about how you were like, oh, well, you know, with the potential like back scoring, you don't have a Hoopa or a Dodrio. And, you know, sometimes if you've got the Unite, Lapras is in that discussion too.
That's true. Hey, shout out season 1 score comp back in the day. You would have loved Lapras if they had access to that one. But
no, don't even talk about that. No. Lapras' score shield pre, no, I don't even, just no.
Yeah, that is true. Well, it looks like we have the draft starting for game number 3 is already what has been an amazing losers final situation. YouTube and Luminosity making it such an entertaining matchup, and I think that may have been one of the first games that we saw Comfey Zoroark with Elo and Slash ever lose a game. I think if that ever happens in draft, that is almost a surefire win, but Team YouTube making a great call out at 210, and that just dominoes into a great match win.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that they lost with that comp, that it was looking really strong throughout the entire game up to that final point. So now it's time to see the bans, and it is going to be the Dodrio this time, and it's going to be Team YouTube banning out Dodrio and Luminosity banning out that Lapras.
really interesting. Not wanting to deal with that one at all. Maybe Sam feeling a little bit more pressure. They're picking something that is a bit squishier in the backline. They don't want to have to deal with it, but that means that, of course, Rin is going to get the Urshifu. No changes there, and Elo swapping over to the Hoopa for this game.
All right, will we see the Buzzwole once again? It looks like yes, along with that Alolan Ninetales from Chaotic. And that means that they've got quite a strong set of Pokemon that we know that they're good with all together on that side. But, I mean, hey, the Hoopa has been a huge deal on the other side. And Rin, like you mentioned, pretty much basically always going to go for the Urshifu if possible. But, oh, okay, we got the Blissey and the Delphox as well.
Okay, so kind of very similar, if not exactly the same, to game number 1 for the side of Luminosity. Team YouTube, on the other hand, having the Alolan Ninetales and actually a hover over the Eldegoss this time around. We're going to see Aquilo on the Eldegoss, which Aquilo has been an amazing support player, playing a lot of different roles. I think their Hoopa is where I'm always most impressed with, but I know that their Eldegoss is also going to be impactful. And yeah, LG just running back the exact same composition from game number 1.
Yeah, I love seeing all the great support players that we have, like Elo, like Aquilo. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how close their names were. Particularly these two supports, I feel like they get to really pop off when you're playing either of these two, especially, you know, the fact that you have in lane or the end game, and actually Overlord on the Lucario. Once again, this is is this like exactly the same as game 1? No, it's slightly
I believe
different.
so. No, I think, well, on the side of YouTube, we got a little bit of a switch, I believe. On the side of Luminosity, exact same. So, an identical run back for LG, and this time they don't get to work through a Trevenant on the other side. Phil Slowbro, though, is also stuff of legend. I guarantee, well, you've probably heard it from Phil themselves, but their Slowbro is so good, and it's truly one of the most impactful Pokemon when it is on the battlefield. They tend to lean between both Surf and Scald, bro. When it comes down to it, I've seen Phil kind of utilize both movesets, but when they have a very strong attacking Pokemon within their path, like the Alolan Ninetales, I'm leaning towards the Surf build for this game specifically.
Right, and that's just a lot of pushing around as well, quite literally pushing around your opponents to where you want them to be. And I'm excited to see it, but here we go. One more game to decide who makes it back up to grand finals here in the losers finals of the North American May Cup. We're in game 3 of Team YouTube versus Team Luminosity.
Team YouTube have already defeated Luminosity once before in this very tournament. They are hunting to do that exact same thing again. We with a full muscle gauge already. Those auto attacks on a wild Pokemon, building that up means their Fell Stinger in the early game is going to do absurd amounts of damage.
And this is actually, this is the first time that we're going to see the Lucario versus the, no, I'm sorry, we saw that before. But the Lucario, honestly, I'm glad that we're going back to it. It is going to be challenging more up in that top path, I think, than before than we saw. I think that's the difference that that I was confused about. But on the bottom side, we're still going to see that same kind of Blissey and Delphox lane. Of course, right now they are a Chansey and a Braixen, but they managed to do quite well. That was a tough path for them before, but they managed to keep pretty strong.
They kind of had the benefit of Vulpix not having the best last hit secure. As soon as you get to Alolan Ninetales, it doesn't matter too much anymore because Avalanche can kind of wall off the enemies and you can find ways to secure there. But Overlord looking for a big engage. The Meteor Mash gets a lot of damage done, but they receive a lot in turn. Sam Psyshock, that level 5 on Gardevoir, truly an argument for one of the strongest level 5s in the game.
Oh, yes. I mean, you just cannot run from that. If you are out of position, you are just donezo. One hit left on a little ball toy. Might as well just put it out of its misery. Oh, no, it looks like the Braixen actually snuck in to grab that, so that made a lot of sense. But here we go. We're just playing pretty safe so far. I'm actually, I mean, I think the pressure's on really for both these teams. They can really tell, but oh, just getting the chunks in here. Rin just saying, all right, deal with this damage, hold this. And still, I think no picks right on the other side.
Yeah, not a knockout to be found yet, or a score. Donuts on both sides as we head into the 8-minute. That next round of Altarian Swablu going to be entering into the middle of the battlefield. Overlord on the extreme speed, finds one reset, finds two, goes to get a bunch of extra damage onto Aquilo, but not enough to find the knockout. You're now going to have to avoid the Psyshock damage. It goes a little bit too far south after that eject button and does not find the knockout. Very close call for Overlord there.
That was extremely close, just barely helped by that Blissey, I believe, just to take those final hits. I think maybe that was the saving grace right there. I'm not sure if it would have stayed up, but now we're going to see 3 on top from the side of Luminosity. They are pushing in. They're almost getting the pick on this Buzzwole. That's quite a bit of healing, though, of course, from that Eldegoss, and a huge turnaround. And we're going to see at least the backup here as Slowbro got to pick on the bottom path in the meantime. So Team YouTube really starting to take these fights.
Yeah, Overlord looking for another big engage, just focusing down Sam. However, they leap right back into a side shock and get knocked out. So Sam finally on the knockout board here as Chaotic is getting in some early damage into Luminosity. I like the play call from Luminosity, but the hyperspace hold maybe giving them a bit too much of a read. Slash with some early bubbling out, Fire Spin holding Chaotic down, and now Rin is in perfect position to Wicked blow the Regirock, and they do.
Very nice, perfectly executed. Of course, one of the best secures in the entire game. But now what? Ooh, we are going to see just one Pokemon caught by that Unite, but one Pokemon is enough when you are in such a close game like this. Still, only 40 points in general in the entire game, and we are at the 6-minute 30 mark. This is one of the lowest scoring games that we've seen all of today, and just one of the most low scoring games in general, I would say. So the EXP is pretty even. Nobody's dominating. You got to get the picks where you can.
Yeah, exactly. You're hunting for them, and Overlord being very aggressive, and especially whenever Slash is nearby. You have that safeguard available, but no longer, as a great Unite move from Chaotic comes out. The Snow Globe does a ton of damage. Overlord here to even the score, though. They get one the other direction, and Elo is now pushing as far forward as they possibly can. They got the portal to reset if they need it. They just need to know if Team YouTube is going to call their bluff.
Ooh, but instead it looks like there might be some assists coming, up to top, and we see Fui trying to 1v4. Can you get the pick 1v4? Oh, just barely not, but honestly, they have still not taken down Fui. Is this fight working out? Managed to at least get a 1-for-1 there. With that many of the other side there, and the Aurora Cannon is going to even just not get that much damage overall in that fight, and both paths here, we see the huge aggression from Team YouTube, finally going to be able to get some points in, but it feels like they're maybe taking the first little bit of an edge in this game.
Oh man, yeah, Team YouTube definitely found the lead just now. Rin gonna try to shut down the Alola Ninetales. Doesn't hit that second instance of their Unite move that time around, so not gonna find the last hit. Akilo though still has, has hit that level 9, which a very impactful moment for this Eldegoss. Of course, they have the Unite move, which was already utilized in an early fight. They got the Pollen Puff healing onto Fui, who's looking to find a big engage, but instead they got to deal with Overlord in their face.
Oh, gets the confirm from the Urshifu, but the Urshifu goes down in exchange. And he's like, come over here. You got to deal with this now. You're in the bush, and you are getting picked, and that is a great way to deal with that. But, oh, the Unite coming up with the slow beam to cancel out so much of that. However, that's the entire team of Luminosity coming down. That is only going to stop them for so long. That Reggie looks like it's going to pretty uncontested go the side of Luminosity. There may be a steal here. Chances seem pretty low.
Yeah, maybe if they had Snow Globe, if Chaotic didn't use it with absolutely no one around, but that's okay. Chaotic, they'll earn another one. They'll have more impact later on in the game. Overlord with a big engage, Slash with a Bliss assistance from all the way in the next region over. Ridiculous play, and now Luminosity is catching up in the scoring department. They break that bottom tier goal zone, and Luminosity finding a way back in, as they always do. Exceptional level game from them as well. 3 members at level 11. Rin, Overlord, and Curios, the damaging core, are now catching up to Team YouTube.
I do have to say, though, the fact that they all went down to the bottom for that Reggie meant that they gave a lot of free space to Fui to get some stacks. We saw Fui just kind of sitting around that tier 2 on the top and just, going back, getting a wild Pokemon, going back. And so I'd have to assume there was a good amount of stacks earned right there. But wow, chasing all the way down. Once again, the Aura Cannon coming out. Fui's going to back up just a little bit, but everybody else is here. I'm not sure if we're going to see a full engage. The Fire Spin chasing so far. They actually might have been able to get a pick on Akilo, but they decide it's not worth the chance, and everybody's just going to back up, reset. There might be a fight here for this Regieleki soon.
Yeah, the timing is going to be kind of strange for Luminosity, though. They use 2 Unite moves in response to Team YouTube's Buzzwole Unite, right? So they use 2 of them, which means that they have to get a lot of wild Pokemon down if they want to earn those Unite moves back, which that would have been part of the game plan no matter what. Akilo with that early vision, they get Sightline onto Elo and start doing some early damage, but the Shadow Ball stun is enough to put Akilo in a tough position. Great coverage by Chaotic, though, with that Alola Ninetales.
But Fui just barely getting out of there. Oh, they tried to get get just even one more hit with that hyperspace hole. Actually, the fact that hyperspace hole is down for a few seconds could have been big. They decide not to push. They're going to try to get the steal instead. Once again, though, we are seeing so many secures out of the Urshifu, as it tends to do, and that is going to have to be dealt with pretty quickly. Not going to be any points in, just trying to build a little bit of space. There are actually a lot of wild Pokemon on the side of Team YouTube's, I guess, map, their side of the map, and they might be dealing with that as this Regice is pretty uncontested going to Luminosity.
Regice is going to get evaporated, but luckily their first tier goal zone is here, which means Elo can drop the portal and they can mount a bit of a defense. Here comes the squad of Luminosity Gaming. So far, just Overlord is the one Bastion defender, and actually Rin opting not for the defense, but going for the aggressive play, trying to put in 50 points into this top or bottom path, and they do.
Wow. Actually, if they had managed to go a second longer, it would have been double, but if they'd managed to wait a second longer, they also would have probably been hit by the slow bro, so a little bit of a trade-off there. But here we go. Everybody is up. All Unites are available in the game. Everybody is healthy. This is going to be one giant brawl. The point difference is minuscule compared to what everybody has. It's all about who's going to get this first big engage.
And look at Fuit's positioning yet again around that top side. They are playing defense around that goal zone, but they're actually looking to come from behind. Akilo finds the first knockout. Overlord is down. Lucario completely out of this team fight as Elo drops the Hoops Unbound in a very safe position. Rin is still at about half HP as they are getting chased down by Phil, and now Phil is retreating to try to defend their carries. Fuit getting a ton of damage onto Kyrios with a fire spin, earns them a bit of space until they are eventually knocked out. Rin is the next one up, though, as Luminosity is fighting all the way in the enemy central area.
But they just don't have the numbers. They're starting to run back, but we've got just not enough people here, I think, to commit to this fight. Team YouTube currently in the lead by about 70 points, and that might come into play really heavily here. It looks like we're going to start burning down from the side of Luminosity. That might be a little bit of a bait. They are still going to be getting damage on it, but everybody is back, basically. We're 9 people in the middle here, and this is going to go to a Ray Flip. Who's going to get the Alolan Ninetales? Team YouTube, they are going to have the point advantage, and now can they score? They've got a lot in their pockets. Kyrios the only one defending down on bottom. If they can get these points in, this might be them eliminating them twice. What a huge pick as well. This lead is building.
Chaotic defeating their old team from once before. 20 seconds left. Crazy secure on the Rayquaza by Chaotic. Do not get me wrong, but I gotta give the shoutouts and the flowers to Fui. Urshifu's Wicked Blow is the one thing that could shut down Team YouTube's hopes and dreams. So instead, Fui just smackdowns Rin out of the pit, superpowers them all the way back into that corridor, and in the meantime, Chaotic finds the secure. Team YouTube is headed to the grand finals.
Wow, this set was so unpredictable. The most unpredictable. It was like, it doesn't even matter who's winning. The first game and the second game were both won by the people who were losing. The third game was just this unbelievably close brawl, I guess at the end you could say. It was like neck and neck, 70 points apart, and it just came down. The team fights of Team YouTube, amazing. You get a slow beam on somebody, which was the slow beam on the Overlord, and then like you mentioned, Rin got just dunked by Fui, and that is 2 key members out of the fight immediately. You combo those with the back damage of course, the Alolan Ninetales and the Gardevoir, and even the extra damage that you can get out of that Eldegoss, and it can just be, you're immediately split up, you're immediately dealt with, and that was just amazing.
Incredible work from the entire squad. We talked a lot about Phil's amazing defender play, and I think in this game it showed up in the way of Sam looking relatively uncontested on that Gardevoir thanks to the amazing bodyguard maneuvers of Phil, just sort of making it so that Overlord had such a tough time getting into that back line. What an incredible game. Let's take a look at the numbers, Chef.
Once again, pretty even across the board. Kyrios was putting in so much work, leading the pack with that Delphox, of course. But, I mean, this was a really low damage game once again. It was not gigantic. This has been kind of the story between the comps that these teams end up picking. Even the players that seem like they're super dominant for so much of the match, like Fui on that Buzz, will only end up at about 42,000. But you can see, if this is even basically within 20,000, maybe even less than that, about 20,000 across the entire board, except for maybe the Blissey. But that's excused. This is just a completely even brawl, in my opinion.
That's true. And if you're just tuning in, that's right. Team YouTube knocked out Luminosity out of the May Finals. How did they do it? Well, let's find out with Sprankles and Dupes next.
Whoa, holy moly. Team YouTube, I mean, Incredible stuff. They took out Luminosity earlier. They took out TTV. They head down to the losers bracket. They take out Luminosity again. Amazing plays, Dubesnacks.
I mean, they got it done. Let's take a look at this last fight here where they were able to solidify themselves as the winner. Overlord, of course, engages and bam, big slow beam comes through and they focus fire down Overlord. No chance to come back into this one. Backdoor surf as well, buys some spacing. Great play from Phil. And that's really the beginning of the end for LG as they just start lining up these KOs like dominoes.
Incredible stuff from Team YouTube. Team YouTube playing so well, Fui on this Buzzwole, that it was actually banned out by Luminosity in Game 2. One of the most intense targeted bans that I have seen. Incredible stuff right here. They go back in for this fight. Luminosity knows that they're behind. They know that they need to get this Rayquaza down, but here comes YouTube, able to pick up some big KOs, turn back around towards this Rayquaza, and get a nice secure right here. We can see the Blizzard Avalanche combo right there, and Team YouTube takes this game.
Yeah, I mean, Fui stepping up, hitting Rin with the give uppercut, right? Saying it's done for you, knocking him out of the Ray pit. Just like Zoinks pointed out, that was a pivotal moment here. Follow that up with a KO. Chaotic getting a big time score. I mean, Team YouTube played big in LG's face. They played with a chip on their shoulder, and they earned their spot in the grand finals here in May.
Let's take a look at our bracket right now. GT, Team YouTube in our grand finals. They were in our winners finals. Obviously, both of these teams, top teams here in North America, but neither of them have a grand finals victory. Well, they will this month. North America really is the region where any of these teams can win. I cannot wait to see these two go back at it very, very soon.
I mean, we're taking a look here, and GT has already dispatched of Team YouTube already today. So they just need to keep their focus, do what they've been doing. YouTube, on the other hand, they've got all the momentum in the world. That being said, Spraggles, I think we need to take a little pause for the cause. Get this grand final set up for NA. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. We will be right back with the grand finals.
grand finals time here in the Unite Championship Series May Finals. I cannot wait. My name is Zoix, and I am joined by Wonder Chef here on the analyst desk. Chef, we have had an amazing tournament today, and it is looking to be ending on a great note.
Any preconceived notions that anybody had about the power level of North America, or how this tournament was going to go, or how the rest of the season were going to go, everything's out the window. Just get rid of it. You just got to act like it's the first time you've ever seen any of these teams. I mean, all of our strong teams still extremely strong, but everybody that was getting slightly below them is even stronger now. Amazing to see, but we're here in grand finals. That's going to be the rematch of GT versus Team YouTube.
Exactly. GT versus YT. Let's see which first consonant is a little bit better. Is Y a vowel? I don't know. We'll have to see. Team YouTube, though, is the team that we are going to be talking about a little bit first. Let's take a look at their highlights here in the Losers Finals. When that's right, they took down Luminosity. And Chef, let me check, that's right, for the second time in the May Finals.
Oh, that is not an easy thing to do. World champions now defeated twice in a single tournament. And so much of it, we of course have to say, was that Buzzwole from Fui. Incredible stuff. I mean, the entire team was incredible. Phil playing that Slowbro, especially in the end, or the Trevenant earlier. Everybody on their team was playing really well. I don't know what's going on with them today. Something is just different in the air. They are playing incredible.
Yeah, it is true. Let's take a look at their matchup, though. I mean, in this game, they looked exceptional. The Buzzwole was going absolutely crazy. Chaotic defeating their old team. That looked great. But let's see what it's going to look like when they play against GT. Now, reminder, these teams have squared off before in this tournament, and they've already done it today. GT was able to take that matchup 2-1.
That's right. This is such a direct, I guess, sign of what we could end up seeing here in the grand finals. And this was honestly a very strange set. There was a lot of back and forth. There were some interesting picks. We saw the Mamoswine come out. One, of course, the highlights has to be stalking on that Chandelure. We see Chandelure for the first time really in the UCS this month, and it is already looking like an extremely impactful Pokemon. And with a player piloting it like stalking, you know that it's going to be popping off. So that's going to be one big thing to look out for, but just all of GT, of course, clutching that out in the end to make it to the winner's side of this grand finals.
It feels like every tournament we have a new look from Lacoding when it comes to a different kind of carry Pokemon, and this month it has been basically non-stop the Dodrio. You can see a big moment right there. I am sure we are going to see many more from that one as Lacoding is looking to take home GT's first monthly finals title of the year. Now, they have been in this position before. They did get second place last time that they were in a grand final situation, so GT looking to have their best record they can yet. Let's see if they can make it happen. Grand finals time. Spraggles and Dupes next. Take us through it.
Here we are. Oh boy, the draft for our grand finals here. Team YouTube versus GT. GT's already beat them once, and now they're gonna have to try to do it again.
Yeah, the recipe for success, if I'm GT, is, okay, we got to get stocking on Chandelure again. Why not? And Egg Noob, just don't pick Mamoswine, right?
I think that would be, yeah, these are some big key moments for GT. We're gonna have to see how YouTube wants to change up what they have been doing here. I gotta say, those games against Luminosity, they have looked incredible, and there is the Chandelure ban. They don't even want to deal with it.
Yeah, and that makes a ton of sense if you're Team YouTube, honestly. Taking a look here, the fact that they locked up Hoopa first will give GT the opportunity to grab Slowbro if they want it. Egg Noob says, yes, I will take Slowbro right now. However, the big question is, what will Stockings end up with? Will it be the Mew? Will they cut Stockings off of the Mew here? No. Chaotic been a mean A9 as well, and of course, Fui on that Buzzwole is a match that we've absolutely loved watching, especially against LG.
This is going to be really interesting to see what Stocking gets here. I've got to assume they want to grab this Mew, but I'm not sure exactly how they want that to play out inside of their team composition. Obviously, Phil right now can grab the Trevenant, which he's been playing a lot of here, hovering the Umbreon, the newest Pokemon released in Pokemon Unite. Obviously, if he picks that, he's a silly goose because he's going to get disqualified here. So I'm sure we'll see him move to a new Pokemon, and it's going to be the Snorlax, I'm guessing, so it can get into the back line and do some damage against these mage-like Pokemon, the special attackers.
I really like So Sad Sam queuing up this Decidueye as well, adding range on range. Sometimes the best way to combat long range on the other side is to have a longer range, and Decidueye has the longest range in the game. It looks great when it's Spirit Shackling across the map and stocking Black again, locking in Gardevoir and Delphox for themselves. Good opportunity for damage, but I think Team YouTube has a way to combat that a little bit.
This is going to be interesting. As we mentioned a little bit before, Doob Snacks, whichever team wins this will be another new champion in North America. It's like a game of musical chairs here in NA. Nobody knows who's going to get it until the final moments.
And neither will we. 10 seconds left as they lock in exactly who's playing what. It looks like everything has settled out. Stocking's going to be taking the Delphox, Black going to be that big carry on the Gardevoir, and Lakoding going to run roughshod through the team on Dodrio.
Here we go. Team YT, GT here in game number 1. Team YouTube needs to win 2 in this first series, reset the whole thing, and do it again because they came up from our losers bracket. GT all the way through the winners bracket, and they've already beat a team called Team YouTube today. Oh, you know what? I'm hearing from our stats team that that is the same team. We're going to have to find out if that's true or not.
Yeah, Stats team, please confirm that this is the same Team YouTube that we saw before. But again, the key component to GT winning against whatever Team YouTube that was Chandelure, but that is not in the mix. Grand Finals are on.
Here we go, heading down to our bottom path right here. We see the Slowbro, we see the Delphox, we see the Snorlax. Eldegoss heading to the central area here just to get that little red buff handed over to them. We're gonna have to see if Decidueye actually wants this. It does not, as it continues to take the experience in that central area. Phil possibly heading in for a little bit of an invasion here, getting shut down by 3 members of GT.
Yeah, very well sussed out by GT, not about to let that action happen. GT facing Team YouTube after beating them 2-1 in the winners finals. We said that, we knew that, Spraggles. So, you know, Stats team, we already knew that one, okay? Give us something new, you know what I'm saying?
We still don't know if it's the same Team YouTube, to be fair.
True.
Asked and not answered as we continue to move forward here. Sam looking to pick up a KO, getting that eject button as it pushes towards the Eldegoss right there, and it does pick up that KO. Nice big catch there for Team YouTube early as they have picked up a nice KO, and they've been the only team to score a few points.
Yeah, Chaotix A9 is something special. I mean, being able to put tons of pressure on. At that point in time, it was just an Alolan Vulpix finally ticking up to that Ninetales as well. But now we're going to see him engage. Black goes in, Fleet poaches them immediately. Tons of damage goes down. They are so low. Can they convert on the KO? A Kilo chips in, a little auto attack gets it done. They're there on the chopping block for that effort, though. Lakoding lets him off the hook and scampers away.
Very nice stuff here. I mean, Fwee on this Buzzwole that we saw in the last few games, Doob Snacks, was a absolute force to be reckoned with here. We did not get to see that at the start of our broadcast. It felt like it didn't have the impact that it did in some of those games.
Yeah, Phil caught out on the backside real quick as they get a quick KO, and that's exactly where Lakoding wants to be. But you're right. I mean, Fwee, even in game 1 of GT versus Team YouTube, the Buzzwole really didn't come online, and it didn't really show what it could do, unlike the LG matchup. And it looks like Fwee's more in the LG mode than the game against GT mode.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what they do here. One thing I love that Team YouTube did is have a targeted ban towards GT. I think that is such a bold move, but it gets to the point where a player is so good at a Pokemon like Stockings that you just have to target ban her.
Oh, without a doubt. And I mean, Stockings got Chandelure all 3 games, let in damage all 3 games, looked phenomenal all 3 games. Yeah, you know, take that problem out of the equation. Don't even have to deal with it. Good secure there on the wild Pokemon by GT as they are getting tons of experience very quickly. Yes, they're not really scrapping with the other side, but they're just getting it done naturally through the wild Pokemon on the map.
Big Spirit Shackle hits Black CH there as he's going to have to run out of this fight. Phil in a little bit of trouble right there, taking a big side shot. Here comes the Spirit Shackle once again from long range. You talked about it, fighting fire with fire. If they're at range, we're going to be at even longer range.
It's all about range. You've got a telescope. I'm using the Hubble telescope. We out here, long range. Now Chaotic trying to dodge that Fire Blast. They do indeed. They're going to make it back to their goal pad. This Registeel is here. GT's trying to bait in Team YouTube to get into that action. Chaotic little Blizzard Avalanche combo to seal up that Indeedee. No worries, but really now it's about watching and see who collapses on it first.
Yeah, we're going to have to see which team wants to start this right here. Spirit Shackle misses their opponents. It looks like they were using it not to hit Registeel, obviously. They want to figure out where exactly GT is, and you will find that out with these big Spirit Shackles that hit 2 members of GT right here. And now Espo's in a lot of trouble being blocked.
Well, the block, of course, comes through. Snorlax able to blink out. Hoopa closes the door on them, but that allows Phil to come back through and put the pressure directly on Black. Stockings, Fire Spin, Fire Blast comes through. Tons of damage going on Snorlax. They're going to block out. But meanwhile, Team YouTube's all over this Registeel, and they take that basement Reggie basically for free. So Phil may have gotten KO'd, but they did their job well. They distracted GT to the point of them not even being able to get close to that objective.
This Decidueye right now is looking like the perfect pick into GT. Like, what an amazing draft so far for Team YouTube. We'll have to see how the rest of the game goes here, but these Spirit Shackles are finding their mark. They're outranging GT. They've been the only team to secure an objective, the only team to score. Level-wise, they're looking great. So far, Team YouTube is crushing the first half of this match.
They absolutely are. GT needs to look for an opportunity to get some experience and maybe a catch here. Phil is about half HP, but really they're leashing them out for Chaotic, who's looking to jump all over Stockings. Can they do it? Good engage by Lakodin, gets a big time KO. They can peel onto Phil. They're going to get it. They can force out the Unite. Can they poach them back? No, they get a berry. Fanciful Fireworks come out from Stockings and the pressure is on. You want to talk about getting points, and they got a real opportunity for it. Aquilo uses the Rings Unbound there for them, but they get KO'd shortly. Oh my goodness, the knock arrow is out. Chaotic's on fire, and GT is sent scrambling. It's just Egnoob sitting on the goal pad. You want to talk about frosty tips? It's Justin Timberlake, and it's gonna be May in the May finals. Chaotic with this boosted buffed A9. Wow.
You want to talk about frosted tips? It's going to be Justin Timberlake. That's maybe one of the best you've ever done. That's maybe one of the best you've ever. You saved it for the grand finals.
Well, where else are you going to use that type of smoke? There, Spraggles, we in here for it. Team YouTube's looking good, and Chaotic's A9, like I said it before, it is something special.
Wow, incredible stuff here from Team YouTube, just coming back in that fight, wiping 4 members of GT off the board. They are in total control of this match right now. This is a very different Team YouTube than we saw facing off against GT earlier.
Fortunately, GT is still doing really good on getting these wild Pokemon. They're a little bit behind on experience, but have somehow kept this thing closer than you'd imagine based on how these team fights are going. But here comes the absolute menace, Chaotic, looking to get in there. They get slow beamed, fire spun, and fire blasted in half. That is a big time KO. Fanciful Fireworks come out on the goal zone. This is time for a siege. But of course, the Eldegoss comes out. They get credit for 2. That's 3 players down. Team YouTube is hanging on tight, and that score lead all of a sudden becomes equalized, 156-142, and Sam is trying to get this Regice off the map before GT can pivot.
Yeah, I think Team YouTube did not expect so much resistance or so much of a push there from GT. Obviously, there were Unite moves they did not use. Instead, they were just down at this bottom path, able to secure this objective. So they were able to get something for it, but GT right now really evening up this scoreboard, a big push and a big fight win for them.
It looked good. Team YouTube really having, the pressure on all games so far, but GT was able to find a couple opportunities here. Not sure where the scouting mission they've got Egnoob going for is, but they've got Black CH in their pocket to be able to collapse onto maybe Fui if they get a little squirrely up front. It is a close battle indeed. That might be an understatement here for game 1.
Yeah, this match is so incredibly close, level-wise and, of course, incredibly close. Score-wise right here, Aquilo in a little bit of trouble right here, trying to dance around with that Phantom Force. Let's see if they can make something happen. They actually do make it home somehow. Unbelievable play right there.
What is so sad Sam on? Like, I don't think he's just so happy. Sam out here with those Spirit Shackles. They're all over him. Black is already down, and the damage is out. Lakoding Force to bail another Spirit Shackles. That's absolutely diesel. I don't know what these arrows are made of. Absolute tungsten. They are going long range out here, Spraggles. Everybody's getting chunked by him, too. It's not one player. It's 3 players every time.
Incredible stuff here from Team YouTube, and the range, it really is the biggest factor inside this match. They can't get to Decidueye. They really only have one Pokemon that can do it. That's Dodrio. They need to make sure they shut this thing down, because otherwise it is going to take out all of these squishy special attackers on the side of GT. Here we are, the first Rayquaza of our grand finals. Team YouTube is up right now, so they are in a very commanding position. GT is going to need to make a play, and Egnoob is in a ton ton of trouble right here as the Spirit Shackle hits.
Gets absolutely caught out immediately. Nice coverage by Black to allow them to bail. That could have been catastrophic out of the gates, but that's just what Chaotic's been doing all the time, isolating these big tanky defenders up front, following up with nice KOs. This scoreline is close, about 50 points difference. We're gonna see what they do with Rick. He's kind of caught out. They're getting low on HP. Can they catch the reset? Are they gonna be able to make it back to the portal? They have to force out the Unite move. They get on top. Black gets the KO back on Fui. We're all over the fanciful fireworks, and the knock arrow comes through. There's 2 players out for Team YouTube. GT's making it happen. Can they find another one? KO's trying to hang tight, but they get caught in the fairy singularity. KO's trigger 2 for Stockings. Stockings on absolute fire, and of course it's a fire type Pokemon in their pocket. Look how far down Kilo is. They're on the backside of absolute nowhere. GT's collapsing on Rayquaza. This is their chance. Hoop is gonna come here and see if Hyperspace Hole to get for the big time save. Can they get done? Oh my God! Team YouTube, Kilo, you absolute legend! Hyperspace Hole of the Century May Finals. Oh my!
No, I mean, okay, that makes up for the Comfey steal, Team YouTube. That makes up for it right there. You get that. They lost Rayquaza to a basic attack from a Comfey, but that was one of the most insane steals I have seen casting Pokemon Unite. Crazy, crazy finish there for Team YouTube. GT had an amazing fight there at the end. They definitely took down Team YouTube, but somehow a Hyperspace Hole and a prayer able to take down Rayquaza, and Team YouTube takes game 1.
Oh my. Everybody on Team YouTube better be Venmoing a Kilo right now, because that was mean. That was mean. You want to talk about plays? There's one right there. That Hyperspace Hole getting it done. I am lost for words, Regals. This is a grand finals, and it is delivering.
It is amazing. One of my favorite things right now, Doobsnacks, is you and I are in the future slightly, and I can see the chat over on YouTube and Twitch, and I just can't wait until they see what just happened, because it was absolutely insane. YouTube taking game number 1 after GT wins a massive fight. I mean, what on earth?
I can't believe it. I'm at a loss for words. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. Absolutely flabbergasted. Yes, Team YouTube won. They're trying to reset this thing. GT, you got to get your mind right, because if I'm YouTube, I am on the highest of highs, and I am on the momentum of momentum. You want to talk about riding a wave? Well, this is a tsunami wave, and it's about to hit that GT shore.
And here we go. Team YouTube just needs to win one more right here to get a bracket reset. As you can see, this match was incredibly close, and then that Rayquaza happened. Team YouTube right now, 61,000 damage on the Decidueye, highest in the match. Not surprising. That was a dominant force here in game number 1 until they were able to get shut down in that final fight.
Listen, so sad, Sam. 61k damage right there. That felt like 120k. That was a heavy hitting 61k. I would have bet my bottom dollar that that number was higher than that, because that's how critical every single one of those Spirit Shackles were. Let's watch this final fight again, Spraggles.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. Fui in a lot of trouble right now, getting caught, actually trying to use a Unite move to not get KO'd, but they do get KO'd up in this top path. Phil having to use a Unite move here also to survive, but he gets KO'd. The Slowbro does go down, but we see the Dodrio moving in on the backside there, looking for this Decidueye and Hoopa, and they are able to find it right now. Big time KO for Lakoding. 4 members of Team YouTube are down. Naturally, GT turns onto this Rayquaza. It is the correct play, but somehow, somewhere, the slow motion to the Hyperspace Hole. The Hyperspace, how? How did this happen as YouTube secures that?
The holy Hyperspace halo of justice just rained through for Team YouTube, and it's all on the back of a Kilo, who has gotta be just gassing himself up right now. I sure as heck would. That is an amazing steal. That is a solo queue maneuver, and they got it done for Team YouTube.
Yes, they did. And I mean, I got to assume they're all just saying, yeah, that's what we planned to do. That's the plan, basically.
I mean,
that right there.
Listen, that's what I say when it happens to me, and it only happened twice. But you better believe after that, I was like, just how I drew it up. Exactly how I drew it up. And GT, look, what a team fight that they took. They did everything right there. I think the only way you could maybe punch a hole into what they were doing is Lakoding peeled off of Akilo and allowed them to re-enter here. But of course, Akilo's the MVP. I mean, with that steal, you gotta give him the nod.
Yeah, insane stuff right there. It can only happen in a match of Pokemon Unite. It's so incredibly rare, and something like that happening in the grand finals, these are those moments that you think back on it. It's the Ender Egg Bomb to secure Rayquaza. It's the Comfey basic attack to secure Rayquaza. It's so wild when it happens. Incredible stuff for Team YouTube. You got to be feeling pretty good. GT, of course, they played great, especially in that final fight. But at the same time, I don't know, you got to feel a little defeated after a moment like that.
Yeah, everybody, essentially both of these teams, what they need to do is they need to equalize their mental right now. From Team YouTube, you just got away with one because you got the absolute break speed off of you in the team fight. Yes, Akilo clutched up big and made it happen for the squad, but that was a nasty team fight and you were doing not much was going right there. If you're GT, you have to focus on the positives. Look, we had a rough middle part of this game, but we had a great team fight, a coalesced team fight, and we were doing all the right things. It just didn't quite shake out our way this time. So both teams need to reset their mental and treat this next game like a clean slate. The past is in the past, and like the bright is in front of you. You have to focus on that.
That's right. The rear view mirror is smaller than the windshield because you need to keep looking forward here, Doob Snacks.
But things in the side mirror are larger than than they appear.
Yeah, I've heard that's true. We'll have the stats team check on that. Something that we need to report on. Obviously, the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series is a worldwide event, and we have an update here from the Brazil region. 00 Nation taking another first place victory over True.
Yeah, definitely the pace car of that region, without a doubt. I think they've only dropped one final so far this season. Otherwise, they finished in second place, first in every other one. So, I mean, they are very, very in charge of that region, trying to earn their stripes into Yokohama. And I'll tell you what, they're doing pretty good right now. Down the list here, True as well has always been near the top, and definitely the two teams to watch for me out of Brazil.
Yeah, without question. If you've been watching Pokemon Unite since last season, you may remember 00 Nation as Cease. They were their Worlds representative last year, who was very excited to be their Worlds. The crowd was so pumped to see them. I would love to see them again in Yokohama.
Oh, I agree. Their crowd was absolutely amazing. They're electric in there, really bringing a lot of good energy, which of course we enjoyed in that particular moment. Let's talk about the game we're watching right now, Team YouTube GT. Listen, I said it a couple times. I'll say it again. Chaotix A9 is special. That might be a ban for me if I'm GT.
It could be. It absolutely could be. However, that Decidueye was an incredible counter, like a hard counter to what GT was doing right there. Let's face it, the last moments of that match went in the way of YouTube, and of course, they probably shouldn't have, right? I mean, just what an amazing, lucky, very fortunate moment. However, most of that game was heavily favored towards YouTube. They were winning a ton of big fights. Their Decidueye was dominating these squishier special attackers. So we're going to have to see what they want to bring into this next game. Maybe they ban out this Alolan Ninetales, but at the same time, there are a lot of good Pokemon to ban.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great call. Let's take a quick look at our bracket from today and see how we ended up with these grand finals. Of course, we're watching GT Team YouTube. Team YouTube fighting their way through the losers bracket, beating Luminosity twice, beating TTV. I mean, they have gone through the rigmarole here. They had to take down some S-tier teams in the region, and they're really getting it done.
And if you take a look at this bracket as well, you can see, we talk about how close a lot of these teams are here in North America. A lot of these games are not 2-0s, they're 2-1s. Right. All of these teams are incredibly close. It's very, very competitive here in North America. As we get ready for our draft here in game number 2 of our grand finals. YouTube needs this one. If they win, they get a bracket reset and get a chance to take down GT once again.
Yeah, this is a real opportunity for them as well. Team YouTube went the route of a targeted ban on the Chandelure. And the question is it worth banning the Decidueye or the A9? I think both are reasonable considerations here. They go slow, bro. Fine. You're going to get an opportunity to get a decent defender here. But honestly, they're going to lock in. Chaotic's going to take A9 like off the rip here. I mean, it's been so good for them. I just don't see any other way around it. If they go Hoopa, Buzzwole, GT better take this A9 for themselves.
Huh. I'm very interested to see what they end up doing right here, because I would be kind of shocked if GT was planning on stealing away Buzzwole. Maybe they would. Maybe they would have done that. Obviously, Hoopa, hard not to pick that Pokemon when it single-handedly won the game for you right here. Look at these defenders snapped up by GT, though. They have Trevenant and Lapras.
Yeah, so we're going to have a pseudo kind of offensive big body in that Trevenant, even in the Lapras, to be honest. Oh, we're getting gooey, Spraggles. We're getting gooey. Chaotic taking A9 because why not? It's a gift to you. And Phil locking in the Goodra.
Yeah, there aren't a ton of players on Goodra right now, but Phil has been playing this Pokemon a lot in tournaments as well. The only other player that I see play it often is Lutano somewhat in tournaments. It's a pretty tanky defender, but it really doesn't necessarily feel like it fills the role of a Trevenant, right? It doesn't have the same, type of stuns. It doesn't have the same type of ability to push your opponents right here. And we also have what looks to be a Scyther, possibly a Scissor, and now we have the Delphox locked in for Team YouTube.
Lakoden gonna jump on that Scissor / Scyther. We'll see which path they choose within the game here. Stocking's gonna pick up the Gardevoir, gonna be playing some backline action. Black CH on the Lapras, which means Eggnoob is gonna play that true defender Trevenant here, and obviously Esposito on the Eldegoss. But I'm looking at Phil. I mean, I want to see which direction they go. We've seen, Muddy Water Goodra before, and it looked pretty decent, not gonna lie, and that's a good in tandem with Chaotic as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which type of Goodra they have. They do have support in the form of healing on the side of Team YouTube, but it is a Hoopa, so it's not really sustained support inside of combat. I wonder if that means he will pick up Dragon Pulse for that in-combat health restoration. We're gonna have to see what that looks like. Either way, I'm very excited to see this Pokemon make its way into our grand finals.
Yeah, I agree. Phil has a tendency to play very far forward, similar like an aggressive defender player, kind of like Zugrug, that we talked about earlier. So maybe that's a great nod to Dragon Pulse. It allows Phil to play further off of the team, allow Aquilo to really focus on healing those backline players. But we are game 2 action. Team YouTube 1 game away from resetting in the grand finals.
Also, a Pokemon that we just don't see at all is Scyther or Scissor. I'm curious which one will be coming into this match. I would have to guess that it is Scyther. It is a more popular pick, but recently Scissor got some very nice buffs, so we're going to see if a team wants to bring that here into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of dual wing beat as well on the Scyther, so that's where I would tend to lean. But I mean, hey, that might not necessarily play directly into the strategy they're looking to line up, as Lakoden finds themselves in the bottom path for the first time that we've seen on broadcast.
Here we go. GT is 4-2 against Team YouTube in the 2023 season right here. YouTube only picking up 2 games on them so far.
Yeah, well, they're looking to pick up another one right here. Something I want to note, yes, Eggnoob needs to evolve into Trevenant, but Phil has that 2-stage defender Pokemon here. So as we saw with Mamoswine, if they can't get off the ground early, that can really pose some problems in the mid to late game.
Yeah, it can definitely be a problem having all of those evolutions that you need to get to. If we already level 5, big old superpower right there, picking up a KO. Buzzwole, so difficult to deal with, especially early. It's so strong once it hits level 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gossifleur needing to evolve into Eldegoss really puts it on the back end of Aquilo, able to put tons of pressure on. Stockings, as the Curlier tries to come up and give a little support, but is forced to peel because they can't give up a KO this early.
Here we are in our bottom path. We do see that Scyther has not evolved into a Scissor, so we have a Scyther this game, which you can treat less like an all-rounder, much more like a speedster type Pokemon looking to dive in and get big KOs.
Yep, absolutely, and they're looking for an opportunity. Aquilo's leashing all of the GT players around, as Black is holding it down fairly well in the face of Fui here. A big, robust Pokemon is Lapras, and not going to let themselves get drug around the map too easily. On the other side, though, So Sad Sam's looking for an opportunity. There's 2 players players there. Stockings, Lakota, can they collapse on him? Fui comes in for the support. Are they going to be able to make the dive? Lakota darts back through. It's caught by the Blizzard Avalanche combo. And there you go. You get a KO by the Sliggoo, I believe is what that middle evolution is called. Getting it done as Black is forced to peel. Team YouTube putting tons of pressure, poaching the Eldegoss, knocking them up, spiking them down, and they're absolutely collapsing on them. So sad Sam getting the KO.
Team YouTube looking fantastic once again, deciding to break this tier 1 goal in the top path, just continuing to put the pressure on. Right now, Phil still needs some experience right here, but otherwise, everything is going very, very well for Team YouTube, and we do see that is a muddy water Gudra, so it's going to get a ton of defense and special defense in some of these big fights.
Yeah, that's going to be critical, and mainly a great way to frontline for Chaotic as well, which is going to be obviously part of their strategy here, getting Chaotic unleashed. 3 players from GT around this Regice, just Chaotic getting bubbled out by Eggnoob. Finally, So Sad Sam pulls up, forcing Eggnoob back towards the Regice. They're going to take it pretty easily. Team YouTube not interested in contesting there, but meanwhile, you have Fui up top dealing with the Regieleki by themselves.
Yeah, they kept Fui up top, deciding not to prioritize this bottom Reggie. However, we've got a bit of a fight on our hands. They're pushing towards this goal. Here comes the Delphox Unite move as Team YouTube is pushing back, looking for the KO on Stocking, just barely missing with the Mystical Fire. However, they are able to pick it up right there with the Avalanche as GT is pushed back towards their tier 1.
Yeah, Lakota was looking for a way to get into the engagement there, but really spaced out well between So Sad Sam and Chaotic. Espo tries to play forward, so does Eggnoob, but really that opportunity is gone. Team YouTube standing very tall there, and GT unable to collapse onto Fui and get a KO there is not a good look either.
Yeah, not great. Fui, obviously, we didn't get to see what happened there, but I imagine he picked the Lapras up, slammed it to the ground, punched it into the air, and let that Regieleki walk into that tier 2 goal. Team YouTube now up 148 over GT's 36 points, and Phil has evolved. We do have a Gudra with a Power Whip pulling that Scyther in.
That's exactly what they needed to do, because you want to keep the spacing right and on top of Phil so Chaotic can fight over its shoulder. Eggnoob forced to Horn Leech just to back out, and Team YouTube is really stressing every axis of this match from GT. They can't really find any purchase. They can't advance in any paths to try and contest with the contestable wild Pokemon, and YouTube is just being a bully right now.
Yeah, they are. Outside of the securing the bottom objective, GT really has not accomplished much this match, but they do have Unite moves now. We've got a Lapras Unite, Scyther Unite move, Gardevoir, and we could have a big fight here in the bottom path. The only fireworks will not necessarily be fanciful, as everyone's got some big time power.
Yeah, Team YouTube really needs to make sure they don't give up a big team fight into the hands of GT. GT has a good opportunity here to bring some balance to this experienced sheet here, and we're going to see if they can do that. Power Whip goes wide, doesn't really hit anybody. Regirock rocks collapse on top. Fairy Singulator right in the middle. Trevenite on top of that one as well. Now Lakota takes it for the team. Phil's caught on the backside. Can they get a KO anywhere? Kilo is unbound, but they have low HP. Lakota gets caught out by So Sad Sam, and Fui and Tandem taking out the Gardevoir. They're trying to find Espo, and they buckle them easily. Akilo getting credit for that, and now all of a sudden GT takes another objective, but it's almost as if YouTube let them have it, and now they're really letting them have it as they're collapsing on this goal zone. Fui poaching up Eggnoob, spiking up Black CH, letting the rest of Team YouTube to peel, and Lakota gets a KO on Fui, which signals to me that YouTube needs to get out of there.
Here we go. YouTube pulling back right now as multiple members of GT, all 5 of them are down here in this bottom path. We do have Chaotic in the top path taking this Regieleki for themselves. However, their health is getting very, very low. They just got caught by that. They might not get this secure, and they are KO'd by a wild Pokemon. I mean, you got to be embarrassed that that was caught on camera.
Yeah, good switch up by our observation team here to make sure we got that slice of gold. And now Fui steps up and goes, this is how you're supposed to do it, Chaotic. I got you. Now they're moving forward. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of the goal zone. That's going to play some mean levels of defense here. So Sad Sam looking to operate into some KOs, and really GT can advance. Eggnoob is trying to find an opportunity, but Fui's there to pick up and slam him down. Fairy Singularity pops out, doesn't catch anybody. We're moving back through. We're going to see what we can do. Fui can get KO. That's what you can do. Cotton Crash comes through, almost KOs So Sad Sam, and they do get the follow-up there. Nice little Battle Goss action happening. Pushing is happening. The Horn Leech on top of Chaotic. Chaotic slow again. Chaotic's like, you're not a Regieleki. You're not going to KO me. Not this time. As the flow finally goes the other way. KO streak of 2 for Phil on the Gudra, and that thing is looking slimier than the Goosebumps font.
Here we go. Lakoding scoring up here in the top half. No, being stopped actually by Fui and chased out. Just constant back and forth fighting right here. Feels like Team YouTube totally in control of this match outside of these objectives that GT is able to secure very well in this bottom path. Right now, they are just picking up a ton of XP. They're actually not set up for this fight at all, as Fui is making their way down to this bottom path, picking up that bird, seeing if they can get a big KO there on the Altaria as Registeel has spawned.
Yeah, Black is trying to pressure a Kilo in the top path, see if they can get any points in here. This Registeel's getting leashed around. There's 20 seconds until Rayquaza, and there's one thing we know about Team YouTube is they will take a pre-2-minute fight and turn that into the Rayquaza fight. Phil is playing very far forward, see if they can catch anybody with the power whip. Doesn't seem like GT's willing to play ball though, as YouTube just peels back.
YouTube peels back, GT peels back. We're getting ready for this Rayquaza, and GT has to be a little worried right here. If this fight does not go their way, Team YouTube resets this here in the grand finals and takes us to a new bracket for them to fight in. We can see members of both teams just positioning themselves around this fight. Team YouTube, however, up on the scoreboard, so it is GT that needs to make something happen.
Yeah, and you see the tip of the cap to that as Fui is playing up near that top goal zone. A decent little engagement here, chunking some damage on Eggnoob. They're trying to catch them out quickly. We've seen Chaotic do that before. They catch Black CH here. Half HP goes in. So sad. Same with the follow-up. Power Whip comes through. Leashes too. The Woodhammers are out, but they didn't do anything to Phil as they're trying to get their charge back up. A quick little reset here by the Hoopa, allowing that to happen. Who's shelling in any damage on Rayquaza? Nobody. Eggnoob's getting tons of pressure put on him. Phil's trying to get in their face. They are trying to, but ultimately it's not going to happen. Did Aquilo get that 80 points in? They did. The Team YouTube forcing GT to make a move now as Fui KOs Lakoding. Fui is low, but the cutoff is by Chaotic as they chunk on top of the Gardevoir with the Snow Globe follow-up. Phil is on the backside. They're half HP. Black is in the guts of this Team YouTube team trying to make something happen, but another Blizzard Avalanche peels them down. Let's see if we can get any good bubble beams through from Black to seal up and protect this thing. All of a sudden, GT's flipping on top of Rayquaza, and the rings are unbound as they're pushing through Trevenant Unite as well. Fanciful Fireworks sit on top of Black CH. They're going to go for the fire up. They're burning them down. Can Black get KO'd? Yes, they do very quickly. And everybody's getting caught in the fairy singularity, pulled to the middle. The Rayquaza goes down, and holy smokes, Team YouTube and Chaotic does it again. Are you kidding me? So sad. Same KO streak of 3. GT on the back foot. Team YouTube looking to reset this thing, and that's a Goodra, like I've said, looking good, bruh. Hundo Burger time. It's Duckets and Team YouTube. Wow.
What an incredible fight there from Team YouTube. Honestly, in control of that the entire time. They even had moments where they did not use their Unite moves when they easily could have. Just waiting GT out, way ahead on score, way ahead on positioning, winning game number 2 right here, resetting the bracket. They're going to have to do it all again, but if Team YouTube keeps playing like this, they will be your May Finals champions here in North America.
Spraggles, I'm telling you, Chaotic on this A9 is a problem. It is a problem, and that is one problem that GT has yet to figure out here. And I'm looking across the board, I'm looking at these numbers, and really GT couldn't find any footing anywhere. And the recipe to success for YouTube is that targeted ban on Chandelure, and it shows.
Yeah, that targeted ban has been incredible right here. Take a look at the scoreboard as we talked about. YouTube ahead the entire game, which forces GT to make a play. The play was countered expertly by YouTube in those final moments. Not only did they score, not only did they KO multiple members of GT, they also take Rayquaza and win the match in a more commanding fashion, 686 to 76.
Yeah, I mean, those score lines, even when it was 148 to 76, they were in the lead, but I mean, it felt like they were miles ahead the whole time. And Chaotic, again, leading the damage charge here between both of these teams. This A9, said it tons of times, I can't stop harping on it. It is something special. Chaotic has really cracked this Pokemon.
Yeah, incredible stuff right here, Doob Snacks. We're going to bring in Wonder Chef. We're going to bring in Zoinks to break some of this down before we head back in for this bracket reset. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Spraggles. YouTube does it again. More expectations absolutely thrown out the window as they have just done the run back against GT, reset the bracket, and now they're 2 games within the championship. Let's take a look at that final fight one more time.
Oh, and an unbelievable final fight it was. This one lasted for quite a while. That's kind of the story, I think, for a lot of these Team YouTube fights, is that they are pretty extended. They know when they can go in. They know when they have to back out. They know how to hold on when some of their members have been picked. They've won quite a few, I would say, like final raid fights from behind throughout the entirety of today. And as usual, that came down to, I want to say, a Fui dunk potentially helping print that secure as well. But that first pick was gigantic on that side there.
Oh, of course. You remove one of the biggest threats, Lakota, having a pretty solid Scyther game, but yeah, in the end, it's just Fui really challenging the status quo here. Of course, Rayquaza getting hit at this moment. Aquilo does have their Unite move, is able to drop it so aggressively on that enemy tall grass, and then Fui jumps in from actually behind GT Squadron. So again, Aquilo with just MVP level performances knocks Eggnoob out of the Rayquaza pit, so no Woodhammer secure for GT. And Team YouTube grabs another one.
That in particular was so amazing to me. We've now seen twice where Fui has thrown somebody out of the pit just to make sure that there's no chance of a steal. But altogether, I mean, there has been an MVP moment for every single member. For this one, it's going to be so sad, Sam, on that Delphox. Also, I want to point out on that amazing Decidueye earlier, everybody on the Team YouTube has had an MVP moment, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. And Deucenax was calling it out. Chaotix Alolan Ninetales was looking MVP caliber, except for maybe this one moment, which I do believe we have a clip that we're going to try to break down here in just a second. So, yep, here we go. Auto attack in the Regieleki. So, good boss rush mechanics so far. Strafing, but the tail is stuck in the stun, and the auto attack damage is a little bit too much. So, if you were playing in your own games, make sure that you were avoiding those big circles on the ground, because they hurt.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Tail hitbox, real thing. You got to deal with them, a big tail, you know? It's one of the advantages and the disadvantages of Alolan Ninetales. But you know what? Hey, better than going down to another enemy member rather than just the Regieleki itself. And at least they got it in the end. But here we go. Here's our bracket. We can see now the reset has happened 2-0. Team YouTube, despite the fact that coming from losers bracket, have evened up the score, and just momentum wise, I think they're looking unstoppable.
Oh yeah, Team YouTube is definitely on a crazy run in this tournament, as you can see on the screen in front of you for this bracket. A 2-0 in the initial grand final. To reset it is something different. YouTube bringing a lot to the table today, and I've been so impressed with their gameplay start to finish.
Me as well. I mean, obviously they've been playing really well for the past two games. Mild fear here, again, not saying that I know better or, you know, could do any better than GT. I'm just worried that they lost confidence after that first game, because what they were doing the first game was good. They won that first game as far as actually playing it out. It just came down to an amazing steal, right? But then they changed up their strategy a bit in that second game, when I feel like they could have just kept doing what they did and just not let a Hoopa steal the final hit of Ray and maybe continue to move on and do exactly how they did. But hey, it went how it went. They decided to change things up. I hope that they find their confidence back again for this post-reset set.
Yeah, the best way I could describe it is it looked like Team YouTube just made GT uncomfortable. That's what it felt like within Path, within these final team fights, and maybe even within drafts. GT just kind of struggling to find answers in a few of these strategic decision moments. And into those final moments, I think, is where it was truly showcased. Some of GT, especially like Black on this Lapras, was trying to take a few 1v2s in the bottom path, which they were out-sustaining and taking a bit of aggro away from the Rayquaza pit and giving some more space. But again, Aquilo with that superstar play still has the Hoopa Unite move and drops it aggressively on the enemy side. So just again, really splitting GT's forces and then capitalizing on that indecision. But we're going to have to see if GT has an answer as they have the bracket reset. Spriggles and Deucenax, bring us home.
Oh me, oh my. We are in a bracket reset, the grand finals here in North America, between two teams that want this win so badly. Team YouTube, GT, going at it. This settles it all, and we will have a new North American champion.
I mean, look at this. I think Wonder Chef nailed it on the head here. I think GT is uncomfortable. And one thing Team YouTube does, they don't care of the power level of the Pokemon remaining to select from, they're not switching up their game plan. They're sticking with what works. GT, on the other hand, is throwing a lot of different stuff at the wall right now. And I think in an area of them being maybe mentally uncomfortable, also choosing Pokemon that you don't have the natural mechanics to or as good of as on other Pokemon might not be helping that situation either. Team YouTube, I mean, they're on one.
Yeah, they're absolutely on one right now. I think they're deciding between Lapras and Slowbro for this first pick. The nice thing about Lapras is it fills a couple roles, right? It's not only a defender, it does a ton of damage. Its sustain is amazing. So you can actually pick up a second defender on the side of Team YouTube if you are interested. We'll see what they want to lock in. I think they just want to make sure that nobody takes this puzzle away because it has been an absolute force. Fui is crazy on this thing.
Yeah, I really want to see GT take a little of Ninetales. You cannot let that thing just keep going over to Team YouTube for free. It's so good. And they're going to lock it in for free now. Again, why wouldn't you at this point? I mean, So Sad Sam queuing up Decidueye. They see the Delphox. They want the range. I mean, are we going to, I was going to say, are we going to see him a champ? Big question mark. Of course it's the A9. Come on, give Chaotic what they want.
Interesting stuff right here. So we've got some great picks once again from Team YouTube. Obviously GT looks amazing as well, changing it up with that Comfey, which can make sure that this Dodrio really cannot be taken down in these big fights. However, if they are able to get a big catch on it, a big stun, if they are able to shut it down, that's kind of 2 Pokemon for the price of 1 for Team YouTube.
Yeah, and they literally built the same composition into this Decidueye that they did in game 1 of the original Grand Finals before the bracket reset, and Sam was just picking this team apart with that setup. So I mean, they better have a different approach because their lineup is almost practically the same going into this composition, and So Sad Sam looked very, very strong.
Yeah, So Sad Sam's Decidueye is amazing. I cannot wait to see what Phil does with Lapras. Lapras is one of those Pokemon that, you know, it's finally available to be played here in the Championship Series, and I'm just so excited to see how it impacts these games. I actually have found through a lot of the games we watch, it has not been as impressive as I would have thought.
I have a tendency to agree, and I think it's because nobody's really figured out how to build it into their current strategy right now to kind of unlock its total potential. You and I were talking before the game, it is really a solo queue all-star, but how you build and work around it is going to become pivotal to unlocking its true strength kind of on these 5v5 matchups.
Here we go. We have reset the bracket. The grand finals here in North America continued, and it's all even up right now. Team YouTube needs 2 to win. GT needs 2 to win. Game 1.
It's all in line here. We got 2 to 3 games on the horizon, and these teams need to make it happen. The 7 seed squaring off against the 4 seed Spraggles in the NA May finals.
I gotta say, either one of these teams winning is just so exciting for this region. Once again, we have such a competitive region right now, as Phil's actually looking to maybe do some a little bit of an invade here in this central area, getting pushed around, however, by the Slowbro and Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, Phil is just such a tanky Pokemon. I mean, the good thing about all that is it forced Eggnoob to pivot to the central, and it kept them off their level 4. So they're delayed and they're leveling up, and they need that level 4 to really be an impact. I know they get it early, but I mean, they should have gotten it already.
Yeah, they absolutely need that evolution for Gardevoir right here. They do hit it as they're heading into the bottom path. They get it just as they make their way down here. Right now, we do have a level 5 Dodrio as well coming on in here, and it looks like we do have a tri-attack Dodrio.
Yeah, Fui tried to poach Espo there, but it hitches a ride on Lacoding very quickly. There's 3 players from YouTube, a little bit of slow smoke action right into the middle to delay that, and they get tons of points in. I'd be okay if I'm YouTube to just peeling off here. No sense in overstaying your welcome. You did your job, you got your points in.
Now it looks like Black coming up to this top path right here, hiding in the tall grass, maybe looking to make a play. Fui not able to get the experience right there, but should be able to get a stack in real quick. Yeah, and then head back out. Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely does. But then Lacoding's trying to stack themselves, actually taking Phil for a ride a little bit, see if they can get any part of that in. They do get a couple. Good work on Lacoding there, trying to get those stacks and making something happen. Eggnoob working through, already level 5 is Eggnoob, which is a great comeback from where they were, surf darting through and allowing Lacoding to take that wild Pokemon. Great look.
Yeah, here we go. GT doing well inside this match so far. However, we do have this level 7 on Decidueye right now, and it is looking to land some massive Spirit Shackles in this bottom path. Black heading up to this top path. Got a little bit of an engage onto our Buzzwole. Somehow Buzzwole able to fight against 3 Pokemon right now and still not go down.
Yeah, almost got a KO for that effort too, which would have been a great look. A Kilo there just hanging out for Fui, making sure they're topped off on HP. Good symmetry between those two players as they've been fighting in the face of multiple opponents over and over again throughout all this matchup and looking good. And there's Chaotic just taking everything again because Blizzard Avalanche is insane and Chaotic is insane on A9.
Yeah, Chaotix A9 is amazing. Fui on the Buzzwole. I mean, really, Team YouTube is having the best showing in a tournament all year, and you can see why. They're playing great.
They're playing great, and if the other team isn't willing to take your best Pokemon out from under you, then keep using them and keep beating them with it. That's just the fact of the matter. They're going to leash this Registeel and let it get back. Buy some time for the rest of YouTube to show up if they want that. But now we have the 2 defenders squaring off on top of the goal zone. It looks like it's time to rip this thing as So Sad Sam and company and Chaotic are working through it. Meanwhile, GT's up top and they're trying to take themselves a Regieleki.
Yeah, it looks like GT switching up their strategy right here. Team YouTube getting a big win here in this bottom path. They're able to score 40 into that tier 1 goal as GT is putting all this pressure into this top goal right here. We're going to see how they want to score it. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it could have been better. Definitely could have been better. Quick Maps said they had a better opportunity there. Meanwhile, plus 29 downstairs, and that's why Team YouTube, despite having the same number of goal zones gone, is way ahead.
Yeah, Team YouTube looking very good score-wise. However, experience-wise, incredibly close for both of these teams as here comes Lee Coding invading this central area right here, getting picked off by an arrow, but it looks like they're going to be able to make it out of there. Big Buzzwole Unite move shuts me up pretty quick with a double KO.
Listen, every time you get a Comfy on a Pokemon, you get a BOGO deal. Buy one, get one, and that is 2 KOs in short order for Fui, and Fui is getting big quickly in this matchup. A quick follow-up, Chaotic, who else? A9, Y, getting it done. I mean, Team YouTube is, they are cruising.
Team YouTube has never played this well. GT has never played this well. This is so exciting to see both of these teams going at it when they are at their best. Right now, Team YouTube doing really well at the start of this match right here. They have almost the same amount of goal zones gone. They still have their tier 1, but score-wise, they're up by over 100 points. A massive advantage for Team YouTube.
My biggest concern here is So Sad Sam as the Decidueye is already level 10 and eclipsing almost everybody else on GT. Fact of the matter is, Fui is level 12, and they've been oppressive when they've been on the same level, and now you give them a 2-level lead. They're looking to do work.
I think GT's setup will do very well into this Decidueye later into the match. And that's something that Team YouTube struggled with the first game they brought this Decidueye out. We're just going to have to see what they want to do here as 5 members of GT are all moving towards this top goal right here. But it looks like YouTube knew the play was coming, lands on them. However, they're just getting united and getting shut down in this top path. Fui goes down, Eldegoss goes down, Phil coming on in here trying to stop something right now as Registeel hits the map.
Oh my goodness, Team YouTube treating themselves like wood in a wood chipper, just getting absolutely fed into GT. Quick KOs in quick succession. They unloaded all those Unite moves because they know they'll get them back for Ray. Meanwhile, Chaotic's going to take this Registeel, but it's clear that GT wanted this Regieleki, and they're going to rip through it and trying to send it to that tier 1 goal zone. Tier 2 goal zone, excuse me.
This interesting thing that's happening right here. I mean, GT feels like they're completely changing their strategy up from what we've seen from them for multiple games, which I have to say I love. I love it when a team recognizes that what they're doing just doesn't seem to be the play, and they're able to try something new to throw your opponents off, to put them on the back foot, to trick them a little bit, or just to counter their strategies right here. Really exciting stuff from GT as they are still behind in this match, but looking pretty good.
Yeah, their Fire Spin, Fire Blast coming through on top of Phil, and there's the Fanciful Fireworks as well. They're going to see if they can make a push. Chaotic doing tons of damage, and there goes the Slow Bro in tandem with So Sad Sam. Phil is just bubbled out, and GT is forced to retreat as they have 2 players down. Is Lakota going to get caught? The Bubble Beam doesn't quite hit them, but the Stitch in the back does. Gardevoir does not have the speed to escape that arrow. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Oh boy, that was rough. I mean, those arrows just flying from a million miles away, flying from another dimension, from the future, from the past, from where the weakest link reference must have been. I mean, just incredible stuff here from Team YouTube. It feels like they're in control of this. However, I still worry about what could happen in this final fight with that Decidueye. A Dodrio with the Comfey should be able to dive into the back line of Team YouTube, and I think that's what GT is counting on right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're counting on. But YouTube, I mean, it's so evident, it should be predictable. So you need to build whatever you're going to do around that. Maybe it's a Lapras Unite just to, you know, hitch a ride with the Decidueye and peel them out of trouble as soon as that engagement happens. There's options here. They just got to plan for it and be ready to adjust when it does.
There is a possibility that someone takes this bottom Reggie. Not really a possibility for this top Reggie, but it looks like GT doesn't care at all. They are collapsing towards this tier 2 goal zone, and YouTube possibly looking to catch them right now, but they may get caught themselves as Lapras is in a lot of trouble having to back up.
Great little move by Chaotic to buy space for Phil to back off, but Phil's at half HP, and that is not the way you want to start this fight. We're going to see where it ends up as Black is getting eyed up. Phil is getting tons of damage shelled on there. Can Eggnoob convert? No. Blizzard Avalanche comes through, doesn't hit anybody. Fire Spin as well, but we have So Sad Sam eyeing up the next Spirit Shackle, but we're still kind of dancing around each other right now.
Well, Team YouTube is up by almost 100 points, so they're in a great position right here. We can see Fui watching this top path goal. GT needs to make something happen right here. The Comfey jumped into the bush. They know where this Dodrio is right now. The question is, what can they do about it as two Pokemon move towards the top path from GT, coming on down, possibly to engage in this fight, but it looks like everyone is very calm, just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, I'd love to see Eggnoob catch a reset here. Spirit Shackle rips through, hits Black for half HP. Fire Spin catches on top of the Decidueye. They collapse and they get it. Fire Blast rips them in half. Fanciful Fireworks are after 2 players down for Team YouTube. GT is flipping the script real quick in short order. Fui finally shows up, gets KO on Black the other way. There's still 2 players down. Tons of damage going in. Fui with the engagement. They poach another one up. Stockings goes down. Lacoding's trying to find their way. Comfey Unite as well. They're on the peel here. Eggnoob gets chipped up, punched down, slammed down. 3 players down. Fui is putting the whole team on their back. It's just a low Dodrio with the Comfey collar, and Team YouTube doesn't want to rip this thing because they're in the lead. And look at that cut off by the Aquilo. The Eldegoss there knows exactly where Lacoding was headed, and Team YouTube with a good little pop of a team fight.
Jeez, if Lacoding doesn't run right there, I mean, that's a 5 KO for Fui, absolutely putting the team on their back, and they've got the muscles to do it with that Buzzwole. 20 seconds left. They are collapsing towards this bottom goal. Nice little pickup there, possibly getting a KO on Chaotic right now, but will it be enough? Are they able to score? It looks like they're looking for it while Team YouTube is scoring in the top path. Team YouTube is putting in points. So is GT. Will it be enough? 3 seconds left. Lacoding possibly can score here as he gets landed on. The score doesn't happen. Team YouTube scores top. I think Team YouTube takes this one.
I think they scored 2 hundo burgers right in a row. Team YouTube did to maintain this lead. GT with a heck of a push at the end here, but can YouTube hold on? They do. They do. Spraggles by 27, 28 points. What a look, and that was the Fui show in my book. No questions asked.
Yeah, without question, Fui with an absolutely amazing performance right there. Just coming in as the cleanup crew, putting points up into the top path. I mean, GT was just unbelievably good in that final fight, but YouTube had the answer.
They certainly did. And that answer was Fui getting 2 levels above the rest of the team and just absolutely taking over. I mean, GT caught So Sad Sam. They buckled on them. They threw everything in the kitchen sink, this Team YouTube, until Fui showed up and finally bailed on protecting that goal zone, and they just absolutely took over.
Great stuff there from Team YouTube, taking game number 1 in our grand finals reset. You can see So Sad Sam with those arrows out damaging just about everything on the board except for Chaotic. Now the question is here from GT, what do you ban? They banned out Hoopa. Okay, maybe you ban out A9, but no, you've got to ban out Buzzwole. No, you have to ban out this Decidueye. It just feels like Team YouTube has too many tools in their toolbox.
Well, the thing to me is GT is switching it up, but then they keep picking into the Decidueye. Like, they lined up the same 2 ranged attackers, knowing at least with one of them that they had a Decidueye on the other side. GT doing a decent little siege here, you know, a little sign of life in the mid game, as well as trying to get some good KOs, but bang, and that's where you got that little BOGO deal for Fui and really helped put them ahead.
Yeah, beautiful play there by Fui. As you can see, GT trying to siege this goal zone. They had a lot of great attempts like this using their Delphox Unite move. They just weren't able to get enough done as those arrows just keep hitting their mark. Bullseye after bullseye.
Lining them up, shutting them out. This is that dive I was talking about. They absolutely dusted So Sad Sam and then a Kilo, one right after the other. This is the GT opportunity they were looking for. However, finally Fui gets into the mix. They pivot and they just start going ham.
Yeah, look at this right here. Picking them up, slamming them down. As soon as that muscle gauge is full, their move is right back, throwing it at the Dodrio. If it doesn't run right there, they get a 5 KO onto GT. Instead, GT attempts to come back in and make something happen right here. Nice play from Lakoding, but it's just not enough because YouTube is counter scoring at the same time.
Yep, and that was the difference maker, putting them up. I think I said 28 points is 38-ish. Stats team, get on it. But of course, Fui's the MVP. I mean, they were just getting it done all over the map. 180, 27K, 20. Like, the damage they dealt didn't even matter because the damage they dealt was the most meaningful damage in the game, and it wasn't particularly close.
Yeah, that's right. It's not consistent, sustained damage. It's not a long-range special attacker that's kind of always chipping away damage at your opponents. It's big-time burst damage and disruption when needed, and they absolutely needed it there in the end, and he came through. Single-handedly basically winning the game for Team YouTube.
I agree wholeheartedly. And it's been very great to see different members of YouTube stepping up in different games. It's not all on Fui's shoulders. It's not all on Chaotic's shoulders. It's not all on Sam's shoulders or Phil's or Kilo's. Everybody's having their moments here. Everybody's getting their player of the games because they are saying, for one game, it's on me. And then they deliver. They're getting it done today, Spraggles.
Speaking of teams delivering, let's see who delivered in another region right here. We have some updates from Latin America North as Entity takes that first place. Hoenn coming in second, and Sweet Kiss there in third place.
I mean, Hoenn is a team we've seen near the top here. Entity 7 being able to step up and take a big time win here late in the season. Not only does that mean CP, but we've talked about it, Spraggles. That means momentum going into the regional finals. You sit on top of the pile as the best team going into that event. You've got a high to ride. You've got some momentum to carry you through the early stages. Entity 7 looking to be in a good spot.
And, you know, CP matters so much, especially on a month like this, you know, as we look towards North America. Obviously, we have some teams who have been racking up the championship points throughout the season. But depending on what happens at the regional finals, and if one of those big teams leaves early, a team like Team YouTube or a team like GT could easily find themselves making their way to Japan because of these championship points. Every single month matters.
Every single month matters. Not only can they find themselves by championship points, but if you have a day like today, like if this was our regional finals, doesn't matter what the CP totals are because the winner of this one is going to Japan. And that's what's on the line here at the regional finals. Yes, you want to win all the CP, of course, so you can qualify in that fashion. But at the end of the day, if you just spike that thing, you're going.
Yeah, and in North America, it could really be any of these teams. There are so many top teams right now in North America, and you're looking at two of them right here. GT, Team YT, heading into game number 2 of our bracket reset in the grand finals. If Team YouTube wins this, they are going to be our May finals champion. Team YouTube would take the crown for the first time. GT also looking to make the same feat happen. They need to win 2 in a row.
They absolutely do. Amazing that we have our 4 seed versus our 7 seed, and we're saying these are the top teams in North America because that's how close the gap is between 1 and 8. Lapras Band, Chandelure Band, Team YouTube found their strategy, and they're not going to switch off of it until they lose themselves a game, and they haven't done that yet.
Please tell me we are bringing Sableye into this match. I can't imagine we are as a first pick. I would be shocked, but I would love to see it right here. No, they are picking up that Hoopa. Big surprise.
Yeah, good little bait and switch there, maybe for the folks tuning in at home. We, of course, locking in the Buzzwole. If you're not going to ban it, I'm not going to let you pick it either. And they've got some solid first picks, Slowbro and Buzzwole.
They must know that someone on GT can play Buzzwole pretty well, and they want to make sure that they don't get it picked away from Fui, which I totally understand because he has been an absolute maniac on this Pokemon. Eggnoob getting their Snorlax, while Black CH is locking in that Urshifu. Chaotic right back in that comfort zone with Alolan Ninetales.
I mean, and then you have a Kilo on that Eldegoss as well, doing awesome work, keeping the team top off with HP. Of course, their Cotton Crash coming through in pivotal moments with that knockback, but of course the heals that provides. We've got a Zoroark in the match. I feel like we haven't seen one in a while, and Lakotting's going to try and leverage that to get after some of these Pokemon.
I'm so happy, by the way, that we are seeing So Sad Sam not pick up that Decidueye, because looking at GT, I was very worried about that. When you see a Zoroark and an Urshifu, you really don't want to be Decidueye right here. Venusaur, on the other hand, a very interesting and exciting choice for Team YouTube.
Is this going to be this is going to be a pot shots from way back? Are we going to see a Venusaur?
I don't know if we see a Venusaur right here. I would guess that we see Petal Dance Giga Drain right here. I think that's the play that they're going to make here with Venusaur. We're going to have to see. I don't know if I'd want to play Solar Beam into this team composition. I don't know too many team compositions I want to play Solar Beam into, if I'm being totally honest.
Listen, I was on the Hopium there, Spraggles. Let's take a look at these two teams. Eggnoob, Lakotting, Espo, Stockings, and Black for Team GT. And on the backside, Team YouTube, we've got a Kilo, Fui, So Sad Sam, Phil, and Chaotic.
What a grand finals. I am so happy to see these two teams going at it in the grand finals. North America games are just a different breed. We have so many teams that are so incredibly close. It could be anyone's month. And as you mentioned before, that's going to be extremely wild when we head into the regional finals live at NAIC. I cannot wait. Game number 2, GT, your purple team. Team YouTube, your orange team, one win away from being your May finals champions.
GT needs to win 2 on the hop, and they chose their lineup to do it. Espo already putting in tons of static on the opposite side of the map here, and they're sending So Sad Sam right into the central. They want this Venusaur to get online quickly.
Yeah, they need this Venusaur to get a ton of experience right here. This is a really difficult bottom path to deal with. Slowbro, Alolan Ninetales, a real tough one. We can see Fui fighting up in this top path. Espo in a lot of trouble right here, and they do pick up a nice early KO.
Yeah, I mean, Gossifleur / Eldegoss with that red buff early is just so annoying how much it can slow you down. So if you even overextend just a few steps onto the map, that equals a KO for that team.
And right here, we have Buzzwole at level 5. You can see their team just feeding them experience. Slick spoon feeding them the AXP, and they need it right here. This could be a really big win for Team YouTube in the top path, but really there's only one member. Only Eggnoob is up here.
Yeah, and they're literally putting all their eggs in Eggnoob's basket and saying, hey, hold this down because we're going to make a push down here. However, Team YouTube's doing the same exact thing in the top path, right? So we're going to see who the better defender is just in this little exchange, whose goal zone stands tall. 42 points go in downstairs, and looks like about 54. So I mean, both these defenders doing the job that they were tasked.
I mean, you got to look at it here. Both teams almost scoring the exact same amount. The play worked out for both of them. The only question is, who did we need to power up more? Lakotting barely making it out of there. Buzzwole just punching the jump pad.
Yeah, hitting a nice little Olympic diver maneuver over the hedge there with the springboard. Now they're going to be able to get a nice reset from Espo.
Chaotic not yet level 6, so we do not have this Blizzard combo right here, so not as easy to secure everything right there. Sam almost level 7, so they will have their Petal Dance very soon. Big power spike coming.
As soon as the Urshifu clicks over to level 7, they get KO'd instantly. And now Fui is knocking it. That animation is hilarious to me every single time, Spraggles. It really is just hilarious. Eggnoob getting chipped up, punched up by Buzzwole. We're going to see if they can get a follow-up, and that is an absolute dusting. A Kilo gets cut in half. Lakotting's looking for another one. Fui goes for the spike on top of their goal zone. But look at that dart through by Zoroark to get the berry, and the Snorlax takes the other one with their passive. They're hungry. They're chewing it up, and that means GT's going to get some points in that top path.
Geez, I gotta say, I mean, we know this player's been so impressive on Buzzwole, but the play right there, the fact that he did not go down, what an incredible Buzzwole player Fui is. Geez.
Absolutely. I mean, most Buzzwoles get stomped out and snuffed out like the bug that it is, but Fui really making it look special today. Regirock gets chipped in, and that's just so it leashes and the HP reset, and GT is about trying to get some more points in. That's how they want to stress their advantage in this one.
Yeah, GT, I think, knows if they walk into the Rayquaza fight with a point advantage, they can have a very different situation on their hands. Phil very deep right now in a little bit of trouble as Regirock is being attacked right here. Lakota coming on in, big Unite move from Venusaur.
Lakota darting through Phil, getting a KO quickly, and So Sad Sam's looking to pivot on top of Lakota as they are just feigning attacking all the way in. Regirock comes in, Lakota darts in, takes it, but also gets KO'd for that effort by Chaotic, and ultimately it kind of turns out to be a wash between those two teams.
Yeah, definitely feels like it as Fui breaks the top path goal, and we talked about how close the score is, and it still is 149 to 141. This game is so incredibly close.
Black able to just get out of traffic there as Chaotic was trying to follow up on a KO. Team YouTube and GT are now almost mirroring each other up and down the map, not trying to give up any advantages anywhere, and that shows on the score line, 149 to 141.
I gotta say, something that GT needs to worry about is what happens when this Venusaur gets more and more experience. It's a really difficult Pokemon to take down once it gets to a very high level right here. Lakota looking to shut it down before that happens, picks up a nice KO right here, getting KO'd right back for their effort though, as we actually see them continuing to fight. Black looking for the KO on Phil. That's a big old tanky Slowbro. It's not going down that easy.
No, not at all. They're going to be able to blink out as Eggnoob and Black, and they can roll back through if they want it. The team tells them no, don't do that, and they're moving straight towards the top path and get some of their wild Pokemon. However, Team YouTube hanging out downstairs, they might have an opportunity to make a push if they can recognize they have the number advantage.
Now the question is, what does Team YouTube want to do about this top path? They're sending Venusaur up there. They're also possibly sending Buzzwole as it's taking some of the experience in the top path right now. We have Regieleki spawning here in 5 seconds. We also have a basement Reggie spawning in 25 seconds. So we're gonna have to see what these two teams want to do as 4 members of GT are here in the top path.
Yeah, what GT is gonna do is they're gonna rip this, and then they're gonna open the Hoopa Unbound portal downstairs and pull the squad through for that other objective. So they're gonna be able to split push a little bit here and see where we're going. And oh, look at that. Are they gonna get caught out? It forces Espo to use the Unite early, and they throw the fist. They're trying to go for a stun, but they're getting absolutely shredded. If I'm Espo, I'm saying don't walk through that portal. Don't walk through that portal. Espo's getting chased. They get stunned. They get KO'd quickly by Chaotic, but this allows the opportunity for YouTube to pivot. And are you kidding me? They're getting KOs upstairs too. There's 3 players down for GT. Team YouTube is stopping the both pushes and doesn't get stymied at all.
Wow, incredible stuff here from Team YouTube. I thought for sure that GT would find an advantage somewhere on the map, but they were not able to make it happen. YouTube shutting them down top, YouTube shutting them down bottom. If there was another place to shut them down, I'm sure they would shut them down there too.
Oh, they've been shutting them down in the Rayquaza pit too, and that's something that GT is going to need to flip the script on in short order. We're under 4 minutes here, and there's tons of wild Pokemon on each side of the map. If I'm GT, I'm playing it a little bit safe. I'm making sure I'm leveling up on my side, but look, Coding says, Kirk, you're wrong. I'm going for the smoke. I'm going to see if I can get into that back line.
Lakota looking to pick up a nice KO here, just seeing if it can find Venusaur, a Alolan Ninetales, something. Also looking for a score. I don't know if this is going to happen. Fui actually not able to stop them. The points do go in, and that's going to put GT ahead right now. Very nice play there from GT, 224 to 192. YouTube is going to need to make something happen here. They are now behind.
They are indeed. They went for the score here, and they were able to get the follow-up KO with Team YouTube. Good slow smoke by Aquilo, by the way, to cut off Lakoding's exit route. Now they're going to get some more points in, but they're getting collapsed on. They're able to do a little dip and switch there as Espo portals up. Is anybody going to reset? Just Stockings.
It's really interesting plays here, just small little micro scores in the top and bottom path, but it all is adding up right now as GT is ahead of Team YouTube. It's going to put Team YouTube in a tough position. I don't know if we've had them in this position throughout this series. They've usually been up on score heading into some of these final fights.
Absolutely have. Eggnoob going to reset here. Team YouTube sees that, but Lakota is upstairs working on the Regieleki. Is there going to be any focus here on this basement Reggie? It's only going to have about 6 minutes to get, or 6 seconds, excuse me, to get KO'd.
No, it doesn't look like it. However, it looks like this Reggie Alecki is going to be walking towards Team YouTube. And unfortunately, they can't hold it any longer. If they do, they are going to get KO'd by the Reggie Alecki. That's walking towards the tier 2 of Team YouTube. They're behind on score already. I have to wonder if they just let that walk into their goal. And yes, they do.
They let it walk in. You put Fui on guard there to make sure that nothing squirrely happens. Chaotic and Phil looking for a pick. Can they get it on Eggnoob? That's who they might be looking for. Firespin chases down Phil, puts them right out of the Rayquaza pit. Look at Lakoden go from the dark. Fui on the follow-up there, making sure that they can keep them tracked. They get their 84 points in. Here comes the Urshifu. Can they get the Hundo Banger in as well? They get the KO on Fui. This might be an opportunity for GT. Can they get any follow-ups anywhere else? Team YouTube sees that they have a problem, and they're going to peel back a little bit and buy some time for Fui to come back into the fight.
Yeah, Fui is down, but you know, they did use a Unite move on the side of GT. Team YouTube obviously knows they're behind on score. They know they have to win a fight here. So all they need to do is stall, wait for Fui to come back, and hopefully win a big fight. Phil staying healthy here thanks to a Kilo on the Eldegoss, as they are pushing towards this Snorlax right here, but it looks like it's just running back towards the other side.
Big Surf slow beam on top of the Delphox. Can they follow up with the KO? They do. Zorg takes care of Fui yet again. They're moving through. They're trying to stun them down. Snorlax Unite right in the middle of 4 players. They're collapsing on top of each other. Snow Globe comes out, chips out a bunch of them. Is that 3 players down? So Sad Sam heating up. And of course, it's a KO streak of 2 for Chaotic. I can't stop saying it, Spraggles. It looks great right now. They're pivoting on top of this Rayquaza. This might be the last one of the May finals. GT needs to make a move here to see if they can get in there. Their Rayquaza's getting low, but the attention's getting switched up. So Sad Sam gets a KO. The whole team is ace.
They're all gone.
The whole team is ace. I want to love you. TYT, Team YouTube. Pretty young thing getting it done. Go to score. It's stuck at time. Pockets are full. Hearts are full. The dream is in their eyes, Spraggles, and they've just wrapped this thing up if they can get another player into that goal zone.
And they just did. 392 to 341. They are getting taken down here at their main goal, but it does not matter. No one on GT can go score another 100 points, and Team YouTube does it. They are your May Finals champions, coming through the losers bracket, beating the team that sent them down there, taking down TTV, taking down Luminosity, and taking the title here. Team YouTube is on top.
Team YouTube is on top indeed, Spraggles, and what a show. You want to talk about having to reset the bracket? Who cares? We'll win those 2, we'll reset it, we'll win the next 2. That's 4 straight for Team YouTube to punch their ticket into as the May Finals champion here. What a showdown. And again, the whole team, round of applause. They all looked great today.
Incredible stuff here. Whether it was GT or YT, I was so excited for how this was going. I mean, amazing stuff seeing these 2 teams in our grand finals. You absolutely love it. But YouTube takes their first huge win in North America. You can see how close it was. Great scores there by GT, but then Team YouTube just turned in a massive team fight win.
Massive team fight win is an understatement. You look at GT, they got the pick that they wanted on Fui. They got some points in to increase that lead, but they couldn't convert it into an actual win because despite all that, you had Phil up front and Akilo up front playing so well, slowing down the tempo of the game, buying time for Fui to come back, switching up everybody's attention, and then taking bang, a big time win off the back of So Sad Sam and Chaotic.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from YouTube. I mean, they had such an amazing play. Phil had a surf in the lighter moments of that fight that was just unbelievable, that stopped GT from being able to do anything. It's just next level plays here from Team YouTube. We are going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef because I have got to hear them break this thing down as YouTube finally wins a finals.
What is even May? A ridiculous tournament start to finish, and we couldn't have scripted it any better for that last one. Team YouTube are your champions after a series of incredible games.
Oh, that is an understatement. I think this might be my favorite of the monthly finals. I don't think that's a terribly hot take to make, but this has been an amazing showing from Team YouTube. I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. They are one of the best in the game at these extended fights for Ray. Yeah. They constantly are getting picked. They're taking hits. They're losing members, and they all come back and know exactly when to put on that full level of pressure.
I mean, level heads in the end seem to be taking away these games. And look at this, 3 squishy members of GT targeted up. A Phil with an incredible engage, eject button forward. And look at this, the Venusaur and Eldegoss together. Just an un-KOable combination. We have a Kilo completely resetting that HP bar, and Sam looks untouched after knocking out 3 key figures for GT. And after this, it was just YouTube focusing in on the Rayquaza. Yes, Lakoding on this Zoroark is a threat. A Hoopa clearly a threat if we throw back to all of game 1 before the reset, but Phil with a double surf to shut it down. Unbelievable. Team YouTube, they actually 4-0 this grand finals. What a crazy series from them.
And I know that Team YouTube has had maybe slightly less than stellar consistency throughout the rest of this season, but they are playing like they have been on top for the entire time. Even that final play there, that is a spot where, especially when the pressure is on at the end of a long day of Unite, you could throw away a game in a split second. But they focused down those last 2 so well. They knew exactly when to turn around, and so much of it was this Venusaur from So Sad Sam. And honestly, the flexibility in general of So Sad Sam throughout the entire day has been amazing.
Oh yeah, put him on the Gardevoir, the Decidueye, the Venusaur. We didn't even get to see their Mew in too many games, so Sam truly becoming a Rolodex of powerful Pokemon, and even some that aren't considered to be within that top tier. Sam with just such an amazing performance. Muscle Band, Focus Band, and of course that spoon to ignore that special defense. Venusaur truly hits like a truck.
A Rolodex or a Pokedex? No, but you gotta love the Venusaur pick because, of course, the hat's on. So you know that was definitely a pick that was wanted to come out from So Sad Sam. But what an incredible team! I mentioned last time I said that every single member on their team had MVP potential. Like every single person popped off in at least one game, and then they've done it again since then. Like they are playing. I honestly don't know what happened. Like, I just genuinely don't know what happened. Team YouTube is playing just out of their minds today.
And it really feels like this is a level up to this point, right? We've all known that YouTube is capable of something like this. Spraggles has been absolutely talking up this squad for as long as I can remember, and it feels like YouTube finally capturing that magic that we all knew they were capable of. Crazy tournament, and you're right, with a star-studded roster like this, mechanical prowess, great strategic decisions, and trust within one another, that's a championship squad. Let's look how they did it. Let's take a look at the completed bracket now for our May finals.
And once again, we just have the majority of the matches going 2-1, but that last grand finals did not follow that pattern. Team YouTube took that momentum. I feel like, especially after the win against Luminosity in that Losers Finals match, they took that and they ran with it and never let it go. But Team YouTube, our champions, GT taking second. Third place will be Luminosity, aka LG, and TTV in 4th. We had unbelievably close tournament today, just across the board, even all the way down to our 7th place placers.
And Team YouTube taking down 2 of the big 3, one of those teams twice, and then of course defeating a very hot GT in a 4-0 fashion within the grand finals. I mean, Team YouTube with some very hard main protagonist energy in this tournament. Let's take a look though at the CP earnings that all these teams have got themselves after the May finals. Course is their main prize that they are playing for right now. Team YouTube taking home that 1,500 top spot.
Oh, this is huge. Team YouTube and GT, you know, we got to talk about that too. GT was right outside that range. And we mentioned this before, this top 8 for May finals is the top 8 in CP currently, but some of the members that are on the bottom of that top 8 are now on the top 2 of this month. I know that was a little bit of a confusing thing to say, but basically I think the field is going to be a lot more evened up once we get that full set of results. I am extremely excited to see it. Let's look at it. Tell me, Zoinks, who's going where?
Well, Amaterasu definitely stays at number 1. We've known that was going to be the case, but the biggest thing, Team YouTube jumping from 7th seed all the way up to 5th seed and within striking distance of that top 3. 3406, if Luminosity or TTV can be defeated by this YouTube squad, which they did this tournament, at that regional finals, it could be a big swing in a different direction. GT also doing exceptionally well, getting 2nd place, runner-up, of course, moving closer and closer to that TTV spot. So a great tournament, a lot to be celebrating, obviously. So many big teams taken down, CP earned, and really a fantastic show being put on by Team YouTube.
Yeah, and we are so close now to the end of the season that this is one of the final chances to earn those championship points. But now we get a chance to talk to Phil, the Defender player from Team YouTube, to see how they did in this tournament. Phil, hey, can you hear us?
Yep, I need you guys. Hi.
Congratulations, Phil, on winning the May finals. Ridiculous run from your squad. Chef was saying before that every single member on your team had an MVP level performance in one game or another. This grand finals was something else. 4-0. Team YouTube, you guys were the 7th seed headed into this tournament, and you won the whole thing. I mean, what's different about Team YouTube in this month compared to all the other ones?
Honestly, we always come up usually a little bit short. Like you mentioned, we're the 7th seed. We qualify almost every month. But this time, I think the nerves didn't really get to us. We just played. We focused on our game plan. We didn't worry about the enemy teams too much. Focused on getting our picks, played our Pokemon we're good at, and then my team played really well too, you know?
Yeah, I'm curious actually, how much confidence do you put in your comfort picks for your team? Because your team in general, I mean, there's the Decidueye, there's the Buzzwole, there's the Venusaur. There's just so many interesting picks to see in the grand finals of a tournament like this. Do you all just really have that much confidence in your kind of comfort picks?
I think we hit a really good stride this tournament. We started off really strong, and then that gave us all the confidence to play different picks that we're comfortable on, and we all trust each other too, you know? When Sam wants to play Venusaur, we all trust him, we stand behind it, and when I want to play something goofy like Goodra as well, they trust me on that too, which is awesome.
I love to hear that, Phil. That is great team coordination. And of course, we all watching this tournament have our own personal MVPs or something like that. But I got to hear from the team. You can vote yourself, but who on Team YouTube gets the MVP for May Finals?
I'm going to have to give it to me, all right? I didn't have much. I was on camera too much, but I did my job, you know? And that's what being a defender is all about, all right? Being that rock in the bot lane.
I love it.
And I did a really good eject unite on Delphox in the final game there too.
That was sick. We did see that. We did see that. All right. Congratulations, Phil. Incredible. Thank you so much for joining us. Celebrate well. We have all 4 of our casters, those Sprinkles and Dupe Snacks, to break down everything that happened in May.
What an insane series. North America is just unbelievable. I want to get some final thoughts from everyone here on the broadcast before we go. I just have to say, I mean, NA is so unbelievably exciting. It is an absolute privilege to cast these games. Team YouTube on top. I can't believe it. Wonder Chef, tell me your thoughts, buddy.
Earlier this season, I tweeted, I was like, the storylines are unbelievable in this season of UCS, and little did I know they were only going to get better, because we are now 1 tournament away basically from ending the main part of this season. The roster locks are about to happen. NA is more even than it's ever been, which it was already one of the most even things I've ever seen in like any game, and we just have basically one more tournament after this to see which of them qualifies for Worlds. That's ridiculous.
Zoinks, tell me, buddy.
I mean, this tournament for both Europe and North America has just made me so excited for regionals. We couldn't have set a better stage for a final tournament to really cap off who are the best teams within each region. The meta developments were crazy, so many interesting ban strategies from multiple teams, and it just really opened up our eyes to that there is not one clear-cut way to play this game. Creativity is still thriving at a top level in Unite.
Doob Snacks, final thoughts.
Could NA and EU regions be any different? EU, you have two Titans that square off in the 1 and 2 spot over and over again, and NA is an absolute calamity. It is chaos, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Last thoughts on me. UCS is awesome. Everything's awesome. Peace, love, and hugs. Thanks for tuning in. You're on the Scott, AO Silent Kirk, Doob Snacks, Debate. Spraggles, get us out of here.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching the May Finals here for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. If you thought that was exciting, get ready for the regional finals because, oh boy, a final yeehaw to you and yours. Huge congratulations to Team YouTube. They succeeded in grabbing the #1 spot for this month's competition. And that is it for today, but the regional finals are right around the corner, and registration opens tomorrow at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. If your team needs members or you're a solo player, don't worry. After registering, you can find them in the official UCS Discord. I love you. Goodbye.